When Shin first embarks on his path of cultivation, he unexpected lie awakened his unique ability to invite worth lefine divine powers. Regrettably, Hekuden lie select to cultivate. After careful contemplation, Shin ultimately coast power soft consumption and radiance. The former is a secret method to attain immortality, allowing Ginito to vural things and continuously enhance Ionis cultivation. The latter serves as a protective path, enabling the practitioner to remain improvised all forms of harm and torpil malevolent forces. As time passed, several centuries with Lifalubi, and the demon clan from Theastern suddenly launched an invasion. The entire sect was thrown into Statov's hawk. As they were astonished to discover that the usually low-key and reticent Shin had quietly grown into a formidable figure in theorem of immortality. Bang, bang, bang. In the waning light of fast-quirking summer evening, a tattered little boy, wearing a loco fancy, incessantly knocked on the courtyard before him. It was mealtime, and Thentasinger mov me twaft head from within the courtyard. Grumble. The little boy, tempted be delicious, could not help but swallow hard, his stomach rolling in hunger. After waiting for an extended period with no response, he anxious lighted at the doorknocker, knocking of him urgently. Why aren't thee coming out? The boy weighs in asked at of great distress, hishensing conscious line twine dash paced back and forth at the entrance. Hoy's it? After considerable wait, a voice finally responded from within the courtyard. It's me, second uncle, the boy called out eagerly. I'm coming. Before long, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the window or creaked open, revealing Gabber Lamidali Gedman standing before the little boy. Hess scrutinized the boy from to toe, noticing the emptiness behind him, causing him to frown slightly. Oh, it's Chongsheng. Where's Yorko? Why are you back so early? Second uncle, he heard the 10 immortal will be coming to the town tomorrow to recruit disciples. He went to go with Zomi older brothers. Immortal? At the mention of this word, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the manses. Ho told you about Haymortal taking disciples? His stonewashers, his gaze fixed firmly on the boy. Nothing. He heard it from af you could scent the village. The boys to mirrored under the man's gaze, but upon hearing the mention of children, his expression softened slightly. Seeing this, the mont's demeanor reached him, and her replied sternly, talk of immortal sis nothing but fanciful nonsense. You should steer clear of such tales. And where is Yorko? We're he out tending toy properly? Hurry back you'll almost dinner tonight, and it will serve a lesson for you. Wait a bang. Before the boy could finish a sentence, the middle Gedmans limit the force. The little boy stood there, stunned, gazing blankly at the closed wooden door, a wavy of bitterness swelling within him. But it was me home too. His eyed, then heard some commotion from within, quickly pressing his ear against the door. Ever since had traversed into this world, the boy had found himself remarkably perceptive. Inside, he could hear a conversation between a man and a woman. What doest that little ildling want from you? It was the voice of his second aunt. The village children are discussing the immortal recruiting disciplesha wants us to take him there. Did you agree? How cold we? Weva taken of eris familis cowartiar danland if hetril becomes an immortal. What good will it this? Indeed, the tinsiferable little wildling will feed him 3 cornbread sade, and has still not satisfied, thinking heckin turnthitables? Enough off'em we've a hust seize a disfamilis property, it twould be disgraceful talathim live. Let's give him for fears, then find an excusatogitrid off'em. Unbeknownst to them, the boy outside had overreared thyrin tyra conversation. Hera mainsolent for armament before turning back to his dilapidated shed not far away. A heap of straw one data teared material hack constituted his dwelling in this world. Sigh, inexplicably transportedo ease wretched world, and gnome stuck with parents guinea's relatives. It must find a way to escape with them. They mortalese recruitment tomorrow is me best opportunity. This boy is named Chen Chongsheng, an ordinary university student from Earth. 3 days ago, he woke to find himself inexplicably transportedo is in realm. At first, he was quite accelerated, believing that after 20 years of mundane existence on Earth, he could finally play the protagonist. However, the subsequent days dealt him a heavy blow. The body he had reincarnate into Osmer Lethato Fanny Earl child, whose father was a hunter in the village, and life had been relatively bearable. Thuff no tafluent, the managed to scrapaby. But woman sprier, an unforeseen calamity shot a red this tranquility. Chinchangshin father tragically fell to his death while hunting, and dis mother, overwhelmed by grief, soon followed suit. Thus, Chinchangshin Bekaminnerfin. Subsequently, his father's brother, his second uncle, Kamado Thirumtokanamit Hafamlier sources. From that momentum, Chinchangshin Guasper deemed with the daily task softening cattle, gathering firewood, and fetching water. While his second dance rewarded him with merely 3 cornbreads. Thus, 3 days ago, unable to endure suka life, the original soul's despair allowed Chinchangshin to take over. Perhaps the mysterious force during his transition restored his body to a healthier state, enabling him to endure the surpassed 3 days of hardship. Nevertheless, such a life was soon doubted lie a torment for Simeon from the modern world. He had initial light hot this miserable existence woodless a long time, but o day afternoon, a turning point emerged. Perhaps a Tafadi, a neighbor quietly informed Chinchangshin, Changsheng, tomorrow one immortal will descend upon the town to select disciples. If you wish to go, remember to have uncle take you. And if I owe you runky asks what told you, please adonit mention mine. An immortal. Thepio pli flongwo have a deep seat, die earn for cultivation thetis ingrained in their very bones. After a thorough search, Chinchangshin indeed found Talsof immortals within the memory as soft he original soul. The size a world where immortal sexist, where demons committaville, and where immortal seradicute those evils countless stories abound. Moreover, there is a tradition the town of Erit and ears, and immortal comstore cruet disciples. Any kildaged 5 to 15 is eligible to participate in the immortal assessment. Phone possess the assessment, they can depart with the immortal, entering the realm of immortality, and learn their arts. Grumble. With this thought, Chinchangshin's stomach began to rumble and smurry. He rummaged through Hestromaton retrieved a hardened piece of cornbread, swallow in jit down with zom water. These was left over from his first day in this world, when he refused to such food. It was no cummingen handy. Cough, cough. The cornbread, already coarse, lodged in Chinchangshin's throat, and had toppeth his neck for quite a while before managing alone. After finishing the cornbread, Chinchangshin sat in theme it, his ease vacant, lost in thought. After a long while, Hemmer mured to hilf, tomorrow I must attend the immortalities recruit mintatizmian licancito alter my fate. If I do not pursue with this so-called immortality, has me coming to ease world been in vain? Beautiful fail tomorrow. Chinchangshin gazed blankly towards the inner room, where Hi's second uncle, second aunt, and twelder brothers resided. Hurry called Thentasinger Omavmi the Hod Kata Hifofith the door, and looking Gathi Crumsoft cornbread scattered at the ground, Azure Jiffintensa Hatred Welladup within yim. While Hysinki and Trivla din laughter within Yishom, Chinchangshin was forced to verlunthesht. Suddenly, a fierce determination ignited within yim if I did not succeed. I can on find a way to send Doran Tyre from a litteranite with the original parents. When Chinchangshin first embarks on thipathof cultivation, he unexpected lie awakened disuniki ability thirth fiends, 7 titwa divine powers. However, it weighs a lamentable truth that the kuden lie selectwoto cultivate. After considerable contemplation, Chinchangshin ultimately coast power soft consuming ingredients. Consuming is a secret method to achieve immortality, allowing an to devour things sand continuous liar finionis cultivation. Radiance, on the other hand, service as a protective path, enabling the practitioner to impervious all forms of harm, with malevolent forces retreating on its presence. A stime floud be, several hundred years passed in Thebling Kofani, and the eastern seas demon clan sudden lie launching invasion. The sect ways in Gulf fed in shock, astonished to discover that the usually low-profile and reticent Chinchangshin gad quiet lematured into a formidable figure in theorem of immortality. Bang, bang, bang. In Thess weltering summer dusk, Arajed little boy were a worried expressionish incessant, linakadant the courtyarder before him. It was mealtime, and the tantalizing aroma me twaft head from within the courtyard. Grumble. Theboe, enticed be that electable scent, could not help but swallow hard, his stomach rolling in hunger. After waiting for a considerable time with no response, he anxiously grasped the doorknocker, pounding Jevon morgently. Why aren't thee coming out? Theboy was fled with anxiety, hishins fidgeting, Tagathurashe paced back and forth at the entrance. Hoise it. After a long while, a voice finally came from within the courtyard. It's me, second uncle, Theboy exclaimed hastily. Coming, coming. Before long, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the Wadindo or creaked open, revealing Gabber limitedly Gidman standing before the boy. He scrutinized the boy, noticing the emptiness behind him, and frowned slightly. Oh, it's Chongsheng. Where's Orko? Why are you back so early? Second uncle, he heard that tomorrow one immortal will come to the town to recruit disciples, Andy. He went to go with so me older brothers. Immortal? A flicker of coldness flashed in the mansus upon hearing the word. Ho told you about hey mortal recruiting disciples? His tone wasn't sympathetic, fixing an intense gaze upon the boy. No. Nothing, he heard it from Semekets in the village. The boy stuttered, intimidated by Thimon's glare, but Thi's expression softened slightly upon hearing Thimon Shanoff Kildren. Seeing this, Thimon's expression softened little, then has sternly said, Taco Fimortal Sismerfin tasted note listen to those atal. Now, where's Orko? We're into out tending toit properly? Hurry back if you missed dinner tonight, consider it a lesson learned. Waita. Bang. Before the boy could finish a sentence, the middle Gedmans, limit the force. The boy stood dazed before the closed wooden door, a wavy of bitterness surging within him. But this'll Sami homie. His eyed, then heard some commotion from inside the door and hurriedly pressed against it. Since his arrival in this world, the boy had discovered his sense shad sharpened remarkably. He could hear a man and woman conversing inside. What doest that little ildling want with you? It was the voice of his second aunt. The village children were discussing the immortal recruiting disciples, and Hover heard it, wanting us to take him there. Did you agree? How cold thap? We've taken a veris familis cowartiar danland if hetril becomes an immortal. What good ace would we have left? Indeed, what tanning great fool little wildling will feed him 3 corn buns say and hasn't satisfied, wanting to turn thitables? Enough, ignore heim with a hust sees a disfamilize sets it would be shameful to kill him now. Let Skifa may live for a few years, and find Darius and to dispose of him latter. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had been overheard in neat, sent to the boy outside. After a moment of silence, the boyder ned in dreterned his dilapidated shack not far away. A pile of straw wand data terradrasmot constitute his resident St. High's world. Sigh, inexplicable transportedo ease, wretched world, burdened with the misfortune of being orphaned and having correlatives. I cannot stay with Thema no longer. Tomorrow some mortal recruitment in the town presents me best opportunity. This boy's name is Jen Chongsheng, an ordinary university student from Earth. 3 days prior, he woke to find himself inexplicably transported. Initially, Heffelt accelerated, believing that after living mundane live for 20 years on Earth, Hekud finally became the protagonist. However, the subsequent days delivered a crushing blow. The body Hehadri incarnate into Osmer Lethato Fanny Earl child, Thessanofa hunter in the village, whose life had been tolerable. Thuffnote affluent, it was sufficient for basic sustenance. Yet, 2 months ago, an unforeseen calamity shattered this tranquility. Shin Changshin father tragically fell to his death while hunting, and dis mother, overwhelmed by grief, soon followed. Thus, Chen Changshin became Enerfin. Subsequently, his father's brother, his second uncle, Kamato Therontika Methelistov Tifamos resources. From then on, Chen Changshin guastaskedly with herding cattle, gathering firewood, and fetching water, with ease second aunt compensating him with merely 3 corn buns. Thus, 3 days ago, the original owner of this body, unable to endure suka life, allowed Chen Changshin to take over. Perhaps due to the mysterious Forcio-free incarnation, Chen Changshin's Badahadrigan relative health this state, enabling him to withstand these a 3-day soft hardship. Nevertheless, such a life was soon deniably tormenting for a modern individual. He had thought this miserable existence would persist for a long time, but just this afternoon, a turning point arrived. Perhaps a Tafidi, a more discreet line formed Chen Chongsheng, tomorrow one immortal will descend upon the town to select disciples. I feel are interested, remember to haveo your uncle takey outera. And if he's xwotoldia, do not say it was him. An immortal. Thepio pleeth dragon nation havian and trinsis ironin for the path off immortally. After some searching, Chen Changshin indeed found Talsof immortals within the original owner's memories. These worldways inhabited be immortals, with malevolent dim and sand virtuosa mortals swovenquish them, Talsof which were countless. Moreover, the town hated tradition everidicade, and immortal would come a torcruit disciples. Inequildage between 5e and 50 could partake in the immortal assessment. Ifan episet the assessment, they could leave with the immortal, entering the immortal realm tolerant thyroids. Grumble. Thinking off this, Chinchangshin stomach crumbled dance Marie. Hair rummaged through tegrass mat, retrieving a hard corn bunt the thad hardened of earthidays, and force a dite down with zom water. These wasp the leftover from his first day in this world, when had refused to a such fare. Now, it proved useful. Cough, cough. The corn bun was coarse, and din his chaste, Chinchangshin nearly coked. Hetham pet his own throat, taking ga hileto swallow them or sell down. After finishing Theban, Chinchangshin sat in themit, his ease vacant, lost in thought. After a long while, Hemmer mured to hilf, tomorrow, it must participate in the immortals, disciple selection thisismian licencito alter my fate. If I'd not pursueth the so-called immortality in this world, wouldn't miracle bean vain? Beautiful fail tomorrow. Chinchangshin stared blankly in the direction off the inner room, where Hai's second uncle, second aunt, and his twelder brothers were. Hurry called Thintasingero Mavmi the hud smelled a thedorally arrand glance a day, the scattered crumb soft on the ground. Azure Jafin tinsi resentment trising within yim. Hissing and Dantor inside his room, laughing and chatting, while Kuden Lakurlipin food shed. Suddenly, a fiercer salva knighted within Yimi Phi fail, then is shall find a way to send Dorentire from Alidami, the original owner's parents. The following morning, atop the mountain, Chun Chongsheng, who was herding cattle, gazed at his uncle's family departing along the mountain path. Without hesitation, he abandoned the cattle by his side and sprinted home, knocking fervently on the neighbor's door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Came the voice that it is I, Chongsheng. Upon hearing his voice, the gate swung open, revealing a stout farmhand peering through the crack. Ah, it's Chongsheng. Why didn't you go to the town to meet the immortal? The man inquired. Zhang Erbua, my uncle forbade me from going, Chongsheng replied, his demeanor awkward, brows knitted, and an air of despondency enveloping him. How outrageous! How can Qin Erlang behave in such a manner, seizing his elder brother's wealth yet denying his own nephew the chance to seek his destiny? Alas! Zhang Erbua seemed equally dismayed for Chongsheng, letting out a deep sigh. Erbua, I wish to go to the town to seek my fortune. Would you be so kind as to take me there? Chongsheng asked, a hint of shyness in his voice, his gaze shifting away. Zhang Erbua appeared hesitant. It was not that he was unwilling for Chongsheng to pursue his destiny. However, those with the potential for such fortunes were exceedingly rare. A mere 1 in 10,000. Each time an immortal came to accept disciples, all suitable children in the vicinity flocked to participate, yet only a scant few succeeded. Even if Chongsheng were to go, the likelihood of his being rejected was high, which would inevitably offend his uncle's family. Though Chongsheng was truly his neighbor, he was still a child, and his uncle held dominion over the household. If the situation soured the neighborly relations, not only would he gain no advantage, but he would also incur enmity. Contemplating this, Zhang Erbua looked at the young boy and said, I'm afraid, little Chongsheng, but I have matters to attend to. You may seek another to accompany you. Very well, Chongsheng responded, having anticipated such a reply. Could you at least tell me the way to the town? I wish to go alone, but I am unfamiliar with the path. Having just turned him down, Zhang Erbua found it difficult to refuse Chongsheng's subsequent, more modest request. The path to the town? Just follow this road, he instructed. Hearing Zhang Erbua's directions, Chongsheng's heart leapt with joy. He had not expected Zhang Erbua to risk offending his uncle by escorting him to the town. Now that he knew the way, Chongsheng felt no need to linger. He bowed deeply to Zhang Erbua. If I truly possess a fortune, I shall not forget your kindness today upon my return. With that, he set off towards the town as directed. Zhang Erbua watched the frail figure of Chongsheng retreating. The distance from the village to the town was not great, and a well-trodden path had been formed by the villagers over time. After a furious dash, Chongsheng finally arrived at the town about an hour past noon. In a clearing at the town's edge, a throng of people had gathered. At the forefront stood a constructed platform, where a line of children, big and small, queued to ascend. Upon the platform stood a young man clad in a Taoist robe. The immortal everyone spoke of. He held a spiritual measuring instrument, placing it upon a young boy's head. After a moment, the instrument showed no response. The Taoist, expressionless, shook his head. Next point, one by one, the children stepped up, only to be dismissed. Finally, as a girl approached the platform, the measuring instrument emitted a dazzling light of red and blue. The Taoist raised an eyebrow in surprise. What is your name? In Anan, she replied. You possess dual spiritual roots, fire and wood. You have commendable potential. Please wait to the side. The Taoist's demeanor softened for the first time. The girl, elated, skipped to the edge of the platform, where two other children had already passed the test. Watching this scene unfold, Changxing felt a tumult of thoughts. Indeed, they are testing for spiritual roots. But do I truly possess any? Yet he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He had come all this way and had no other choice. The line slowly advanced, now nearing the end of the spiritual root assessment, with about 100 children ahead of him and none behind. After what felt like an eternity, Changxing finally approached the platform. Just then, a harsh voice pierced through the crowd. Changxing, you little bastard. How dare you come here? Turning to see, he was confronted by his spiteful aunt, short and plump, her face a mask of indignation at his audacity to stand in line. She pushed through the crowd, seizing Changxing and attempting to drag him away. Changxing struggled in vain. A 9-year-old boy stood no chance against a seasoned farm woman. As the opportunity to change his fate slipped away, he cried out desperately, "Help! Help! Someone is abducting children." The commotion drew the attention of the Taoist, who frowned and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Beside him, a portly man respectfully replied, "Esteemed immortal, it appears this farmer's wife is crude and unwilling to allow the boy to test his spiritual roots." "Hmph," the Taoist snorted. "This vast Qingzhou belongs to my Yunshui sect. Regardless of their origins, all common children must undergo the assessment of their spiritual roots. How dare this woman defy the rules of my sect?" With that, he flicked his fingers, unleashing an invisible force that struck the ant's hand. "Ah!" She yelped in pain, releasing Changxing, who was finally free. During the testing of spiritual roots, no one is permitted to create a disturbance. His voice resonated with authority, and he demonstrated his celestial prowess, silencing the crowd into submission. Even the ant stifled her cries, her face turning beet red, resembling a roasted pig. Changxing paid no heed to his aunt's plight. Instead, he bowed deeply to the Taoist on the platform before returning to the back of the line. Next, the Taoist's indifferent voice echoed, "It is my turn." Changxing inhaled deeply and stepped forward, standing before the young man. As the spiritual measuring instrument was placed upon his head, he held his breath, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. What if I fail to reveal any spiritual roots? How shall I confront my uncle and aunt thereafter? How can I rid myself of them? A torrent of thoughts flashed through his mind, and after 2 breaths, the instrument suddenly glimmered with blue, green, and gold hues. Water, wood, and gold spiritual roots. Very good. Please stand to the side. Upon hearing this, Changxing's anxious heart finally found relief. I have spiritual roots. I can cultivate. He glanced towards the area where his aunt had been, only to find it empty. Now that I have discovered my spiritual roots, do I let you escape unscathed? He mused, or perhaps, shall I perish at your hands? Yet, none of these thoughts mattered anymore. With a resolute heart, Changxing strode towards the designated area for those with spiritual roots. My destiny has undoubtedly changed. Unbeknownst to him, hidden amidst the crowd, his aunt's face was etched with horror. Chapter 3. Yearning and anticipation. No other children approached to test their spiritual roots behind Changxing. The Taoist surveyed the 4 children before him, secretly satisfied. Spiritual roots among common folk were a rarity, and today, he had identified 4, surpassing the average. Not to mention, 1 child possessed dual roots, an extraordinary talent indeed. In terms of spiritual root aptitude, the only ranks above dual roots were the singular roots of the 5 elements and the rare anomalous roots. The singular roots of the 5 elements, known as celestial roots, not only facilitated rapid cultivation but also eliminated bottlenecks before the golden core stage, enhancing the foundation building success rate by 30%, with a 10% boost in forming the golden core. In contrast, anomalous roots, such as lightning, ice, and wind, boasted comparable cultivation speeds but lacked the elimination of bottlenecks and the enhancements during major breakthroughs. Yunshui sect's recruitment of disciples occurred every decade, often yielding no celestial roots, and at times even lacking anomalous roots. Hence, in certain circumstances, dual roots represented the pinnacle of aptitude for their disciples. The Taoist glanced at the time and addressed the gathered crowd. This recruitment event for Yunshui sect has concluded. You may disperse. He then turned to Changxing and the others, advising, You have 1 hour to attend to your worldly matters. Once you enter the sect, you shall not return for a considerable time. Having delivered his instructions, the Taoist settled down, closing his eyes and falling silent. The other 3 children were promptly taken away by their families, while Chongqing found himself without a place to go. Too fearful to wander. What if his uncle sought to eliminate him? Thus, he sat down on the platform, remaining where he was, however. The portly man who had been serving the Taoist approached Chongqing, producing a roast duck from seemingly nowhere and offering it to him. Chongqing, having been famished since the previous morning, felt as though he had never tasted anything so delectable in all his life. The portly man spoke to Chongqing in a friendly manner. "Little one, why do you not return home? Who is that woman you just encountered? Have they stolen your family's possessions? Rest assured, I, Wang Yuanwei, guarantee that I will certainly impose strict punishment for such incidents." Wang Yuanwei harbored intentions of fostering goodwill towards Chen Chongqing. And after a few exchanges, he assured that he would appropriately deal with Chen's uncle's family. Chen Chongqing understood that the other party aimed to cultivate a benevolent relationship with him. Previously, he had merely been a commoner, living day by day, barely able to sustain himself. Even before seeking Wang Yuanwei's assistance, it was likely that Wang would not have spared him a glance. However, everything changed the moment his spiritual roots were revealed. Even though he remained the same as before, just an ordinary mortal child, Chen Chongqing now possessed an additional identity, a candidate for an immortal, a future celestial being. With this singular distinction, his status was transformed entirely. Rather than fearing me, it would be more accurate to say that he reveres the potential of the celestial powers I may wield. Thus, at the core of it all lies power. Reflecting on the hardships of the past 3 days, Chen Chongqing clenched his fists in determination. A modern individual, when had he ever endured such suffering? This is the agony of lacking strength, he thought to himself. I must strive diligently to enhance my power, lest I find myself in such a predicament again. An hour passed swiftly, and the 3 children returned punctually. The young man in the Taoist robe scrutinized them but offered no further words. Then, with a grand sweep of his sleeve, a spirit boat of approximately 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width materialized before them. The young man gently gestured towards Chen Chongqing and the others, causing their bodies to levitate and subsequently land safely upon the spirit boat. He too boarded the vessel and tossed a bottle of elixir towards Wang Yuanwei. "This matter is concluded. We shall take our leave." Wang Yuanwei hurriedly caught the elixir, bowing respectfully as he bid farewell to the immortal teacher. The spirit boat soared into the sky, weaving gracefully among the clouds, akin to fish swimming through the mist. The 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, aside from Chen Chongqing, watched as the other boy bowed deeply to the young man. "There is no need to call me immortal teacher," the young man interjected. "You are now considered disciples of Yunshui Gorge. My name is Zhao Yuanan, and you may address me as Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, is our destination indeed Yunshui Gorge? Upon reaching Yunshui Gorge, shall we also become immortals?" "Immortal?" At the mention of this topic, Zhao Yuanan shook his head silently. "Becoming an immortal is our shared aspiration. We are known as cultivators, and the term immortal is merely a misconception propagated by those who lack understanding." The others seemed to grasp the meaning but were still somewhat perplexed. "May I inquire, brother, what distinguishes an immortal from a cultivator?" Zhao Yuanan smiled lightly and pointed towards the distant towering mountains. "The difference between a cultivator and an immortal is akin to that between a climber and the person standing atop the peak." "Then may I ask, Brother Zhao, to what height have you ascended?" Zhao Yuanan pointed again, though his finger noticeably angled downwards. "I have merely set foot at the mountain's base." The boy wished to ask further, but Zhao Yuanan appeared somewhat weary and waved his hand dismissively. "These inquiries will be answered at the sect. There is no need to pose them to me now. I will meditate for a while. You may converse among yourselves. The journey from here to the sect spans 1,000 miles. Yet with the speed of the spirit boat, we shall arrive by dawn tomorrow, so do not worry." With that, Zhao Yuanan sat down and closed his eyes. The others dared not to disturb him further and moved to the opposite side of the boat, intending to engage in conversation. "Wait," Zhao Yuanan suddenly spoke, his gaze on them imbued with a hint of complexity. "When I first entered the sect, my guiding senior brother imparted a phrase to me that I have cherished ever since, constantly pondering its meaning, yearning to embody its essence. Today, I pass this saying on to you, hoping it serves as encouragement in your future endeavors. Knowing is easy, but acting is difficult. The path is fraught with challenges. Keep this in mind day and night. Once he finished speaking, Zhao Yuanan closed his eyes again, extending his hand to emanate a faint spiritual glow, as if he were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Chen Chongqing recited the 16 characters in his mind, then glanced at Zhao Yuanan, recalling how he had engaged in such arduous cultivation on the high platform earlier, and could not help but admire. Brother Zhao is indeed a diligent cultivator, leaving no moment unspent. When I embark on my path of cultivation, I too shall follow suit. I am Wang Zhong, possessing roots of all 5 elements, pleased to make your acquaintance. The boy introduced himself, exuding a friendly demeanor. Chen Chongqing followed suit. I am Chen Chongqing, with roots in water, wood, and metal. Yun Yenin, with roots in wood, fire, earth, and metal. Yin Anen, with dual roots of fire and wood. How delightful that our respective spiritual roots differ. Wang Zhong chuckled, a hint of pride on his face. I possess roots in all 5 elements, allowing me to wield any type of magic in the future. However, he turned to Yin Anen to reassure her. But do not fret, Sister Yin. Though your roots are fewer, with diligent practice, you may still compensate for any shortcomings. If need be, I will assist you. Yin Anen, although still a young girl, possessed a charming and delicate demeanor that endeared her to many. In contrast, Yun Yinan appeared relatively ordinary despite also being attractive, but in the presence of Yin Anen, she seemed less remarkable. Yin Anen flashed a sweet smile at Wang Zhong, a sight that captivated him entirely. Then I shall thank you in advance, brother. Chen Chongqing observed this exchange with mild amusement. According to the settings he had encountered in his previous life, having fewer spiritual roots was typically considered advantageous, while possessing all 5 elements was often a hallmark of a protagonist regarded as weak. Though this world may not adhere to such norms, Chen Chongqing recalled Zhao Yuanan's astonishment and joy upon detecting Yin Anen's spiritual roots, leading him to believe with high confidence that individuals like Wang Zhong, claiming to possess all 5 roots, were among the least capable. He could not help but wonder how Wang Zhong would feel when he later comprehended the nuances of spiritual root qualifications and reflected on today's events. Chapter 4. The 72 Transformations of the Earth Fiends on the Zhangxian continent. Sects flourished in abundance, countless in number. Yunshui Gorge, situated in the eastern region of Zhangxian, ranks among the 5 major sects of the Liang Kingdom. It is home to 2 golden core ancestors, who, while not exceptionally powerful, are nonetheless renowned within the Liang Kingdom. The spirit boat came to a halt before a range of majestic mountains. The peaks were veiled in flowing clouds, appearing ethereal and enchanting, with crystal-clear waters cascading nearby. Chen Chongqing inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. Even if he could not cultivate immortality, residing here for years would likely grant longevity even to a mortal. Zhao Yuanan directed the spirit boat to a peak, leading the 4 to the administrative hall for registration. Each of them received a substantial package containing 3 sets of blue Taoist robes, a volume of cultivation techniques, a book on common practices for immortals, a manual of sect regulations, and 3 stones radiating a peculiar aura, spirit stones. Zhao Yuanan observed as the 3 completed their distribution, quietly departing. It wasn't until a gray-robed senior brother led them away that Chen Chongqing and the others realized Zhao Yuanan had vanished. Brother Zhao is gone. Wang Zhong looked around in confusion. The gray-robed brother explained, Brother Zhao is known for his dedication to cultivation. He has likely returned to his cave dwelling to continue his practice. Please follow me, and I shall guide you to your living quarters. Along the way, I will also impart some essential knowledge about our sect. May I inquire your surname, brother? Wang Zhong asked him why humble surname is Li. The gray-robed brother replied, Brother Li, what is this object? Wang Zhong inquired, holding up the bright, glimmering stone they had received. This is a spirit stone. It contains easily absorbable spiritual energy, which can assist in cultivation and provide energy for various magical tools and formations. Serving as currency within the realm of immortality, Brother Li elucidated, gesturing towards the spirit stone. The sect distributes stipends to disciples every 3 months, with new disciples receiving 3 spirit stones. You must handle these wisely, for they are crucial to your success in cultivation. The 4 children nodded, beginning to understand that the spirit stones functioned similarly to gold and silver in the mundane world. Brother Li led them to a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy. Along the way, they observed numerous large villas. Finally, they reached a residence halfway up the mountain. This is Lingxiu Peak, designated for newly admitted disciples like you, he explained. These villas will be your homes for the next 5 years. You belong to the Yizhi courtyard, with each villa accommodating 8 disciples. Wang Zhong, ever the inquisitive one, immediately asked, "Brother, what happens after 5 years? Where will we reside then?" Looking at the curious Wang Zhong, Brotherly seemed to recall his own youthful inquiries and smiled. "That depends on your diligence and innate talent. Within 5 years, if you can advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement, you will become an inner disciple. If not, you will remain as a servant disciple." He gestured to his own gray robe. This robe is not worn casually. It signifies a servant disciple. A blue robe represents new disciples, while a blue robe signifies inner disciples. With that, Brotherly led the 4 into the villa. The layout resembled a traditional courtyard, albeit with 2 floors. The left side's 4 rooms were already occupied by 4 boys and girls engaged in lively conversation. Newcomers," one of the 4 exclaimed. "With this, our courtyard is complete." The 4 approached, warmly regarding Chen Changsheng and his companions. Brotherly observed this cheerful exchange with a smile. He hoped that in the future, they would be able to maintain their current innocent hearts. He thought to himself and said to a few people, "All right, from now on, you will need to live on your own. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation, there will be disciples at the foot of the mountain giving teachings every day. And you may go and listen. As for other matters, you will need to resolve them yourselves." After saying this, Senior Brotherly departed. However, the others paid him no mind. On the contrary, they were more intrigued by their classmates. "Who would share the next 5 years with them?" One of the boys inquired. "Are you all disciples from the mortal realm?" Chen Changxing glanced at him. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Exuding an extraordinary demeanor, "We all are." "What do you mean by asking?" The boy lightly cupped his hands and spoke with a sense of superiority. "I am Huang Yunfei, a disciple of the Huang family of Qingye. Both my parents are late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. You 7 come from the mortal realm. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, feel free to ask me." The others, upon hearing this, were not offended. Instead, they responded warmly, "Thank you, Brother Huang." Subsequently, they introduced themselves to one another. Aside from Chen Changxing and the 4 others, the remaining 4 were 3 boys and 1 girl. Huang Yunfei, possessing 3 spiritual roots. Zhang Jihong, with 5 spiritual roots. Su Yang, with 4 spiritual roots. And the last girl, named Tang Xiaoro, also possessing 3 spiritual roots. After this round of introductions, they dispersed. Chen Changxing chose a room on the 2nd floor to the right. Each of them had a manual on cultivating immortality in their luggage, selected based on their spiritual root attributes while at the Bureau of Affairs. Chen Changxing had just finished tidying up and had a light meal before sitting on the bed. Taking out the cultivation manual in his hands, he had chosen Shuiyuan Gong, a balanced water attribute technique. His spiritual roots were of water, wood, and metal. Both water and wood, as well as metal and water, have a mutually supportive relationship. However, there is a conflict between metal and wood. Therefore, his optimal choice now was indeed the water attribute technique. Finally, he could commence his cultivation journey. Chen Changxing gazed at the Shuiyuan Gong in his hands, thinking to himself, had there not been so many people earlier, he would have begun practicing right away. Whether in this world or the modern society from which Chen Changxing had come, cultivation is something that everyone yearns for. Now that the opportunity lay before him, how could he not feel exhilarated? With trembling hands, he opened the cover of Shuiyuan Gong, only to be stunned upon seeing the first page. What is this writing? He recognized each character in the technique, yet when combined, he could not discern their meaning. It seemed he would need to put in considerable effort before he could begin his practice. Thus, Chen Changxing alternated between the teachings of the senior brothers at the foot of the mountain and Huang Yunfei. Finally, after 7 days, Chen Changxing fully comprehended the meaning of the technique. Another half-month passed. Chen Changxing awakened from his meditation, his eyes sparkling with joy. Just moments ago, he had sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and had successfully refined the first trace of magical power within his dantian. With this, he had entered the first layer of Qi refinement, becoming a genuine cultivator. But just then, before he could ponder further, a mysterious stream of light surged from his dantian into his sea of consciousness. A message that filled Chen Changxing with ecstatic joy emerged: Divine Power, the 72 Transformations of the Earthly Fiends, Chapter 5, Consumption and Radiance. The 72 divine powers of the earthly fiends were a concept from Chen Changxing's past life, encompassing 72 extraordinary abilities. If Chen Changxing could master them all, not to mention refining qi and establishing a foundation. He could even aspire to become an immortal. With such divine powers, my hopes for longevity have found a solid foundation. Chen Chongqing excitedly perused the information that surfaced in his mind, filled with anticipation for his future path of cultivation. However, soon he found himself unable to smile. For among these 72 divine powers, he could only choose 2. Although possessing even 2 such powers was a stroke of fortune, the drastic reduction from 72 to 2 left anyone feeling a sense of loss. Oh well, Chen Chongqing consoled himself. In any case, I am still fortunate. It is merely a difference in scale. After some contemplation, Chen Chongqing decided to choose the powers of consumption and radiance. Consumption. To devour all things, enhancing one's cultivation. Radiance. A divine light protects the body, impervious to all. Warding off demons and monsters. Point 1 serves the path of enlightenment, assisting him through the trials of cultivation, while the other serves to protect the path, aiding him in overcoming tribulations in reality. With these 2 powers in hand, the path to greatness is indeed within reach. With a single thought, within Chen Chongqing's sea of consciousness, there had originally been 72 luminous orbs swirling in the air. Suddenly, 2 of the orbs descended and merged with his sea of consciousness, while the remaining 70 orbs transformed into twinkling starlight, dissipating entirely. Thus, the 2 divine powers of consumption and radiance became his innate abilities. Suppressing his joy, Chen Chongqing maintained his seated posture and resumed the practice of Shuiyuan Gong. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world seemed to be drawn in, swirling towards Chen Chongqing's dantian, almost forming a vortex. After a moment, he finally opened his eyes. With the assistance of the consumption divine power, his cultivation speed naturally doubled compared to before. However, it consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy, making it difficult to practice in one location for long. Chen Chongqing possessed 3 spiritual roots. According to the common knowledge of cultivation, the more spiritual roots a practitioner has, the slower their cultivation. This is because spiritual roots divide the spiritual energy. For instance, a practitioner with a heavenly spiritual root can absorb all 10 units of spiritual energy, rapidly advancing in their cultivation. A dual spiritual root practitioner can only obtain 5 units, while a 3 spiritual root practitioner can extract slightly more than 3 units. A 4 spiritual root practitioner can manage 2.5 units, and a 5 spiritual root practitioner can gather merely 2 units. The consumption power effectively doubles the spiritual energy Chen Chongqing would typically absorb, transforming 10 units into 20. Consequently, his cultivation speed surpassed that of a dual spiritual root practitioner. Yet this was not the pinnacle of the consumption divine power. Chen Chongqing's eyes gleamed with brilliance. The strength of the consumption divine power lies not in the spiritual energy itself, but in its ability to ingest various items, including elixirs, magical artifacts, and medicinal materials. Even impurities and toxins can be refined to extract spiritual energy, assimilating it into oneself. With this in mind, Chen Chongqing glanced at a spirit stone nearby. Speaking of spirit stones, ever since he received them, he had not utilized them, as his cultivation had yet to commence. Now seemed a suitable time to give it a try. Chen Chongqing gently grasped a spirit stone in his right hand and began to draw upon the spiritual power contained within it. After an hour, he stopped, observing the spirit stone before him, which had dimmed slightly, and contemplated. Without using the consumption divine power, the spirit stone could increase his cultivation speed by 3-fold, lasting for 7 days. However, with the divine power activated, it could enhance his cultivation speed by 5-fold on top of the original 2-fold boost, but it would only last for 3 days. Chen Chongqing began to calculate the effects of using spirit stones for cultivation. Assuming a daily increase of 1 unit of cultivation, without spirit stones and solely relying on the consumption divine power, he could gain 14 units of cultivation in 7 days. If he used spirit stones without the divine power, he would gain 21 units in the same period. However, if he employed both the spirit stones and the divine power, although the spirit stones would only last for 3 days, that would yield 30 units of cultivation. While it seemed that the combination of divine power and spirit stones offered a modest increase, from 21 to 30, it still saved him 4 days' worth of time. If he could continuously obtain enough spirit stones for cultivation, wouldn't his cultivation rise exponentially? However, upon seeing his limited 3 spirit stones, Chen Chongqing felt troubled. The stipend was distributed every 3 months, with only 3 spirit stones each time. If he were to use 1 stone every 3 days, He would need at least 30 stones to maintain uninterrupted cultivation over 3 months. This was still under the assumption he remained in the first layer of qi refinement. As his cultivation progressed, the demand for spirit stones would only increase. Sighing, Qian Changxing lamented, "One should be content and find joy in simplicity." He admonished himself, "Compared to others, I am already far better off in terms of using spirit stones for cultivation. My speed surpasses even that of a heavenly spiritual root practitioner." However, aside from the spirit stones, Qian Changxing also noticed another point he had previously overlooked. Here in the secluded courtyard, there were not many resources available for him to consume. Yet if he ventured outside, perhaps to a lush forest, the consumption power could truly shine. The qi refinement stage is divided into 9 layers, and within these layers, significant breakthroughs occur only at the transitions from the 3rd to the 4th layer and the 6th to the 7th. Beyond that, the cultivation is largely accumulative. Qian Changxing estimated that transitioning from the 1st to the 2nd layer of qi refinement, without any external interference, would take approximately 6 months, equating to around 180 units of cultivation. Looking at the spirit stone before him, which had lost its luster after use, he realized that a depleted stone would be of no value to anyone. He decided to exhaust this spirit stone first and accumulate the 30 units of cultivation before considering his next steps. With that thought, Qian Changxing resumed his practice. Cultivation is often a tedious endeavor. Many gifted practitioners, as well as those with lesser talents, tend to become complacent after their initial enthusiasm wanes. At such times, individuals who may lag behind in talent can rise above through sheer diligence and perseverance. It is often said that willpower itself is a form of hidden talent. Just as Zhao Yuanan once advised Qian Changxing and the others, "It is easy to know, but difficult to act. The path is fraught with challenges." This thought lingered in his mind, day and night. Soon, 6 hours had passed, and Qian Changxing awoke from his meditative state. Typically, due to the limitations of one's meridians, an ordinary person could only cultivate for 6 hours a day, and of course, this did not exclude those with extraordinary talents or the second-generation immortals possessing elixirs for maintaining their meridians. Qian Changxing was not among them. He rose, stretched his legs which had grown stiff from prolonged sitting, and gazed out the window. It was already afternoon. Having sat all day, it was time to take a stroll. As soon as Qian Changxing stepped outside, he spotted Yin Anan, whose aura shimmered with vitality. Yin Anan's room was located on the 2nd floor, slightly to the right, making her Qian Changxing's neighbor. At this moment, she leaned against the railing of the corridor, staring into the courtyard, lost in thought. Upon seeing Qian Changxing emerge, the girl greeted him with a smile. "I just broke through to the 1st layer of qi refinement." However, shortly after, Yin Anan, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Wow, Brother Changxing, did you just break through as well? How come your magical power is so much more profound than mine?" "Ah, well, I have a better comprehension, so I broke through a few days ago," he replied, attempting to downplay his achievement. "Oh no. I got so caught up in my cultivation that I hardly look like someone who just refined their magical power." "I see," Yin Anan replied with a soft giggle. "Brother Changxing is amazing. I thought I was the earliest to break through." "Not at all, merely fortunate," Qian Changxing modestly countered. He had no intention of flaunting his cultivation level. If possible, he would prefer to conceal his prowess to some extent. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. He understood this principle well. It seemed he needed to visit the sutra repository to seek techniques for concealing his presence. Qian Changxing thought to himself, "Moreover, I must engage in self-reflection and avoid becoming arrogant. Like today, I almost let Yin Anan discover my unique abilities. However, she is still young and likely won't pay too much attention. I can brush it off later. Brother, are you listening?" Qian Changxing snapped back to reality to find Yin Anan standing right in front of him, waving her delicate hand in front of his eyes. "Ah, yes, I'm here," he replied. Yin Anan looked at him with a slightly pouting expression. "I say, brother, you seem to be lost in thought while talking to me." Seeing the little girl's sulky demeanor, Qian Changxing felt overwhelmed. Having lived 2 lives, he was unsure how to handle such situations. He could only shift the topic and asked, "Yin Shimi, do you have any plans for the near future?" "Of course." Yin Anan clapped her hands, exclaiming, "I haven't eaten since last night, and my stomach feels like it's going to collapse. Brother Changxing, let's go eat." "All right," Qian Changxing replied, patting his own stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry. Lingxi Peak had a special dining hall located halfway up the mountain. convenient for disciples from both the foot and the summit. However, for the few in Yizhi courtyard, their location was indeed advantageous. As they entered the dining hall's courtyard, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, stirring Chen Chongqing's appetite. Approaching a window, he filled a large bowl with rice and a selection of dishes. The rice was spirit rice, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy that cultivators could absorb. Since spirit rice was an unlimited supply, as long as one could finish it, they could eat as much as they liked. Many cultivators with tight finances would come here to feast on spirit rice, returning afterward to refine it, slightly increasing their cultivation speed. As for the dishes, they were merely ordinary fare. True spirit meals could be purchased from the window, but they were exceedingly expensive, starting at 1 spirit stone. Sitting together, Chen Chongqing and Yin Anan devoured their bowls of rice. The spirit rice was crystalline and exquisite, offering a taste that was truly delightful. Chen Chongqing had never tasted such delectable food, not even during his difficult days at his uncle's home, and certainly not in his previous life in modern society. As they ate, the two engaged in casual conversation. Yin Anan had a good rapport with the others in the courtyard and had learned much news. For instance, only 3 individuals in Yizhi courtyard had become cultivators: her, Chen Chongqing, and Huang Yunfei, while the rest were still searching for opportunities. Yin Anan also shared a piece of information she deemed significant. She had heard Huang Yunfei mention that the sect's stipulation of reaching the 4th layer of qi refinement within 5 years was quite meaningful. A disciple with 4 spiritual roots, under the condition of receiving 1 spirit stone per month, would approximately break through to the 4th layer right at the end of 5 years. However, if they were to slack off a little or spend their spirit stones elsewhere, they could end up as a servant disciple. As for those with 5 spiritual roots, their situation was even more dire. It was nearly impossible for them to break through to the 4th layer through conventional cultivation. Thus, Yin Anan concluded, disciples like me, and those like brother, with relatively good spiritual root qualifications, can afford to allocate extra spirit stones to exchange for techniques to cultivate. Techniques? Chen Chongqing looked at Yin Anan, puzzled. We aren't on any missions right now. Shouldn't we focus on our cultivation instead? Exchanging spirit stones for techniques seems less efficient. Brother, you don't understand, Yin Anan said, lifting her chin with pride. As new disciples, we have a small competition within the sect every 6 months. This time, the sect has set up a total of 103 separate courtyards, meaning there are over 800 new disciples. Among them, there's one with a heavenly spiritual root, one with a unique spiritual root, and 11 with dual spiritual roots like mine. As for those with 3 spiritual roots, there are about 70 or 80 of them. Among so many, if you can place in the top 50, you'll receive at least 5 spirit stones as a reward. In that case, wouldn't you end up gaining spirit stones back? The prospect of the small competition piqued Chen Chongqing's interest. He had indeed spent little time socializing. However, had it not been for his rigorous cultivation, how could he have almost simultaneously stepped into qi refinement alongside Yin Anan, a genius with dual spiritual roots? Given this, it appeared there was a profit to be made. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chongqing asked, Yin Shimi, who did you hear this news from? Is it reliable? I heard it from some disciples in the outer courtyard. However, I've also asked a few senior brothers, and they confirmed that there will indeed be a small competition. Then it must be credible. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly. Thank you for informing me. I will certainly prepare more for it. Hee, brother Chongqing, there's no time like the present, Yin Anan said, rubbing her belly after finishing her meal. Since you accompanied me out, shall we go to the sutra repository together to find techniques? After a brief moment of thought, Chen Chongqing agreed. He had initially planned to visit the sutra repository to seek a technique for concealment, and he had been worried about finding the way. Since Yin Anan had extended the invitation, he saw no reason not to go. The only concern was his dwindling spirit stones. He only had 2 left and was unsure if they would suffice to exchange for techniques. Aside from the essential concealment technique, he also needed an offensive type of technique. The two exited the dining hall, and Yin Anan seemed to have already become familiar with Yunshui stream. Under her guidance, they descended to the base of Lingxi Peak and then boarded a public spirit boat. Yes, a public spirit boat, which was free of charge. The sect had specifically set up spirit boats for disciples to travel within the sect, running twice daily in the morning and evening. They had managed to catch the first boat of the afternoon. The boat stopped at Shuwu Peak, a place filled with various sect items, such as the disciple registration books, task postings and collections, the sale of various spiritual items, and the study of techniques. Upon disembarking, the two hurried toward the sutra repository, climbing the stone steps leading upward. They arrived at a 5-story pavilion with a prominent stone tablet at the entrance inscribed with the words Sutra Repository. Upon entering, Chen Chongqing noticed a disciple in gray robes seated at a table near the entrance. Upon seeing that they were both clad in azure robes, he recognized them as new disciples and spoke up. "This is the Sutra Repository. You may select techniques here. The first floor has techniques available for 1 spirit stone each. As you ascend the floors, the price of techniques increases tenfold. Also, do not attempt to steal techniques. There are foundational elders monitoring with their divine senses. If caught, you will be dealt with according to sect rules." "Understood," they replied in unison. "Go on in." The gray-robed youth waved his hand, dismissing them. Once inside, Chen Chongqing intended to part ways with Inanan. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain why he needed 2 techniques. "In Shimi, let's split up for now and each choose the techniques we desire. If one of us finishes first, let's wait outside for the other. Shall we?" "Okay." They separated, and Chen Chongqing began to carefully examine the techniques on the first floor. The first floor was spacious, filled with numerous bookshelves. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of volumes. Fortunately, the techniques were neatly categorized, alleviating Chen Chongqing's search. The majority of the techniques were elemental, occupying nearly 80% of the first floor of the Sutra Repository. The remaining were either unique spiritual root techniques or body refinement methods. When Chen Chongqing finally located the techniques for concealment, he found only a meager handful, merely a few dozen volumes, not even filling a single bookshelf. He selected one and opened it. Tortoise breath technique. It slows the breath and heartbeat, allowing one to conceal their presence, potentially reaching a state of apparent death. The breath-concealing technique allows practitioners to restrain their own aura, making it difficult for others to perceive their cultivation level and existence, thus enabling a certain degree of concealment. The breath-holding art and stealth technique are merely rudimentary methods. Nevertheless, it is to be expected. After all, a technique derived from a single spirit stone cannot be of exceptional quality. After a cursory examination, Chen Chongqing ultimately opted for the breath-concealing technique. This method not only masks one's cultivation but also diminishes one's presence, rendering it an essential skill for those who tread the path of survival. The scriptures in the repository can only be perused for the first 3 pages, providing practitioners with a general understanding of the technique's capabilities. Should they confirm their choice, practitioners may approach the disciples at the entrance to pay for access to the subsequent content. However, Chen Chongqing did not rush to leave. Instead, he made his way to the section dedicated to water-based techniques. With 2 spirit stones in hand, he could exchange them for 2 techniques, as for what he would do once his spirit stones were depleted. He believed that with his divine consumption ability, he could maintain his cultivation even if he were to lose 1 or 2 spirit stones. Moreover, his rapid advancement in cultivation might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he required time to practice the breath-concealing technique. The collection of water-based techniques was extensive, filling more than a dozen shelves with at least 1,000 manuscripts, all of which comprised simple methods with little distinction. Ultimately, Chen Chongqing selected the water blade technique, capable of condensing a blade of water that could slice through iron like mud. After handing over his 2 spirit stones, he received 2 brand new manuscripts. Placing them in his bag, he stepped outside. Where Anan awaited him. "Brother, you are quite slow. I have been waiting for you for ages," she remarked. "There were just too many techniques to choose from, and I was momentarily dazzled. I selected the explosive flame technique. What about you?" "I chose the water blade technique." The two engaged in conversation as they descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered Huang Yunfei descending from the opposite side, accompanied by Wang Zhong, Yun Yan'an, Zhang Jihong, and others. The companions from Yitzi Courtyard had gathered here. "Greetings, Brother Huang." Anan placed her hands behind her back and nodded slightly to Huang Yunfei. Huang Yunfei smiled warmly and said, "Chen Junior brother, Junior sister, we were just looking for you." He gestured to the disciples behind him. "I brought everyone to Shimu Peak to purchase some medicinal pills for cultivation. After a thorough search, we couldn't find the 2 of you. I didn't expect you to have arrived already." Anan responded with a smile. "Brother Chen and I just broke through to the first level of qi refinement and came to the scripture repository to find some techniques." Huang Yunfei observed them closely and noted the spiritual light emanating from their forms, their demeanor extraordinary. Congratulations. Junior brother and junior sister have stepped into the realm of cultivation. This is indeed worthy of celebration. With that, Huang Yunfei clapped his waist. From a small, earth-colored pouch at his side, 2 bottles of medicinal pills floated out. Here are some gathering chi pills as a congratulatory gift from your senior brother. Chen Chongqing hesitated momentarily before accepting. Take them. Brother Huang has given them to us, so everyone has one. Wang Zhong chimed in from behind. He had already come to terms with the fact that his spiritual root was the weakest, and he was likely destined to become a servant disciple. However, being young and newly acquainted with cultivation, he still harbored a spirit of competitiveness. Upon hearing that everyone received some, Chen Chongqing no longer declined and gratefully accepted. Thank you, Brother Huang. The gathering chi pill, a medicinal concoction meant for the early stages of chi refinement, is not particularly valuable, 1 spirit stone per bottle, with each bottle containing 10 pills. Now, Huang Yunfei led the group to a clearing and clapped his waist pouch again. A spirit boat materialized before them, identical to Zhao Yuanen's. Chen Chongqing was somewhat astonished by this sight. Huang Yunfei had just embarked on his cultivation journey yet possessed a spirit boat akin to that of inner sect disciples, truly a child of the celestial lineage. Wow, it's a wooden spirit boat. I've heard rumors that such a vessel costs 100 spirit stones. The group expressed their envy, showering Huang Yunfei with compliments. Huang Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. My family knew I was entering the sect and specially provided me with this spirit boat to facilitate my travels. Its nothing to speak of. Nevertheless, it was evident to all that he relished their admiration. Let us go. Huang Yunfei was the first to leap onto the spirit boat, with the others following suit. As the spirit boat took flight, they gazed at the surrounding mountains, filled with a sense of envy. Su Yang leaned closer to Huang Yunfei and asked, Brother Huang, what does your family do? Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Huang Yunfei. They were aware that he was of celestial descent, yet the specifics remained a mystery. Tang Xiao chimed in sweetly, Brother Huang, do share with us? Very well, I shall enlighten you. Huang Yunfei replied with a smile. It's not a secret I in Yunshui stream. There are numerous disciples, with over 100 foundation-building cultivators among them. Some cultivators, aware of their stagnation and progress, leave the sect in their twilight years to seek a place of fortune to establish a family. The offspring of cultivators are likely to possess spiritual roots. These family scions often join the sect to become new disciples. I am one of them. My family, the Qingya Huang clan, is quite a notable lineage. There is also a foundation-building grandmaster in my family, my grandfather. The name of the Qingya Huang clan derives from our production of a special spiritual leaf, which serves as a material for various medicinal pills, such as the gathering chi pill. My parents pamper me considerably, which has allowed me to enjoy a bit more financial freedom. While they conversed, the group had returned to the front of Yitzi courtyard. The 3 of them had all become cultivators, yet they remained ordinary individuals, needing to strive diligently in their training. Chen Chongqing planned to return to his courtyard to continue his cultivation. Junior brother Chen? Please wait a moment. Just as Chen Chongqing was about to step out, he was called back by Huang Yunfei. Junior brother, I have an important matter to discuss. Chapter 8, Family Support for Cultivation. Huang Yunfei led the 2 into his room, where they sat across from each other. Anen tilted her head in confusion. Both of you are exceptionally gifted, and breaking through to the 4th level of chi refinement within 5 years may seem daunting for an ordinary disciple. However, for you 2, attaining the status of inner sect disciples should be as easy as taking candy from a child. Listening to Huang Yunfei's flattery, Chen Chongqing was uncertain of his intentions. However, Huang Yunfei's tone shifted. If you both aspire to the grand path, mere cultivation alone may not suffice to become inner sect disciples. Oh? Chen Chongqing detected the underlying meaning in Huang Yunfei's words and inquired, May I ask what you mean? Brother? Please elucidate for me. Huang Yunfei's face lit up with delight as he responded earnestly, Our cultivation is aimed at achieving longevity. Mortals live but a few decades, while those in chi refinement may reach a lifespan of 150 years. Only by reaching foundation building can one attain a lifespan of 300 years, truly a form of longevity. However, the difficulty of foundation building is as high as the heavens. Anen expressed curiosity, Brother, how difficult is it to reach foundation building? I find chi refinement not particularly challenging. Huang Yunfei shook his head slowly. Junior sister, you are unaware. Foundation building cultivators live for 300 years, yet in our Yunshui stream, there are only a little over 100 foundation building cultivators, barely exceeding 150. consider how many years it takes to produce a single foundation-building cultivator. Een Anon counted on her fingers and soon arrived at a rough estimate. Approximately one every 2 years. Indeed, one every 2 years, Huang Yunfei stated. In Yunshui stream, we recruit disciples once every 10 years. Calculate how many foundation-building cultivators we can produce in a decade, and consider how many disciples are in our current cohort. If we average it out of over 800 disciples recruited every 10 years, only 5 will succeed in foundation building. Achieving foundation building is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Een Anon's eyes widened. She had thought her aptitude exceptional, only second to those with heavenly roots and extraordinary roots. The rest had comparable talent to hers. Thus, she had often been complacent, believing that despite the challenges of foundation building, there would still be a place for her. Now, upon hearing that only 5 could achieve foundation building, she felt a sense of urgency. Brother Huang, why is it so difficult? Huang Yunfei chuckled. The breakthrough to foundation building is 1,000 times more challenging than achieving qi refinement. Relying solely on oneself for the breakthrough, the success rate is dismally low. Moreover, such a significant breakthrough carries grave risks. Failure can lead to damage to one's foundation at best, or death at worst. Een Anon's face turned pale upon hearing this. How can cultivation be so perilous? Foundation building, I'm beginning to reconsider. Ha ha ha. Huang Yunfei laughed at Een Anon's reaction. Thus, our predecessors have paved the way for us by creating a special pill known as the foundation building pill. Consuming the foundation building pill at the 9th level of qi refinement increases the chance of success by 30%. Furthermore, even if the breakthrough fails, the foundation building pill can protect your meridians from damage. What I am about to discuss is closely related to the foundation building pill. Huang Yunfei cleared his throat and deliberately slowed his speech. The sect produces 20 foundation building pills every 10 years. The last batch was distributed before we entered the sect. Our current cohort will be the graduating disciples eligible to receive the foundation building pills 20 years from now, when the next cohort of disciples enters. The 20 foundation building pills are allocated as follows: 10 for us, 5 for the previous generation, and 5 for the generation before that. The redemption of each foundation building pill is accompanied by intricate requirements, such as the necessity for one's cultivation to reach the 9th level of qi refinement, and for the sect contribution points to exceed 10,000. As time drags on, the number of disciples meeting these criteria will only increase, leading to a fierce competition for the foundation building pills, a true case of more wolves than meat. Therefore, should either of you aspire to the path of foundation building, it is imperative to pay attention to the time node 20 years hence. Chen Chongsheng furrowed his brow, indicating that only the current disciples and those of the subsequent 2 generations qualify to contend for the foundation building pills. What about those beyond that? Huang Yunfei chuckled, responding that it would be impossible to achieve foundation building at that point, as there exists a saying in the cultivation world. At 60, one is forever severed. This implies that upon reaching the age of 60, even with foundation building pills in hand, the opportunity for foundation building becomes nearly non-existent. Een Anon nodded, inquiring if this meant that the earlier one embarks on foundation building, the greater the likelihood of success. Huang Yunfei affirmed this, asking if they understood the arduousness of the foundation building process. There are 2 major hurdles in redeeming a foundation building pill. First, one must break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. Second, one must accumulate a total of 10,000 sect contribution points. In a scenario where resources are ample and no bottlenecks are encountered, a diligent disciple with 3 spirit roots can indeed reach the 9th level of qi refinement within 20 years. However, accruing 10,000 sect contribution points necessitates becoming an inner disciple and actively undertaking sect missions, with the contribution points ranging from dozens to hundreds per task. Junior brothers and sisters, relying solely on your own efforts for these 2 steps would be exceedingly challenging. Chen Chongqing grasped Huang Yunfei's intention. The emphasis on the difficulty of foundation building was merely to highlight the significance of external support. As a scion of the Qingya Huang clan, his ulterior motive was evident. Chen Chongqing held no aversion to assistance from others. While some may believe that cultivation should be achieved independently and that receiving help complicates karmic ties, Chen Chongqing thought, if a bit of karma could facilitate a smoother path for him, then why not embrace it? During the qi refinement stage, regardless of how generous the Huang family's support may be, once Chen Chongqing breaks through to foundation building, he could easily repay tenfold. Only those unable to break through would find themselves ensnared by the karmic consequences of others. Thus, Chen Chongqing clasped his hands in respect to Huang Yunfei, beseeching his assistance. Witnessing Chen Chongqing's earnestness, Huang Yunfei rejoiced, exclaiming, "Well said, well said. As members of a cultivation family, we take great pleasure in providing aid in times of need." He then turned to Yinan, "Junior sister, are you willing to accept the support of the Huang family?" Yinan understood that Huang Yunfei, representing the Huang family, had taken an interest in their futures. However, she did not resist, bowing in gratitude and responding, "Thank you, senior brother." "Good, good, good." Huang Yunfei repeated thrice. By securing a dual spirit root prodigy and a competent 3 spirit root disciple for his family, he stood to gain significantly. Esteemed ladies, the Huang family offers 2 modes of support. The first is a more peripheral relationship with us. During the next 5 years at Lingxi Peak, the Huang family will provide you with resources valued at no less than 300 spirit stones, with at least half of that being in spirit stones. When the time comes, you will only need to repay 600 spirit stones after achieving full qi refinement. The second option entails a deeper binding with the Huang family. Upon becoming inner disciples, we will assist in managing relationships and securing favorable positions in the sect, allowing you to undertake well-defined tasks. However, should you successfully establish your foundation, you would be required to serve as guest elders of the Huang family for 30 years, with corresponding stipends. Conversely, should you fail to establish your foundation, you may find yourselves bound to the Huang family for a lifetime. What do you think? Chapter 9. The upcoming competition in the evening. Chen Chongqing returned to his chamber, retrieving the storage bag at his waist and emptying its contents onto the bed. There lay 11 bottles of qi-gathering pills and 15 spirit stones, cumulatively worth 30 spirit stones. This constituted his initial allocation of resources, with subsequent distributions occurring every 6 months, totaling 300 spirit stones over 5 years. Earlier, in Huang Yunfei's quarters, he proposed an arrangement to commence with the first mode of support and reassess their options after 5 years upon becoming inner disciples. Huang Yunfei seemed confident that once they became inner disciples and realized the challenges of earning spirit stones for cultivation and accumulating contribution points, both would come to appreciate the Huang family's assistance. It's worth noting that a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement typically earns only 1 or 200 spirit stones annually. Resources were not lacking. Chen Chongqing mused that the family's support was no trivial sum. With such resources, achieving a breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refinement within 5 years was not out of reach. Breaking through to the 6th level was also a possibility. However, it was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although the Huang family was fronting such a substantial sum of spirit stones, should a cultivator perish, it would be a total loss. Yet in reality, the Huang family would not incur losses. Just recently, both Chen Chongqing and Yinan had signed a spirit contract with Huang Yunfei. This contract could be viewed as a bond. Through the 600 spirit stones that would become payable in the future, the Huang family could leverage it to obtain 300 to 400, or even 500 spirit stones. Moreover, the resources provided by the Huang family were valued at 300 spirit stones. Not simply 300 spirit stones in cash. Many of the pills and materials were produced by the Huang family themselves, effectively selling them directly to Chen Chongqing and bypassing the sales process, thus reducing costs potentially to half the market price. While Chen Chongqing might see a modest profit, the Huang family would certainly not suffer losses. After organizing the pills and spirit stones, Chen Chongqing realized that he had reached his limit for today's cultivation. Yet he did not linger idly. He took out the concealing breath technique he had exchanged for earlier that day in the scripture pavilion and began to practice. Although he now possessed resources, diligent effort was essential for a disciple with 3 spirit roots to achieve the 9th level of qi refinement within 20 years, assuming no bottlenecks were encountered along the way. Maintaining a daily practice schedule of 6 hours was paramount, leaving Chen Chongqing with limited time for cultivating techniques. Knowing is easy, but doing is hard. The path is fraught with challenges. With these thoughts in mind, he understood that cultivation lay within the mundane routine of daily practice. Time flew by, and half a year slipped away unnoticed. When he first entered, it was the sweltering summer. Now, snowflakes danced outside the courtyard. "Wow, it's snowing," came the delighted voice from the yard, belonging to Tang Xiaoro, who was playing in the snow. Chen Chongqing, seated cross-legged on his bed, set down the spirit stones he had exhausted and slowly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, winter had come. "I'm 10 years old now." Just days ago marked the 10th birthday of Chen Chongqing's current body. Throughout these 6 months, he had devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. Apart from eating and using the restroom, Every moment was spent in practice. Each night, he replaced sleep with meditation, never missing a single session, by day. He either pondered the concealing breath technique or contemplated the water blade technique. Simultaneously, he had returned to the scripture pavilion to exchange for 2 additional techniques, water shield technique and water mist technique. Such diligent training made Wang Zhong, with his 5 spirit roots, feel somewhat embarrassed. Though Wang Zhong had the least aptitude, he could not match Chen Chongqing's dedication to cultivation. Everyone knew that hard work could compensate for shortcomings. Yet knowing was one thing, doing was another. Such relentless effort, coupled with the aid of divine powers, yielded immense rewards for Chen Chongqing. Firstly, he had made notable progress in these techniques. Subsequently, he turned inward to assess his cultivation. The 3rd level of qi refinement. This was an extraordinary achievement, rivaled only by those with abundant resources and heavenly spirit roots. With the assistance of divine powers, Chen Chongqing's utilization of elixirs was double that of an average person. This enabled him, while most dual spirit root disciples lingered at the 2nd level of qi refinement, to break through to the 3rd level as a 3 spirit root disciple. However, this brilliance was indeed somewhat conspicuous. Chen Chongqing muttered to himself, "If I were a dual spirit root disciple, it would be more acceptable, but I am a 3 spirit root disciple." With this thought, he had already formulated a plan. He activated the concealing breath technique, causing his aura to diminish significantly, reaching the level of the 2nd level of qi refinement. This should suffice. While it might not escape the scrutiny of higher-level cultivators or thorough examinations, who would randomly investigate a minor figure like him? After tidying up his room, Chen Chongqing pushed the door open and stepped outside. Standing in the corridor, he spotted Tang Xiaoro and Yun Yinan conversing in the yard. There were only 3 girls in the easy courtyard, but Yinan, being the sole dual spirit root prodigy, was wholly devoted to her path, leaving only Tang Xiaoro and Yun Yinan to keep each other company. Chen Chongqing glanced at the 2 of them. Their cultivation levels were both at the 1st level of qi refinement, with Tang Xiaoro slightly ahead and on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level, while Yun Yinan still had a bit to go. Ordinarily, a diligent 3 spirit root disciple should have reached the 2nd level of qi refinement by this point. Observing them, Chen Chongqing shook his head inwardly. Though Tang Xiaoro's aptitude was acceptable, her frequent laxity might hinder her progress. As for Yun Yinan, with her mediocre aptitude and lack of self-reflection, her future seemed bleak. "Why the frown, Brother Chongqing?" A melodious voice chimed in from nearby. Drawing Chen Chongqing's attention to a girl in a green outfit, her expression bright with mirth. "Yes, nothing, just a passing thought." He gazed up at the snowflakes drifting from the sky. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, snow has begun to fall. Indeed, a young maiden leans against the railing. "Brother Chongqing," she says, "I find myself yearning for home. Once you become an inner disciple, you will be able to return home." He reassures her. The 2 sit quietly, gazing at the snow. After a moment, others from the nearby houses begin to emerge. The 8 individuals from Yitzi courtyard gather, with Huang Yunfei at their center. Chen Chongqing casts a sweeping glance over them. Huang Yunfei, naturally, is at the 2nd level of qi refinement, while the others, Zhang Jihong, Su Yang, and Wang Zhong, are still at the 1st level. Today is the Disciples' Minor competition. "Let us set off promptly," Huang Yunfei declares, summoning a spirit boat to carry them down the mountain. What would ordinarily take half an hour is covered in a mere teacup's worth of time aboard the spirit boat, the mountain's foot. A cold wind sweeps through, swirling the snow. The 8 jump off the spirit boat, eliciting a wave of envy from the onlookers. Although the current disciples are still children, they have developed a keen sense of discernment over the past 6 months. Those like Huang Yunfei, who possess a spirit boat, are naturally the objects of admiration, and anyone would envy them. However, there are surprises amidst the crowd, particularly 2 focal points. Point 1 is tall and strikingly handsome, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being. The other displays a gentle demeanor, kind to all, surrounded by numerous admirers. The former is Tianlang, the heaven-rooted talent of their cohort, possessing a fire-type spirit root. The latter is Zhu Yuelian, known for her unique thunder-type spirit root. Chapter 10. The awards. The ostentatious arrival of Yitzi courtyard provokes a stir among the onlookers. Tianlang watches the scene unfold, his brow furrowing. "They are stealing my thunder," he thinks. Yet, as a prodigy, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. His companion, a 12 or 13-year-old boy wielding a feather fan, observes keenly, "That is a wooden spirit boat." Worth 100 spirit stones, nothing particularly precious. Among so many disciples of Lingxi Peak, at least 10 could afford 100 spirit stones. I simply thought it too ostentatious to bring out my spirit boat. Who would have thought Huang Yunfei would be so showy? Alas, Yi Tianling shakes his head and replies, Brother Zhuge, there is no need to console me. It is merely a spirit boat. In the future, I shall acquire something far superior. When the minor competition commences, they will understand the disparity between us. Zhuge Xiaoshan fans himself lightly. Yi Shidi, you are indeed a prodigy, with a broad-minded perspective. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuelian, the thunder-rooted talent, watches the scene with a glimmer in her eyes. Among her throng of admirers, one hastily offers, Sister Zhu, do you fancy that spirit boat? I shall gift you one. Just a wooden spirit boat. How dare you flaunt it? Sister Zhu, I shall present you with a white jade boat. Zhu Yuelian chuckles at the lively scene. Everyone, please quiet down. I will not accept any of your gifts. After a short while, a disciple clad in blue robes steps onto the stage, and the crowd falls silent. Today marks our traditional event at Yunshuijian, the minor competition for the disciples of Lingxi Peak. First, let us distribute the monthly stipends for March. Upon finishing his statement, the blue-robed disciple waves his sleeve, and spirit stones begin to rain down from it, landing before each disciple. 3 stones for each, neither more nor less. Chun Chongqing promptly stows his spirit stones into his storage bag and continues to observe the disciples on stage, awaiting the commencement of the minor competition. Once everyone has collected their spirit stones, the blue-robed disciple continues. Those at the second level of qi refinement come forth. A flurry of disciples separates from the crowd. Qin Chongqing, Yin Anan, and Huang Yunfei stand together. The blue-robed disciple surveys them and nods in satisfaction. 47 individuals, quite diligent. With their numbers in good standing, no competition is required. You 47 shall each receive an additional 5 spirit stones. As he speaks, another cascade of spirit stones floats from his hands, landing before the group. As for the 3 vacant spots, the blue-robed disciples' gaze lingers on Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yuelian, exclaiming, You two possess extraordinary talents and have diligently cultivated your skills, managing to advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement within a mere 6 months. Such achievements warrant commendation. Another 5 spirit stones are presented to both Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yuelian. 3rd level of qi refinement? The disciples, both on stage and below, erupt in astonishment. While they still struggle at the 1st level, a few have already broken through to the 3rd level. This realization strikes them with the gravity of innate talent. Even Chun Chongqing feels a twinge of shock. With the aid of divine powers, I too have only recently broken through to the 3rd level. They have achieved this on their own. However, after a brief moment, Chun Chongqing comes to understand. Indeed, as prodigies with exceptional spirit root qualifications, they likely have many willing to invest in their training. Their situation certainly differs from his own, where he has earned only 30 spirit stones over 6 months. Regardless of the others, the blue-robed disciple continues. The remaining 5 spirit stones shall be awarded to the other individuals showing the best progress, 1 stone each. As recognition of their efforts, 0.5 spirit stones land before 5 individuals. Much to Qin Chongqing's surprise, as 1 stone ends up in front of him. This leaves him bemused. He had concealed his cultivation level, yet he somehow ranks among the top 7. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that this is not an overly conspicuous position. It is indeed surprising for a 3 spirit root practitioner to place in the top 7, yet it is not entirely unacceptable. Perhaps he possesses a particular strength in some area? Chun Chongqing feels justified in placing the 6 spirit stones into his storage bag. Soon after, the blue-robed disciple declares, the disciples' minor competition is concluded. You may all return. As these words leave his lips, the crowd erupts in confusion. Wasn't there supposed to be a duel? How has it turned into a contest of cultivation? I have dedicated considerable time preparing for this duel, only to find it's unfair, utterly unfair. Their spirit roots are inherently superior. Protests of this nature echo throughout the crowd. Silence. The blue-robed disciple's stern voice cuts through the clamor, silencing the disciples instantly. You lot fail to grasp that cultivation is paramount. You may excel in martial skills, yet can you truly stand against a foundational cultivator who lacks such skills? And you, who prioritize spellcasting over cultivation, cannot even manage your time effectively and still dare to complain. As for fairness, what is fair? You, with 4 or 5 spirit roots, may toil endlessly but may never reach the ninth level of chi refinement. What right have you to demand fairness? A potential gold core cultivator with a heavenly spirit root is infinitely more significant than 105 spirit root practitioners. The sect provides you with monthly stipends. What more do you wish for? Following this reprimand, the disciples fall into silence. Though the blue-robed disciple's words may be harsh, they ring true. Subsequently, he sweeps away his sleeves and departs, leaving behind only a single phrase: focus on your cultivation. The disciples disperse, and Chun Changsheng returns to his companions in Yitzi courtyard. Anan exclaims in delight, "Brother Changsheng, you are incredible. You managed to secure 6 spirit stones as a reward." Huang Yunfei adds his congratulations. "You truly are a hidden gem, achieving such a commendable rank among the disciples." Chun Changsheng can only respond modestly, "It was merely luck." The others, during their first minor competition, devoted considerable time to mastering spells and perhaps underestimated the importance of cultivation, which allowed me to secure the reward. The next competition may not be so favorable. Yet despite his words, everyone is already aware of Chun Changsheng's exceptional nature, at the very least in their eyes. His future accomplishments will not fall short of those of Anan, who possesses dual spirit roots. It is entirely possible that he may even reach the foundation level in the future. Huang Yunfei steers the spirit boat, cutting through the wind and snow as they depart from the mountain's foot. Halfway through their journey, Chun Changsheng suddenly spots a flock of birds taking flight from the distant mountains. Following them are streams of light, darting gracefully through the air. What could that be? Chun Changsheng wonders, gazing at the scene in confusion. Huang Yunfei, momentarily taken aback, then speaks with admiration. That must be a senior. No, it should be a granduncle, who has successfully established their foundation. Establishing the foundation. Chun Changsheng gazes at the grand display. Though he cannot witness it firsthand, he can still imagine the scene. The newly established granduncle exchanging congratulations with fellow cultivators, radiating with vigor. The sense of pride that had swelled within Chun Changsheng moments before dissipates in an instant. The path ahead is fraught with difficulty. He still has a long way to go. Chapter 11. A year and a half with the first newly established foundation cultivator emerging from seclusion, messages of further successes begin to flow in. Chun Changsheng's own cultivation is now on a steady trajectory. Time flies, and another year and a half has passed as the last foundation cultivator exits their retreat. The decade-long foundation celebration at Yunshuijian draws to a close. This time, 8 new foundation cultivators have emerged from Yunshuijian, 5 of whom are recent disciples. This may implicitly demonstrate that the younger one is, the higher the success rate for establishing a foundation. After the conclusion of the first minor competition, Chun Changsheng spent 8 months reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement. His luck, however, seemed to falter as he encountered a bottleneck during his first significant breakthrough. Yet, given his naturally swift cultivation speed, this was not an insurmountable issue. After approximately 2 months of struggle, on a breezy autumn evening, Chun Changsheng felt a surge of inspiration and broke through to the 4th level of chi refinement. In a year and a half, he completed the 5-year task assigned by the sect. During this period, Chun Changsheng also participated in 2 minor competitions. With profound magical prowess, Chun Changsheng managed to secure 5th place on one occasion and 7th on another, all while concealing his true cultivation level. He outperformed numerous dual spirit root practitioners, thereby solidifying his status as a genius with 3 spirit roots. Of course, this was still a deliberate act of leniency on his part. After breaking through to the 4th layer of chi refinement, Chun Changsheng ascended to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion to exchange for a mid-grade 1st-tier spell, which cost him 10 spirit stones. This spell, known as the Reign of Time technique, is not an offensive type of magic, but rather a nurturing spell for flora. Chun Changsheng discovered that his divine powers could consume the spiritual energy of plants. The Yunshui stream sect is situated within a vast mountain range, much of which remains uninhabited. One day, after absorbing the spiritual energy of plants in the wilderness, Chun Changsheng was pleasantly surprised to find that this energy proved exceptionally beneficial. With the assistance of this plant energy, his cultivation speed astonishingly accelerated by 50%. However, his practice inflicted considerable harm upon the vegetation. Thus, Chun Changsheng established 7 caves amidst the mountains. He would alternate between these caves during his cultivation sessions to minimize the damage to nature. After each session, he would use the Reign of Time technique to summon rain, nurturing the plants. Over the course of a year, the vegetation around these caves flourished remarkably. Seasons changed, and time flowed on. 6 months after Qin Changsheng broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, a clear day dawned with gentle winds and a bright sun. A group of young men and women set out for a picnic in the mountains. Each one radiated spiritual light, moving gracefully, engaged in lively conversations and laughter, exuding joy. Surprisingly, this carefree outing was comprised of individuals with impressive cultivation, none below the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. The leader among them was none other than the Thunder Spirit Root practitioner, Zhu Yuetian, who had already reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. "Hey, Senior Sister Zhu, the grass here is so lush. Why don't we discuss our insights here?" exclaimed a girl with 2 braids, pointing to a patch of grass. Zhu Yuetian glanced at the spot. Indeed, the verdant grass was abundant with spiritual energy, making it a prime location. "I can't believe I overlooked such a treasure near our Lingxiu Peak," Zhu Yuetian remarked, breathing in the fresh air and feeling rejuvenated. "Let us sit here and converse." "Excellent." Thus begins our Qingshan Society's first outdoor discussion. The young men and women settled on the ground, exchanging their cultivation experiences and spellcraft insights. They were part of a cultivation exchange alliance. After a moment, one of them spoke up. "Senior Sister Zhu, I recently made progress with the golden arrow technique and can now cast it instantaneously." "Oh, Brother Yang, your aptitude for spellcraft is indeed commendable," Zhu Yuetian expressed interest. "Allow me to demonstrate for you." Brother Yang, filled with excitement, found a nearby grove, made a hand gesture, and in an instant, a golden arrow shot into the woods, piercing through a tree. "Well done, Brother Yang. You truly are a genius with dual spirit roots, excelling in cultivation while meticulously honing your spellcraft." However, a shadow crossed Brother Yang's face. Just as he had released the golden arrow, he sensed a barely perceptible fluctuation of magical energy in the grove. Consequently, his golden arrow was halted. He called out to the woods, "Who goes there?" To follow us and eavesdrop on our discussion is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. "Not the conduct of a gentleman?" A cold laugh echoed from the grove as Qin Changsheng emerged. "This is where I practice. The flourishing plants here are a result of my spiritual reign. You come here, speak not a word, and occupy this place. Moreover, you take advantage of my cultivation time to launch a sneak attack. Does that not reflect gentlemanly conduct?" Upon closer inspection, the group noticed that Qin Changsheng's spiritual energy was reined in, appearing as though he had just finished meditating, coupled with the magical aura emanating from him, which mirrored the spiritual energy of the surrounding grassland. They understood that they had indeed encroached upon another's territory. Being young and at an age where reputation mattered, they refrained from making any excuses. Seeing this, Qin Changsheng found the situation rather uninteresting. There was no argument to be had. Nonetheless, his anger simmered beneath the surface. Anyone would be irked if, during meditation, a golden arrow flew towards them. "Yang Yuanhua, you took advantage of my cultivation time to shoot a golden arrow at me. I cannot let this go unaddressed. Today, I shall grant you a chance. I will count to 3, and then I will shoot a water arrow at you. After that, our affair will be settled. Do you agree?" To be fair, Qin Changsheng's request was not unreasonable, and Yang Yuanhua nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. As the 3rd word left Qin Changsheng's mouth, Yang Yuanhua braced himself, preparing for the water arrow that would be shot from Qin Changsheng's hand. He fixed his gaze on Qin Changsheng's hand. Witnessing it rise, a water arrow materialized 3 meters in front of him and shot forth towards his face. This arrow astonished everyone. Yang Yuanhua's pupils dilated in terror. "Oh no, I can't evade it. My path is at an end." That was his final thought. However, the arrow ultimately dissipated before him, splashing into a puddle of water that drenched him, leaving him in a pitiful state. Even so, Yang Yuanhua held no grievances, only the relief of having escaped a dire fate. Qin Changsheng coldly remarked, showing off in front of a master, and then turned to leave. "Senior Qin, wait." Just as everyone remained in shock, Zhu Yuetian regained her composure and called out to Qin Changsheng's retreating figure. "We are exchanging insights on cultivation here. As the sage once said, in the company of 3, there must be a teacher among them. I wonder if you would be willing to join us for a discussion. To mutually affirm our cultivation experiences." The group gazed at Qin Changsheng's back, feeling an inexplicable emotion. Although they had just been thoroughly impressed by Qin Changsheng's remarkable water arrow technique, it was still Zhu Yuetian who had taken the initiative to invite him to join their group, something unprecedented. They had gathered primarily for Zhu Yuetian, and witnessing this scene felt akin to watching their beloved goddess reach out to another man. Yet, Chen Changxing merely paused momentarily before shaking his head without looking back. No need. Chapter 12. Zhang Jihong. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chen Changxing found Zhang Jihong chatting leisurely with Tang Xiaoyu. Zhang Jihong, possessing 5 spirit roots, had tragically discovered after rigorous training that no matter how he tried, he could not break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement within the allotted time. It had taken him over a year to progress from the 1st to the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and even now, his progress at the 2nd layer was only halfway complete. With good fortune, he might reach the 3rd layer by the 4th year, but to achieve the 4th layer within 5 years was nothing short of a dream. Unless he were to suddenly receive unlimited spirit stones and an endless supply of elixirs, such resources would suffice to cultivate 10 individuals with 3 spirit roots. Unless he were a 2nd-generation immortal, who would invest so heavily in him? Realizing this, Zhang Jihong resigned himself to the fate of becoming a servant disciple and had recently begun to slack off. He would only practice when the mood struck him, and otherwise he roamed around Lingxiu Peak aimlessly, living in utter laziness. Su Yang and others had advised him to focus on his cultivation, but Zhang Jihong merely replied, "I know my own aptitude. No amount of hard work can change my fate as a servant. There will always be someone to play the part of a servant, and some hardships are destined for me. You all still have hope to break through to the 4th layer and become inner disciples. But I have none. Since I am bound to endure hardship in the future, why not enjoy life now?" From that point onward, the group ceased to concern themselves with him. Upon entering the courtyard, Tang Xiaoyu greeted Chen Changxing warmly. "Senior Chen, it's been a while. Have you been out cultivating again? Why are you back so early today?" Chen Changxing smiled and replied, "I was interrupted by others and lost interest. So I thought I'd return to cultivate for a while." Noticing that the two seemed ready to head out, he inquired, "Are you two going somewhere?" "Yes," Zhang Jihong chimed in eagerly. "I've decided not to continue arduous training. I am just waiting to become a servant in the future. When the time comes, I'll retire to my hometown and live as a wealthy gentleman, spending my remaining days in comfort. Therefore, I see no need to keep these spirit stones. I intend to treat Tang Jr.'s sister to a meal at the spirit kitchen, just to savor the flavors. Senior Chen, would you like to join us?" Zhang Jihong invited, hoping to share a meal. Chen Changxing shook his head. "No need, I can afford it, and I'm far wealthier than you." It felt somewhat inappropriate for Zhang Jihong to treat him. "Senior Chen, please give it some thought," Zhang Jihong insisted, his face alight with anticipation. Chen Changxing began to understand. Zhang Jihong's invitation was likely a gesture to forge a connection. In the future, should there be any matters, Chen Changxing might consider helping him out due to this meal. He suspected Zhang Jihong had similar intentions with Tang Xiaoyu. After pondering for a moment, Chen Changxing replied, "All right. Let us set off quickly." Hearing Chen Changxing's agreement, Zhang Jihong was thrilled, as if he were the one being treated rather than Chen Changxing. The spirit kitchen. Zhang Jihong gritted his teeth and spent 2 spirit stones to purchase 2 servings of the delicacies. One was Qinglin fish, a type of fish that lies between ordinary beasts and demonic beasts. Another dish featured black mountain pork, sourced from a demon beast in the early stages of qi refinement. Chen Changxing tasted it, and the flavor and texture were nothing short of exquisite. Furthermore, the cultivation of the spirit beast, once transformed into a spiritual meal, could be effortlessly absorbed by humans. Just one meal of this kind could equate to 3 days of arduous training for an ordinary person. However, that was about the extent of its benefits. Aside from satisfying one's appetite, the other gains were far less substantial than a single spirit stone. Zhang Jihong cheerfully hosted a meal, and with equal cheer, escorted Chen Changxing back to the guest courtyard. He then meandered outside the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely under the sun like an elderly man. Observing Zhang Jihong's departing figure, Tang Xiaoro suddenly remarked, "Senior brother Zhang is truly a decent person, albeit a pitiable one with less than favorable spiritual roots. He was once a wealthy gentleman from our town, but came to Yunshui Gorge to cultivate, only to end up as a laborer. For him, cultivation is both a blessing and a curse. Perhaps only he understands the true nature of it." Listening to Tang Xiaoro's words, Chen Changxing felt a deep sense of lament. Could it be that cultivation is a form of punishment for those with poor aptitude? Chen Changxing chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Tang Xiaoro. At that moment, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of qi refinement, and with just a few more days of effort, she could break through to the 3rd layer. However, while junior brother Zhang lacks aptitude, your potential is quite promising. You must not squander your gifts. Tang Xiao playfully smiled. Oh, I am well aware of my own capabilities. Indeed, those with 3 or more spiritual roots were virtually guaranteed to become inner disciples, provided they were not excessively lazy, with a high probability of breaking through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Just like now, although Tang Xiao had previously been far lazier than Zhang Jihong, her cultivation was still far superior to his Dai in the early stages of cultivation. Aptitude remained paramount. Chen Changxing sighed and refrained from saying more. Upon returning to his room, he examined his storage bag. Within it lay 17 spirit stones. In recent days, Chen Changxing had received 3 rounds of assistance from the Huang family. Excluding pills, he had amassed a total of 45 spirit stones. His 6 allocations of salary brought in 18 spirit stones, and his 2 top 10 finishes in the small competition yielded another 20 spirit stones. This totaled 83 spirit stones, leaving him with 17 after all was said and done. Every single spirit stone had been utilized for cultivation or the exchange of techniques, with none wasted on frivolities. Such diligent practice had ultimately forged Chen Changxing's astonishing level of cultivation. He was at the 4th layer of qi refinement, having already traversed halfway through it, all within a mere 2 years of cultivation. Compared to Zhang Jihong, he considered himself fortunate. Had he been burdened with 5 spiritual roots like Zhang, even with divine abilities, his path would likely have been much more arduous. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens, he felt compelled to cultivate diligently and not squander such fortuitous chances. Gazing at the pile of spirit stones on his bed, Chen Changxing's thoughts shifted. However, since his cultivation was on track, he also needed to consider mastering a cultivation technique. Following his current pace, he feared it would take a decade of steady practice to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement. Yet, to obtain a foundation establishment pill, one visible route lay in becoming a graduating disciple in 20 years. During this interval, Chen Changxing had ample time to hone his skill within the myriad arts of cultivation. Moreover, all the spirit stones he had acquired, whether from competition rewards or Huang family assistance, were dependent on others. Chen Changxing truly needed a skill that could generate spirit stones. Chapter 13. The pitfall of alchemy among the myriad arts of cultivation. The most representative were the 4 crafts of alchemy: artifact forging, talisman crafting, and array formation. Mastering any one of these could yield substantial profits. Chen Changxing contemplated which craft he should pursue. Ideally, he sought one that aligned with the dual techniques of consumption and light generation. Only in this way could he leverage the advantages of his divine abilities. The light generation technique was effective in combat, particularly in warding off evil and protecting oneself, yet it posed some limitations in daily training. As for consumption, its ability to assimilate all things allowed for the transformation of all spiritual energy into nourishment for cultivation. Even toxins and impurities could be absorbed. Thus, the possibility of learning alchemy began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps I should learn to refine pills, he mused. Cultivation is inseparable from the assistance of medicinal pills. While it suffices in the early stages to rely on spirit stones, deeper levels of cultivation inevitably necessitate the use of pills. If all pills were to be sought from others, it would be quite inconvenient. Furthermore, it would hinder my ability to conceal my cultivation level. Certain realms require specific pills. For instance, when Chen Changxing was still in the early stages of qi refinement, he could utilize gathering qi pills for training. However, now that he had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, he should be using absorbing qi pills. Continuing with gathering qi pills would complicate his progress. Currently, while hiding his cultivation level, the resources provided by the Huang family were still calculated according to the early stage of qi refinement, which posed considerable challenges for him. If an alchemical attempt were to fail, as long as the furnace did not explode, even a failed pill would still yield medicinal essence. Although its effects might not match those of a perfected pill, with the aid of consumption, it would likely surpass the results of a typical practitioner consuming standard pills. After all, every medicine has its poison. So-called failed pills are merely those laden with excessive impurities. For ordinary practitioners, consuming such pills would not only be unhelpful for cultivation, but could also lead to the accumulation of impurities, resulting in regression. Consumption could refine impurities, alleviating Chen Changxing's concerns about residual medicinal effects. Then it shall be, Chen Changxing decided. Tomorrow, I will head to the administrative peak to inquire about the cost of learning alchemy. Having settled on his future pursuits, Chen Changxing wasted no more time. Sitting back on his bed, he resumed his training for the day. Earlier, he had been forced out of his training state by Yang Yuanhua's golden arrow, leaving today's training tasks incomplete. His daily regimen mandated 6 hours of training, an unwavering commitment. The next day, Chen Changxing set out early, taking a public spirit boat to the administrative peak. After a series of inquiries, he discovered that the sect's Spirit Pill Pavilion offered specialized courses in alchemy. The Spirit Pill Pavilion was the property of Danxiao Peak situated at the administrative peak, and it also served as the name for Danxiao Peak's marketplace for selling pills in the outside world. Chen Changxing arrived at the Spirit Pill Pavilion and approached a counter. "I would like a copy of the alchemy technique," he requested. The attendant at the counter was a young woman in her 20s, clad in a blue robe, idly gazing at the entrance. Upon hearing Chen Changxing's request and noticing his azure attire, her brows furrowed. "Junior brother, you must be a new initiate. Your most pressing concern should be enhancing your cultivation, not learning the myriad arts of cultivation. Once you enter the inner sect, there will be plenty of time to study." Chen Changxing replied, "Senior sister, I am aware of my own limits. Look, I am already at the 3rd layer of qi refinement and will soon break through to the 4th layer. Learning alchemy in advance will not hinder my progress." Observing the aura of Chen Changxing at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, the female disciple nodded. "That's good. I'm just worried that new disciples like you might not know your priorities and waste spirit stones. The alchemy technique is 10 spirit stones per copy. Do you wish to purchase it?" Chen Changxing was momentarily taken aback, not because it was too expensive, but rather because it was surprisingly inexpensive. He had prepared himself for a long-term accumulation of spirit stones, only to find that it cost merely 10. Noticing Chen Changxing's silence, the sister assumed he lacked spirit stones. "You don't have enough spirit stones? Do you? Then just wait a bit and come back when you've saved enough. No, I have them." With that, Chen Changxing produced 10 spirit stones and handed them over. The sister, taken aback, retrieved a jade slip and passed it to Chen Changxing. She then inquired, "Alchemy requires a furnace. Do you have one? Would you like to purchase one? How much is a furnace?" There are both cheap and expensive options. The cheaper ones can be bought for 5 spirit stones, while the more expensive ones can cost over 100. Chen Changxing pondered for a moment and replied, "Give me the cheapest one then." As he spoke, he handed over 5 spirit stones, feeling a pinch in his heart. Indeed, learning cultivation techniques was costly. Even before he had begun studying, he had already spent a significant amount of spirit stones. Once he truly started learning and refining pills, the spirit stones would surely fly out like leaves in the wind. The sister accepted the spirit stones and then handed Chen Changxing a small pill furnace. "You can use your magical energy to refine it, and it will grow larger." Chen Changxing took it. Examining it closely, it was indeed different from mundane iron, exuding an otherworldly aura. It was clearly a treasure. "Thank you, senior sister." Just as Chen Changxing was about to leave, the sister added, "Junior brother, you've bought the alchemy technique and the furnace. Shouldn't you also purchase the medicinal materials?" Her words caused Chen Changxing to swallow back the words he had been about to say. Ultimately, he spent his last 2 spirit stones to buy 60 portions of basic materials. With that, Chen Changxing was left with nothing. He resolved to study diligently, but vowed not to neglect his cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me anytime. If you succeed in your alchemy training, do come visit us at Danxiao Peak when you enter the inner sect. With the sister's farewell ringing in his ears, Chen Changxing exited the Spirit Pill Pavilion, now fully aware of why alchemy techniques were so cheap. The true expense lay in the myriad materials consumed during the learning process. After returning home, Chen Changxing closed the door and sat down in a chair, beginning to meticulously study the alchemy technique. The alchemy technique from the Spirit Pill Pavilion was a basic one, covering the fundamental methods of refining pills, some knowledge of medicinal properties, and 3 recipes: Qi supplementing pill, cleansing spirit pill, and gathering Qi pill. The Qi supplementing pill was a type of pill used for quickly replenishing magical energy, particularly useful for cultivators after battles. Every monk who ventures out invariably carries a few vials with him, as the demand is quite substantial. The Qingling Dan aids practitioners in achieving tranquility, proving beneficial for the cultivation of techniques or the art of immortality. Lastly, there is the Juki Dan, which requires no further elaboration. All 3 are rather commonplace elixirs, yet they are essential to cultivators, ensuring a steady market. Chen Changxing purchased 60 portions of materials, with each of the 3 types of elixirs receiving 20 portions. On average, each spirit stone can procure 30 portions of materials. Should all be successfully refined, It would yield 30 elixirs. 10 elixirs per spirit stone. Considering the time wasted, a potion master must have a success rate exceeding 50% to turn a profit. However, for Chen Chongqing, this posed no significant concern. Whether the elixirs are of inferior or superior quality, both contribute to his cultivation. Lingdan Pavilion selling him materials incurs no loss, nor does Chen Chongqing suffer a setback in alchemy. It is a win-win scenario. Chapter 14. Chen Chongqing's Alchemy Journal, May 23, Clear Skies. Today, I acquired the art of alchemy, expending all my spirit stones to motivate myself. I have decided to document my daily alchemical endeavors in this journal. May 30, Clear Skies. Today marks the final day of May. I have mastered the art of alchemy, and tomorrow I shall commence my first refinements. I must prove that I, Chen Chongqing, am not merely a waste who relies solely on divine powers to enhance my cultivation. June 1, Overcast. The furnace exploded, no matter, for failure is the mother of success. Wherein lies effortless achievement? If alchemy were so simple, everyone would be an alchemist. I have identified my faults and shall not repeat them next time. June 2, Overcast. The furnace exploded again. June 3, Overcast. The furnace exploded once more. June 4, Overcast. The furnace has exploded again. My neighbor, Inan, came to check on me, expressing concern over the explosions emanating from my room, fearing for my safety. I reassured her that I was fine and to not worry. Damn it, the furnace has exploded again. June 5, Overcast. The furnace exploded. Yet, I can now regard this matter with equanimity. This is but a few failed attempts. And I still lag behind others. I ponder whether it is due to my water element technique. Although I can conjure alchemical flames, controlling them remains a challenge. Perhaps this is the cause of my frequent furnace explosions. I have resolved to consult with the senior sister at Lingdan Pavilion. June 6, Clear Skies. Today, I sought guidance from my senior sister, who informed me that it was unrelated to my elemental affinity. She practices a gold element technique, yet successfully refines elixirs. She introduced herself as Jiang Shuero, a name that resonates beautifully. It would be even better if she refrained from promoting her materials to me. June 15, Clear Skies. After 9 days of meticulous contemplation regarding alchemical techniques, I am certain I will succeed tomorrow. I refuse to believe I cannot master such a trivial art of alchemy. June 16. Overcast. The furnace exploded. June 17, Clear Skies. I participated in a minor competition, earning 13 spirit stones as a reward and salary. More spirit stones to fill the void. Damn it. Why do I think this way? I am certain I can profit from alchemy. June 18, Overcast. The furnace exploded. June 19, Clear Skies. Huang Yunfei came to deliver support from the Huang family. Aware of my alchemical studies, he inquired if I required materials. To which I replied affirmatively. He exchanged elixirs for materials. Onward. I refuse to believe that with so many materials, I cannot produce a single successful batch. June 20, Overcast. The furnace exploded. July 7, Overcast. It has been over a month, and I have yet to produce a single successful batch, having wasted 2 spirit stones. Perhaps I truly lack talent. Continuing down this path will surely lead to losses. Perhaps I should cut my losses now? July 21, Clear Skies. While meditating, I recalled the words bestowed upon us by senior brother Zhao Yuanan. Knowing is easy, but doing is difficult. The path is fraught with hardship. Contemplate this constantly, though alchemy is arduous. The path to enlightenment is even more so. I cannot abandon my pursuit due to momentary setbacks. If I cannot endure the tribulations of failed alchemy, how can I seek the greater truths of existence? How can I aspire for immortality? July 22, Overcast. The furnace exploded. July 23, Overcast. August 9, Clear Skies. I have succeeded. After 2 months, I finally refined a batch, albeit a waste elixir. Nevertheless, I now understand how to avoid furnace explosions. I have committed nearly every error associated with such failures. I dare say, no one understands furnace explosions better than I. As long as I can produce a waste elixir, alchemy does not count as a loss for me. August 24, Clear Skies. The first successful elixir has emerged. Abuki Dan.to commemorate this achievement. I have placed it in a jade vial for safekeeping. It is a collectible elixir. I, Chen Chongqing, have finally become a legitimate alchemist. Ha ha ha. August 25, Clear Skies. Today, I refined 10 batches of Bukidan, successfully producing 3. Not bad, not bad. September 1, clear skies. The success rate for Buki Dan has reached 50%. I can now turn a profit. Next, I shall continue to refine Qingling Dan and Juki Dan. December 23, snowing. Thus, the success rates for Buki Dan, Qingling Dan, and Juki Dan, after my 6 months of uncalculated investment, have finally reached 70%. I consulted with senior sister Jiang Shuero, who revealed that my talent for alchemy is not lacking. On the contrary, it is quite commendable. Many apprentices at Danxiao Peak may explode furnaces for half a year, and it takes another year to increase their success rate to 50%, followed by an additional 3 to 4 years to reach 70%. Yet, I have achieved a 70% success rate in merely 6 months. Previously, I was merely exhausting myself. I am grateful to Zhao Yuanan. Otherwise, I would have surely given up halfway. Perseverance is known to all, yet knowing is easy while doing is difficult. Qin Changxing inscribed the final word in his journal, set down his pen, and gazed out the window. Another winter day had arrived, with snowflakes swirling gently. Unbeknownst to him, it had been 2.5 years since Qin Changxing arrived in this world. Concurrently, his cultivation journey had also spanned 2.5 years. His gains include reaching the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement and mastering the art of alchemy with a 70% success rate for low-grade elixirs. I have not squandered these past 2.5 years. Qin Changxing mused. In a few days, I shall break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, and I can also begin learning how to refine mid-grade elixirs. Once I succeed in producing a mid-grade elixir, my alchemical skills will align with my cultivation, allowing me to refine elixirs independently to aid my practice. The formula for mid-grade elixirs is quite costly, requiring 20 spirit stones each. Even more insidiously, these elixirs can be replicated at Lingdan Pavilion, making it a risk-free venture. Moreover, the elixirs refined by Qin Changxing will be sold at the Lingdan Pavilion for 10% below market price. Unless Qin Changxing is willing to waste time setting up a stall, he can only earn a meager profit from the price differential. After all, if the prices are the same, why would other disciples not purchase the more reliable elixirs from Lingdan Pavilion? Indeed, there is no end to the pursuit of profit. Qin Changxing lamented. In the world of cultivation, establishing a sect truly proves lucrative. The lower-tier disciples burn themselves to illuminate others. However, it would be unjust to be overly critical, as Yunshui Stream has provided Qin Changxing and other new disciples with considerable protection and ample resources. If one were a wandering cultivator, life would be even more arduous. In summary, it is all about mutual accomplishment. Fortunately, during this past period, Qin Changxing earned over 10 spirit stones by refining those 3 basic elixirs, supplemented by his previous savings, which is sufficient to purchase the formula for the Naki Dan. Otherwise, Qin Changxing would still lack the necessary spirit stones. Having calculated everything, Qin Changxing opened the door he had long kept shut. Stepping outside, he gazed at the heavy snowfall, observing the silver-clad courtyard and the distant mountain peaks. Whenever he grew weary of cultivation, Qin Changxing would come here to contemplate for a while. It is, in a sense, a form of cultivation. Shortly after Qin Changxing emerged, the neighboring door also opened. A sprightly girl hurried out, clad in vibrant red, standing out vividly against the white landscape. Yin Unen had also grown. Despite being just over 12 years of age as a cultivator, her development was rapid. She was tall and slender, her figure beginning to take shape. She approached Qin Changxing, a bowl of noodles in hand, and softly said, "Here, senior brother, have some noodles." "Huh? Why?" Qin Changxing asked, bewildered. The girl smiled gently, her cheeks revealing cute dimples. "Senior brother, today is your birthday." Happy birthday, Chapter 15. Sect rivalry. The bowl of longevity noodles presented to Qin Changxing on his 12th birthday left an indelible mark on his heart. He was deeply moved. Consequently, in the ensuing days of alchemy, Qin Changxing would occasionally give some elixirs to Yin Unen. Yin Unen worked diligently in her practice. In the subsequent minor competitions, her ranking steadily improved, reaching as high as 8th place at one point. Thus, seasons passed, a year and a half slipping away in this manner. Qin Changxing awoke from his meditation in the woods, opening his eyes to find the surrounding flora displaying signs of wilting. "Thank you for assisting me in breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement," he said, as he formed hand seals, conjuring a cloud of grayish mist that appeared above the injured plants. The cloud churned continuously, transforming into rain infused with rich spiritual energy that cascaded downwards. The flora, nourished by the spiritual rain, swayed their branches and leaves as if celebrating. Moments later, the cloud dissipated, and Chun Changsheng closed his eyes to meditate. Restoring his mana, you assist my cultivation, and I aid your growth. Mutual accomplishment, intertwined causality. Having successfully broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, Chun Changsheng returned to the courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of several individuals engaged in conversation. To his surprise, 7 people were present, a rather rare occurrence. They typically practiced in isolation, often crossing paths only briefly. With Chun Changsheng's return, all 8 gathered, marking a momentous occasion. What brings everyone together? Has something happened? Chun Changsheng inquired, his spirits high after his recent breakthrough. Tang Xiao replied, Senior brother, we were discussing Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yuetian. Oh, what about them? Chun Changsheng asked, intrigued. Among those who could rival him in cultivation, only these 2 singular spirit root prodigies came to mind. Tang Xiao chuckled and said, Senior brother, you may not be aware, but a few days ago, Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yulian engaged in a private duel. Yi Tianlang was defeated, and Wang Zhong, our junior brother, could hardly believe it. Wang Zhong, perplexed, replied, but Yi Tianlang clearly possesses a heavenly spiritual root. By all accounts, his aptitude should surpass that of an extraordinary spiritual root. How could he possibly lose to Zhu Yulian? I truly cannot fathom it. Such exceptional talent squandered. Huang Yunfei shook his head and remarked, indeed. While the heavenly spiritual root is superior in cultivation potential, this advantage primarily manifests during breakthroughs. The heavenly spiritual root encounters no bottlenecks, whereas the extraordinary spiritual root does. However, during the qi refinement stage of cultivation, not even the extraordinary spiritual root practitioners, let alone those with good fortune like us, are guaranteed to face any bottlenecks. Furthermore, Zhu Yulian, possessing the unparalleled thunder spiritual root, could easily triumph over Yi Tianlang in cases where their realms are comparable or only slightly different. The others, unaware of the hidden intricacies between the various spiritual roots, exclaimed in awe at this newfound knowledge. Suddenly, Zhang Jihong interjected. I have heard that Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yulian are currently forming factions, with a spiritual cultivation association centered around Yi Tianlang and another, the Qingshan Society, led by Zhu Yulian, currently at odds with each other. Given Zhu Yulian's recent victory over Yi Tianlang, it seems the influence of the Qingshan Society is bound to rise. But what is their purpose in forming such factions? Yun Yinan inquired, somewhat bewildered that, of course, it is for the sake of the future Foundation establishment pills. Zhang Jihong explained. The competition for Foundation establishment pills is an internal matter among the same cohort of disciples, whether it pertains to enhancing their cultivation or accumulating contribution points. If a group of exceptionally talented disciples unites, then the other solitary practitioners will inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. It would have been manageable if there had only been one prodigious disciple in previous years, but now, with 2 remarkable talents emerging, they naturally align themselves into opposing factions. Zhang Jihong, often mingling among the disciples, was well versed in these matters. The others nodded in agreement. That's not all. Huang Yunfei interjected, as the senior brother of the Yizhi courtyard. All eyes turned to him when he spoke. The contest for the Foundation establishment pill is one aspect, but it is also the culmination of many secret rivalries among various cultivation families. Both Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yulian have gathered numerous families around them. Once Foundation establishment is achieved, the members of their respective factions will naturally align with their family clans, which is something the sect welcomes. Firstly, it encourages disciples to engage in competition, preventing them from becoming mere reclusive practitioners. Secondly, it ensures that the families cannot unite, allowing the sect's higher-ups to maintain control over the organization. I see. Tang Xiao nodded. Should we consider joining a faction ourselves? Huang Yunfei laughed and replied, there is no need for that, haha. They seek out potential Foundation establishment geniuses. For us, being one more or less is inconsequential. You are not bound by familial ties and can live peacefully without contention. Otherwise, becoming embroiled in factional strife would be perilous. Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yulian will face no harm from it, nor will the true geniuses, but we, alas. Huang Yunfei sighed, seemingly lamenting the harsh realities of factional conflict. His family, the Huang clan, sided with Zhu Yulian, yet they would not interfere with his personal choices. After all, a family is a collective, and diversifying bets is the prudent course. Huang Yunfei paused, glancing at Chun Changsheng and Inanen. And added with a smile, however, this discussion pertains to us ordinary folk. If it were talents like junior brother Chen and junior sister Yin, they would be highly coveted. It was quite possible that they would be actively invited by others. Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "Senior brother, you flatter me, my reputation is rather ordinary, and they would hardly take notice." Yinan chimed in with a smile, "I share the same sentiment as senior brother Changsheng. Ah, the two of you are renowned for your diligent cultivation. While you may not often be seen outside, you consistently rank among the top in minor competitions." They conversed, with much of the dialogue filled with praise for Chen Changsheng, Yin Enin, and Huang Yunfei. Unlike their initial selves, after 4 years of cultivation, they had all come to understand their respective destinies. Amidst the worldly entanglements, they had lost the innocence of their earlier days. Chen Changsheng secretly shook his head, finding the conversation mundane, and was about to seek an excuse to leave when, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. "Junior brother Chen, may I have a moment of your time?" Upon hearing this, everyone paused and turned to look at Chen Changsheng. The speaker was none other than Zhu Yulian, one of the very individuals they had just been discussing. Tang Xiaoro teased, "Senior brother, when did you start keeping your relationship with Sister Zhu a secret from us?" Chen Changsheng shook his head in denial, saying, "I merely crossed paths with her before. There's nothing more to it. If there's a matter at hand, let us go outside and see." The others, filled with curiosity, followed Chen Changsheng out of the courtyard. They found a boy and a girl standing outside, a boy approximately 15 years old and a girl around 13. Chen Changsheng recognized them as Yang Yuanhua and Zhu Yulian, both of whom he had previously encountered. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng emerge, Zhu Yulian greeted him warmly, "Sister, I have met senior brother Changsheng. During our previous meeting in the wilderness, I may have been somewhat presumptuous, and though I have admired senior brother for quite some time, I lack the courage to approach you. Now that I have triumphed over Yi Tianlang, I believe I have established myself as the foremost disciple of the Qing Shan Society. Thus, I have come to request senior brother to join us, so that we may support each other as we embark on the path of foundation establishment." Chapter 16. Joining the Qing Shan Society, Zhu Yulian's words were earnest, and her demeanor was not haughty. For an ordinary disciple, receiving a personal invitation from a talented female cultivator of an extraordinary spiritual root was indeed a tremendous honor. Zhang Jihong, Wang Zhong, and the others looked on with envy as they observed the interaction between Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yulian. Even Huang Yunfei, who often boasted of being the senior brother of the Yizhi courtyard, could not help but cast a few extra glances. Just moments ago, Chen Changsheng had claimed his reputation was mediocre, and many shared that sentiment. After all, while he had performed well in minor competitions, he was merely an ordinary disciple from a humble background, not a dual spiritual route like the promising candidates for foundation establishment. His achievements in the minor competitions at Lingxi Peak did not guarantee future success in the intersect. However, in an instant, Zhu Yulian had personally come to extend an invitation. The stark contrast left everyone in shock. "Sister Zhu," Chen Changsheng sighed as he shook his head, "I am but an ordinary disciple with a mediocre 3 spiritual roots. Compared to you, Sister Zhu, and even to senior brother Yang Yuanhua and junior sister Yinan, I fall significantly short. That you would come to invite me personally leaves me both astonished and humbled." "Senior brother Changsheng, there is no need for such self-deprecation." Zhu Yulian stepped forward and said, "2 years ago, amidst the mountains, your water arrow technique was nothing short of miraculous. Even today, I still find it unforgettable. In terms of technique, I confess that I am far from your level. In my eyes, among the disciples of Lingxi Peak this year, only you, I, and senior brother Yi are truly exceptional. Only the 3 of us." This was indeed a lofty appraisal. It was widely acknowledged that Zhu Yulian and Yi Tianlang were the leading figures among this cohort of disciples. Now, with Zhu Yulian herself recognizing Chen Changsheng as an equal, it was a revelation that astonished everyone. Seeing Chen Changsheng remain silent for a while, Yang Yuanhua stepped forward as well. "Junior brother Chen, since we parted that day, I have been thoroughly impressed by your abilities. I implore you to join our Qing Shan Society so that we may advance together towards foundation establishment." Chen Changsheng pondered for a long moment. He felt a stirring in his heart. Given Zhu Yulian's attitude, if he were to join the Qing Shan Society, he would likely be nurtured as a core member. In such a scenario, numerous disciples would rally around him. Whether it pertained to daily cultivation or earning contribution points, it would be a significant advantage. Over the past 4 years, Chen Chongqing had come to understand that cultivation in Yunshui stream was not merely about battles. It entailed navigating complex human relationships. Families and sects intertwined, with each influencing the other. To ensure a smooth path in cultivation, a sufficient background was essential. With this thought in mind, Chen Chongqing finally spoke, Sister Zhu and Senior Brother Yang. Your invitation is too gracious, however, I have one matter to inquire about. I am fully committed to the path ahead, and the matter of foundation establishment must take precedence. I have heard whispers of factional disputes among you. Zhu Yulian interrupted him, Senior Brother Chongqing. I understand your concerns. As I mentioned earlier, we are embarking on the path of foundation establishment together. Should you join our Qing Shan Society, you would naturally be a core member, one of the promising candidates in the competition for foundation establishment pills. Very well, Chen Chongqing replied decisively, bolstered by Zhu Yulian's clarity and his own newfound resolve. He agreed to join. Excellent, Zhu Yulian clapped her hands in delight. With Senior Brother Chongqing joining us, our Qing Shan Society will be greatly empowered. It is not impossible for us to surpass Senior Brother Ye's Spiritual Cultivation Association and secure the majority of foundation establishment pills. Zhu Yulian's goal was achieved, and she was overjoyed, her charming eyes sparkling with excitement. She then turned to Yinan, Junior Sister Yin. You are also a formidable talent. Would you care to join our Qing Shan Society? Always following Chen Chongqing, Yinan naturally would not refuse now that she had heard of his joining the Qing Shan Society. Very well, I agree. Now that both of you have joined our Qing Shan Society, we are all on the same side. In 10 days, we have arranged for an intersect senior brother to lead us to Qinghe Fengshe for a visit. Should the two of you be inclined, we may convene at the foot of the mountain at the hour of the dragon 10 days hence. With that, Zhu Yuetian gracefully departed. Brother Chongqing, Yinan gazed at Chen Chongqing, seemingly seeking his counsel. Chen Chongqing smiled and replied, let us go. I have yet to visit Qinghefeng Market, which is reputed to be a gathering place for numerous wandering cultivators and family practitioners. Under the jurisdiction of Yunshui Gorge, we need not worry about safety. It will be worth our while to explore. We may just uncover something beneficial for our cultivation. Indeed, I shall defer to your judgment, brother, Yinan said, following closely behind him. Like a little bird. A faint smile played on Chen Chongqing's lips. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuetian and Yang Yuanhua were making their way outside. Yang Yuanhua glanced at Zhu Yuetian several times, hesitating to speak. Zhu Yuetian smiled and inquired, what is it? Are you perplexed as to why I hold Brother Chongqing in such high regard? Yang Yuanhua nodded, saying, while Chen Chongqing is indeed formidable and deserving of a foundation establishment, to compare him with Sister and Yi Tianlang seems a bit excessive, does it not? Zhu Yuetian slowly shook her head and countered, 2 years ago, could you have executed that water arrow technique as he did? Yang Yuanhua was taken aback, then lowered his head and admitted, I could not. Zhu Yuetian continued, in the context of 2 years past, was there anyone capable of countering that water arrow technique? Yang Yuanhua shook his head again. Aside from Sister and Yi Tianlang, no one could withstand it. Then why did he not place third during the minor competition? Yang Yuanhua was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Yuetian spoke slowly. Although Brother Chongqing's spiritual light is subdued, I can still faintly sense that his cultivation is quite profound. Zhu Yuetian furrowed her brow, as if deep in thought. I suspect that his cultivation may nearly rival mine. What? Zhu Yuetian's words startled Yang Yuanhua. Presently, Zhu Yuetian had reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of qi refinement, being only a hair's breadth away from the 6th layer. If Chen Chongqing's cultivation was indeed approaching hers, he would at least have to be at the 5th layer of qi refinement. It must be noted that Chen Chongqing was merely an ordinary disciple with 3 spirit roots, while Yang Yuanhua, a genius with dual spirit roots, had only recently broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. If Chen Chongqing truly was at the 5th layer, it would indeed be astonishing. A disciple with 3 spirit roots could not possibly cultivate so rapidly unless he had some formidable backing that allowed for unrestricted use of medicinal pills and spiritual stones. However, in reality, he was just a commoner. Thus, he must possess some extraordinary quality, or perhaps a fortunate opportunity, Yang Yuanhua conjectured. Zhu Yuetian chuckled softly. Brother Yang need not overthink it. How Brother Chongqing fares in his cultivation remains merely my speculation. The only evidence I have is the water arrow he demonstrated that day, which leads me to suspect he may be concealing something. Regardless of whether my speculation holds truth, Brother Chongqing is undoubtedly someone worth befriending. If he truly possesses the demeanor of a leader, that would be most ideal. If not, Zhu Yuetian paused. It would not be a loss to cultivate a connection with someone who ranks among the top 10 in a minor competition, even if just for flattery. What do I have to lose? Chapter 17. Qingfeng Market. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yuetian's remarks before the Yizhi courtyard were disseminated. Now, the entire Lingxi Peak was aware that the illustrious brother Chongqing of Yizhi courtyard was a paragon of exceptional talent. In no time, throngs of admirers emerged, yet many disciples of commendable aptitude frowned upon hearing this news. They acknowledged Chen Chongqing's prowess and recognized that he was indeed remarkable. However, to claim he could stand shoulder to shoulder with those possessing heavenly or extraordinary spirit roots was somewhat delusional. These two prodigies were on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, while many remained stagnant at the 4th layer, exemplifying a chasm of difference. Particularly, a disciple with dual spirit roots from Yi Tianling's side scoffed upon hearing this. What does Chen Chongqing, with his 3 spirit roots, count as a prodigy? He consistently places behind me in the disciple competitions. Given his cultivation, he cannot even hope to compare with junior brother Yi. Such sentiments were numerous and varied. However, these whispers held no bearing on the diligent Chen Chongqing. If reputation could lead to immortality, then everyone would be a great sage, ultimately becoming mere bones in future graves. Chen Chongqing was, of course, not at the 5th layer of qi refinement. He turned his spiritual sense inward to examine his dantian. A massive cyclone churned within, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, with clouds and mist swirling. His realm at the 6th layer of qi refinement was indeed solidified. Chen Chongqing opened his eyes and patted the storage bag at his waist. Instantly, over 100 spiritual stones stacked up before him. I have amassed 120 spiritual stones, Chen Chongqing said, a look of pride gracing his features. Over the past year and a half, with the daily intake of a qi-nourishing pill, he had accumulated these spiritual stones. Since achieving a modicum of success in alchemy, Chen Chongqing had established a source of income. The price of qi-nourishing pills was 5 times that of qi-gathering pills. Yet the cost of the medicinal ingredients only increased threefold. The reason for this disparity was that alchemists could all produce qi-gathering pills, but not all could concoct qi-nourishing pills. Consequently, even while consuming a finished qi-gathering pill daily, along with some failed pills, Chen Chongqing still found himself in surplus. Coupled with various stipends, he had managed to save up 120 spiritual stones over the past year and a half. An ordinary disciple at Lingxi Peak would only receive 60 spiritual stones from the sect over 5 years. This serves to illustrate that Chen Chongqing was already quite the affluent disciple among the outer sect. He waved his hand, putting away the spiritual stones, and rose to leave. Upon reaching the other courtyard, he found Yin Anan waiting nearby. Let us go. As Chen Chongqing and Yin Anan arrived at the foot of Lingxi Peak, they happened upon Zhu Yuetian and her companions approaching. Zhu Yuetian and Yang Yuanhua walked ahead, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman in her 20s, clad in a blue robe. Following them were 4 individuals, each at the 4th layer of qi refinement. Greetings, senior sister, Chen Chongqing greeted the inner sect disciple. Zhu Yuetian smiled and said, Come, brother Chongqing, allow me to introduce you. This is Yang Ningxue, senior sister Yang, who is the cousin of senior brother Yang Yuanhua. Yang Ningxue did not regard herself as superior due to her status as an inner sect disciple, perhaps because those present, though new disciples, were of commendable aptitude and had the potential to establish their foundations in the future. Yang Ningxue naturally treated them as equals. Greetings, junior brother, I have long heard of you from Yuetian and Yuanhua. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Without further ado, Yang Ningxue summoned forth a white jade spirit vessel. With a swift motion, it elongated to nearly 10 feet in length, radiating a brilliant glow, appearing far more luxurious than a wooden spirit vessel. Chen Chongqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a jade spirit vessel, valued at 500 spiritual stones. Wow, it is indeed the legendary white jade vessel. The Hongnong Yang clan is truly extraordinary. Such wealth, the others murmured, acknowledging the privilege of a family disciple, able to effortlessly procure such an expensive spirit vessel. Let us depart. Yang Ningxue smiled lightly, commanding the spirit vessel as it vanished into the horizon. The Qingfeng market they were headed to was not far from the mountain gate and could be considered a forward base for Yunshui Gorge. It also facilitated the flow of goods between the sect and the outside world. The white jade vessel moved swiftly, and within half an hour, a mist-shrouded mountainside came into view. Qingafeng Market was established upon this mountainside. With numerous, exquisitely adorned buildings scattered across the open spaces, in the midst of it all, densely packed buildings stood in abundance. The empty spaces flanking the roads housed various stalls, manned by a colorful array of vendors. The vastness of the secular world was such that even Yunshui Gorge could not fully oversee it. Just as when Chen Chongqing was tested for his spirit roots, had he not been clever. Even with spirit roots, he might have been overlooked. Had Chen Chongqing not entered Yunshui Gorge but been captured by his uncle and aunt, had he seized an opportunity to eliminate them and obtained cultivation techniques, he would have become just another wandering cultivator in this market. As the spirit vessel descended, the lively scene captivated everyone. Wow, so many people. It was the first time the disciples of Lingxi Peak had encountered so many adult cultivators. Typically, they engaged within the peak, seeing only peers of their own age. Now, confronted with a multitude of mature cultivators, they were momentarily taken aback. I plan to purchase some magical tools and spiritual items. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany me. Alternatively, feel free to explore the market on your own. This Qingafeng Market is situated right at the entrance of Yunshui Gorge, arranged with formations and guarded by foundational elders of the sect. As long as you remain within the market, you will be completely safe. Let us reconvene here in 2 hours. Upon hearing this, the group of young disciples expressed a desire to wander independently, bidding farewell to young Ningxue to explore on their own. Brother Chongsheng, will you join us? Zhu Yuetian asked. Observing Zhu Yuetian, who was surrounded by admirers, Chen Chongsheng pondered for a moment before replying, "Sure, let us go together." Zhu Yuetian seemed taken aback by Chen Chongsheng's agreement, momentarily stunned. Chen Chongsheng smiled and inquired, "What is it?" "Oh, it is nothing." Zhu Yuetian shook her head. "I did not expect Brother Chongsheng to be willing to accompany us. I had thought you were somewhat of a solitary person." Chen Chongsheng shook his head. "Sister is jesting. Previously, there was a sense of closeness and distance, but now that I have joined your group, how could I continue to be a solitary figure?" The senior brother spoke. Zhu Yuetian revealed her small tiger teeth and said brightly, "Then let us be off with that." The group of 8 began to stroll through the marketplace. As they journeyed together, Chen Chongsheng also became acquainted with a few of the others. Among the 8, only Chen Chongsheng possessed 3 spiritual roots, while the rest were all prodigies with dual spiritual roots, each having already reached the 4th layer of qi refinement, making them formidable contenders for the Foundation Establishment Pill in the future. They had encountered each other in the minor competitions as well. These 8 individuals were precisely the ones Zhu Yuetian had mentioned earlier. The reason behind their ambition to secure 80% of the Foundation Establishment Pills, they were the key training targets and core members of the Qingshan Society. If all went smoothly, it would indeed be a splendid tale if all 8 managed to achieve Foundation establishment. As they walked along the street, everyone was quite intrigued by the stalls lining the sides. More than one vendor shouted loudly, claiming to possess unparalleled divine skills and celestial techniques. Initially, the group showed keen interest, but a mere glance revealed that the vendors were merely peddling falsehoods. Consequently, they lost interest quickly. After meandering for about half an hour from one stall to the next, they left empty-handed. Just as they were about to explore the larger shops, Chen Chongsheng's gaze fell upon a stall, and he exclaimed in surprise. He had been utilizing his divine sense to seek out items rich in spiritual energy, hoping to find a hidden gem. Just when he thought there was no hope, a delightful surprise awaited him. On that stall, there lay a luminous piece of spiritual jade, radiating with spiritual light. "Brother Chongsheng, what are you looking at?" Anan noticed Chen Chongsheng's attention and followed his gaze, spotting the gleaming spiritual jade. Chen Chongsheng smiled and replied, "This item appears quite appealing to me." With that, he approached the stall. The vendor was a middle-aged cultivator with a scar across his face, emanating a rather gloomy demeanor. The items displayed on the stall were a hodgepodge, including spiritual herbs, damaged magical artifacts, and various miscellaneous items of indeterminate origin. The only commonality among them was that they all exuded a hint of spiritual energy. "How much for this spiritual jade?" Chen Chongsheng inquired. The vendor glanced at Chen Chongsheng, noting he was a new disciple from Yunshui Gorge and relatively young, and replied, "This is a precious jade, priced at 50 spiritual stones." Chen Chongsheng retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? I merely found it visually appealing and thought to purchase something to take back home." "1 spiritual stone. This item is of no use to you. Sell it or don't, he added dismissively. Point one spiritual stone. The vendor exclaimed, are you here to cause trouble? This spiritual jade has the ability to nourish one's spiritual consciousness. I'll give you a discount. It's yours for 40 spiritual stones. Goodbye, Chun Changxing said, turning away without a second glance. Point one step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait, the vendor called out. All right, you win. For 1 spiritual stone, you can take it. Chun Changxing smiled lightly, produced a spiritual stone, handed it to the vendor, and picked up the spiritual jade before rejoining his companions. Back in the group, Yin Anan looked at the jade in Chun Changxing's hand. Frowning as she remarked, Brother Changxing, you've been taken advantage of. This is merely a somewhat attractive piece of jade, at most infused with a trace of spiritual energy in the mundane world. It might be considered a decent object. But, Chun Changxing shook his head, I simply found it pleasing to the eye. Very well, Yin Anan conceded, understanding that Chun Changxing was involved in alchemy and earned a considerable income, thus refraining from further comments. The others, observing the exchange, also chose not to spoil the mood. For ordinary cultivators, 1 spiritual stone was a significant sum, but for them, it was merely a trifle. If something caught their fancy, spending a spiritual stone was a trivial matter. The group continued their journey, arriving between the grand shops. The exquisite pavilions they had previously seen aboard the spirit boat were indeed such grand establishments. Qinghe Fengshe, located at the entrance of Yunshui Gorge, was one of Liang Kingdom's major marketplaces, bustling with cultivators and numerous shops. A glance revealed a variety of wares. Alchemy, weapon forging, and spirit beasts, with everything imaginable available. Yang Yuanhua, hailing from the illustrious Yang family, had the broadest knowledge among them. He pointed out the shops, introducing them one by one. This is the Qinji Pavilion, the external shop of the Qinji sect, one of the 5 major cultivation sects in Liang Kingdom, specializing in magical artifacts. This is the Spirit Beast Shop, a property of the Spirit Beast sect, one of the 5 sections. The Pill Pavilion needs no introduction. It is our main industry here at Yunshui Gorge. This is the Wanbao Pavilion, which buys and sells everything. Pills, magical artifacts, spiritual materials, and so forth. It has the widest market reach and belongs to the Wanderers Association, one of the 5 major sections. As they walked along, listening to Yang Yuanhua's introductions, Chun Changxing felt he had gained quite a bit of knowledge. Suddenly, the group halted. Among them, a girl of about 10 years pointed at a pavilion and asked, Brother Yang, what do they sell there? Why are the sisters dressed so scantily? Yang Yuanhua's expression darkened. Although well-versed in many matters, he was still just a teenager. He replied sullenly, that's the property of the Hahuan Valley. As for what they sell, you'll find out in due time. I'm so curious, Brother Yang. Let's go take a look. The color of Yang Yuanhua's face deepened. It was ultimately Zhu Yuetian who interjected. Sister Yao Yao, that place is not suitable for you. We will discuss it when you are older. Yao Yao, dejected, replied, all right. Having entered the sect for 4 years, she was still just 10 years old, and when she joined, she had been merely 6. However, this was unavoidable. After all, if she did not enter now, she would be 16 in 10 years, and by then, Yunshui Gorge would no longer accept her. This meant that Yao Yao had lived her entire life in the sect, training without understanding much of the world. Nevertheless, once she reached the appropriate age, she would naturally come to know. Zhu Yuetian quickly took Yao Yao's hand and led her away, thus putting an end to this little episode. The group then discussed their next steps, first to visit the Spirit Beast Shop, then to the Qinji Pavilion to check on magical artifacts, and finally a stroll through the Wanbao Pavilion. Within the Spirit Beast Shop, various young spirit beasts were being kept. Among them, the most eye-catching was a kitten-sized golden gradient tiger cub, with a tuft of fiery red fur on its forehead and its eyes still closed. Its 2 fluffy ears twitched adorably, making it utterly endearing. Achoo! Perhaps having been watched for too long, the tiger cub sneezed, revealing its tiny pink tongue. This scene nearly melted the hearts of the female disciples present. Zhu Yuetian gazed at the tiger cub with sparkling eyes and inquired of the caretaker, Friend, what spirit beast is this? The caretaker smiled broadly. This is the Qiyin Cloud Tiger, the treasure of our shop. A first-tier superior demon beast. Once matured, it can rival a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. It possesses its own innate demon fire and is born with the ability to ride the clouds. Making it an excellent mount, if raised well, there is a certain chance it could break through to become a 2nd-tier spirit beast, at which point it could rival Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon hearing the caretaker's response, Zhu Yuetian's heart raced. "Friend, how much is this Qiyin Cloud Tiger?" The caretaker replied with a grin, 1,000 spiritual stones, no negotiations. Upon hearing the price, Zhu Yuetian's expression fell instantly. 1,000 spiritual stones, though not a substantial sum for many. It was quite a hefty amount for Zhu Yuetian, who was still a newly admitted disciple. She relied on the support of others who recognized her potential. Buying small items was one thing, but spending 1,000 spiritual stones on a spirit beast was far too extravagant for her. Sighing, Zhu Yuetian lamented, "Perhaps I shall return another time." Upon hearing this, the caretaker showed no signs of disappointment and warmly responded, "If you wish to buy in the future, you are always welcome. We always have stock." The caretaker, having long been in the spirit beast shop in Qinghe Fangshi, understood the customs of Yunshui Gorge well. For instance, those like Zhu Yuetian, dressed in green, were all newly admitted disciples from 4 years prior. However, the aura emanating from Zhu Yuetian made the caretaker's eyelids twitch. She was at the 5th layer of qi refinement, nearly at the 6th. The caretaker had cultivated for decades and had only reached the 7th layer. He clearly understood that this young girl would achieve remarkable things in the future. It would be a trivial matter for her to return and purchase a Qiyin Cloud Tiger. Reluctantly, Zhu Yuetian stole a few more glances at the Qiyin Cloud Tiger before departing with the group. Upon exiting the spirit beast shop, they intended to proceed to the Qianji Pavilion. However, a sudden rumbling sound erupted from outside the marketplace, causing the very heavens to seem to change color. A few young ones were so frightened that their faces turned pale. "What is happening?" Suddenly, without warning, a tremendous force erupted from the peak, followed by a voice that echoed through the skies. "Ancestor, save me!" Immediately, the formation laid down by the sect in Qinghe Fangshi shone brightly, and several imposing figures flew out from the marketplace. Chun Changxing and the others remained unaware of the events occurring outside. Their cultivation levels were still too low, and they could only hide in a nearby shop, trembling as they listened to the cacophony outside, which sounded as if numerous cultivators were engaged in battle. "What should we do?" one disciple asked. Zhu Yuetian calmly replied, "Do not panic. Just stay hidden here. The sect does not lack our strength. This is the entrance to the mountain gate, and the ancestor can arrive at any moment. Once the ancestor has dealt with the invading cultivators outside, we will make our exit." Chun Changxing listened and nodded inwardly, aligning with his own thoughts. They, as disciples, represented the future of the sect, not its present. Upon encountering peril, the foremost priority should be the preservation of one's own safety. As anticipated. Just as a sense of unease enveloped the crowd, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the air to momentarily stagnate. Subsequently, a formidable surge of magical energy erupted, consuming everything in its path. Moments later, as the dust settled, the onlookers cautiously peered forth, discovering that all remained intact within the marketplace, with no signs of damage. Likewise, the fierce sounds of battle from the outside world had vanished completely. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, only to be replaced by a chilling pressure that loomed above the marketplace, causing many to falter and collapse to the ground. An unrestrained spiritual presence swept over them. "I am Xianhui. The malevolent have been vanquished, and all shall remain as it was." A voice, resonant with authority, reverberated throughout the marketplace, infused with the essence of magic, reaching every corner. After a brief interval, the oppressive force dissipated, allowing 8 youths to assist one another in standing. "So, we just experienced an invasion?" one pondered. "It seems so," Zhu Yulian sighed, then turned to Yang Yuanhua with a look of confusion. "Is the outside world always this perilous?" As someone of ordinary origins, this was her first venture outside since joining, and it had brought her such misfortune. Yang Yuanhua quickly shook his head. "Of course not. Our Yun Shuijian is one of the 5 major sects in Liang Kingdom. Such reckless behavior at our mountain gate is exceedingly rare. We were simply unfortunate to have encountered it." "What a relief," another disciple remarked. "But what was that overwhelming pressure at the end? Even from a distance, it felt like we were near death." "That was one of the golden core ancestors of Yun Shuijian, Master Xianhui," Yang Yuanhua replied. "Master Xianhui is one of only 2 golden core true practitioners in our sect, hailing from a wind attribute spiritual root lineage, renowned for his extraordinary combat prowess in the cultivation world of Liang Kingdom." As a member of Yun Shuijian, his eyes sparkled with admiration when speaking of Master Xianhui. He once single-handedly defeated 2 Golden Core practitioners from the Sanren Society, returning victorious. His cultivation level is among the highest in Liang Kingdom. And who knows, he might even glimpse the Yuaning level in the future. At that point, we would be disciples of a Yuaning sect. In the marketplace, expressions of relief and joy filled the faces of all cultivators. Although they remained unaware of the nature of the invasion, they understood that if the intruders had breached the marketplace's defenses, their fates would likely have been grim. They were fortunate that the master of Yun Shui Jian had arrived in time to quell all enemies. May Master Xianhui bless us, many cultivators murmured. Having experienced such turmoil, Chen Chongqing and his companions lost the desire to continue their leisurely stroll. They hastily made their way to the entrance of the marketplace, where they found senior sister Yang Ningxu anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting them, she rushed over. "Oh, you scared me to death. I was worried something might happen to you disciples. Thank goodness you are all safe." "Cousin, what exactly happened just now?" Yang Yuanhua asked with curiosity. "I'm not entirely sure." Yang Ningxue hesitated before responding. "It is said that one of our disciples from Yunshui Jian encountered a conspiracy among some cultivators while out and hurried back. Unfortunately, they were ultimately caught at the entrance of Qinghe Marketplace. The other party had several Foundation Establishment cultivators, and the fight was quite intense." As she spoke, a laugh escaped her. Though they were Foundation Establishment cultivators, they clearly were rogue cultivators, completely unaware of the depth of our esteemed sect's foundation. "To dare fight at our mountain gate is truly laughable, and thus, Master Xianhui intervened directly, swiftly eliminating those cultivators." After relaying the events to her companions, Yang Ningxue glanced around and took out a jade spirit boat. "This place is still somewhat chaotic. Let us return to the sect and discuss further." All right, the group, filled with a sense of urgency, wished to return to the safety of their sect as soon as possible. The journey back was uneventful. Upon arriving at Lingxiyufeng, within the Yitzi courtyard, Chen Chongqing closed the door. Reflecting on the day's events, still feeling a sense of lingering dread, "It can't be that my otherworldly constitution is causing trouble, can it?" Chen Chongqing mused, lamenting, "In my previous life, I observed that wherever those who traversed dimensions went, trouble followed. Now, it seems to hold true." With that, he gazed skyward. Could it be that the heavenly Tao's will is at play? He quickly shook his head. Never mind. Such matters are beyond my current capacity for contemplation. Thus, I must prepare for future journeys as though the worst scenarios are inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "I shall not leave the sect until I reach the 9th level of qi refinement." In truth, even upon reaching the 9th level, Chen Chongqing had no desire to venture out. However, to exchange for Foundation Establishment pills, contributions to the sect were necessary, and many sect tasks required venturing outside. If possible, he would prefer to wait until he reached the Golden Core or even Yuaning stages before emerging from the mountains. Nevertheless, he had indeed gained something today. He rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved a piece of spirit jade. Consuming spiritual powers can absorb the essence of all things, but the prerequisite for such consumption is awareness. In a sense, the ability to consume spiritual powers can also be utilized for treasure hunting. However, Chen Chongqing could only ascertain the value of an item through his spiritual powers. He could not identify its exact nature. "I hope this does not disappoint me." The spirit jade before him was notably vibrant, its internal spiritual energy far surpassing its exterior. Chen Chongqing speculated that it must contain even rarer spiritual materials. He then used his magical energy to levitate the spirit jade, applying force with both hands to split it apart. With a crack, the jade shattered into 2 halves, but Chen Chongqing felt no sorrow. To his astonishment, a pale yellow liquid oozed from within the jade. Merely exposed to the air, it filled the entire room with a rich fragrance. Chen Chongqing gazed at the liquid, his mouth watering, his body instinctively yearning to consume it. However, he resisted the urge, retrieving a jade bottle to pour the liquid inside. Once sealed tightly, the fragrance finally dissipated. What on earth is this? Chapter 20. Zhu Yulian desires to form a core. The attack on Qinghe Marketplace drew the personal intervention of Master Xianhui, who swiftly dispatched the intruders. The incident reverberated throughout the sect, and soon a rumor began to circulate among the disciples. Within the territory of Yunshui Jian, nestled in the Qingshan Meng Mountains, an ancient cultivation relic had been discovered, and the sect was diligently exploring it, uncovering numerous treasures. As Qingshan was the domain of Yunshui Jian, all these treasures naturally fell into their possession. Thus, 6 months later, behind Lingxiyufeng, the snow-capped Zhongshan Mountains loomed. Beneath a green pine tree, 2 young men and women were preparing tea at a stone table. The young woman, with a beauty that could rival the moon, possessed a graceful figure. She gently spoke. Changsheng, you cultivate a water attribute technique. Yet why does your magical energy carry a faint aura of wood? Oh? Upon hearing the young woman's words, Changsheng turned inward to examine his magical energy. Having spent years in practice alongside his own energy, he had not noticed this change amidst the gentle nurturing of nature. Yet, prompted by the young woman's observation, he compared and realized the truth. Perhaps it is due to my constant absorption of wood's spiritual energy that my magical energy has altered its nature. Indeed, it must be the case that the consumption of spiritual powers allows one to absorb the inherent qualities of the consumed items. This, he mused, was rather fortuitous. Changsheng reflected internally but only voiced part of his thoughts. He opened his eyes, feigning confusion. It does seem so. Perhaps it is due to my reliance on wood's spiritual energy for cultivation? I appreciate your reminder, Zhu Shimi. Zhu Yulian smiled gracefully. You are too immersed to see the obvious. Chen Changxing and Zhu Yulian had no prior connection. However, following their return from the marketplace, one day while he was practicing amidst the mountains and woods, he suddenly heard a voice. Changxing, you truly are here. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the spirited young woman standing before him. It was Zhu Yulian. Before he could inquire, she eagerly continued, Changsheng, I've been searching for you. I have some questions regarding my cultivation. Although puzzled by her visit, Zhu Yulian was his superior, the leader of the Qingshan Hui. Since she sought his counsel, Changsheng could not refuse. From that day forth, the young woman frequently ventured into the mountains, either sharing insights on cultivation with Changsheng or sitting beside him in practice. As time passed, their friendship deepened. After all, Zhu Yulian was a genuine cultivation prodigy, and aside from her rapid progress, she possessed remarkable insights into techniques. Thus, summer transitioned into the chill of winter. Changsheng, do you not feel there is something amiss with your body? The young woman's words jolted Changsheng from his reverie. He frowned. No, what do you mean? She replied. I once asked why you meditate in the woods, and you said that the presence of flora aids your cultivation. And indeed, that is the case. With your 3 spiritual roots, you overshadow many with dual roots, largely due to this wood aura. Have you ever contemplated why you can cultivate with the essence of wood? Why? Of course, it was due to the consumption of spiritual powers, Changsheng thought to himself. Externally, he shook his head. I have considered it, but I cannot discern the reason. The young girl leaned closer to Changsheng, her nose twitching slightly as if she were savoring his scent. Your cultivation must be more profound than the simplicity you exhibit. Even if it is not on par with mine, it cannot be significantly lacking. At the very least, you must be at the 5th level of qi refinement. Zhu Yulian rested her chin on her hand, presenting an endearing and somewhat clumsy appearance. She continued, I suppose you are perplexed as to why someone with a triple spiritual root is able to cultivate at such a remarkable pace. To avoid drawing attention, you have specifically practiced methods to conceal your aura, thus hiding part of your cultivation. Brother Changsheng, am I correct? Upon hearing the girl's words, Changsheng imperceptibly furrowed his brow. From what you say, you are quite aware of my situation? Noticing Changsheng's lack of denial, the girl nodded slowly. Have you ever heard of the concept of a spiritual body? Spiritual body? Indeed, a spiritual body. Your swift progress in cultivation, approaching the pace of a heavenly spiritual root despite possessing only a triple spiritual root, can only be explained by the existence of a spiritual body. You are able to absorb the essence of flora to aid your cultivation. And your magical power carries the essence of plants. Is this not evidence of a spiritual body? I believe you possess a wood spiritual body, which accounts for the many unusual aspects of your being. After contemplating Zhu Yulian's conjecture for a moment, Changsheng concluded that the notion of a wood spiritual body indeed provided a compelling explanation for his rapid cultivation. Moreover, revealing such a trait to the sect would facilitate access to greater resources. After a brief pause, he nodded and expressed, Thank you, junior sister, for enlightening me. Zhu Yulian beamed with a sweet smile. You're most welcome. An hour later, Zhu Yulian took her leave. Changsheng proceeded to the scripture repository, where he sought out a tome regarding spiritual bodies, with spiritual body, capable of utilizing the essence of flora for cultivation. significantly accelerating the cultivation speed and increasing the chances of establishing a foundation by an additional 20%. Excellent. Chen Changxing nodded. From this day forth, I shall embrace my identity as a wood's spiritual body. With a significant concern alleviated, he felt in high spirits as he returned to his abode. Zhu Yulian had indeed shown thoughtfulness by researching relevant texts on his behalf. However, he was taken aback to discover that she had noticed his concealed cultivation, albeit not entirely. This could also explain her persistent interest in him. After a moment of reflection, Chen Changxing retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag. Upon uncorking it, an enticing fragrance wafted forth. Gazing at the pale yellow spiritual liquid within the vial, a smile graced Chen Changxing's face. Over the past few days, he had discerned the nature of this spiritual liquid. Imperial Flow Jelly, one of the 4 foundational spiritual materials, and the rarest among them. The other 3 can be artificially cultivated. Though seldom seen in the market, a set can easily be procured for around 10,000 spirit stones. However, Imperial Flow Jelly is a naturally occurring substance, exceedingly rare. This is also why Yunshui Gorge can only produce 20 foundation establishment pills every decade. Yet, the 20 pills are merely the official count. The true quantity remains unknown. Nonetheless, this is of no concern to Chen Changxing. Now that he had acquired the most elusive Imperial Flow Jelly, it appeared he possessed at least 3 portions. If he could gather all 4 foundational spiritual materials, he could refine pills dye in a single batch. He could produce anywhere from 3 to 5 pills. Even if he chose not to refine them himself, turning in this Imperial Flow Jelly to the sect for a foundation establishment pill would not prove difficult. As he contemplated the vial's contents, Chen Changxing felt a slight tremor in his heart. The prospect of establishing a foundation is within reach. The prospect of forming a core is within reach. Zhu Yulian examined an ancient tome in her hands, which detailed numerous spiritual bodies in far greater depth than the sect's records. This was an unexpected find, a unique copy. The pages revealed a specific spiritual body, Danjin Wood spiritual body. Characteristics: capable of absorbing flora essence for cultivation, and can efficiently absorb the potency of elixirs, resulting in magical power imbued with a faint scent of plants and elixirs. Note: similar to the wood's spiritual body, but with a lighter essence of plants and accompanied by the fragrance of elixirs. Function of the spiritual body: contains a strand of Danjin essence, which can be harnessed through secret methods, enhancing the chance of core formation by an additional 30%. The extraction of Danjin essence is harmless to the spiritual body itself. As she contemplated the description, Zhu Yulian recalled the faint scent of elixirs in Chen Changxing's magical power. Brother Changxing truly is a remarkable match. Chapter 21. The Stone Tablet of Inheritance. A few days later, a message arrived from the sect, summoning 14 disciples from Lingxiu Peak to Mount Mang. These 14 disciples included those with heavenly spiritual roots, extraordinary spiritual roots, 11 with dual spiritual roots, and the sole triple spiritual root. Chen Changxing, a foundation establishment elder clad in purple robes, directly approached Lingxiu Peak. After confirming the names of the 14 disciples, he summoned a flying shuttle, propelling them toward Mount Mang. Mount Mang lay tens of thousands of miles away from Yunshui Gorge, nearly spanning half of Qingzhou. However, with the swift speed of the flying shuttle, they reached their destination in a single day. Mount Mang was originally a desolate area, teeming with demonic beasts, but due to the discovery of an ancient cultivation cave, Yunshui Gorge had constructed a villa there. The nearby groups of demonic beasts had long been eradicated. By the time the group from Lingxiu Peak arrived, the villa was already bustling with activity. A cursory glance revealed to Chen Changxing the presence of several formidable cultivators, each exuding a daunting aura. What is the meaning of this? Chen Changxing wondered, though observing the expressions on the faces of these powerful figures. He sensed that it was not an exceedingly perilous matter. The elder in purple robes led Chen Changxing and the others into a courtyard, and in the center stood an ancient stone tablet, towering at approximately 10 zhong, inscribed with intricate and unintelligible characters. The script was adorned with dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur. Seated at the head of the courtyard was a middle-aged cultivator clad in golden robes. Upon merely glancing at him, Chen Changxing felt a stinging in his eyes, instinctively shielding them. Many disciples, like Chen Changxing, shielded their eyes in response. The golden-robed cultivator surveyed the group with a faint smile before announcing, "I am Xin Hui. I have summoned you younger generation here today for this artifact." With a gesture, Xianhui indicated the stone tablet in the courtyard. This is the inheritance stone tablet of an ancient sect, which we suspect was once a nascent soul sect. This stone tablet serves as a means of cultivating disciples. Depending on the varying qualifications of the disciples receiving the inheritance, the stone tablet will provide different teachings. However, this stone tablet has two limitations. First, only disciples aged 20 or younger may use it. Second, due to its age, it is estimated to collapse after 50 more uses. This is a rare opportunity. I hope you all will not squander it. Upon finishing his words, Xianhui led the disciples to stand before the stone tablet, ready to receive the inheritance. The stone tablet had 4 sides, allowing 4 individuals to comprehend the teachings simultaneously. The Foundation Establishment Elder casually selected 4 dual spiritual root disciples, among them Inanan. The 4 nervously approached the stone tablet, placing their palms upon its surface. Following the Elder's instructions, they infused their magical power into the stone tablet and awaited its response. The remaining disciples held their breath, fixated on the 4. After a brief period, the 4 withdrew their hands, gazing around in bewilderment. "What did you obtain?" The Foundation Establishment Elder inquired eagerly. "Elder, I received a fire-type cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the golden core stage. I obtained a body refinement technique with 3 levels. Upon completion, it can condense a physical body, enhancing the Foundation Establishment probability by 10%. I acquired a pill formula." Each of the 4 share their gains. "Excellent, excellent." The Foundation Establishment Elder observed them closely, particularly the disciple with the body refinement technique that could assist in Foundation establishment. Establishing a foundation is a formidable barrier and a significant obstacle to the sect's development. Without Foundation establishment pills, recklessly attempting to establish a foundation could lead to dire consequences, with a success rate of less than 10%. Now, with a method that could increase the probability of foundation establishment by 10%, this was indeed a fortuitous event. The elder turned to the disciple, asking, "What is your name?" "Jiang Chun." "Very well. Upon returning to the sect, we shall reward you according to the inheritance you have comprehended." Following this, the second round of comprehension commenced, with the elder selecting another 4 disciples to step forward, including Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yulian. As the 4 engaged in comprehension, Yin Anan returned to the group. And Chen Chongqing noted that her expression was not particularly favorable. It seemed she was dissatisfied with her own gains. The one who received a fire-type cultivation technique capable of reaching the golden core stage was indeed Yin Anan. Although her acquisition was commendable, however, when compared to the body refinement technique that enhanced foundation establishment, it paled in comparison. After all, one pertains to personal cultivation, while the other contributes to the sect's foundation. Soon, the second round of comprehension neared its conclusion. The previously silent inheritance stone tablet suddenly flickered with lightning, emitting a series of deep rumbling sounds. The crowd focused their gaze, and the lightning coalesced around Zhu Yulian. "Zhu Yulian, how do you feel? What kind of technique did you acquire?" The Foundation Establishment Elder asked with great excitement, instantly appearing beside her. Previously, there had been no unusual phenomena, yet this time, with the manifestation of thunder, it was evident that she had obtained something far superior to the others. Zhu Yulian closed her eyes for a moment before slowly speaking. "It seems to be a method for refining a magical artifact." Upon hearing that it was a magical artifact, Xuanhui's interest was piqued. "What purpose does this magical artifact serve?" Magical artifacts can only be refined and utilized by Golden Core Masters, making them far too distant for Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators. Yet for Xianhui, it was perfectly suited. Even if it did not align with his attributes, he could still trade it for a good price. Returning to the Venerable Master, this treasured artifact is known as the Thunder-Calling Pearl of Shanxiao. In the hands of a gold core cultivator, it can command the very forces of thunder, with unparalleled techniques. As she spoke, she glanced around. Master Xianhui continued, "What is its purpose? Speak freely, without reservation." Assured by Master Xuanhui's guarantee, Zhu Yulian proceeded to respond. Moreover, during the tribulation of transcending to the nascent soul stage, the Thunder-Calling Pearl can redirect heavenly lightning, assisting gold core cultivators in overcoming their tribulations. The nascent soul tribulation. When a gold core cultivator attempts to break through to the nascent soul, they must confront their first lightning tribulation in life. For most cultivators, this heavenly lightning tribulation is akin to a struggle between life and death. Excellent. Upon hearing this function, Master Xianhui was greatly pleased. With a lifespan of 500 years, He was but a little over 200 now, in the prime of life, having reached the late stage of gold core. There was indeed a possibility for him to glimpse the nascent soul in the future. Thus, the value of this thunder-calling pearl became self-evident. Even as a wind element cultivator, the ability to withstand heavenly lightning alone made the thunder-calling pearl worthy of his effort to refine. After Zhu Yulian summoned the thunderous phenomenon, sparks began to flicker around Yi Tianlang. Though not as grand as Zhu Yulian's, yet undoubtedly of superior quality than others. And you, Yi Tianlang? Following the emergence of the thunder-calling pearl, Master Xuanhui's expectations for the inheritance grew even greater. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianlang responded, reporting to the esteemed ancestor, "I have acquired a method that allows cultivation up to the nascent soul stage, along with a complete inheritance that includes spells and techniques for cultivation, as well as artifact refining." While not insignificant, it still lacked the allure of the thunder-calling pearl that aids in the formation of the nascent soul. In the realm of cultivation, the most valuable techniques are undoubtedly those beneficial for breaking through to higher realms. Thus, he merely offered a few verbal praises and said no more. The inheritances obtained by the other two were mediocre. Although they were good in their own right, capable of enriching the sect's foundation, they did not present any further assistance for breaking through significant realms. Master Xianhui voluntarily took on the responsibility of overseeing the inheritance stone tablet and selected 4 individuals to receive the third batch of inheritances, among whom was Qian Changsheng. Chapter 22. The Open Inheritance, 4th Grade Superior Alchemy Technique. The method of selecting disciples among the nascent soul sects is naturally distinct from that of smaller sections. Heavenly roots and uncommon roots are considered rare genius disciples in Yunshui stream, emerging only once every few decades. Yet they are not particularly cherished by the great nascent soul sections. The Liang Kingdom, where Yunshui stream resides, is a newly opened territory for humanity in the realm of cultivation. The 5 major sects have only a few hundred years of heritage, and their histories are not long. Among them, there are no nascent soul cultivators. If any sect were to have a successful nascent soul formation first, that sect would dominate the entire Liang Kingdom's cultivation world, becoming one of the few great sections. The territories of the nascent soul sects span the entire mortal realm, and nearly every recruitment of disciples yields those with heavenly roots in their eyes. The qualifications of heavenly roots are seen as a normal occurrence, their growth predictable. However, it is the disciples who defy logic and can achieve the impossible that the nascent soul sects truly value as prodigies. A.S. Chen Changxing placed his hand upon the inheritance stone tablet. An overwhelming aura of history surged toward him as he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the stone tablet. An inexplicable connection formed between him and the tablet. A voice, ethereal and devoid of emotion, suddenly resonated in Chen Changxing's mind. Bone age 14, meeting inheritance requirements. Water, wood, and metal heavenly roots, low-grade aptitude, spell aptitude, medium grade, comprehension assessment, medium grade, cultivation level, chi refinement 6th layer, with a training duration of 4.5 years, high grade. No impurities from pills detected in the body. No traces of consumed pills, high grade. Pure spiritual energy, surpassing peers of the same level, high grade. Spiritual energy contains a unique aura, cultivation speed extraordinarily fast. Aptitude evaluation adjusted to high grade. Suspected of possessing a certain unique spiritual body. High-grade. At this point, the voice paused before resuming. Comprehensive evaluation adjusted to high grade. Thus concluded the evaluation of Chen Changxing's aptitude by the inheritance stone tablet. 2 streams of light shot forth from the stone tablet, directly flooding into Chen Changxing's mind, an overwhelming amount of information causing him a splitting headache. Why do I possess 2 inheritances? Just as Chen Changxing was bewildered, outside, the onlookers saw a rich fragrance of elixirs wafting from the inheritance stone tablet. So dense it seemed tangible. Ultimately, these fragrant essences transformed into numerous specks, converging within Chen Changxing's body. Chen Changxing has actually triggered a phenomenon. The crowd was astounded. From a distance, Zhu Yulian took a deep sniff. The rich fragrance of elixirs filled her with immense joy. If she had previously harbored doubts about whether Chen Changxing was a Danmu spiritual body, the emergence of this elixir phenomenon undoubtedly provided official validation of his spiritual body status. Had Chen Changxing not possessed a spiritual body, with his 3 heavenly roots, he could never have triggered such a phenomenon. This fragrance was precisely characteristic of the Danmu spiritual body. Brother Changxing, you smell wonderful. Zhu Yulian felt as though she was enveloped in great fortune. Entering Yunshui's stream, she need not worry about foundation establishment. Encountering Chen Changsheng, she had hopes of forming a gold core, coming to the inheritance stone tablet. She also acquired a treasure for forming the nascent soul. Perhaps Zhu Yulian might glimpse the legendary path of transformation and ascend to the higher realms. Meanwhile, the foundation-building cultivator who had led them observed with keen interest. He was responsible for managing Lingxiu Peak and had been closely monitoring the situation there. Previously, he had suspected that Chen Changsheng might possess a legendary spiritual body, which is why he had included Chen Changsheng with his 3 heavenly roots in the selection for the inheritance stone tablet. The recent stir of the stone tablet indeed confirmed that Chen Changsheng possessed a spiritual body. Very good, very good. Master Xianhui gazed at Chen Changsheng with a smile in his eyes. The phenomenon exhibited by Chen Changsheng was no less remarkable than that of Zhu Yulian. Perhaps it would truly bring him some surprises. About half an hour later, Chen Changsheng finally unraveled the 2 inheritances and severed the connection with the inheritance stone tablet. Opening his eyes, rubbing his aching head, he performed a bow to Master Xianhui beside him. I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed ancestor. Master Xianhui smiled. Your name is Chen Changsheng, correct? How do you fare? What have you gained? Reporting to the esteemed ancestor, I have acquired an alchemical inheritance. An alchemical inheritance? Upon hearing this, Master Xianhui appeared somewhat disappointed. Yunshui's stream is renowned for its alchemical techniques, and the alchemical inheritance would largely overlap with that of Yunshui's stream. It was not that it was undesirable, but it fell short of his expectations. Noticing Master Xuanhui's apparent lack of interest, Chen Changsheng hastily clarified, esteemed ancestor, this is a 4th-grade superior alchemical inheritance. Master Xianhui was momentarily taken aback, then quickly inquired, what formulas does it contain? Chen Changsheng gathered his thoughts, taking a while to respond. There are 32 4th-grade elixirs, including those for healing and breakthrough during the early, middle, and late stages of the nascent soul, as well as the 9 Suns Gathering Spirit Pill, which can enhance the chances of transformation by 20%. Hearing this, Master Xianhui raised an eyebrow. In terms of value, this was undeniably high. However, the levels involved were so advanced that Yunshui's stream currently could not utilize them. Yet, since there were elixirs that assisted in transformation, there should also be elixirs that aid in forming the nascent soul. Master Xianhui inquired, are there any nascent soul elixirs? Indeed, there are elixirs for forming the nascent soul, as well as those for forming the gold core and obstruction-breaking pills suitable for gold core cultivation. Upon hearing this, Master Xuanhui's expression brightened. Yunshui's stream's alchemical inheritance only included 3rd-grade superior recipes, and it lacked the crucial formulas for forming the nascent soul. Such inheritances are typically the foundation of great nascent soul sects and are not easily circulated in the outside world. Excellent, very good. Master Xianhui was overjoyed. Yunshui's stream was merely a nascent sect. With each generation spanning 100 years, he was the 3rd generation of cultivators within the sect. With his late gold core stage cultivation, he was already the highest achiever since the establishment of Yunshui's stream. If he wished to break through further, he could only rely on himself. The sect had no inheritance related to the nascent soul. This time, discovering this inheritance stone tablet in the ancient cultivation cave had indeed supplemented many of his urgently needed means. Master Xianhui was confident that as long as he successfully refined the thunder-calling pearl and the nascent soul elixir, coupled with his own abilities, he would have over 50% certainty of breaking through to the nascent soul. Master Xianhui instructed Chen Changsheng to take his leave, then summoned the final 2 disciples to step forward and receive their inheritances. No unexpected events occurred, and the 2 received 2 ordinary inheritances, merely serving to expand the sect's library of techniques. However, Master Xianhui felt no disappointment. The prior gains had already satisfied him. As the inheritance concluded, Master Xianhui addressed the foundation-building cultivators present. The great formation here has been established. You shall guard this place well, awaiting the opportunity to resume the inheritance next year. Understood. With that, Master Xianhui waved his hand, leading Chen Changsheng and the others, along with several foundation-building cultivators, into a gust of spiritual wind. Vanishing within the mountains of Mongshan. Chapter 23. The contemplation method of the true monarch of water virtue. Upon returning to the sect, Master Xianhui intended to take everyone to record the inheritance. However, noticing that Chen Changsheng still appeared dazed and on the verge of fainting, he realized that Chen Chongqing's spiritual awareness was still weak and could not bear the burden of the fourth-grade superior technique inheritance. He thus advised Chen Chongqing to return and rest well, promising to record the inheritance another day. Chen Chongqing returned to his chamber, his mind still shrouded in a haze. He lay in bed for 3 days and nights before finally regaining his composure. Rising from his slumber, he sat at the edge of his bed, as delicate beams of morning light streamed into his room. Since embarking on his cultivation journey over 4 years ago, he had not indulged in such prolonged sleep. However, there is merit in occasionally relaxing the rigors of cultivation. He had also thoroughly organized the teachings he acquired from the inheritance stone tablet. At this point, Chen Chongqing could not help but delve into the depths of his consciousness. Within his mind's eye, he beheld an expanse of blank scroll, representing the visualization method of the supreme goodness water virtue true monarch. Chen Chongqing murmured the name of this secret technique, which constituted his second inheritance. In the face of this method, even the fourth-tier top-grade alchemy seemed insignificant. Upon comprehending the essence of this technique, Chen Chongqing could ascertain that the guesses of the likes of Patriarch Xianhui regarding the origin of the inheritance stone tablet were misguided. For this method directly pertains to the primordial spirit in the Zhongshuan continent. Aside from the formidable Yuanying sects that dominate nations, there exist supersects that reign over regions. Any sect with a clear historical record of having nurtured transformation stage cultivators is classified as a supersect. The visualization method of the supreme goodness water virtue true monarch is indeed a mystical technique of transformation. It stands to reason that the inheritance stone tablet must have originated from some long-fallen sect of transformation. For Chen Chongqing, this opportunity was nearly as monumental as acquiring the two extraordinary abilities of Shengguang. Yet, one must acknowledge that were it not for the astonishing ability of Shengguang, the inheritance stone tablet would not have entrusted this primordial spirit technique to him. The visualization method of the supreme goodness water virtue true monarch comprises 5 layers, corresponding to the progression from chi refinement to transformation. Each layer entails the visualization of a distinct spiritual water, culminating in the transformation stage where one manifests their primordial spirit and becomes the water virtue true monarch. With each successfully visualized spiritual water, Chen Chongqing would gain a corresponding ability, while simultaneously refining his magical power and honing his spiritual awareness, thus facilitating boundary breakthroughs with boundless potential. Within the Qi refinement realm, Chen Chongqing had 9 types of spiritual water to choose from, such as Yuan heavy water, Tianhe weak water, and primordial Ren water. Yuan heavy water possesses an exceedingly high density, with a single drop weighing tens of thousands of jin, astonishingly heavy. Upon visualizing Yuan heavy water, not only would he gain the ability associated with it, but his magical power would also become robust and extraordinary, unparalleled in resilience. In contrast, Tianhe weak water is the purest water in existence, capable of disintegrating all things in its path. Ultimately, Chen Chongqing resolved to visualize Yuan heavy water. The spiritual waters of the Qi refinement stage are indeed exceptional treasures. Mastering any one of them would allow him to dominate within the Qi refinement realm. Of course, cultivation remains paramount, despite possessing the Shengguang ability and visualizing Yuan heavy water. Even if he reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would still find it arduous to contend with foundation establishment cultivators. It is best to avoid confronting them entirely, for the chasm between major realms is insurmountable. These abilities can only exert their utmost efficacy when employed within the same realm. With the aid of numerous techniques, perhaps Chen Chongqing could rival a foundation establishment cultivator, but engaging in battle would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Chen Chongqing believed that cultivation is about attaining realms and longevity, not about engaging in violence if possible. He preferred to face adversaries of similar or lesser cultivation levels. He harbored no aspirations of crossing realms to slay foes. Nevertheless, with the assistance of these abilities, he would be better equipped to confront the challenges of foundation establishment. There are 3 formidable hurdles to foundation establishment: the difficulty of magical power, the difficulty of the physical body, and the difficulty of spiritual awareness. The spiritual waters visualized through the visualization method of the supreme goodness water virtue true monarch can refine magical power, while the method itself can enhance spiritual awareness. In the future, should he acquire a body refining technique, the 3 difficulties of foundation establishment would pose no obstacle for him. With this in mind, Chen Chongqing eagerly anticipated commencing his practice of the visualization method. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he gazed at the blank visualization scroll in his mind. he slowly recalled the imprint of Yuan heavy water left by the inheritance. Subsequently, he began to meticulously sketch the imprint from his memory onto the visualization scroll according to the method's principles. Although Yuan heavy water appeared uncomplicated at first glance, the act of sketching it on the visualization scroll proved fraught with challenges. Every detail demanded precision, as the drawn pattern needed to resonate with spiritual essence. During the visualization, he had to maintain unwavering focus, allowing not the slightest distraction to intrude. This exerted a tremendous toll on his mental faculties. Chen Changxing felt utterly exhausted after only a brief period of sketching. He bit down on his tongue to rouse himself, striving to continue. Yet, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his head drooped, plunging him back into slumber. When he next awoke, it was already midday the following day. The mental toll had been unexpectedly great. Truly, the method that directly addresses the primordial spirit is no trifling matter. Rubbing his still heavy head, Chen Changsheng consumed several spirit-replenishing pills, which alleviated his fatigue significantly. This cultivation method indeed cannot be rushed. I shall focus on my practice first and engage in visualization as I progress, he concluded. Thus, each day, Chen Changxing dedicated 6 hours to cultivation, while devoting the remaining time to lightly sketching Yuan heavy water in his mind. After feeling fatigued, he would consume a few revitalizing pills before succumbing to sleep. Gradually, both his cultivation and visualization method advanced steadily. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Changxing could now distinctly perceive an acceleration in the speed of his cognitive processes. For instance, when executing the water arrow technique, although the technique is instantaneous and all practitioners can unleash it with a mere thought, Chen Changxing's thoughts now moved at double the speed of others. In other words, his spellcasting speed had increased. Likewise, he found himself able to calculate combinations of techniques, the operation of magical power, and the interplay of spells with greater swiftness and precision. His mind was clear, free of distractions. That which pertains to spiritual awareness and visualization is the most elusive to grasp. Throughout these days of cultivation, Chen Changxing had completely lost track of time, feeling as though mere moments had passed while 10 days had elapsed. It was only when Zhu Yuelian arrived with the edict of Patriarch Xianhui that he became aware of the passage of time. The sect requested his presence to record the alchemy inheritance. Naturally, Chen Changxing harbored no reluctance. The inheritance stone tablet was, after all, an asset of the sect, and by allowing him to accept the inheritance, the sect had conferred upon him immense benefits. Now, all that remained was to replicate the teachings bestowed upon him by the sect, and in return, he would receive a substantial reward. What was there to resist? A day later, Chen Changxing emerged from the sect's transmission hall. The 4th-tier top-grade alchemy inheritance was exceedingly vast, even with the assistance of the sect's elders. It took him a full day to transfer the alchemy techniques into a jade slip. Senior brother Changxing, let us proceed to Lingyun Hall. Patriarch Xianhui is to bestow rewards upon us. Zhu Yuelian gazed at Chen Changxing, her admiration for him growing ever deeper. Chen Changxing simply sensed that the young woman before him appeared far more eager than usual. However, he thought little of it, attributing her excitement to the imminent rewards from the sect. Chapter 24. Sect Rewards. Lingyun Hall was situated atop the soaring peak of Lingyun Mountain, a 3-tiered pavilion that seemed to stretch into infinity. As Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuelian ascended the steps, they encountered numerous disciples clad in azure robes, all similarly there to receive their rewards from the sect. Within Lingyun Hall, 2 individuals occupied the seats of honor. The one at the forefront was none other than Patriarch Xianhui. His eyes half closed, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. Beside him sat a tall, strikingly handsome young cultivator with sharp brows and bright eyes. Yet, one must not determine age by appearances. Countless ancient beings possessed techniques to preserve their youth. Though this cultivator appeared youthful, his position beside Patriarch Xianhui implied a depth of experience that was difficult to gauge. Surrounding them stood numerous foundation establishment cultivators clad in violet robes, including several familiar faces that Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuelian had encountered days prior. Under the guidance of their foundation establishment senior, the disciples of Lingxi Peak respectfully paid their respects. Disciples of Lingxi Peak, we pay our respects to Patriarch Xianhui and to sect leader Li. Seated beside Patriarch Xianhui was the esteemed leader of Yunshuijian, Li Mingdao Ian Yunshuijian. The status of Golden Core Patriarchs is unparalleled. Yet they must devote themselves to arduous cultivation, Thus, sect affairs are often entrusted to foundation establishment cultivators. Sect leader Li Mingdao is, apart from the two golden core ancestors, the most powerful figure, wielding authority over the fates of thousands of cultivators within the sect. No need for formalities. I have long heard of the astonishing talents among this year's new disciples of Yunshuijian. Surpassing those of previous years, I had intended to meet you all upon your entrance to the inner sect, but I suppose this moment is fitting as well indeed. You new disciples are remarkable. Li Mingdao remarked, surveying the 14 individuals present with a tone imbued with delight. Chen Changxing had previously heard of the benevolent and virtuous nature of this sect leader while at Lingxi Peak. Even though he held a high cultivation level, he still rejoiced at the prospect of 1 or 2 additional inner disciples each year. Upon witnessing him today, Chen Changxing found the rumors to be true. His words bore no pretense. They were genuine and heartfelt. This is all thanks to the sect's nurturing. Patriarch Xuanhui's suppression of Qingzhou and the tireless efforts of the ancestors have paved the way for our success today. Zhu Yuelian immediately responded, her words filled with sincerity, though they also contained elements of flattery. Li Mingdao waved his hand dismissively. What need is there for such formalities? It is merely the youthful exuberance of your age. He said, now, let us begin the awarding of merits. Li Mingdao produced a list, stating, the Crimson Flame Divine Maiden technique directly leads to the later stages of Golden Core cultivation. Excellent. There are accompanying techniques suitable for both Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. The magical power cultivated through this technique possesses burning characteristics. Li Mingdao expounded upon the general advantages of this technique. Having thoroughly examined each method, he understood them well. It was indeed an excellent fire-based true technique. However, our Yunshui sect primarily inherits water-type methods and has no fire techniques that can compare. Regrettably, this technique has significant restrictions, only allowing female practitioners. Since the opportunity to inherit from the stone tablet was provided by our Yunshui sect, the reward cannot be calculated according to the intrinsic value of the technique. Therefore, I shall credit you with 4,000 contribution points to the sect. Li Daoming ultimately assessed the value of this technique. Sect contribution points are a currency that circulates solely within the sect. Within the sect, 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. However, contribution points often can be exchanged for many items that cannot be found in the outside world. And spirit stones cannot be converted back into contribution points. Thus, unless one is truly in need of spirit stones, few would use contribution points for such an exchange. Moreover, for the younger disciples, contribution points represent the opportunity to redeem foundation-building pills. Contribution points themselves are non-transferable and can only be earned through one's own efforts. Once these 4,000 contribution points are credited, the requirement for redeeming foundation-building pills in over a decade would already be more than half fulfilled. This technique was acquired by Yin Anan, who joyfully approached and bowed to Li Daoming, expressing her gratitude to the sect leader. The Taihuang body refinement technique, upon completion, can enhance the probability of foundation establishment by 10%, making it exceedingly valuable. You are awarded 8,000 contribution points. The Zhuyang Fire Dragon technique can be cultivated to the late Yuanying stage and is considered a top-tier technique. You are awarded 10,000 contribution points, along with priority redemption rights for foundation-building pills. Additionally, a third-tier pill formula is awarded, granting 1,000 contribution points. After distributing the rewards, some recipients received over 10,000 contribution points, while others received as few as 1,000. The unfortunate soul who received 1,000 contribution points is inextricably linked to Chen Changxing, as they received merely a pill formula, while Chen Changxing obtained an entire set of 4th-tier superior alchemical inheritances, rendering their pill formula seemingly trivial in comparison. In total, Li Mingdao rewarded 12 individuals, among whom Yi Tianlang, who similarly triggered the stone tablets phenomenon and acquired a top-tier technique, only received 1,000 contribution points, which appeared rather meager. However, from the sect's perspective, the contribution of the technique provided by Yi Tianlang was indeed minimal. In a sect where the highest cultivation level is late Jindan, is there a need for a fire technique capable of reaching the late Yuanying stage? Conversely, in practical terms, the disciple who obtained the Taihuang body refinement technique contributed significantly more to the sect. Ultimately, 2 individuals remained unrewarded, Chen Changxing and Zhu Yulian. Their rewards were the main event. Within the sect, the most significant matters pertain to the Golden Core ancestors, followed by the foundation-building elders, and lastly, the Qi refining practitioners. Both of them acquired inheritances related to the Golden Core ancestors. Li Mingdao slowly began to speak. Zhu Yulian, you have acquired the method to refine the divine treasure, the Shanshao Inlei Zhu, which can enhance the probability of the Golden Core ancestor achieving conception. A matter of great significance. You are thus awarded 10,000 contribution points, 1 foundation building pill, and a priority cultivation opportunity should you ever have a chance for Golden Core formation. The foundation building pill can be requested from the sect after reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining, and the sect will prioritize its distribution. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yulian was overjoyed. She had anticipated the foundation building pill, but the opportunity for priority Golden Core formation was something she had never imagined. If she could gather some rare materials for Golden Core formation with the sect's assistance, coupled with senior brother Chongqing, her path to the Golden Core would be almost guaranteed. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Bowing to the sect leader, Li Mingdao nodded with a smile and proceeded to announce Chen Chongqing's reward. Chen Chongqing, you have acquired the 4th-tier superior alchemical inheritance, which includes various formulas for the Golden Core pill and conception pill. Of great importance. You are thus awarded 10,000 contribution points, 1 foundation building pill, and a priority cultivation opportunity for Golden Core formation. Furthermore, given the assessment provided by the inheritance stone tablet, it is noted that disciple Chen Chongqing possesses exceptional alchemical talents. Therefore, he is granted the opportunity to join the Danxia Peak and enjoy prioritized resources for alchemical cultivation. Upon hearing this reward, which was nearly identical to Zhu Yulian's, Chen Chongqing felt a surge of excitement. Such treatment, if he put in a little effort, could almost guarantee his path to Golden Core formation. He expressed his thanks once more to the sect leader. Chapter 25. Osmanthus Cake. In the ensuing days, Chen Chongqing continued his arduous training. Within Lingxiu Peak, the substantial reward bestowed upon him by the sect had already spread, inciting envy among many. Half a year ago, Zhu Yulian's remarks, made in front of the Yizhi courtyard, praising Chen Chongqing's potential as a leader, were once again brought to light. This time, everyone lauded Zhu Yulian's keen insight, as she had recognized Chen Chongqing's extraordinary abilities early on. Those who had once mocked Chen Chongqing now fell silent. Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yulian emerged as the 2 most radiant disciples of Lingxiu Peak, casting even Yi Tianlang into the shadows. However, Chen Chongqing paid little attention to these matters. After receiving his rewards, he immediately returned to his chamber for intensive training, entering a closed-door session for 3 consecutive months, as if he had not received any recognition from the sect. 3 months later, on a particular day, boom. It was as if a thunderbolt erupted within his sea of consciousness. Chen Chongqing opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to that of a divine being. The visualization diagram within his sea of consciousness still outlined a foundation, indicating that he had made preliminary progress. Although he was still far from mastering the divine arts, the wonders of the visualization method began to gradually reveal themselves. The most notable change was in his spiritual awareness, which had more than doubled in strength and could now cover a radius of 6 zhang. For ordinary cultivators, spiritual awareness typically increases only with the enhancement of their cultivation level. Generally, a Qi refining practitioner in the initial stage has a spiritual awareness of 1 zhang, 3 zhang in the middle stage, and 6 zhang in the late stage. Only after successfully establishing a foundation does spiritual awareness soar to over 30 zhang. Currently, with his mid-Qi refining cultivation, Chen Chongqing's spiritual awareness was already on par with that of a late Qi refining practitioner. In the future, as his cultivation improves and the visualization method progresses, there exists the potential for further enhancement of his spiritual awareness. Moreover, his magical power had also grown denser due to the visualization of the first Yuan heavy water. The spells he conjured, such as the water blade technique and water arrow technique, now bore the characteristics of heavy water, flowing like mercury, penetrating all barriers. Other subtle enhancements abounded. For instance, Chen Chongqing's physique had become heavier and more viscous alongside his magical power, granting him a notable advantage over fellow practitioners of the same tier. However, to be prudent, it would be best for Chen Chongqing to pursue a body refinement technique, such as the recently added Taihuang body refinement technique, which is an excellent option. He felt it was time to venture out. Chen Chongqing thought to himself. After 3 continuous months of closed-door training, he had even missed the last disciples competition. He had accumulated 10,000 contribution points and lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. There was no need to engage in battles with other disciples over a handful of spirit stones. After all, Chen Chongqing harbored many secrets, If he were careless, it would not be good for others to uncover any hints. Just then, there came a series of knocks at the door. "Who is it?" "Senior brother Changsheng, it's me." A familiar voice rang out from outside. Although it had been 3 months since they last met, Chun Changsheng immediately recognized it as Zhu Yulian. "Zhu Shimi?" "Indeed." Chen Changsheng opened the door, and there stood the young woman in a green robe, her demeanor radiant and cheerful, much like a blossoming green lotus. In the months apart, Zhu Yulian had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her already lovely features seemed to have been intentionally enhanced. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, along with her delicate figure, left Chen Changsheng momentarily spellbound. He had never encountered such a beautiful girl before. Noticing Chen Changsheng's momentary daze, Zhu Yulian secretly smiled and purposefully straightened her posture. "Senior brother Changsheng, are you going to make me stand here at the door without inviting me in? Please, come in." Chen Changsheng stepped aside, welcoming Zhu Yulian into his room. Upon entering, she swiftly closed the door and began to survey the modest space, smiling as she remarked, "Senior brother Changsheng's room is quite simple." Indeed, aside from the basic furniture that was already present, there were hardly any other changes. Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yulian sat across from each other, pouring tea as he chuckled. "Cultivators do not require much extravagance." "Ah, yes, senior brother Changsheng is truly a person of little sentiment." Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Zhu Yulian looked at him with her beautiful eyes, seemingly pouting. "Since our parting 3 months ago, senior brother Changsheng has not sought me out at all. I am quite easy to find in the back mountain, yet I learned that you have not left your room for a single moment. I thought we shared a close bond, but alas." She sighed. "Senior brother, you tell me, are you not a person of little sentiment?" Faced with Zhu Yulian's inquiry, Chen Changsheng found himself somewhat at a loss for words. The main reason was that he had been so engrossed in his training of the visualization method that he had lost track of time. 3 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. "All right, I will not tease you any longer, senior brother." Zhu Yulian smiled gently. "But you must remember to keep in touch with your shimmy in the future." "All right. Did you come to see me today for any particular reason?" "Of course." Zhu Yulian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Changsheng. "Senior brother Changsheng, I plan to go to the sect to exchange some cultivation resources and have come specifically to invite you to accompany me. Will you join me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled. He had indeed intended to exchange for some cultivation pills and that body refinement technique that could enhance the probability of foundation establishment. "Since that is the case, shall we set off now?" "Wait a moment." Zhu Yulian was in no rush to leave. Instead, she pulled out a small wooden box measuring about a foot on each side from her storage bag. "Here you go, senior brother." "What is this?" Chen Changsheng took the wooden box and examined it closely. It was quite exquisite, adorned with intricate carvings. "Let us open it and see," he suggested. Upon opening the box, he discovered an array of pastries that resembled white jade, meticulously arranged within. A wafting aroma of osmanthus flowers drifted out, refreshing and delightful. "These are made by my own hands. Although spring is not the season for osmanthus blossoms, I took the time to learn some techniques for nurturing spiritual plants and managed to cultivate a few osmanthus saplings. With careful tending, I was able to coax them into blooming. Senior brother, you must try them and see if my osmanthus pastries are to your liking." Listening to the girl's enthusiastic explanation warmed Chen Changsheng's heart, and he promptly took a piece of the osmanthus cake into his mouth. The cake was soft and slightly sticky, sweet yet not cloying, with a fragrant smoothness as he chewed. The refreshing flavor burst in his mouth, tantalizing his taste buds. Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "This is the most delicious pastry I have ever tasted." At his praise, Zhu Yuetian smiled sweetly. "Since you enjoy them, I shall make them for you often." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng quickly declined. "Oh, that is unnecessary. It would be too much trouble." "Not at all, not at all." Zhu Yuetian replied, waving her delicate finger that resembled white jade. "I simply love to make food, and there is no one else to share it with. It would only go to waste. Since you are willing to indulge, that is all the better." Watching the girl, Chen Changsheng silently savored the osmanthus cake in his mouth, finding it particularly fragrant and sweet. Chapter 26. Redeeming treasures. After consuming a few pieces, Chen Changsheng set aside the remaining osmanthus cake. "Let us save some for later. For now, let us head to the sect to redeem some resources, junior sister." "All right," Zhu Yuetian replied with a gentle smile as she followed Chen Changsheng out of the room. It was a rare appearance for Chen Changsheng, surprising the onlookers, especially to see Zhu Yuetian, the foremost disciple of Lingxi Peak, trailing behind him like a neighborly girl. Goodness, is that really Zhu Yuetian? What is her relationship with Chen Changsheng? I've never seen senior sister Zhu display such a demeanor before. Chen Changsheng is truly fortunate. If only I could trade places with him, I would be willing to break through to Foundation establishment. Have you been overindulging in 5-stone powder? How can you speak such nonsense? In the Yitzi courtyard, a few individuals gazed at the departing figures of Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian. One was tall and striking in appearance, while the other was delicate and breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Tang Xiao teased Anan, junior sister Yin, your senior brother Changsheng is about to become someone else's senior brother Changsheng. Yet Anan's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any emotion as she stood silently, her tone flat. I know. The sect's storeroom was located deep within the administrative peak, distinct from other areas. The storeroom housed highly valuable spiritual items and profound techniques for cultivation. To redeem items from the storeroom, one could only use sect contribution points. A bamboo chair in front of the storeroom was occupied by an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and white beard. Clad in a purple robe, holding a bamboo scroll, greetings, Master Uncle. Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian respectfully bowed in greeting. The guardian of the storeroom was of utmost importance. Those entrusted with such duties among Foundation establishment cultivators were not weak. Often, they were elderly individuals nearing the end of their lifespans, having reached the pinnacle of their cultivation but unable to break through, thus coming to guard the storeroom and contribute their final value to the sect. The elder set down the bamboo scroll and regarded them with keen interest. You must be Chen Changsheng. Lately, I've heard much about you and Zhu Yuetian. I almost feel like I know you by reputation. This is my first time meeting you in person. Then, the elder's spiritual sense swept over them. Oh, 6th layer of Qi refinement? That's quite impressive. Not inferior to the girl beside you. It seems your reputation as a spiritual body is not unfounded. But you have shown remarkable restraint, such high cultivation yet remaining low-key. You could easily claim the top position at Lingxi Peak, yet you choose to conceal your abilities. Chen Changsheng forced a smile. His humble cultivation truly couldn't escape the eyes of these advanced practitioners. However, the notion of being a spiritual body had indeed spared him considerable trouble, for at present, his standing in the eyes of the sect's higher-ups was already on par with Zhu Yuetian. While my cultivation may be slightly quicker, in terms of combat ability, I am still far inferior to junior sisters Hu.as for potential for breakthrough. I am no match for junior brother Yi. Although his cultivation was seen through, the customary niceties still needed to be exchanged. It was best to deceive some individuals if possible, but your talent in alchemy is unparalleled, not something ordinary individuals can compare to. Once your cultivation rises, the entire sect will come to depend on you. The elder retrieved a long scroll, which listed the treasures available for redemption. At the top of the scroll was prominently displayed the Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill, required contribution, 10,000 points, limited to Qi Refinement 9th layer for redemption, currently out of stock. You need not concern yourselves with the Foundation Establishment Pill. The sect does not have any available for exchange, but there are some reserves hidden away. Once you reach full completion in Qi Refinement, feel free to come and claim it. The two nodded in understanding and continued to peruse the remaining items on the list. First stage barrier-breaking pill, required contribution, 300.4 used by Qi Refinement cultivators. It is remarkably effective for overcoming bottlenecks in the Qi Refinement phase. Had I possessed a barrier-breaking pill back then, I wouldn't have been stuck at the 4th layer for 2 months. Vitality pill, 1 vial, required contribution, 50. A type of pill for late-stage Qi Refinement cultivators that aids in enhancing cultivation. Aside from the numerous pills, there were also various magical artifacts, but Chen Changsheng had no intention of purchasing them. Magical artifacts were meant for combat, but he already had sufficient resources for cultivation and did not need to venture out for battles. Redeeming a first-stage magical artifact at this point would be a waste. He would wait until Foundation establishment to directly redeem a second-stage artifact. Following that were some important techniques. Great Wilderness Body Refining Technique, Foundation Establishment Technique, required contribution, 2,000. Naturally, this was a must-buy, and Chen Changsheng marked it. Next came some supplementary spiritual herbs for the Great Wilderness Body Refining Technique. This body refining technique was primarily for aiding in Foundation establishment, not for combat, hence it relied heavily on medicinal baths for physical refinement. This would help the body to better adapt to Foundation establishment, easing the arduous journey of refining the physical body. Chen Chongqing redeemed enough spiritual herbs to fully cultivate the great wilderness body refining technique, which cost him another 1,500 contribution points. He then turned to the section on spiritual materials. Chen Chongqing recalled a function of the divine ability he had consumed, capable of refining the characteristics of items for his own use. Perhaps he could exchange for some spiritually valuable materials. Suddenly, he spotted a particular spiritual material, primordial heavy water. His heart jolted as he examined the introduction of this item. Primordial heavy water, third stage spiritual water, required contribution. 100 contribution points per drop. Third stage spiritual water? Chen Chongqing frowned slightly. While primordial heavy water was indeed something to be envisioned during the qi refinement phase, it was fundamentally a genuine item from the upper realm. Starting at a minimum of 5th stage in terms of rank, he pointed at the spiritual water and inquired, "Master Uncle, I have heard that primordial heavy water should be 5th stage spiritual water." The elder chuckled. Genuine primordial heavy water is indeed 5th stage spiritual water, but the primordial heavy water here is derived from the depths of our Yunshui stream S spiritual vein. It is said that in ancient times, celestial beings from the upper realm descended, leaving behind some primordial heavy water. Over time, this water has degraded, but it has also given rise to a spiritual vein, which is the foundation of our Yunshui stream. This third stage primordial heavy water is essentially a degraded version of the authentic spiritual water. After hearing the explanation, Chen Chongqing nodded. "Master Uncle, then I would like to purchase a drop of primordial heavy water." Very well. Following that, Chen Chongqing purchased several pills, sufficient to propel him to the 9th layer of qi refinement in one go, which cost him another 3,000 contribution points. With that, he had spent 70% of his 10,000 contribution points. Fortunately, Chen Chongqing already possessed a quota for one foundation establishment pill. Otherwise, he would not have dared to spend so freely. Other qi refinement cultivators were meticulously saving their contribution points, only daring to exchange for necessary resources using spirit stones in the outside world. After redeeming all the treasures, the elder rolled up the scroll and handed Chen Chongqing a storage bag. Zhu Yuetian had also completed her redemption. "Please check for any discrepancies. We bear no responsibility once you leave this place." Chen Chongqing scanned the storage bag with his spiritual sense, confirming that all the items were accounted for. The two then took their leave. Chapter 27. The 5-year period has arrived. Senior brother Chongqing, you have kept me in the dark for far too long. Once they stepped away from the administrative peak, the girl raised her eyebrows and questioned him. "I initially thought you were merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement. But to my surprise, you are actually at the 6th layer. Speak. When did you break through?" Chen Chongqing smiled wryly. "I only just achieved my breakthrough in the past few days and didn't have the time to inform you." "Emph." Zhu Yuetian crossed her arms in a haughty manner. "Fine. I shall forgive you this time. Junior Sister Zhu, do not call me Junior Sister Zhu. It sounds too formal. Just call me Yuetian." Hearing her words, Chen Chongqing's lips twitched. Their relationship was already somewhat ambiguous, and this change in address only added to the ambiguity. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What is the problem?" Zhu Yuetian replied with clear eyes. "I share a close friendship with senior brother. What is wrong with you calling me by my name? As for how others perceive it, it is enough that we are clear in our hearts." Zhu Yuetian lifted her smooth chin, her pearl-like eyes fixed on Chen Chongqing. "Still, brother Chongqing, do you not feel a twinge of guilt?" "No, no." Chen Chongqing hurriedly waved his hand. "Yuelian, we have been wandering for quite some time today. It is time to return to our cultivation. Allow me to escort you back." "Very well, brother. You truly are an unromantic ascetic. You still call me brother. I simply enjoy addressing you as brother, brother. The residence of Zhu Yuelian lay at the foot of the mountain, and Chen Chongqing accompanied her to the entrance. Just before parting, Zhu Yuelian suddenly grasped Chen Chongqing's hand. "Yuelian," he began, only to see a small fragrant sachet resting in his palm. "Farewell, brother. Do visit me often. I will miss you greatly if you do not come looking for me. I shall seek you out." Amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, Chen Chongqing swiftly returned to the Yizhi courtyard. Inside, he settled into meditation. Yet his thoughts were occupied with Zhu Yuelian. "I had no prior connection with Zhu Yuelian. Why does she seem so infatuated with me? If it were my talent she admired, then Yi Tianlang would be the one worthy of greater attention. Or does she seek to recruit me to suppress Yi Tianlang together? That does not seem right. She has already managed to overshadow Yi Tianling entirely and has no need to spread such rumors about me. Moreover, it would be unreasonable for her to expend such effort solely for mere gossip. The osmanthus cake on the table remained uneaten. The cultivation and seasonal reversal required to produce such delicacies demanded considerable effort. Additionally, the sachet in his hand, though somewhat rudimentary in craftsmanship, was evidently stitched by Zhu Yuelian herself. For one so favored by destiny, to handcraft a sachet stitch by stitch was indeed beyond imagination. The considerable thought she invested left Chen Chongqing puzzled regarding her true intentions. The only plausible explanation was that Zhu Yuelian genuinely harbored feelings for him, a budding infatuation. If one were to perform such intricate gestures for a beloved, it would not be entirely unfathomable. However, Chen Chongqing was not a vain person. He believed that every occurrence must have its reason. Someone like Zhu Yuelian, surrounded by admirers, would not simply fall for him without cause. Yet, her behavior was so utterly irrational, eliminating all improbable scenarios. The truth, no matter how absurd, could only be this. Zhu Yuelian wished to become his partner in the path of cultivation. So be it, Chen Chongqing muttered to himself. If that is indeed the case, I shall have the opportunity to inquire further in the future. If not, pondering it further serves no purpose. The world is devoid of troubles. It is the foolish who complicate matters. Time to cultivate. Once he commenced his practice, the days flowed by like water. Chen Chongqing dedicated 12 hours daily to his cultivation. 6 hours to foundational practices, 2 hours to the visualization method, 2 hours to practicing various techniques, and the final 2 hours to soaking in medicinal baths to refine his body. During his visualization practice, he had taken out a drop of primordial heavy water for experimentation. At first glance, the drop appeared to be an ordinary droplet. However, upon lifting it, he discovered it weighed an astonishing 1,000 pounds. Its rich spiritual essence was invaluable for cultivators practicing water-based techniques or crafting water-related artifacts. With one hand, Chen Chongqing held the primordial heavy water, his lips slightly parted. He inhaled deeply, drawing strands of spiritual energy from the water into his body. Absorbing the primordial heavy water did not hinder his regular cultivation pace. As he absorbed it, the magical essence within him increasingly took on the characteristics of heavy water. Consequently, having encountered the primordial heavy water, even in its diluted form, was advantageous for his visualization sketches. Thus, both his cultivation and visualization skills steadily improved. As for the Taihuang body refinement technique, it merely required him to soak in the medicinal bath and operate the technique. Initially, his body resisted, and his skin felt slight stings. However, after a while, these sensations dissipated. Chen Chongqing distinctly sensed changes in his physique. His skin became smoother, his pores gradually tightened, becoming nearly invisible. His features sharpened, transforming him into a striking young man. He did not proactively seek Zhu Yuelian. Yet she, as she had promised, came to find Chen Chongqing whenever he did not pursue her. Every 10 days or so, the two would exchange insights on their cultivation in Chen Chongqing's residence. Along with some light-hearted banter, every 3 months, Zhu Yuelian would present him with a box of osmanthus cake. Observing Zhu Yuelian's genuine sincerity, Chen Chongqing gradually lowered his guard. The two truly began to resemble supportive partners on the path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Today marked a momentous occasion. 5 years had elapsed since the disciples of Ling Xiyufeng entered the sect. Those who had failed to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement today would be relegated to the role of miscellaneous disciples, while the others would be welcomed into the inner sect. Only those of the inner sect were regarded as true disciples of Yunshui stream. The miscellaneous ones were merely support staffed in the Yizhi courtyard. Aware of the day's significance, Chen Chongqing unusually refrained from arduous practice and ventured out early in the morning. "Brother Chen, long time no see. How remarkable. I thought you would remain in seclusion today." The ascetics regarded Chen Chongqing with curiosity. An ascetic who does not cultivate. Truly an unprecedented event. All eyes turned towards him. Chen Chongqing's previous performance at the stone tablet of inheritance was known only among the sect's higher-ups. The other disciples merely sensed that he had grown significantly. Huang Yunfei seemed to have caught wind of something, yet he did not make a fuss about it. Recently, he had also refrained from disturbing Chen Chongqing's practice. Tang Xiaoro waved her hand cheerfully. "Brother Chen, what is your current level of cultivation?" Chen Chongqing could clearly see that she had recently reached the 4th level of qi refinement. though it appeared she had just broken through. Among the gathered disciples, Huang Yunfei, Yin Anin, He, Tang Xiao, and Su Yang had all reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Tio Chun Changxing's surprise. Wang Zhong had also attained the 4th level. It was noteworthy that he possessed 5 spiritual roots. And Zhang Jihong, with comparable aptitude, had only just reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. However, after a moment's contemplation, Chen Changxing understood the reason. Su Yang and Wang Zhong were both close to Huang Yunfei. The camaraderie among the three undoubtedly facilitated Wang Zhong and even Su Yang's successful breakthroughs, as having a benefactor in cultivation is crucial. Generally speaking, only about 40% of disciples manage to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement within the designated time frame. The presence of 6 individuals in Chen Changxing's courtyard who had achieved this was attributable to several factors. Firstly, there were 4 individuals with spiritual roots of 3 or higher among the Yizhi courtyard disciples, which effectively guaranteed half of them a pass. Secondly, with Chen Changxing and Yinan leading the way, a culture of diligent practice flourished. Lastly, the support of Huang Yunfei, a prominent figure, was invaluable. In other courtyards, there were instances where not a single disciple possessed 3 spiritual roots, and only 1 or 2 individuals could reach the 4th level of qi refinement. Chen Changxing surveyed the group and counted a total of 7 individuals. Including himself. "Where is Yushimi?" he inquired. Among the 8, the absence of Yinan was striking. "Why Yushimi?" The others exchanged glances, sighing, but Yushimi has been diligently cultivating these past years. Indeed, she spends all her time in her room, focused solely on her practice. It has been ages since Yushimi and I last played together. Eventually, it was Su Yang who spoke up. Yushimi reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi refinement a month ago. However, she seems to have encountered a bottleneck. Bottlenecks are an inevitable hurdle for all cultivators. Unless one possesses a heavenly spiritual root, anyone may face such a challenge when attempting to break through a realm. The bottleneck from the early to mid stages of qi refinement is manageable, lasting anywhere from a month to several months. However, hitting a bottleneck in the later stages of qi refinement may last several years. Even those with heavenly spiritual roots may experience bottlenecks after reaching the golden core stage. Of course, it is also possible for someone to progress smoothly without encountering any obstacles. The higher the realm, the greater the likelihood of encountering a bottleneck. After reaching the golden core stage, a bottleneck is almost inevitable. For the mid-stage qi refinement bottleneck, the probability of encountering one is only 30%. Yinan was indeed unfortunate. "Why don't we go see Yushimi?" someone suggested. The group made their way to Yunyan's door, and just as they were about to knock, the door swung open from within. Yunyan appeared in a white nightgown, her hair disheveled and her face weary. Upon seeing her, Chen Changxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The moment he laid eyes on Yunyan, he realized she was still at the 3rd level of qi refinement. "Brother, sister," Yunyan's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. The past 3 years of her arduous cultivation had not gone unnoticed by the others. Had she not faced a bottleneck, she would have undoubtedly secured her position at the 4th level of qi refinement. Alas, her luck had not been on her side. Tang Xiao shrank back with a sense of guilt. During their first 2 years in the sect, she had often spent time playing with Yunyan, wasting precious cultivation time, amounting to several months. In the end, she had leveraged her superior aptitude to enter the inner sect, while Yunyan had fallen just short. The group fell silent, each lost in thought. After a moment, they found themselves in an open area at the foot of the mountain, where nearly 1,000 disciples had gathered, bustling with excitement. Some were enthusiastically exchanging ideas with their companions, reveling in their future prospects. Today marked the beginning of their true journey into the world of cultivation. "I will go to Danxia Peak, where I shall have an endless supply of elixirs." However, correspondingly, a significant number of individuals found themselves in a state of melancholy, rendered speechless. They had failed to transcend the 4th level of qi refining and were relegated to menial tasks. A purple-robed foundation building elder descended from the sky. Standing before the gathered disciples, "Esteemed disciples, 5 years have elapsed. This span of time has served both as an opportunity for you to acclimate to the world of cultivation and as a period of assessment. Those of exceptional talent will not be submerged amidst the ordinary. For those of average aptitude, diligent cultivation remains the sole means to catch up with the gifted. Hard work can compensate for inadequacies. As for those with poor qualifications, perseverance and resourcefulness can still lead to achievements, provided one seeks out opportunities. However, for those who possess none of the aforementioned qualities, those of inferior talent who lack diligence and are dull-witted. Such individuals are ill-suited for the path of cultivation. Therefore, henceforth, those at the 4th level of qi refining shall advance to the inner sect, officially recognized as disciples of Yunshui stream, bearing the responsibility of the sect's legacy upon your shoulders. The remaining individuals will be assigned as menial workers, engaged in various duties within Yunshui stream. Should any of you awaken to your potential, it is not beyond possibility to pursue and catch up. Thus, all menial workers under the age of 30 will participate in a grand competition every 3 years, with the top 3 securing a place in the inner sect. Upon finishing his address, the elder in purple waved his hand, dividing the disciples into 2 groups, those above the 4th level of qi refining and those below. Unbeknownst to many, numerous disciples were merely a hair's breadth away from the 4th level. Yet, that slender margin felt as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Despite the similar ages, their destinies had diverged dramatically. This cohort comprised a total of 847 individuals, with 364 ascending to the inner sect and 483 relegated to menial roles. Reflecting on their 5 years together, filled with deep emotions, they would each be assigned their paths the following day. In 3 days, they would depart from Lingxiyufeng. Upon receiving this news, the group felt a mixture of sorrow and a vague sense of anticipation. They had been sent to Yunshui stream at a tender age, forming bonds in their shared courtyard as they grew together. Now, the thought of parting was difficult for them to bear. On the final night before their separation, Chun Changsheng, Wang Yunfei, and others decided to indulge in a feast. They ordered a lavish spread of spiritual delicacies from the Lingshan Pavilion, accompanied by several jars of spiritual wine. Brother Chun, I raise my glass to you. Once you enter the inner sect, I shall rely on you even more. Well said, well said. Brother Huang, I toast you. If it weren't for you, Xiaoro, do not blame yourself. It is my own shortcomings. The clinking of cups echoed, and the air was thick with the aroma of wine. That night, Lingxiyufeng was ablaze with lights, and sleep eluded everyone. The fiery glow illuminated the figures in the Yitzi courtyard, where Anan gazed at Chun Changsheng's profile. Brother Changsheng? Him? It's nothing. With Chun Changsheng's response, a charming smile spread across Anan's face, her attire a resplendent red gown. She took his arm, leaning gently against him, her head resting on his shoulder. As she exhaled, her warm breath tickled his ear, inducing a shiver. Xiao-an, do not move. That night, a group of youthful souls gathered for one last time, unrestrained by notions of cultivation hierarchy or the deceptions of the cultivation world. Their emotions were genuine. They laughed, they wept, and they were profoundly innocent. At the foot of the mountain, in Zhu Yuetian's courtyard, they too found themselves amidst revelry or perhaps sorrow as they celebrated their final evening together. Wine and meat were plentiful. Sister Zhu, I shall rely on you in the days to come. Sister Zhu, I shall miss you dearly. Sister Zhu, I raise a toast to you. Zhu Yuetian was undoubtedly the heart of the gathering. In response to the toasts, she merely sipped tea in place of wine, casually acknowledging the gestures. Her emotions appeared less intense than those of her peers. She maintained a smile, yet her eyes lacked the sadness typically associated with farewells. I have harbored this sentiment for a long time. It must be expressed today. Sister Zhu, I truly have always. Silence. Observing the melancholic youth around her, Zhu Yuetian sighed in exasperation. She felt no sorrow at the impending separation. On the contrary, stepping into the inner sect represented a significant advancement in her own journey. Suddenly, a disciple's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sister Zhu, I have always wondered how you managed to cultivate a relationship with that diligent cultivator. Chen Changsheng. At the mention of Chun Changsheng, a flicker of emotion crossed Zhu Yuetian's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, perhaps it is a matter of sincerity begetting sincerity. Though my motives may not be entirely pure, I genuinely wish to walk the path of life with Brother Changsheng. Chapter 29. Apprenticeship. Yunshui stream is comprised of 8 prominent peaks: Lingyun Peak, Shimu Peak, Lingxiu Peak, Danxia Peak, Balian Peak, Lingfu Peak, Yunshui Peak, and Taishang Peak. Lingyun Peak serves as the face of the sect and is where significant matters are handled. The sect leader resides here most of the time. Shimu Peak, Lingxiu Peak, and Danxia Peak require no further elaboration. Balian Peak specializes in weapon forging, led by a second-tier master craftsman. Lingfu Peak, akin to Balian Peak, focuses on talisman crafting. Yunshui Peak is a more ordinary place, home to disciples who possess no particular skills other than cultivation, and it houses over 80% of the inner sect disciples. Taishang Peak, as its name suggests, is the retreat of two venerable ancestors and the site of the most concentrated spiritual energy within Yunshui Stream. Yunshui Stream is established atop a third-tier spiritual vein, its name mirroring the surrounding terrain, which resembles a vast gorge. The elevated land on either side rises sharply into the sky, creating a natural protective barrier. The valley floor is expansive, dotted with smaller peaks. These 8 key locations form the 8 prominent peaks of Yunshui Stream. Furthermore, these 8 peaks serve as the focal points of the protective formation of Yunshui Stream. The founding ancestor of Yunshui Stream established the sect in this locale and arranged a third-tier protective formation. This large-scale formation, powered by the spiritual vein beneath, is nearly impervious to the assaults of golden core cultivators. This is the foundation upon which the 5 major sects of Liang Kingdom stand. Among the 8 peaks, Shimu Peak, Danxia Peak, Balian Peak, and Lingfu Peak are responsible for recruiting disciples. The first 4 have certain limitations on their quotas. Should inner sect disciples be unable to gain entry, they must remain at Yunshui Peak. Chun Changxing had long been granted special permission by the sect to directly join Danxia Peak, receiving priority in resource allocation. Thus, upon arriving at Danxia Peak, he was promptly escorted to Danxia Hall. Moments later, 3 foundation-building elders arrived together. Disciple Chun Changxing, I greet the 3 esteemed elders. Chun Changxing performed the disciple's salute, his gaze sweeping over to memorize the faces of the 3 elders. The elder on the left had red hair and a tall, robust figure, exuding a rugged demeanor. The elder on the right appeared hunched and aged, while the middle elder, a middle-aged man with a small beard, seemed to hold a slightly higher status than the others. I am Peng Ming, the peak master of Danxia Peak. This is Elder Su Yongshou on the left, and Elder Pei Yin on the right. Peng Ming scrutinized Chen Changxing, assessing him from head to toe. Indeed, that old ghost Sima spoke highly of you, noting your remarkable cultivation prowess at such a young age, and it seems his words hold true upon our meeting. Since you have arrived at Danxia Peak, we shall strive to cultivate your potential. However, I have another proposition that you may consider. Please, Master, I am all ears. Chun Changxing dared not refuse. I am over 80 years old. My cultivation has reached the later stage of foundation building, and there remains the possibility of attempting to break through to the golden core stage in the future. Therefore, Peng Ming elongated his tone. It is rare to find a disciple for alchemy, and I currently do not have one. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Faced with Peng Ming's inquiry, Chun Changxing momentarily hesitated but soon resolved himself to bow before Peng Ming. Disciple Chen Changxing, I pay my respects to my master. Despite this being their first meeting, Peng Ming, as the master of Danxia Peak, was a figure of considerable significance within Yunshui Stream. Tio refused the opportunity to become a disciple of such a prominent individual would be exceedingly unwise. Although he might not voice any discontent, the resources he would provide would inevitably be less forthcoming. Thus, if Chen Changxing aspired to achieve something noteworthy at Danxia Peak, he recognized that declining was not an option. However, it must be noted that Peng Ming, as a figure of power within Yunshui Stream, possessed boundless resources and was also a master alchemist. Among the 2 third-tier alchemists in Yunshui Stream, one was the reclusive ancestor Yin, and the other was the very Peng Ming before him. Therefore, Chen Changxing decisively accepted the apprenticeship. Peng Ming looked at Chun Changxing, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He could clearly discern Chen Changxing's current cultivation level at the 6th layer of qi refining, on the cusp of breaking through to the 7th layer. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Even more remarkably, Chen Changxing's spiritual awareness surpassed that of his peers. As for his alchemical aptitude, it had been officially recognized by the inheritance stone tablet. Peng Ming stroked his small beard, nodding appreciatively. Good, Chun Changxing, from this day forth, you shall be my eldest disciple. You may rise. Following this, the 2 accompanying elders congratulated him in unison. Congratulations to Brother Peng for acquiring a talented disciple. Peng Ming continued, taking on a disciple is a significant matter, not to be treated lightly. In 3 months, there will be an auspicious day. On that day, I shall hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. As he spoke, he patted Chun Changxing on the shoulder. Although the ceremony will be held at a later date, today you and I have already established a master-disciple bond. He produced an ancient alchemical furnace and a vial of elixir, handing them to Chen Changxing. As your master, I present you with these 2 gifts to commemorate our meeting. This furnace, known as the Xinyu furnace, has served me well. Being a high-quality second-tier artifact, it will suffice for your needs for quite some time. The vial contains the Longhu Zhuanggu Dan, also a high-quality second-tier elixir. Unlike ordinary elixirs, the Longhu Zhuanggu Dan possesses a gentle nature, making it an excellent nourishing elixir that even a qi refinement cultivator such as yourself can safely consume. As for other matters, we shall discuss them later. For now, go and select a cave dwelling. Yes, thank you, master. Chen Chongqing accepted the two treasures, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. It was indeed a wise decision to become his disciple. The Xinyu furnace alone was worth thousands of spirit stones, and the Longhu Zhuanggu Dan was also valued at several thousand spirit stones, with its worth often exceeding market price. Peng Ming seemed to have other pressing matters, so he summoned a steward to guide Chen Chongqing away. These white dots represent vacant spots rich in spiritual energy. Feel free to choose one as your cave dwelling. On the sand table, over 20 luminous points flickered, most of them tinged with red. At the moment Chen Chongqing became Peng Ming's disciple, his status underwent a transformation. Previously, he was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. However, should he be accepted as a disciple by the master of a peak, he would become a true inheritor disciple, enjoying certain privileges over regular inner sect disciples. For instance, within Danxia Peak, Chen Chongqing was entitled to freely select a cave dwelling. These dwellings were primarily designated for Foundation establishment cultivators. Ordinary inner sect disciples could only find a place within the confines set by the sect. In terms of both space and spiritual energy concentration, they paled in comparison to the cave dwellings. Chen Chongqing surveyed the options and ultimately chose the most secluded cave dwelling. Its remoteness indicated a distance from human habitation, making it suitable for his arduous cultivation and allowing him to absorb natural spiritual energy in the wild. Very well. The steward manipulated the sand table, finally taking Chen Chongqing's disciple token and inscribing a spell into it, white, on the sand table, transformed into a red dot. Brother Chen, the rights to this cave dwelling are now yours. You can control the formation through your disciple token. Oh, by the way, each cave dwelling can accommodate 2 to 4 servant disciples. Given the size of the dwelling, you will require their assistance in managing it and handling trivial matters, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. Do you have anyone in mind? If not, I can assist in selecting them. Chen Chongqing immediately thought of Zhang Jihong and Yun Yan'an. However, given the relationship between the servant disciples and himself, which was clearly that of master and servant, he felt it inappropriate to summon his former companions. He shook his head. Brother, please arrange it as you see fit. All right, the steward smiled. I assure you, the servant disciples I choose will be obedient, diligent, and capable. Chapter 30. Cave dwelling at the foot of Danxia Peak. The back mountain was entirely filled with cave dwellings made of first-tier jade. A sight of sheer luxury, Chen Chongqing opened the door to his cave dwelling and couldn't help but marvel. Following the guidance of his disciple token, he arrived at a mist-laden area, where a maze formation restricted his spiritual awareness. Activating the token, the formation dissipated, revealing the entrance to the cave dwelling. Many pavilions and towers were crafted from white jade, with rare flowers and herbs flourishing in the surrounding spaces. Behind the towers lay a 10-acre plot of low-quality second-tier spiritual land, suitable for cultivating various spiritual herbs. Currently, only 2 spirit fruit trees grew on the land, their fruits nearly ripe. Approaching, Chen Chongqing recognized these trees as Minghui fruit trees, a type of low-quality second-tier spirit fruit that could enhance the flow of meridians and, to some extent, accelerate a cultivator's progress. After assessing the concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity, Chen Chongqing sighed. The concentration here is at least that of a high-quality second tier. It will sufficiently support my cultivation until the later stages of foundation establishment. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which necessitates a certain environment. Just as a Yuanying stage cultivator cannot simply find any hill to practice, each stage of cultivators requires spiritual land corresponding to their cultivation level to advance. Without suitable spiritual land, one would need to consume vast amounts of spirit stones to barely elevate their cultivation. Conversely, cultivating in spiritual land of a higher grade than one's own is exceedingly beneficial. Consequently, when recruiting servant disciples for the cave dwelling, many were eager to apply it. On one hand, it offered them proximity to high-tier cultivators, a rare opportunity. On the other hand, they could utilize the rich spiritual energy of the cave dwelling to enhance their own cultivation. Chen Chongqing spent half an hour exploring the various areas of the cave dwelling. After another hour, he grasped the intricacies of the formation prohibitions. It's truly vast. No wonder they recruit servant disciples to assist. Otherwise, managing the cave would consume a considerable amount of cultivation time. Chun Chongqing familiarized himself with his cave. The steward of Danxia Peak arrived at the quarters of the servant disciples. As at Lingxiu Peak, the servant disciples were housed in groups of 8, each with their own room. Although the living conditions were not poor, compared to Chun Chongqing's cave dwelling, even a single room would require 7 or 8 of their quarters combined to match the building area of his. Adding in the spiritual land behind, the disparity was even greater. The steward announced the need for servant disciples to assist with the cave dwelling, and in an instant, numerous disciples flocked to him. I want to enter the cave and follow the master. Me. Although my cultivation is low, I am hardworking and capable. Steward, I, a humble girl, will surely take good care of my master. The steward dismissed the earlier remarks, but the final comment caught his attention. He turned to the speaker, a young woman in her 20s, with an alluring figure and skin as white as snow, exuding a gentle charm. Lu Yiren, I remember you. You are a fine disciple. You are selected. The steward pointed at her, and upon realizing she had been chosen, the girl was overjoyed and hurriedly stood behind the steward. The steward continued, as for male disciples, please refrain from applying. Female disciples should preferably be young, around 20, and good-looking. Upon hearing this, the crowd of disciples dispersed, yet many young women continued to flock towards him. The steward had a simple mindset regarding recruitment. When selecting servant disciples, aside from their ability to perform menial tasks, it was essential that they were pleasing to the eye. If he dared send over burly and unattractive individuals to Chun Chongqing, he would surely feel that the steward was playing tricks on him. Sending young and beautiful women might not align entirely with Chun Chongqing's preferences, yet it would not lead him to think that the steward was careless in his selection. Among the remaining disciples, the steward, relying on memory, picked 2 other capable and attractive female cultivators. Along with his niece, he had gathered 4 young female cultivators and planned to send them to Chun Chongqing's cave dwelling the following day. The next day, as Chun Chongqing awoke from his meditation, he felt his disciple token vibrate. Someone was requesting an audience outside the cave. With a wave of his hand, a water mirror appeared before him, presenting the scene outside the cave. This was the marvelous utility of the cave's formation prohibitions. He saw the steward standing with 4 beautiful women, all waiting patiently outside the formation. Why are they all female cultivators? Chun Chongqing chuckled wryly. Just as he was about to speak, a purple-haired woman approached from a distance and halted before the formation. Observing the steward and the 4 female cultivators, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Is this Chun Chongqing's cave dwelling?" The steward, recognizing her remarkable demeanor, did not dare to be negligent, indeed. "What are you bringing these female cultivators for?" Upon hearing this, Chun Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine. For the purple-haired woman was none other than Zhu Yulian, who had turned her hair purple due to her practice of thunder-based techniques. These are servant disciples sent to handle daily chores for Brother Chun. Zhu Yulian, with a resigned expression, pressed her lips together. "You may leave now, and take them with you. Very well, I shall comply." Chun Chongqing acquiesced, not wanting to incur any further drama. The steward received Chun Chongqing's approval and led the 4 women away. Chun Chongqing dispelled the restrictions, allowing the white mist to part and reveal the entrance. He stepped out, and before he arrived, he called out, "Yulian, would you believe me if I said this was the steward's decision and that I had no prior knowledge of it?" Of course. Upon seeing Chun Chongqing, Zhu Yulian immediately donned a sweet smile. "These disciples may have ulterior motives. It would be better for your junior sister to find you some honest and straightforward ones." "Very well." Chun Chongqing rubbed his nose. He truly had no idea the steward had chosen 4 female cultivators for him. Nevertheless, facing Zhu Yulian made him feel somewhat uneasy. The 2 entered the room and sat down to enjoy tea. "Brother Chongqing, how did you end up in such a cave dwelling?" "I became a disciple of the Peak Master of Danxia Peak yesterday." "Oh, is that so? Does that mean I will soon reside in a similar cave dwelling?" "Oh. Have you taken another elder as your master?" "Yes, the sect master intends to take me as a disciple in half a month. There will be a grand disciple accepting ceremony on Lingyun Peak. As she spoke, Zhu Yulian produced an invitation card, specifically to extend an invitation to her senior brother. Taking the card in hand, Chun Chongqing felt a genuine joy for Zhu Yulian. "I will certainly attend," he pledged. The two then engaged in their usual light-hearted conversation for a while before Zhu Yuelian took her leave. 2 days later, four disciples, claiming to be menial workers sent by Zhu Yuelian, arrived to report in. Among them were two familiar faces from the past, Yun Yinan and Zhang Jihong, who hailed from the Yizhi courtyard. The other two were named Su Jiao and Li Xian, both contemporaries in the same category of menial disciples. Thus, Chen Chongqing's journey in the inner sect commenced on the right path. Chapter 31. 2 years of mundanity. The secret realm. Half a month later, the sect master Li Mingdao accepted Zhu Yuelian as his disciple, marking her as his fourth. Cultivators from all walks of life, from foundation establishment to minor qi refiners, came to offer their congratulations. Chen Chongqing also attended, witnessing the formidable presence of the higher-rank cultivators. Shortly after the disciple acceptance ceremony, Yun Yinan broke through to the 4th level of qi refining. This breakthrough came half a month later than her 5-year assessment period due to the bottleneck she faced. Had she exerted more effort upon her initiation, reaching the 3rd level's perfection sooner, she might have escaped the fate of a menial disciple. Another month later, Chen Chongqing achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of qi refining. This time, fortune favored him, sparing him from encountering any bottlenecks. However, as he approached the later stages of qi refining, the difficulty of cultivation escalated significantly. Chen Chongqing estimated that, assuming he had ample medicinal pills and spiritual stones, he would need at least 2 years to break through to the 8th level. 2 more months passed when Zhu Yuelian visited Chen Chongqing, bringing along a box of osmanthus cakes. 3 months later, she returned once more, having also broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. By the end of that month, winter arrived once again. Yin Anan came to visit Chen Chongqing, and he enjoyed a bowl of longevity noodles. Grateful, he took a moment to assess his junior sister's cultivation. Unlike Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yuelian, Yin Anan's cultivation speed was merely half that of a single spiritual root. Thus she had only reached the 5th level of qi refining. Regarding the Huang family's financial support, due to Zhu Yuelian's Qingshan society, this cohort of families individually financed a group of cultivators rather than providing support to a single family. Henceforth, Yin Anan's cultivation would be supported by the Qingshan society and the numerous families backing it, rendering Huang family's assistance obsolete. Another year and a half elapsed. The disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Chen Chongqing had begun to acclimate to their new lives. Zhu Yuelian, Yin Anan, and others remained at Yunshui Peak, devoted to their foundation establishment, receiving the necessary resources from their supportive families. Gradually, Zhu Yuelian's influence grew notably. Upon entering the inner sect, the idyllic environment of Lingxi Peak faded, revealing the hierarchy within the sect. Zhu Yuelian began to assume the title of senior sister, her prowess at the 7th level of qi refining almost rendering her the eldest sister among her peers. Although the dual spiritual root cultivator Yi Tianlang had also broken through to the 7th level, their private contests often resulted in Zhu Yuelian prevailing. Despite his attempts to cultivate a top-tier technique capable of reaching the later stages of the nascent soul realm, he still found himself at a disadvantage against her formidable thunder spiritual root. Consequently, he withdrew into seclusion, practicing diligently with a select few dual spiritual root disciples. While numerous legends circulated about him among the disciples, he had effectively retreated from the fray. As for Chen Chongqing, he had retreated even more thoroughly among this cohort of disciples. Apart from Zhu Yuelian and Yin Anan visiting him occasionally, others merely acknowledged him in discussions about the top disciples, saying, "Oh, there's also Chen Chongqing." Despite Chen Chongqing's near invisibility among the disciples, his secluded practice yielded daily advancements in his cultivation. One day, a female disciple brought osmanthus cakes to visit Chen Chongqing, though she was not Zhu Yuelian. She informed him, "Senior sister has gone to the Qianji Gate with the elders of the sect." Only then did Chen Chongqing realize that 3 months prior, another individual had successfully reached the core formation stage at the Qianji Gate. A momentous occasion in the realm of cultivation in the Liang Kingdom. By customary etiquette, all sects were expected to send representatives to convey their congratulations, and Yunshui Pavilion was no exception. As the two most outstanding disciples of their cohort, Zhu Yuelian and Yi Tianlang, were dispatched to maintain the sect's reputation. Initially, Chen Chongqing was also to accompany them, but as he was in seclusion at the time, the sect opted not to include him. Days later, news regarding Yi Tianlang stirred significant excitement among the disciples. It turned out that at Qianji Gate, the 5 major sects had sent their finest disciples to attend the ceremony. Unbeknownst to anyone, someone had suggested that the younger generation engage in a contest of skills. Given that the recruitment times for the 5 major sects coincided, The competition was deemed fair. Ultimately, Zhu Yuelian did not participate, but Yi Tianlang single-handedly triumphed over disciples from the 4 major sections of course. The most exceptional disciples from each sect did not attend the ceremony. For instance, within this year's Hahuan sect disciples, there was one who possessed a singular spiritual body and was exceptionally gifted, making rapid strides in cultivation. Additionally, the elder brother of the spirit beast sect, who had an innate affinity for spirit beasts, had formed a contract with a high-grade demon beast cub during the early stages of chi refining. The spirit beast sect cultivators thrived alongside their spirit beasts and under the influence of the high-grade demon beast. His cultivation progress was said to be remarkable. The loose cultivator community was rife with talent, with several outstanding disciples among them. The disciple attending the ceremony at Qinji Gate was merely one of them. Therefore, even if the other sects faced defeat, they had ample reasons to save face. However, this contest occurred within Qinji Gate itself. The current champion of Qinji Gate was decisively defeated by Yi Tianlang. It was rumored that on that day, Yi Tianlang was accompanied by 3 fire dragons, wielding an overwhelming mastery of fire-type magic that seemed unstoppable. As soon as the champion of Qinji Gate took the stage, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, left with no opportunity to counterattack. After merely 30 moves, the champion was struck off the stage by Yi Tianlang's hand, resulting in a loss. Observers could clearly discern the considerable disparity in abilities between both parties. Once this news returned to Yunshui Pavilion, the disciples erupted in excitement. I always thought Yi Shixiang was merely a man of potential without true talent. Only today did I realize that I am the true waste. It turns out that Yi Shixiang could not compete with Zhu Shiji not due to his incompetence, but because Zhu Shiji is simply too formidable. The quality of our cohort is astonishing. Our second-place disciple can surpass the champions of other sects. As for why Qin Chongqing seemed particularly well-informed about this matter, it was because the person who had outshone the renowned Yi Tianlang in the Liang Kingdom's cultivation realm was none other than Zhu Yuelian, who stood before him, vividly recounting the events of that day. Qin Chongqing chuckled. It seems Yi Shidi has truly regained his confidence and no longer needs to endure others' ridicule. Indeed, Yi Shidi has been standing taller and straighter while conversing with me these days, she remarked. However, the recent summons from Qinji Gate, aside from witnessing the core formation ceremony, carries another significant matter. The sect will inform you soon, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Qin Chongqing's curiosity piqued as he inquired. Oh, what is it? The Qinji Gate has discovered a secret realm. The formation of such realms can arise through various means, be it fragments of space or ancient cultivation sites left behind by powerful beings. It might even be a sect's hidden sanctuary after its decline. Regardless, secret realms are often brimming with untold benefits. Qin Chongqing pondered aloud. If they have discovered a secret realm, why not keep it to themselves rather than sharing it with us? Zhu Yuelian chuckled. What you may not realize, senior brother, is that the secret realm lies to the north of Qinji Gate, bordering the Ghost Spirit Gate. It remains uncertain to whom that area belongs. Qinji Gate seeks our collaboration to apply pressure on the Ghost Spirit Gate, hoping to share in the spoils. It is said that only chi refiners may enter the secret realm. Soon, we shall have the opportunity to explore it ourselves. Chapter 32. Preparations for the secret realm. After Zhu Yuelian and Qin Chongqing concluded their discussion about the secret realm, a month later, Pongming summoned Qin Chongqing to the Taoist Hall. The aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through Pongming's hall, filled with numerous visitors. Upon Qin Chongqing's arrival, Pongming scanned the crowd with a sweeping gaze before raising his hand. Everyone, you may leave now. Yes, the crowd complied and exited, leaving only Qin Chongqing and Pongming in the room. Qin Chongqing harbored some suspicions but still inquired, Master, do you have any instructions for me? Pongming smiled. Chongqing, you have been in the sect for 7 or 8 years now? Yet you have not ventured out for practical experience, have you? Generally, disciples of Lingxi Peak are not permitted to leave. However, once one attains the 4th level of Qi refining and becomes an inner sect disciple, they may undertake missions outside. Given the multitude of disciples within the sect, relying solely on the sect's limited resources could not fulfill all their needs. The Liang Kingdom remains a newly open territory, with many areas still uninhabited and occupied by demonic beasts. For instance, the Mang Mountain in Qingzhou serves as a crucial site where common cultivators procure resources by gathering spiritual herbs and hunting demonic beasts. Yet Qin Chongqing had never undertaken a mission. His 1,000 points of sect contribution provided him with ample resources, negating the need for him to venture into danger. Yes, he nodded, awaiting Peng Ming's further instructions. Peng Ming continued, the disciples from Qinji Gate have discovered a qi refining secret realm in the northern borders of the Liang Kingdom, and it is initially surmised to contain countless resources. We plan to send disciples to explore the secret realm alongside the other 4 major sects and the Ghost Spirit Gate to uncover its mysteries. There may be chances for fortune, but there may also be great peril. With your aptitude and resources, remaining in the sect to cultivate towards foundation establishment poses no issue. Yet, apart from cultivation, engaging in contests of skill is an essential aspect of a cultivator's journey. Thus, I wish to inquire of you, would you be willing to embark on a journey to the mysterious realm? Qin Changxing pondered for a moment and asked, May I ask, Master, how many days remain until the opening of the secret realm? Currently, Chen Changxing was still a fraction away from achieving 80% of his qi refining. His physical cultivation was not yet perfected, and his visualization technique was only at a modest level. Moreover, he lacked a suitable magical artifact. His cultivation was still far from the pinnacle. Even though he considered himself unparalleled in magical arts, given his current state, he feared he might not be able to prevail against those senior disciples who had immersed themselves in qi refining for decades. After all, he had only practiced for a little over 7 years, while they had dedicated 70 years to their cultivation. It was indeed somewhat of a delusion. Peng Ming chuckled reassuringly, do not worry. The matter of the secret realm is merely in its preliminary discussions, and negotiations with the Ghost Spirit sect have yet to commence. Even if it is finalized, there will be considerable time needed for both sides to prepare. At least 5 or 6 years, I would say 0.5 or 6 years. Qin Changxing nodded. This duration should suffice for him to attain perfection in his cultivation, magical techniques, and artifacts. I am willing, he declared. Well, since you have such intent, return and prepare diligently as cultivators. We ought to face the heavens and challenge the earth. If we cower before opportunities, we shall forever remain at the foundation stage, Peng Ming proclaimed with a grand gesture. Casting forth a radiant suit of armor, Qian Changxing extended his hand to receive it, discovering it to be an inner armor that could be worn beneath clothing, shimmering with ethereal light, its material exuding an extraordinary essence. This was a second-tier superior magical artifact. The golden scaled armor, possessed protective, stealth, and flight capabilities, making it a rare treasure even for foundation stage cultivators. You should refine it well. It will serve you adequately in the secret realm. The second-tier superior magical artifact was akin to those wielded by late foundation stage grand cultivators. Even with Chen Changxing's current magical prowess, it would be challenging to sustain its use for long. But in critical moments, it could certainly safeguard his life. Furthermore, given the inherent toughness of the golden scaled armor, even without activation, it remained an excellent protective artifact. Thank you, Master. Go forth. Yes, departing from Peng Ming's sanctuary, Chen Changxing felt a surge of joy as his master. Peng Ming had truly been generous, gifting him magical artifacts, alchemical furnaces, and elixirs, each item worth decades of income for an ordinary qi refining cultivator. It was evident that Peng Ming regarded Chen Changxing as a cherished disciple to be cultivated. Thus, it was difficult not to feel moved. With a protective magical artifact secured, he still lacked an offensive artifact and a flight artifact. As for his magical techniques, the primordial heavy water visualization had already reached a modest level. Chen Changxing lifted his right hand, a single drop of profound water hovering in his palm. This drop of heavy water weighed 1,000 pounds. With all his effort, he could condense dozens of drops. The might of tens of thousands of pounds, within the qi refining realm, was likely unparalleled. His spiritual awareness had also grown as he approached the late qi refining stage and achieved a modest level in his visualization technique. Now extending to 18 zhangdai in terms of spiritual consciousness, he felt no fear. Moreover, he possessed the radiant light divine ability. Chen Changxing contemplated his capabilities, nodding inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining cultivators. In 5 years' time, once his magical techniques and cultivation reached perfection, he would be invincible within the qi refining realm. However, he could also begin searching for some techniques from the scripture repository, as well as offensive and flight magical artifacts. After some time, he would venture out for further experience, familiarizing himself with his abilities. Thus, he first proceeded to the scripture repository. The techniques available there were significantly less profound than those within the sect's library. Nonetheless, Chen Changxing intended to acquire some magical techniques to enhance his repertoire. Even the most mundane techniques would yield unexpected results under his heavy water magical power. After expending the majority of his spiritual stone savings, he purchased 7 techniques, 3 of which were first-tier superior techniques and 4 first-tier intermediate techniques. The first-tier superior techniques included the water illusion technique, an illusionary art, rainfall technique, which transformed magical power into rain, with raindrops akin to arrows, and sword control technique, which commanded a magical sword. As for the first-tier intermediate techniques, they were more foundational: water control technique, water walking technique, water transformation technique, and water clone technique. With these techniques in hand, Chen Chongqing also visited the inner repository to seek any artifacts that piqued his interest. However, the artifacts available either exceeded his grade or were of no use to him. Ultimately, without securing an artifact, he converted all his remaining contribution points into primordial heavy water to enhance his cultivation. Thus, Chen Chongqing returned to his cave dwelling, diligently cultivating. 2 months later, he broke through to the 8th layer of qi refining. On this day, he had been in the sect for 8 years, and he was now 17 years old. Chapter 33. The Mountain Bandit. A year later, Zhu Yulian visited once more. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing still wearing a frown, she cheerfully inquired, "Brother Chongqing, have you yet to find a suitable magical artifact?" Chen Chongqing replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, good artifacts are hard to come by. The artifacts from Yunshui Gorge feel somewhat lacking. Why not venture out, brother, to seek some rare materials and forge a weapon of your own?" Chen Chongqing pondered. "I have considered such a notion, but treasures are elusive, and I possess little information in the outside world." As he spoke, he caught the glimmer of a smile in Zhu Yulian's eyes. "Yulian, do you have relevant news?" Zhu Yulian replied with a gentle smile. "It does pertain to refining materials, though not for you. I have received word that someone has discovered traces of a thunder beast. Its horns are excellent materials for forging. Would you care to accompany me?" The thunder beast, a first-tier superior demon beast, was naturally capable of wielding the power of thunder, boasting formidable offensive capabilities alongside robust defense. Common qi refining cultivators could hardly withstand its thunderous might. However, before Zhu Yulian, who also commanded thunderous powers, the thunder beast appeared less daunting. "Oh, pray tell, where is it?" Chen Chongqing's interest was piqued. Initially, he planned to cultivate directly to the foundation stage, but unexpected developments surrounding the secret realm compelled him to practice combat sooner than anticipated. Although entering the secret realm was not strictly necessary, with his current capabilities, should he continue to hesitate before a qi refining secret realm, he would indeed render himself ineffectual. In Mang Mountain, our travel would take approximately 10 days. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Very well," Zhu Yulian beamed with delight. "Within Mang Mountain, numerous demon beasts reside. After we slay the thunder beast, we can also hunt a few water attribute beasts to forge artifacts for you. Alternatively, there is a market near the entrance of Mang Mountain that we could explore." Zhu Yulian chattered on about her plans. Chen Chongqing had indeed visited Mang Mountain before, during his quest for the Heritage Stone Tablet. On that occasion, he was guided by foundation stage cultivators and reached it in a single day. However, if he were to travel with Zhu Yulian, he would not dare to be so ostentatious, and his magical power would not permit it. Considering various matters, a one-way journey of 10 days would suffice. Moreover, Qingzhou was the domain of Yunshui Gorge, where apart from some immortal families, only scattered cultivators remained. Most foundation stage cultivators had ties to Yunshui Gorge. Given their abilities, the two were unlikely to encounter any mishaps. The only concern was the presence of greater demons deep within Mang Mountain. It was uncertain whether there were third-tier demon beasts, but second-tier beasts were guaranteed to exist. Chen Chongqing inquired, "When shall we depart?" Zhu Yulian replied, "The sooner, the better." Calculating the time, it was already late autumn. If they set out promptly, they could return in a month. Chen Chongqing stated, "Then let it be 3 days hence." Agreed. The two quickly settled on a date. As for how to confront the Thunder Beast upon reaching Mang Mountain and how to deal with other cultivators eyeing the Thunder Beast, these concerns were not in their consideration. When Zhu Yulian was at the 7th layer of qi refining, she had once battled and triumphed over an old disciple at the 9th layer. A few months prior, she had broken through to the 8th layer of qi refining, making her nearly invincible among non-foundation stage cultivators. Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing resolved to exercise caution. Before setting out, he specifically visited the sect to purchase several talismans, acquiring over a dozen first-tier superior ones and 3 second-tier inferior ones. ensuring he had both defensive and offensive capabilities. Subsequently, he visited his senior brothers and sisters on Danxia Peak to procure various elixirs, antidotes, healing potions, and enhancements for activating latent potential. Along with some miscellaneous items, they were ready. 3 days later, on a crisp morning, 2 chestnut-colored puppet horses departed from the mountain gate of Yunshui Gorge. Each horse carried a rider, a young man and a young woman, Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuelian, respectively. As the puppet horses galloped through the mountains, Chen Changxing wore a relaxed expression. "Brother, is this your first time venturing out?" "Indeed, Yuelian. Since my initiation, I have not left the sect for 9 years." Although he had previously accompanied Yang Yuanhua's sister, Yang Ningxuang, to Qinghe Market, the journey had been entirely facilitated, depriving him of any genuine exposure to the outside world. That trip had also been marred by an attack, which had dampened his desire to venture out until now. On this first outing, Chen Changxing felt quite pleased. The two conversed joyfully, swiftly leaving the mountainous region surrounding Yunshui Gorge and gradually entering the plains. Though they could use spiritual boats, such a display would be too ostentatious, and traveling on foot would be excessively arduous. Thus, they opted for the puppet horses, as the journey was meant for experience, and encountering various happenings would be beneficial. Days passed in a flash, and the two enjoyed the scenic landscapes, relishing their time amidst the mountains and rivers, fully embracing the joy of their adventure. As evening descended, the two individuals halted before a quaint village. Strangely, no smoke rose from the chimneys, and from a distance, the village appeared eerily silent. Upon approaching, they discovered that every household was busy packing their belongings. Chen Changxing, intrigued, stopped an elderly woman and inquired, "Dear elder, what is the reason for this commotion?" The old woman glanced at the two, noting their youth and remarkable demeanor, and replied gently, "Young ones, the hunters of our village have offended the Mountain King. And now, in his wrath, we must flee to escape disaster." "The Mountain King?" Chen Changxing echoed. "Indeed," she affirmed, "the Mountain King possesses boundless powers. Slaying mere mortals like us is as easy as slaughtering pigs or sheep." The elderly woman then turned her gaze towards Zhu Yuetian's face, adding, "Moreover, the Mountain King has a penchant for young maidens. It would be wise for a beauty like you to depart swiftly, lest you be taken. This." Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuetian exchanged amused glances. "Who is this Mountain King?" they queried. "The Mountain King is no human. He is a mountain spirit. It is said that he is some creature from the mountains that has attained immortality." "Zhang Laotai, hurry and gather your things. Do not linger in idle chatter. Everyone shall soon depart," came a call. "Very well," Zhang Laotai responded and continued, "In any case, you two should leave at once." Zhu Yuetian laughed, remarking, "It seems we have encountered some mischievous spirit from the mountains, here to frighten naive mortals." However, her tone shifted, becoming sharp. "This is the domain of my kin. No aberration is permitted to disrupt our peace, nor to bring calamity upon the human realm. Elder, rest assured, my senior brother and I shall return shortly." With that, Zhu Yuetian summoned a piece of gauze, which soared into the air, expanding to a size of 10 feet. "Senior brother, let us vanquish the demons," she declared as she leapt onto the gauze, beckoning Chen Changxing to follow. "Excellent," he replied, grinning as he too ascended the gauze. Zhu Yuetian formed a hand seal, and the gauze swiftly darted towards the rear mountain, leaving behind her declaration, "Disciples of Yunshui Gorge have come to exterminate demons." The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered speechless. Zhang Laotai. What is that?" A villager stammered, trembling as he approached Zhang Laotai. She was the first to react. Immediately kneeling and prostrating herself, "I have encountered an immortal. I have encountered an immortal," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 34. The hero in white. The gauze carried the two to the mountain's peak. "This forest is vast. How shall we locate the demon, Yuetian?" Chen Changxing inquired. Zhu Yuetian smiled. "Watch as I employ my magic." With that, she channeled her energy, bringing her index and middle fingers together and touching her right eye. Instantly, a faint purple light shimmered in her gaze. Heavenly Thunder Eye. Utilizing this mystical sight, she surveyed the forest, rendering everything within visible to her. Soon after, her expression sharpened. "I have found it." Amidst the woodland, a distinct aura of malevolence lingered. It was merely a small demon in the early stages of cultivation. Zhu Yuetian urged the gauze forward, following the trail of demon energy into the depths of the forest. Within a short span, she arrived at the lair of the small demon, where a troop of wild monkeys chattered noisily. In their midst stood a mountain spirit, the size of a human, clutching a severed leg, blood dripping from its jaws. On the ground lay a mangled corpse, dressed in the garb of a hunter. Chen Chongqing recognized it as the unfortunate hunter who had offended the Mountain King, and the spirit was indeed the Mountain King himself. Its powers faded, its aura tainted, clearly having feasted upon human flesh. Zhu Yuetian cast a glance at the creature and declared, "It must be punished with that." Her eyes flickered with lightning, and a bolt of purple thunder descended from the heavens, striking the Mountain King upon the head. Boom! In the aftermath of the thunderclap, the spirit collapsed, charred and lifeless. Chen Chongqing observed in awe, marveling at her formidable prowess, truly a force to be reckoned with. Demons are known for their resilience, yet this creature fell so easily to her might. Were it an ordinary disciple from their sect, the outcome would likely have been far less favorable. The wild monkeys, instinctively fearful of thunder, scattered in all directions, keeping their distance from the Mountain King's corpse. These creatures were mere beasts, lacking any significant threat, and Zhu Yuetian chose not to pursue them further. She deftly maneuvered the gauze, collecting the body of the Mountain King before returning to the base of the mountain. The entire encounter transpired in mere moments. "Impressive. Your thunderous magic is truly extraordinary," Chen Chongqing praised. Zhu Yuetian blushed modestly. "It is your profound abilities that astound me." After exchanging a few more trivial pleasantries, they returned to the village, where the villagers remained in shock, still recovering from the sight of the immortal's departure. Upon seeing the two return, the villagers knelt once more, heads bowed low. "Please, immortal, save us. Please, immortal, save us." This display made Chen Chongqing somewhat uncomfortable, while Zhu Yuetian appeared unfazed, accustomed to such reverence. She opened her storage bag, and the corpse of the Mountain King fell before the villagers. "The evil has been vanquished. You may now dwell in peace." Only then did the villagers dare to look upon the body. Recognition swept through them. "That is the Mountain King. He threatened us for offerings." One cried, "My daughter was taken by him." Another lamented, "My son, unwilling to bow to the Mountain King, ventured to confront him and has yet to return." Wails of sorrow filled the air. Observing this, Zhu Yuetian skillfully guided the gauze away, and after traveling several miles, she set them down. Transforming the gauze into a pair of puppet steeds, they rode side by side. "Will you not inquire about the villager's tale and the Mountain King?" Chen Chongqing asked. Zhu Yuetian shook her head. "It is merely a tale of a spirit becoming sentient and extorting the villagers for offerings. Such stories unfold constantly. There is nothing remarkable to behold. Is that so?" Chen Chongqing mused, nodding in agreement. Zhu Yuetian's breadth of experience was indeed impressive. He thought, a mere Mountain King, lacking in worth, was swiftly dispatched without a second thought. They even left the body behind, continuing their journey without further incident. The path ahead held no further encounters of note, save for the occasional wild beast or band of brigands, all swiftly dealt with by a flick of their swords. Overall, though the mortal realm was fraught with peril, it posed little danger to cultivators. The two traveled for 10 days until they arrived at a bustling town, the closest settlement to Mang Mountain. With no other towns or villages for over 100 miles, Mang Mountain was rife with demons and cultivators, and thus, the town was filled with seekers of immortality. After a long journey, they decided to rest for the night before venturing into the mountain the following day. They randomly selected an inn, and after checking in, Chen Chongqing suggested they sample the local cuisine, curious about the flavors of this ancient society. With ample wealth at their disposal, even a single spirit stone could procure them a fortune in gold. They ordered a lavish spread, filling the table with an array of dishes, attracting the attention of many patrons. As they indulged, a young man in white approached, a fair complexion and a folding fan in hand. "My dear sirs, your table is overflowing with food. Surely, you cannot finish it all. May I share some with you?" Chen Chongqing turned to him and replied, "I can manage. There is no need for your assistance." The young man glanced at the abundant dishes, his expression darkening. "Young brother, do not jest. Such a feast could satisfy 7 or 8 robust men. It would be a waste for just the two of you. Allow me to partake with you instead." Chen Chongqing scrutinized the man once more before shaking his head decisively. "No, I purchased this meal. Whether I finish it is of no concern to you." "Ah, the young man said, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. I was born into poverty, often unable to afford a meal. My mother worked in a tavern, sometimes bringing home leftovers for us. We lived in such hardship. Yet, one day, when my mother sought to take home some scraps, a patron stopped her, claiming the remains were still theirs and that she was stealing from them. Consequently, the authorities arrested her on charges of theft, and she perished in prison. Soon after, my father succumbed to illness, and my sister starved. I survived for 20 years under such conditions, eventually mastering martial arts and returning here. Listening to the young man's tale, Chen Chongqing took a bite of food, replying, "Your story is indeed inspiring, but what of it?" He gazed at the scholarly figure clad in white, who beckoned for a thumbs up, praising him with the words, "You are truly remarkable." The scholar in white shook his head and replied, "No, what I wish to express is my utmost disdain for two types of individuals. Those who squander extravagantly and those who, after indulging in such waste, refuse to part with their superfluous possessions to assist others." As he spoke, he flicked his iron fan, producing a sharp metallic sound. It turned out that his fan was forged from steel. Adorned with the 4 grand characters, "Promote virtue, eliminate evil." The surrounding diners recognized him. "Good heavens, he is the righteous hero in white," they gasped. "What? Is he not the one who would inquire whether you wish to treat him to a meal? And if you agree, he would use your reluctance to feed the beggars as an excuse to annihilate your entire family. If you refuse, he would justify his actions by claiming that your wealth should be shared with those in need, thus exterminating your entire household? Truly a hero." The 2 children were doomed. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Chongqing could not help but chuckle as he regarded the scholar in white. Chapter 35. The Qin father and daughter. The scholar in white waved his iron fan and laughed. "You two are so young yet indulge in such extravagance. This is indeed inappropriate. I can only reluctantly take it upon myself to educate you." With that, he swung the iron fan with lightning speed toward Chen Chongqing's head. The weight of the fan was substantial, easily exceeding several dozen kilograms. Should an ordinary person be struck by it, their skull would surely shatter. The righteous hero in white had made his move. "Alas, poor child, with such a hero in our midst, we dare not indulge in excess." The crowd voiced their concerns, some even shielding their eyes in anticipation of the calamity. "Wait!" Suddenly, a voice cried out, pointing at Chen Chongqing. That is an immortal! An immortal!" The crowd turned to gaze at Chen Chongqing. Just as the scholar in white prepared to strike him, a streak of azure light shot in from the distance. With a resounding crash, the flying sword collided with the iron fan, sending it hurtling away. The shockwave was considerable, forcing the scholar in white to stagger back several paces before he could regain his footing. Even then, his right hand trembled uncontrollably. The azure light circled in the air several times before finally settling. The crowd then discerned that the azure light was a flying sword, about the length of an adult forearm. "You shameless righteous hero in white, who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, today, I shall rid the world of your evil," a melodious voice echoed from afar. Moments later, a figure clad in azure appeared before the crowd. It was a girl of about 17 or 18, of similar stature to Chen Chongqing, who approached the tavern with a light and lively gait. The flying sword danced around her before obediently landing in her hand. Following her was a middle-aged man. The girl lifted her chin and addressed the scholar in white. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, the scholar in white appeared startled. He pulled a packet of white powder from behind and hurled it to the ground. Bang! The powder dispersed, obscuring the scene. "Seeking death!" the girl cried, and the flying sword shot forth. A flash of azure light zipped through the white smoke. Followed by the monk had previously encountered the thunder beast and had managed to draw a small amount of its blood. Though he himself had narrowly escaped death at its hands, upon his return, he crafted this array disc, capable of pinpointing the location of the thunder beast. Zhu Yuetian spun a compass towards the mountain range a few times and swiftly determined the beast's position. "Found it, it is over here." The journey through the mountainous terrain was arduous, making horseback riding impractical, so the two dismounted and soared through the air on a gossamer of light towards the depths of the mountains. The trees of the Mongshan mountain range towered impressively, yet an eerie silence enveloped them. After flying for a while, they encountered a pack of wolves. The wolves, oblivious to their peril, charged directly at Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yuetian. Chun Changsheng could only send them to their next reincarnation with droplets of water. They were mere wild wolves, hardly worth anything. Perhaps due to their location on the outskirts, the likelihood of encountering a demon beast was low. After half a day's trek, they finally came across two demon beasts, one a pig demon and the other an ox demon. Though neither was particularly powerful, both were low-grade first-tier beasts, each worth a handful of spirit stones. Not to mention, the meat of these demon beasts was quite delectable. Eventually, they halted at a small thunder marsh, which measured only a few miles across. However, it was rife with thunder, with even the ground flickering with electrical discharges. Chun Changsheng inquired, "How is your magical energy holding up?" Zhu Yuetian, having expended considerable energy manipulating the gossamer, replied, "It's manageable. I've been using spirit stones to replenish my magic, and I still have about 80% remaining." Satisfied with the remaining energy, the two ventured directly into the thunder marsh. Within the marsh, a type of violet bamboo known as purple thunder bamboo flourished. This first-tier spiritual material could be fashioned into first-tier flying swords imbued with the power of thunder, making it quite favored among sword cultivators. Should the purple thunder bamboo evolve further, it would become purple thunder sound bamboo, capable of producing second-tier flying swords. Thriving on the essence of thunder, the bamboo flourished best in areas where the thunder power was most concentrated. Zhu Yuetian severed a nearby purple thunder bamboo, examining it with a sigh. What a pity. This is merely a low-grade first-tier purple thunder bamboo. Only the upper-grade first-tier variety can be crafted into flying swords. Chun Changsheng gazed deeper into the marsh, noting that the further they ventured, the denser the thunder energy became. Let us proceed deeper. Perhaps we might find some upper-grade first-tier purple thunder bamboo. Indeed, Zhu Yuetian agreed. They continued onward and after a short while, encountered a throng of cultivators ranging from the 5th to the 9th level of qi refinement. They had already stripped the deeper areas of purple thunder bamboo, leaving only a mess of severed stumps. Judging by the remnants, they had harvested only upper-grade first-tier bamboo. Disappointment washed over Chun Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian. However, as disciples of prestigious clans, they could not resort to the barbarism of killing for treasure. "Oh, look, more newcomers. They are so young," someone remarked, unable to discern their cultivation level. "Are they children of prominent families or inner disciples from Yunshui Gorge?" The cultivators in the marsh began to murmur among themselves. Yet none approached Chun Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian. Standing at the periphery, Chun Changsheng observed the situation unfold. They had now reached the depths of the Thunder Marsh, where advancing further would lead them to the core. The Thunder Beast resided there, roaring in fury at those encroaching upon its food source, yet too fearful to emerge. The concentration of thunder energy in that area was palpable, almost tangible within this zone. The power of thunder-based techniques was greatly amplified. Even with dozens of cultivators present, none dared to enter. Thus, a peculiar stalemate ensued. The cultivators outside hesitated to enter, while the Thunder Beast remained too frightened to come out. "Interesting," Chun Changsheng remarked with a smile. "Yuetian, do you feel confident? Of course, this level of thunder is well within my control. Brother, you just wait here. I shall return shortly." Chun Changsheng replied, "No need for concern. I will accompany you." Zhu Yuetian cast a surprised glance at Chun Changsheng but chose not to comment further. This Changsheng had always exhibited an enigmatic demeanor. A mere thunderstorm posed little threat. Thus, the two navigated through the crowd and entered the core of the Thunder Marsh. Boom, boom, boom. In the core, the sound of thunder reverberated incessantly. "Look, those two youngsters have gone in. So young, they might meet their end here. Wait, why are they so unafraid of the thunder? Do they possess some treasure that counters lightning?" The onlookers outside erupted in chatter as they watched Chun Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian stroll through the thunder. Countless bolts struck Zhu Yuetian, yet she remained untouched, as if a stone cast into the sea. Creating no ripples. As for Chun Changsheng, every bolt of thunder that approached him veered away at the moment of contact. Radiance. All laws yield. Zhu Yuetian was taken aback by Chun Changsheng's display. If he could evade such formidable thunder unscathed, how would their powers compare should they engage in combat? However, Zhu Yuetian dismissed the thought. After all, they were not adversaries. Roar. The Thunder Beast, seeing two reckless cultivators daring to enter its domain, was filled with rage. Having no outlet for its fury, spotting Chun Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian, it let out a furious roar and charged at them. Simultaneously, It drew upon the surrounding thunder energy, creating a momentary vacuum around itself. A massive surge of electricity coalesced at a single point. Then, with a swift motion, the thunder erupted forth, shaking the very air and resounding with a deafening roar, causing even those outside to cover their ears. "Those two are finished. Thank goodness we didn't venture in. What a shame for that young female cultivator. She was so beautiful at such a young age." Such were the thoughts of the onlookers outside. However, what transpired next left them utterly dumbfounded. The two faced the oncoming thunder without flinching. The male cultivator merely took a step back, while the female cultivator boldly advanced, extending a hand like pure jade to meet the beast's onslaught. As the furious bolts of lightning reached her palm, they transformed into docile lambs. With a gentle huff, she sent the thunder back along its original path, targeting the thunder beast. Clearly unprepared for its own energy to be redirected against it. The beast suffered a direct hit, the force so immense that even a foundational cultivator would not emerge unscathed. Yet, having long been immersed in thunder, the beast did not perish immediately, though it sustained considerable injuries. It still retained the strength to fight. "Roar!" it bellowed once more, intent on gathering thunder to strike down the female that had wounded it. How absurd! With a simple wave of her hand, Zhu Yuetian dissipated all the lightning surrounding it. No matter how hard the beast tried, the thunder refused to approach it. In terms of controlling thunder, the beast was vastly inferior to Zhu Yuetian. "Roar!" Confused by the sudden turn of events, the thunder beast could not comprehend why the thunder was no longer heeding its command. With a downward wave of her delicate hand, an immense amount of thunder coalesced in the air. The beast felt an overwhelming pressure and began to panic. "Fall!" she uttered, and the thunder descended. Boom! Countless bolts struck the thunder beast. One after another. After several breaths, the beast fell silent. The onlookers outside were left in a stupor. The once invincible thunder beast had just perished. Chapter 37. The first battle. The surrounding cultivators were utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated that a creature capable of wielding thunder with unparalleled might would be vanquished by its own lightning. "Collect!" Zhu Yuetian, unfazed by the spectacle, stepped forward and tapped her storage bag, capturing the thunder beast's corpse within. She then surveyed the area. "Brother, look over there." In the core region, where the thunder energy was most concentrated, Zhu Yuetian pointed out over a dozen robust purple thunder bamboo, crackling with electricity, all upper-grade first tier. The two beamed with delight and quickly set to work harvesting the bamboo. They managed to secure 12 stalks. Even more astonishingly, deep within the marsh lay 2 second-tier purple thunder sound bamboo. At the second tier, there was no distinction between upper and lower grades. All could be fashioned into second-tier flying swords. The two jubilantly stored their findings. Think, just by slaying a thunder beast. They had gained such bounty. Each stalk of purple thunder bamboo was worth at least 100 spirit stones. If crafted into flying swords, they could fetch a starting price of 300 spirit stones. The value of the second-tier purple thunder sound bamboo soared even higher, reaching upwards of 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. This was due to the fact that all flying swords, regardless of tier, were considered upper grade when it came to crafting materials, thus inflating the prices to as for the thunder beast. Its entire body was composed of rare thunder attribute materials, also valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. However, while the potential earnings were impressive, they were fundamentally predicated on the unparalleled combat prowess of the two. Why didn't the throng of cultivators outside dare to enter? It was simply because they lacked the confidence to defeat the thunder beast amidst the raging storm. Only a cultivator like Zhu Yuetian, with a thunder spirit root, could easily dispatch such a creature. After collecting their spoils, Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuetian exited the core of the thunder marsh. Upon surveying the crowd, they noticed the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the onlookers. All were wandering cultivators. What characterized wandering cultivators? They were impoverished. Many were on the brink of financial ruin. Although they had managed to obtain a handful of purple thunder bamboo, the sheer number of them meant that the spoils were thinly divided, with each person receiving at most a few dozen spirit stones. After accounting for the expenses incurred in traversing the Mongshan Mountains, the wear and tear on their artifacts, the use of pills and spirit stones, they had little left for their cultivation. Someone discreetly transmitted a message. "What do you think? Should we rob them?" They appeared youthful and unsuspecting of our intentions. Should we take action? We may not be able to defeat the thunder beasts, but surely we can handle a couple of mere children, can't we? Although the image of Zhu Yulian subduing the thunder beasts at the core of the thunder marsh remained vivid in my mind, they had nonetheless emerged. The thunder beasts dared not leave the core, for once they departed from their dense environment of thunder, the potency of their thunder techniques would significantly diminish. With this thought, many resolved to seize the opportunity. If successful, it would yield a substantial bounty of thousands of spirit stones, alleviating any future concerns regarding cultivation. Zhu Yulian noticed the glint of greed in their eyes, but chose to disregard them. Instead, summoning her veil to depart. Wait, fellow cultivators. Several practitioners stepped forward, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement. You too, this thunder beast has been trapped here for quite some time, and we intend to claim it. You arrive unexpectedly and slay our prey without uttering a word. Do you not think that is rather excessive? Zhu Yulian paused her steps. And what do you imply? Compensation. A cultivator with a horse-like face stepped forward. You have taken our prey. Simply leave the spoils behind. Oh? Zhu Yulian feigned innocence, looking towards Chun Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, is it not improper to take what belongs to others? Should we not return it to them? As she spoke, Zhu Yulian blinked playfully. Chun Changsheng surveyed the surrounding practitioners. He was inherently ruthless. Just 3 days after his arrival in this world, he had contemplated the idea of eliminating his uncle and aunt if he could not cultivate. Now, after 9 years of practice, he remained unperturbed by the act of killing. He perceived Zhu Yulian's gaze, seeking his assurance of victory over these cultivators. They were merely a ragtag group, lacking any formidable strength. He did not possess the confidence of being invincible among the various sects, nor did he have the assurance of decades of experience in Qi refinement. However, he understood that these scattered cultivators were not a significant threat. Thus, he responded in accordance with Zhu Yulian's words. Indeed, taking what belongs to others is wrong. Imagine their sorrow after working tirelessly for so long, only to end up with nothing. As compassionate disciples, we cannot bear to see others in distress. Therefore, Zhu Yulian interjected, let us eliminate them all. Upon her utterance, the room fell silent. Zhu Yulian then extended her delicate hand, summoning a thunderbolt the size of a barrel. Ah! The horse-faced cultivator was instantly reduced to charred remains, unable to react in time. Boldness, cursed demoness. Let us all strike her down. The crowd erupted in cries, unleashing a flurry of spells towards the two. Just as Zhu Yulian intended to evade, she saw Qin Changsheng extend his hand. A faint golden light appeared before them, akin to a stone in a flowing stream. The torrent of spells diverged around them, rejoining behind them. Witnessing this spectacle, not only did the scattered cultivators freeze in astonishment, but Zhu Yulian too was momentarily entranced. Was this yet another manifestation of that technique, the myriad laws parting? As the torrent of spells passed, dozens of droplets of water materialized in midair, plummeting towards the crowd like rain at an astonishing speed. Damn it! What is this? The small droplets bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each droplet, embodying the properties of heavy water, was nearly impossible to disperse or obstruct. A cacophony of screams erupted as many were caught off guard or, overestimating their abilities, attempted to block the droplets with their spells or artifacts. Only to be pierced through in a single move, the number of scattered cultivators dwindled by over 10. Brother Changsheng is remarkably powerful. I cannot fall behind. Thus, Zhu Yulian unleashed her full strength, transforming into a streak of lightning, darting through the thunder marsh. The heavens rumbled with thunder, and bolts the size of barrels occasionally struck down, incinerating the unfortunate souls caught in their path. Chun Changsheng hovered in midair, directing the water droplets to rain down upon the crowd. The droplets were nearly insurmountable. Wherever they passed, it was either death or injury. The crowd's attempts at retaliation, Zhu Yulian was too swift to be hit, while Qin Changsheng stood impervious, allowing spells to pass harmlessly by him. The crowd could scarcely fathom that the two seemingly innocent youths were, in truth, formidable harbingers of death. Moments later, silence enveloped the thunder marsh. The young pair emerged unscathed, not a speck of blood upon them. What a thrilling affair it was! Zhu Yulian remarked, I am left with but 1/10 of my spiritual power. Had it not been for my brother's presence, I would have fled. Chun Changsheng offered a faint smile. Gazing at the carnage that littered the thunder marsh, he felt not a shred of remorse. Am I truly a born cultivator? Chapter 38. Gathering the spoils. This place is no longer safe. Let us gather these individual storage bags and depart swiftly. Agreed. After collecting the storage bags of the 30-odd cultivators and arranging their bodies for disposal, the two ascended upon Zhu Yulian's vale and departed. In less than half a day's time, they found themselves beyond Mang Mountain. Outside Mang Mountain lay a bustling market, a gathering spot for many adventurers. The market here was regarded as the second largest in Qingzhou, second only to Qinghe Market. Moreover, due to its proximity to Mang Mountain, it occasionally yielded rare treasures. Upon entering the market, the duo sought a cave dwelling to begin organizing the day's haul, primarily the contents of the cultivator storage bags. Among the 34 cultivators, only 8 were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, all elderly. The wealth within their storage bags was considerable. Apart from a few treasures, there were hundreds of spirit stones. As for the other cultivators, their spirit stones were fewer, as they were still in their growth phase, trading spirit stones for resources to enhance their cultivation. The spirit stones in their bags varied, with some possessing a dozen or more, while others contained only single digits. Ultimately, after accounting for all storage bags and the purple thunder bamboo found in the Thunder Marsh, their final bounty amounted to over 1,400 spirit stones, 10 first-grade upper-tier artifacts, 31 first-grade mid-tier artifacts, various miscellaneous spiritual items valued at several hundred spirit stones, 23 stalks of purple thunder bamboo, 2 stalks of purple thunder sound bamboo, and 1 thunder beast. The total worth exceeded 5,000 spirit stones. What a fortune! I have ventured out a few times, and none have yielded such substantial returns, Zhu Yulian exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Chun Sheng chuckled wryly. While the gains are indeed impressive, it comes at the cost of cultivators. This single encounter has diminished the scattered cultivators here by at least a fifth. Let us tidy these items. The spiritual materials and artifacts can be sold in Qinghe Market upon our return to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhu Yulian nodded. We can sell the purple thunder bamboo here, as the merchants are plentiful, ensuring a higher priced as for the spirit stones from the sales. We shall split them equally. We will keep the 2 best specimens, and each forge a purple thunder sword. As for the purple thunder sound bamboo, we shall each take 1 back to the sect and ask our uncle for assistance in crafting a second-grade flying sword for us. Shang had no objections. Thus, the pair organized their belongings and proceeded to the Wanbao Pavilion within Mang Mountain Market. Upon entering, a young attendant approached them. Esteemed guests, what can I assist you with today? We wish to sell some items and subsequently purchase a few things. Do you accept spiritual materials? Shang inquired. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant led them to a back hall and into a private room. This is our appraiser. If you have items to sell, you may present them to him. Purple thunder bamboo. What price might your esteemed establishment offer? Shang asked, producing a stalk from his storage bag. A first-grade upper-tier purple thunder bamboo. A fine treasure, suitable for crafting a purple thunder sword. However, it is merely one of the raw materials, and we still need to find a craftsman to refine it. We can offer you 120 spirit stones. Agreed. I shall sell it. Sheng nodded. His expectation had been around 100 spirit stones, so receiving 120 was already quite favorable. 100 spirit stones was not a trivial sum. The appraiser accepted the purple thunder bamboo and began to retrieve the spirit stones, ready to hand them to Sheng. Wait, I have 20 more stalks. Sheng produced another storage bag. The appraiser glanced at it, astonished. Your supply is quite extensive. I cannot make a decision on my own. Let us consult with our manager. Very well, we are not in a hurry. A moment later, a shrewd, elderly man entered. After inspecting the storage bag, he exclaimed, Excellent! A total of 21 stalks of purple thunder bamboo, valued at 120 per stalk, amounts to 2,520 spirit stones. Would you prefer cash, or would you like to purchase additional items? Sheng pondered. I seek water attribute spiritual items, artifacts, as well as flying, evasion, and tracking techniques. Do you have any? He then turned to Zhu Yulian. What do you require? I only need artifacts and spiritual items of the thunder attribute, she replied. All right, please wait a moment. The manager instructed the attendant to serve tea while he went to check the inventory. Sheng picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. This tea is quite good. It is even spiritual tea. A pot might fetch 1 or 2 spirit stones. The manager is quite considerate. Sheng felt a sense of goodwill towards the establishment. Zhu Yulian smiled and remarked, There is a reason why Wanbage has managed to expand its business throughout the entirety of Liang Kingdom. When encountering esteemed guests, they naturally do not hesitate to spare no expense. Once a deal is secured, the profit can amount to thousands of spirit stones. After a brief interval, the shopkeeper returned with 2 lists in hand. Please have a look. At Wanbage, we offer treasures from the water and thunder elements, flying escape artifacts, and tracking techniques, all listed here. Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yulian took the lists and began to examine them. To Chen Chongqing's delight, he discovered an intriguing flying escape artifact. Lingyun.it was categorized into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper, valued at 10, 50, and 200 spirit stones, respectively. Each tier corresponded to varying speeds. A typical 9th tier Qi refinement cultivator could achieve a flight speed of 10 zhang per breath, while the commonly used wooden spirit boat could reach 20 zhang. However, the spirit boat size made it an obvious target, unsuitable for wilderness use. Lingyun was specifically designed to address this inconvenience, allowing for adjustments in its carrying capacity according to the cultivator's needs. The lower tier Lingyun could reach a speed of 8 zhang per breath, the middle tier at 20 zhang, while the upper tier could soar to an impressive 40 zhang, comparable to Zhu Yulian's thin veil. During their expedition to Mang Mountain, Chen Chongqing realized his deficiency. He lacked a means of transportation. Fortunately, Zhu Yulian possessed her veil. Otherwise, they would have had to traverse the land on foot. After marking the upper tier Lingyun as a potential purchase, Chen Chongqing continued to peruse the list. Among the tracking techniques, he found the Bailey Xuanfa Ju. This technique enabled cultivators to utilize their own or another's spiritual power as a medium to locate one another within 100 miles. Chen Chongqing also intended to acquire this. Regarding artifacts, he spotted a water yuan pearl. According to its description, the power of the water yuan pearl was not fixed. Rather, it was closely tied to the cultivator's spiritual power. The primary function of the water yuan pearl was to act as an amplifier, enhancing a Qi refinement cultivator's technique by 30%. Additionally, the pearl could store spiritual power and sense the surrounding environment, making it a fine-grade water attribute artifact. However, Chen Chongqing did not see the listed price for the water yuan pearl. Shopkeeper, what is the price for this water yuan pearl? The shopkeeper, seemingly well-prepared, revealed a knowing smile. Esteemed guest, the water yuan pearl is part of an auction and cannot be sold directly. Auction? Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow. When will this auction take place? In 5 days, right here at Wanbage. If you wish to attend, I have 2 invitations to present to you. Chapter 39, Auction. Foundation Establishment Treasures. Chen Chongqing accepted the invitations and said, "So you intend to wait for me here?" The shopkeeper hurriedly replied with a smile. "Not at all. I simply wanted to show you the artifacts available at the auction, lest you miss out." "Very well." Chen Chongqing returned the list. "I would like 1 upper tier Lingyun and the Bailey Xuanfa Ju." "Certainly." The shopkeeper took the items from his storage bag. The upper tier Lingyun costs 200 spirit stones, and the Bailey Xuanfa Ju is 120 spirit stones. I'll give you a discount, making it a total of 300 spirit stones. Understood. Meanwhile, Zhu Yulian had also selected several treasures, including a first-tier upper-grade spirit bracelet. After the discount, her total came to 500 spirit stones. The Zalizu was valued at 2,520 spirit stones, and the shopkeeper handed Chen Chongqing 1,720 spirit stones. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Chongqing divided the spirit stones into 2 portions, giving Zhu Yulian 700. In the end, he retained 960 spirit stones, adding the remaining 100 or so from earlier, along with the 700 spirit stones earned from various scattered cultivators. Chen Chongqing's total surpassed 1,700 spirit stones. This substantial amount should suffice to purchase the water yuan pearl. Typically, first-tier upper-grade artifacts are priced around 200 to 300 spirit stones, but the water yuan pearl, being a fine grade, may command an additional 100 or so. However, at the auction, treasures often fetch a premium, though it was unlikely to multiply by 3 or 4 times. Zhu Yulian smiled and said, "If you find other treasures, senior brother, and your spirit stones are insufficient, you may borrow from me. Thank you in advance, junior sister." In the following days, Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yulian kept busy, making several trips to Mang Mountain. However, the vastness of Mang Mountain made them hesitant to venture too deep, fearing encounters with second-tier beasts. Consequently, their gains were meager. Zhu Yulian felt somewhat disappointed. Although they encountered numerous cultivators, none seemed inclined to exploit their youth for personal gain. Chen Chongqing could only chuckle and say, "Those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet." While robbing others may yield quick rewards, encountering a powerful cultivator could cost one their life. I understand, Zhu Yuelian replied. Thus, I have refrained from taking the initiative. I will only deal with cultivators who harbor ill intentions towards us. Days passed uneventfully. The auction finally commenced. Early in the morning, the entrance of Wanbage buzzed with activity. As cultivators entered and exited, all arriving for the auction. This annual event boasted a plethora of valuable treasures, attracting many scattered cultivators and families of cultivators, including numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. Upon entering the auction hall, the arrangement differed from what the two had imagined. A vast open space filled with mats occupied the center, estimated to house at least 1,000. Surrounding this area were 2 levels of private booths filled with esteemed guests or Foundation establishment cultivators. At the front of the hall stood a wooden platform adorned with a red carpet, impressively crafted from first-tier spirit wood. The mats on the ground were available for anyone to sit upon. Having arrived early, Chun Chongsheng found ample empty spaces. The two settled into a central position. Half an hour later, the hall filled to capacity. A female cultivator clad in an ornate gown ascended the stage. Welcome, everyone, to Wanbage's auction. I am Lu Rushi, the host for today's event, and I am honored to meet all fellow cultivators. With skin as smooth as cream, Lu Rushi shone under the lights, gracefully bowing to the audience, which erupted into excitement. Heavens, it's my goddess Lu Rushi. A Foundation establishment grand cultivator is actually bowing to me. This auction was worth it. She is so beautiful. Lu Rushi served as the chief representative of Wanbage in Qingzhou. Often residing in Meng Mountains Market, though expansive, Qinghe Market did not permit Foundation establishment cultivators from external sects to settle there. Renowned for both her cultivation and beauty, she was a prominent figure around Meng Mountain. Please quiet down, Lu Rushi said, lightly raising her hand, and the commotion subsided. I extend my gratitude for your support on behalf of Wanbage. After a few pleasantries, she quickly transitioned to the auction's commencement. Now, let us present our first auction item. This item is among the top 3 in value for this auction, and I have taken a considerable risk in designating it as the first item. As Lu Rushi's words concluded, a maidservant brought forth a tray and set it on the stage. Removing the purple cloth covering it revealed the auction item, prompting a moment of stunned silence before an uproar erupted. What? It's pure Yanggang Sha. That is a Foundation establishment treasure, enhancing the chance of Foundation establishment by 10%. My goodness. Has Wanbage lost its mind by placing this item first? Lu Rushi patiently listened to the crowd's clamor before eventually quieting them down. It seems everyone is familiar with item number 1, so I shall not elaborate further. Let us begin the auction. Pure Yanggang Sha, a Foundation establishment treasure, starting bid, 1,000 spirit stones. As her voice fell, the cultivators in attendance began to bid fervently. I bid 1,300 spirit stones. No one can outbid me. I offer 1,500. 1,500? Pathetic. I bid 2,000. The competitive bidding escalated with each voice surpassing the last, not only from the scattered cultivators in the hall, but also from Foundation establishment cultivators and representatives of other cultivation families in the private booths. Foundation establishment treasures were never deemed excessive by any faction. Given that only 5 major sects could supply Foundation establishment pills, external cultivators rarely came across them. Taking Qingzhou as an example, if major cultivation families could not acquire Foundation establishment pills from Yanshuijian, they would have to scour the world for Foundation establishment treasures, gambling on that 10% chance. Although Foundation establishment treasures lacked the life-saving efficacy of Foundation establishment pills, failure in Foundation establishment could lead to death or severe injury. They remained essential for any family or cultivator aspiring to break through. Observing the fervor around him, Chun Chongsheng sighed. If only Foundation establishment treasures and Foundation establishment pills could be used together, I would consider placing a bid myself. Even if you wish to bid, we simply cannot afford it, Zhu Yuelian replied. The market price for a Foundation establishment pill at Yanshuijian is set at 10,000 contribution points, equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. This is essentially a benefit for disciples. In the outside world, a single Foundation establishment treasure can fetch 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, yet it remains a scarce commodity. After several rounds of bidding, a voice from a second-floor booth called out the final price. 6,000 spirit stones. Chun Chongsheng glanced toward the source of the voice, but the booth obscured his view. However, nearby cultivators recognized the voice. That sounds like someone from the Mengshanyi family. I heard their ancestor is expected to pass away in 7 or 8 years. And they still haven't cultivated a foundation establishment cultivator. And no wonder they are willing to spend such a hefty sum. Chapter 40. Water Yuan Pearl 6,000 Spirit Stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 6,000 at once, 6,000 twice, 6,000 thrice. Lu Rushi called out 3 times on stage, yet no one dared to be it. It was evident to all that the Yi family was determined to acquire this foundational spirit item. The price of this foundational spirit item was already inflated. Any further increase would be discourteous to the Yi family and unwise for oneself. Below, the auction of the second item commenced in the private box. Several cultivators from the Yi family gathered together, their eyes filled with fervor as they gazed upon the pure yang steel. Beside them stood 2 young men clad in the attire of inner disciples from Yunshui Gorge. Wonderful! We've finally secured this pure yang steel. Once we return, my uncle will be able to attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment. A middle-aged cultivator remarked, do not be overly optimistic. One must always have contingency plans. Even with the assistance of pure yang steel, my success rate for a breakthrough is less than 20%. I shall prepare and then enter seclusion. If I fail, it will be up to you. In a year's time, the contest for the foundation establishment pill will commence. Yi Yun, your cultivation has yet to reach the 9th level of qi refinement. Upon returning, you must strive for an early breakthrough. Both you and Yifeng must secure a foundation establishment pill. Thus, our Yi family shall have a hope of continuation. Yes, uncle, delays invite trouble. It is unwise to linger here, while the auction is still ongoing. Let us hasten back to the family. Moments later, the Yi family departed from the auction. However, these subtle movements did not escape the gaze of the auction attendees. Many greedy eyes were cast upon the departing Yi family. Their foundation establishment cultivator was nearing death, leaving only a group of qi refinement cultivators behind. That was a foundational spirit item, valued at 6,000 spirit stones. The movements of various parties were of no concern to Chen Chongqing. He watched the auction items with great interest. Indeed, as someone who had never attended an auction before, he found himself feasting his eyes upon the array of items presented on stage. Yet, of the more than 10 items auctioned, none truly captured Chen Chongqing's attention. Now, please direct your attention to the 14th auction item, a first-tier superior-grade magical artifact, the Water Element Pearl, which possesses. Here it comes. Chen Chongqing perked up. At that moment, a maid approached the auction stage, holding a tray that bore a sphere the size of half a palm, radiating a faint blue glow. This exquisite water attribute magical artifact had an opening bid of 150 spirit stones. 160 spirit stones. I bid 180. 190. 200. The atmosphere in the venue was fervent. The normal price for the water element pearl should be around 350 spirit stones, and it had yet to reach the expected price. Chen Chongqing did not rush to place his bid. Soon, the latest price was announced. I bid 360. A cold-faced middle-aged man spoke. Upon hearing this bid, silence enveloped the room. 360 had already exceeded the normal price. Continuing to bid would render it less worthwhile. Yet, there were still those who desired it fervently. 370. Another bidder chimed in. 400. The middle-aged man continued to bid impassively. Another competitor hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to withdraw. 400 once, 400 twice. As no further bids emerged, Chen Chongqing interjected, 410. The middle-aged man cast a fleeting glance at Chen Chongqing before continuing to bid. 420, 430. Chen Chongqing promptly followed suit. That middle-aged man glared fiercely at Chen Chongqing, almost gritting his teeth as he announced his next bid. 450, 460. Chen Chongqing showed no hesitation, continuing to raise his bid. The middle-aged man's face paled, and he was ultimately forced to concede. However, his sharp gaze remained fixed upon Chen Chongqing. 460 once, 460 twice. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? If no one bids, the water element pearl shall be sold. Lu Rushi's eyes sparkled with delight. The water element pearl had surpassed 100 spirit stones in price. As the auctioneer, she relished such competitive situations, where 2 cultivators fervently desired the same item, driving the price ever higher. Of the excess above the expected price, 30% would be claimed by Wanbao Pavilion. After a prolonged silence, the final call was made. 463. Wait. A deep voice resonated from the second-floor box. A cultivator, appearing to be in his 30s, opened the box window and declared, "I bid 470 spirit stones." He was the esteemed Imo Yang, who had recently established his foundation. It was rumored that Imo Yang was the product of 3 generations of his family's efforts, and this marked his first public appearance. Whispers spread among the crowd, speculating about his connections to Yunshui Gorge. Chen Chongqing learned of the identity of the cultivator competing against him, Imo Yang. After a moment's contemplation, continued to bid 480 spirit stones. As a newly established foundation cultivator, he feared nothing. He was a true disciple of Yunshui Gorge, and beside him was Zhu Yuetian, a disciple of the sect's leader in the territory of Qingzhou. He had no reason to fear, even if he shared an interest in an item with a foundation cultivator. A fair auction was all that mattered. However, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback. This boy was audacious enough to bid against a foundation cultivator. The fearless spirit of youth, the middle-aged man, who had been outbid by Chen Chongqing, revealed a smirk of mockery. Imo Yang seemed surprised that someone dared to challenge him in past auctions. Whenever a foundation cultivator bid, no Qi refinement cultivator had ever dared to raise their hand. 490 spirit stones, Imo Yang announced. Upon establishing my foundation, I received considerable support from my family, and now my nephew is advancing to the late stage of Qi refinement. This water artifact would make a perfect gift for him. I hope you can grant me this favor, young friend. Chen Chongqing shook his head. 500 spirit stones. I have long sought this artifact, and now that I finally see one I desire, I hope you can understand. Gasps echoed through the crowd. He truly was audacious. He was disregarding even the face of a foundation cultivator. He is doomed. The onlookers were stunned. Very well, since you are so determined, I shall not bully the young. This artifact shall be yours. With that, Imo Yang closed the window of the box. The sound of the deal being finalized rang out, and Chen Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped onto the stage and received the water element pearl from Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi smiled at him. Young friend, your fearlessness in the face of power is commendable. Chen Chongqing smiled in return, returning to his seat, gazing at the water element pearl in his hand. At last. I have a magical artifact, he thought. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze upon him. A formidable spiritual sense locked onto him. Chapter 41. Disciple of Yunshui Gorge. Chen Chongqing turned in confusion. The source of the spiritual sense was Imo Yang. He exchanged glances with Zhu Yuetian. Did you feel that? Chen Chongqing inquired. Yes, it's Imo Yang. He has his sights set on us, Zhu Yuetian replied. It was unexpected to encounter such a petty foundation cultivator, who likely intended to seize the opportunity to kill and plunder. 500 spirit stones were not a significant sum for a foundation cultivator. It was clear that the reason he had refrained from bidding was to acquire the artifact without spending any money. Zhu Yuetian continued, as a scion of a small family, it is normal for him to feel prideful and arrogant after barely breaking through to foundation establishment, given the expectations of generations resting upon him. What should we do about it? Chen Chongqing asked. Zhu Yuetian smiled confidently. Leave it to me. Without regard for the ongoing bidding, she stood up and pointed towards Imo Yang's box. How dare you, Imo Yang? Bully others with your power. You shamelessly target my senior brother and me with your spiritual sense after failing to win the bid, she declared. Do you truly believe that this Qingzhou is your Imo family's territory? Crack! The window of the second-floor box flew open, revealing Imo Yang's emotionless face. Young friend, you are overly concerned. I would never engage in such despicable acts. Yet, despite his words, the spiritual sense directed at the two continued unabated. Lu Rushi, on stage, interjected, All right, no need for further quarrels, gentlemen. Let us not disrupt the order of the auction. Wanbao Pavilion prohibits all forms of violence. However, Zhu Yuetian was clearly unimpressed. She proudly declared, Fellow cultivators, bear witness. I am Zhu Yuetian, a direct disciple of Li Mingdao, the head of Yunshui Gorge. This is Chen Chongqing, a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Danxia Peak. We have developed enmity with Imo Yang of the Imo family during this auction. Should any mishap befall us upon returning to our sect, it would undoubtedly be due to Imo Yang harboring resentment and seeking revenge in the shadows. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted into chaos. In this orderly setting, Zhu Yuetian showed no signs of retreat when confronted by a newly established foundation cultivator. Why did she dare to venture out for training with Chen Chongqing instead of remaining in the sect to cultivate? Because within the territory of Qingzhou, disciples of Yunshui Gorge were the greatest shield. For both of them, the formidable threshold of foundation establishment was no longer a concern. With foundational pills, secret techniques for cultivation, and exceptional innate talent, if the two were truly to falter at this juncture of foundational establishment, it would be more prudent to seek a tofu block to meet their demise. Their paramount concern should be the art of forming a Dan. In the eyes of the sect's higher echelons, these two are seeds of Dan formation. Thus, Zhu Yulian boldly revealed their identities and issued a fierce proclamation. Consequently, Mo Yang found himself not only with ulterior motives towards the duo but also burdened with the anxiety of their potential mishap. After exposing their identities, Zhu Yulian surveyed the crowd, encountering gazes filled with either fervor or sycophancy. Without further ado, she took Chen Changsheng by the hand and exited the vineyard. As they departed, it wasn't long before Mo Yang's spiritual awareness dissipated. Weighing the pros and cons in light of the potential identities of the two, he chose to retreat. After all, it was merely a magical artifact. If their claims were false, he would gain a mere few hundred spirit stones, but if they were true, he would risk the lives of his entire family. The two did not linger, swiftly tidying up before leaving the Mongshan market. Chen Changsheng reflected on the recent events, finding them quite amusing. He had not anticipated escaping in such a manner, as he had offended Mo Yang. He pondered whether he should seek out the foundational cultivators stationed in the Mongshan market from Yunshui Stream. Given the vastness of the Mongshan market, it was only natural for foundational cultivators from Yunshui Stream to be stationed there year-round. Zhu Yulian chuckled, saying, in the realm of cultivation, one must not only cultivate the self, but also one's background. While Mo Yang was indeed a foundational cultivator, he lacked support. We, on the other hand, have ample backing. This was indeed true. Amidst their light-hearted banter, the two departed from Mongshan, heading towards Yunshui Stream. Although they had evaded Mo Yang, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. What if a madman, reckless in his pursuit, came after them due to their identities as important disciples of Yunshui Stream? In truth, their worries were unfounded. For this was still the territory of Qingzhou, not merely the outskirts that it could be considered the heartland of Yunshui Stream. Should any hostile foundational cultivators appear here, it would spell disaster for Yunshui Stream. Days later, having traversed half the journey back to their sect, the duo did not ride horses this time, but instead took to the skies on the newly acquired Lingyun of Chen Changsheng. Lingyun moved with remarkable speed, covering 40 zhang in a single breath, a velocity akin to that of many cultivators wielding magical artifacts. Alas, senior brother, look at that group below. Chen Changsheng, upon hearing this, glanced downward to behold a dozen or so black-robed cultivators encircling 5 others. Both sides bore numerous injuries. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the besieged individuals were none other than the Yi family cultivators who had previously secured the foundational spiritual artifacts. The two hovered above, observing the scene unfold. Zhu Yulian inquired, "Shall we lend a hand?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Changsheng shook his head. "Never mind, it is not our concern. Let us not meddle." With that, he urged the Lingyun to take a detour. They were not champions of justice. As long as no other cultivators posed a threat to them, they would refrain from unnecessary involvement. Overstepping could lead to entanglements of karmic consequence. As Lingyun veered off, a sudden deep blue signal flare shot into the sky, bursting forth in a brilliant display. Chen Changsheng recognized this signal. He possessed an identical one in his storage bag. This was a distress signal from an inner disciple of Yunshui Stream, and upon witnessing it, surrounding disciples were obliged to evaluate their capabilities and rush to the aid of the distressed. "Well, it seems we have no choice," Chen Changsheng remarked with a wry smile. Zhu Yulian said, "I did not expect that among the besieged there would be disciples of Yunshui Stream. Senior brother, we must act." Thus, Chen Changsheng had no choice but to redirect the Lingyun. Yunshui Stream had treated him well. He could not turn a blind eye when its disciples were in peril. Meanwhile, the black-robed assailants surrounding the Yi family suddenly noticed the signal in the sky. Damn it, they found an opportunity to send out the signal. After all, being a foundational family, it was only natural for them to possess certain trump cards. Do not be distracted. End this swiftly. The dozen or so black-robed cultivators were all at the late stage of qi refining, 6 of whom were at the 9th level of qi refining, while the Yi family had only 2 at the 9th level. Fortunately, they had set up a portable formation at the onset of the ambush, managing to hold on until now. Yet, under the relentless assault of the black-robed cultivators, The formation was on the verge of collapse, threatening to shatter at any moment. The leader of the Yi family gritted his teeth, saying, "Hold on, Yuner has already sent out a distress signal. Help will arrive soon." "Yes." The others gritted their teeth and persevered. Suddenly, they spotted a small black dot approaching from a distance. Is that the rescue? Hope ignited in the hearts of the Yi family cultivators, while the black-robed assailants wore grim expressions. The leader shouted at the approaching figure, "This is a private matter of ours. We beseech you not to misstep." The black dot descended, revealing Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yulian atop the Lingyun. Zhu Yulian scrutinized the black-robed cultivators with her magical eyes. The quality of these cultivators far surpassed that of the previous group. Chen Changsheng remarked, "It appears they belong to a certain cultivation family." Addressing the threat posed by the black-robed cultivators, Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, "I care not for your grievances, but I have witnessed the distress signal from Yunshui stream. Qingzhou is the territory of my Yunshui stream. How dare you kill my sect's disciples here? You should withdraw at once." The black-robed cultivators whispered among themselves, and after a moment of mental communication, the leader spoke, "I am willing to offer you 500 spirit stones if you would only depart from this place. What say you?" With that, the black-robed cultivator produced a storage bag. Chen Changsheng made no move to accept. Raising his hand, the water element pearl in his grasp emitted a soft blue glow. In midair, dozens of water droplets appeared silently, poised to strike. Withdraw. It seemed negotiations had failed. The black-robed leader sighed. Kill. Chapter 42. Water technique breaks the enemy with a single command. The black-robed cultivators surged towards Chen Changsheng. A flurry of spells flew from beneath the Lingyun, as one black-robed individual brandished a shimmering golden light. A golden rope shot towards Chen Changsheng. Binding immortal rope? Chen Changsheng did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward boldly, standing at the forefront of the Lingyun, a faint glow enveloping him. A curtain of water manifested before him, successfully blocking all spells before dissipating. How can this young man's water curtain possess such formidable defensive power? The leader of the black-robed cultivators pondered. "Let me bind him." Without hesitation, the wielder of the binding immortal rope flung his artifact towards Chen Changsheng's boom. Just as the binding immortal rope was halfway to its target, a thunderous clap resonated from the clear sky. "I shall intervene." The black-robed cultivators huddled together. One among them summoned a small green wooden shield. Once released, the shield expanded to cover the heads of several individuals. Crackle! The shield charred slightly but remained unbroken. Utilizing wood to counteract thunder, this wooden shield was indeed a first-tier magical artifact, likely a top-tier one, comparable to the water element pearl. Zhu Yulian whispered, "His cultivation is higher than mine, and he possesses a top-tier magical artifact. I cannot contend." "Leave this to me," she replied as they spoke. The binding immortal rope had already shot towards them, weaving through the air like a golden serpent. Just as the rope neared, Chen Changsheng reached out and grasped its end. "You seek death." The artifact's owner rejoiced inwardly. The binding immortal rope was imbued with prohibitive constraints, capable of hindering the flow of spiritual power in those who touched it. Most would avoid the binding immortal rope, yet here was Chen Changsheng, boldly grasping it with bare hands, truly unaware of the danger. Without hesitation, he manipulated the binding immortal rope, attempting to ensnare Chen Changsheng and seal his spiritual power. However, as Chen Changsheng clutched the rope, his hands resembled iron pincers, unaffected by its influence. With a powerful tug, Chen Changsheng, having trained in the Ta Huang body refinement technique, possessed a physical strength far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. The wielder of the binding immortal rope felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Before he could react, he was pulled skyward, and by the time those around him registered his predicament, he had already been yanked from the protective range of the wooden shield. Boom! A long-awaited bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the cultivator to a charred corpse. Sanner, a black-robed cultivator, gasped in horror. Just as he was about to rush out in a fit of rage, he was restrained by his companions. "Are you out of your mind?" Regaining his composure, he glared at Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yulian. A black-robed cultivator asked, "What now?" Their thunderous techniques were exceedingly formidable. Should they step outside the protective green wooden shield, no one could withstand a single blow. The offensive power of their thunder techniques is unparalleled. We missed our chance to strike when we first saw them, placing us at a disadvantage. The black-robed leader regarded the two in the sky, filled with doubt. How could there be such a powerful thunder cultivator? After a moment of contemplation, he realized, it is said that there is a thunder root among the disciples of Yunshui stream, with astonishing talent, who has been taken as a disciple by the sect leader. This female cultivator must be her. However, that male cultivator, though his name was unfamiliar, his mastery of water techniques and body refinement was certainly not to be underestimated. The black-robed leader contemplated the severely injured Yi family cultivators. Did he truly intend to let them escape so easily? The black-robed leader faced a difficult decision. If they continued to fight, they believed they could exhaust the spiritual power of the two cultivators. The distress signal from the Kuyi family has been dispatched, and reinforcements from the opposing side may arrive at any moment. The leader in the black robe cast a glance at the severely injured head of the Yi family. Sighing, he acknowledged that his foundation had been weakened, and the probability of establishing a solid base was negligible. This operation could barely be deemed a success. It was prudent to retreat for the time being. Resolutely, he commanded the black-robed cultivators to unleash their spells furiously towards Qian Changsheng. Simultaneously, he produced 2 talismans in his hand. The Crimson Flame Talisman, 2 second-tier talismans. One was thrown at Qian Changsheng, while the other was hurled towards the members of the Yi family. Upon spotting the talismans, Qian Changsheng swiftly redirected his Lingyun to flee, enveloping himself in layers of spells, maximizing the power of his life light. At the same time, the dozens of drops of first-grade heavy water he had previously conjured surged towards the black-robed cultivators under his command. Qian Changsheng had concealed the first-grade heavy water, intending to catch them off guard at the opportune moment. Now was that moment. Zhu Yuetian followed Qian Changsheng in evasion, simultaneously unleashing her lightning spells to their fullest extent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderbolts capable of obliterating cultivators at the 9th level of Qi condensation descended. At last, the Crimson Flame Talisman erupted. The second-tier talisman could rival the might of a foundational cultivator S-strike. Its power was immense, igniting colossal fireballs within a radius of several dozen meters to go. At the moment the Crimson Flame Talisman detonated, the black-robed leader issued a command. The group of black-robed cultivators immediately scattered. However, just as they took a few steps, a cry of alarm erupted. What is this? It can't be blocked by magical artifacts. Zhu Yuetian's lightning indiscriminately claimed the lives of 2 cultivators who failed to evade in time. Meanwhile, Qian Changsheng's first-grade heavy water was unparalleled in its offensive capability, being small and difficult to detect. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable. In an instant, numerous black-robed cultivators found themselves afflicted. Moments later, as the smoke and dust cleared, the figures of Qian Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian emerged. Although the second-tier talismans were astonishing, with their multiple layers of defenses and timely evasion, the two were merely somewhat disheveled. The black-robed cultivators on the ground, however, fared far worse. In their panic, they had fled without direction, and upon the explosion, they had sprinted with all their might, only to collide with the oncoming first-grade heavy water. Most could not evade in time. Some died on the spot, while others were grievously injured. A few managed to react, summoning their magical artifacts for defense, yet they too were pierced through. Only the cultivator wielding a wooden shield managed to barely block the first-grade heavy water. Although his shield was left pockmarked, ultimately, the only ones unscathed were the black-robed leader, the wooden shield cultivator, and another at the 9th level of Qi condensation. They had huddled together behind the wooden shield. However, despite their reliance on the shield to survive Qian Changsheng's lethal strike, they had also missed their optimal chance to escape. As Qian Changsheng maneuvered his Lingyun closer, he began to finish off the injured with his first-grade heavy water. It was then that the black-robed leader and his companions realized the true terror of Qian Changsheng. He had initially perceived Qian Changsheng as merely a disciple skilled in defensive water magic with commendable physical cultivation. The only real threat seemed to be the lightning cultivator. Yet, he had not anticipated that Qian Changsheng's water magic would be so formidable. A mere drop of water could wield such devastating power. They were left without any desire to fight. With the wooden shield held behind them, the 3 of them maneuvered a spiritual vessel and immediately fled into the distance. Qian Changsheng declared, to eradicate the roots. Yulian, wait here while I pursue them. Be careful, senior brother. Chapter 43. Root Eradication. Unexpected spirit object. The spiritual vessel used by the black-robed cultivators was a jade spirit vessel, superior in both defensive capabilities and speed compared to a wooden spirit vessel. However, Chen Chongqing's Ling Yun was even swifter. The distance between the two parties began to diminish rapidly. Eventually, amidst the wounds of a dense forest, Chen Chongqing caught up. Go! Numerous droplets of water materialized in the air, transforming into pea-sized raindrops that bombarded the spiritual vessel. Thud, thud, thud. With successive strikes, the raindrops of first-grade heavy water created several dents in the vessel. The vessel sustained damage, causing its speed to decrease further. A few cultivators attempted to retaliate with spells, yet every incantation that struck the water barrier before Chen Chongqing dissipated into nothingness. As it became evident that Chen Chongqing was closing in, the black-robed leader hastily exclaimed, "Friend, allow some leeway for future encounters. Are you truly intent on severing all ties?" Chen Chongqing scoffed, "Had you spoken thus when we first met, I might have spared you. But now, having initiated the attack and been defeated, is it not a tad too late to beg for mercy?" The black-robed leader recognized Chen Chongqing's unwavering intent to kill and relinquished his final hopes. He slowed the spiritual vessel, allowing Chen Chongqing to approach gradually. "You hold the wooden shield. I, along with the second brother, will launch a close-range ambush. Perhaps we still have a sliver of hope." "Yes, elder brother." As Chen Chongqing hurtled towards them, the spiritual vessel no longer fled but instead charged directly at him. Chen Chongqing sent several drops of first-grade heavy water flying. Aside from those that struck the vessel, the remainder were intercepted by the wooden shield. The shield was left battered and on the verge of shattering. In the instant they were within 3 zhang of Chen Chongqing, the black-robed leader and another cultivator leaped from behind the shield, brandishing a long sword aimed at Chen Chongqing. The sword lunged straight for him, but the moment it brushed against his garment, its trajectory abruptly veered away. It was that faint light. Not only could it defend against spells, but it could also cause close-range attacks to deviate. Chen Chongqing needed no defense. He seized one of the attackers, then drew a long sword from his storage pouch, piercing it through the man's chest. He then leapt, landing atop the wooden shield, and delivered a crushing blow to the wooden shield cultivator's head. With a rustle, several wooden spikes emerged from the shield, yet upon contact with Chen Chongqing's foot, they splintered instantly. Chen Chongqing withdrew the sword from the other man's chest and swung it down at the wooden shield cultivator. The latter sidestepped, losing only an arm. What kind of protective spell is this? It is utterly defiant. The black-robed leader was struck with terror. One brother lay dead while another was gravely injured, leaving him no desire to fight on. He possessed a secret technique that allowed him to blood escape 10 miles in an instant. Had it not been for his concern for his 2 brothers, he would have fled long ago. But now, remaining was meaningless. The black-robed leader bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood. Nowhere to run. As Chen Chongqing witnessed the black-robed leader's actions, several drops of first-grade heavy water rained down upon him, and with a powerful stomp on the wooden shield, he prepared to strike with his sword. However, the wooden shield cultivator, left with only one hand, unexpectedly relinquished the shield and grasped Chen Chongqing. "Elder brother, you must flee." "Fifth brother." The black-robed leader's heart bled with anguish, ignoring the several drops of first-grade heavy water that pierced through his body. He transformed into a beam of blood light and shot away into the distance. Chen Chongqing, hindered by the wooden shield cultivator, could not intercept the blood escape. Observing the black-robed man, resolute in his fatalistic intent, Chen Chongqing chuckled coldly. "You truly share a deep brotherly bond. However, your elder brother has yet to escape my search radius." With that, Chen Chongqing formed a seal, using his own magical energy as a medium, pointing into the distance. 100 miles seeking method. "Your elder brother is grievously injured and has nowhere to flee." Following this, he delivered a decisive strike, severing the heads of the 2 black-robed men and collecting their corpses. Chen Chongqing then gazed in a particular direction. "This way, in a certain village." "Huh. Is this celestial being who has fallen from the sky?" In front of a fence, a young boy, around 10 years of age, was crouched down, gathering wild herbs to feed his rabbits. Before him lay a bloodied black-robed man, barely clinging to life. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "This must be a celestial being. If I save him, will he reward me and guide me on the path to becoming a celestial being?" Such tales were often recounted in stories. The boy, still untested for spiritual roots, was at an age filled with hope for the legends of celestial beings. Bring him home? No way. The fierce matron wouldn't allow him in, nor would she spend money on a doctor. I know where to take him. The boy recalled a location. There lies a miraculous spring that can surely heal the celestial being. With this thought, the boy struggled to hoist the black-robed man onto his back, trudging step by step towards the rear mountain. Moments later, a figure riding on Lingyun appeared. Noticing the bloodstains on the ground, he remarked, "This is the place. Quite unfortunate that I have only just obtained the seeking method and am still unpracticed, limiting me to a rough estimate of the position." Following the blood trail, Chen Chongqing made his way to the rear mountain. The boy stumbled into a cave, gently laying the black-robed man down beside a pool. Although it was called a pool, it was merely a depression where drops of water trickled from the crevices. Slowly gathering together, a few months prior, the boy had discovered this place by chance. After taking a sip, he felt invigorated, as if floating on air, and thus concluded, "This must be a spiritual spring." The boy fed the spring water to the black-robed man, and the effect was indeed immediate. After a few breaths, the black-robed man revived, taking in his unfamiliar surroundings and the boy before him. Fragments of memory flickered in his mind, lingering on the moment the first-grade heavy water pierced through his body. Wait. He quickly examined his body, astonished to find his injuries showing signs of healing. "Celestial being, you have awakened." The black-robed man turned his head, a faint pressure emanating from his gaze. "Was it you who saved me?" he asked in a calm tone. "Yes," the boy replied eagerly. "You had collapsed in the courtyard. Seeing your grave injuries, I carried you here and fed you the spring water, and you indeed awakened. Thank you for saving me. Once my injuries are healed, I shall reward you." The black-robed man glanced at the pool and nodded. "Linghuan water. It seems that my recovery from injuries is inextricably linked to this pool of water. Moreover, he can sense that this water is not merely for healing. The potent spiritual energy contained within has stimulated his wounds to heal themselves. To think that I, on the brink of death, would find such an opportunity in my flight. Once I recover, with the aid of this spiritual water, I may yet have hope for foundation establishment. The Yi family, along with those two young men, shall be my first targets once I attain foundation establishment, to avenge my brothers. You have no chance left." Just as the figure in the black robe proclaimed these bold words, a silhouette emerged from the cave entrance, none other than Chen Changsheng. In an instant, a droplet of water flew past, piercing directly through the black-robed man's brow. Not even a fleeting thought lingered, as the black-robed man, still ensnared in the beautiful dream of potential foundation establishment, lost his life. Subsequently, Chen Chongqing turned to the startled youth. "Do not worry. He sought to kill and seize treasures, and I happened upon him, intervening to rescue you. You may return now." Chen Chongqing then approached the edge of the pool, dipped his hand into the water, and took a sip. The moment he did, a surge of rich, spiritual energy flooded into his mouth. Just this small taste contained the equivalent of several spirit stones. Chen Chongqing's eyes widened. "Indeed, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are my fortune." He then collected the entire pool of spiritual water and gazed at the incessant dripping from the stone crevice. What lies within? Chapter 44. A sword, a gourd, a jade slip. Water droplets continued to cascade from the crevice, leading Chen Chongqing to suspect the presence of spiritual artifacts beyond. True spiritual artifacts should reside behind the stone wall. These drips are likely the result of an accidental leak. Chen Chongqing drew forth a magical sword and began to carve into the stone wall. The wall, being merely an ordinary object, was easily breached by the sword. As if it were tofu. The youth had already been sent away, and Chen Chongqing had no concerns. In no time, he had excavated a passage large enough for a person. After digging for several yards, Chen Chongqing finally discovered the source of the spiritual water. Before him lay a glowing orb, roughly half a meter in size, radiating a faint luminescence. In one corner beneath it, there were signs of cracking. Just as Chen Chongqing looked over, a drop of spiritual milk flowed forth, mingling with the water trickling from the crevice and flowing outward. Although the orb's brightness was dim, it exuded an aura of emptiness. As if it existed in a realm distinct from Chen Chongqing's own, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. It might be a secret realm, though Chen Chongqing had never laid eyes upon a secret realm. Numerous texts within his sect documented their existence. The most notable characteristic of a secret realm is its independence from the cultivation world. Yet, this secret realm seemed exceedingly small, measuring merely half a meter. And it bore signs of damage. Had Chen Chongqing not discovered it, it likely would have faded into nothingness within a few years. Such a diminutive and damaged secret realm must be man-made. There exist both naturally occurring secret realms and those created by powerful beings who carve out a piece of space through immense divine abilities. Naturally formed secret realms would not exhibit such damage. Only those lacking long-term maintenance would succumb to the forces of nature. With this thought, Chen Chongqing reached out in a flash. An invisible force pulled him directly into the secret realm. He felt as though he were enveloped in a void, unable to see or touch anything. His spiritual sense, detached from his body, quickly vanished without a trace. In the absolute silence, Chen Chongqing lost control of his own body. Time slipped away, whether it was mere moments or several hours. He could not tell, until he finally regained awareness. His feet touched the ground, and all around him was a haze, devoid of anything save for a long table before him, upon which rested 3 items: a jade slip, a magical sword, and a gourd. It appeared someone had deliberately placed these items here, though whether waiting for a fated individual or not remained uncertain. Before Chen Chongqing could react, the 3 spiritual items transformed into streams of light and surged into his body. Once more, he lost his perception of the outside world. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in the stone passage he had just excavated, and the half-meter secret realm had vanished entirely. Chen Chongqing hastily examined his body and found the 3 treasures swirling within his dantian. The jade slip emitted a gentle glow, and soon, images and information began to surface in his mind. A sequence of scenes alongside a cultivation method. In these images, a hurriedly dressed swordsman in white sought out a secluded location, and with a single stroke of his sword, he opened a small secret realm. After placing the 3 treasures, the immortal sighed. May this be a legacy for my Tai Xian sword sect. He then stepped forth and ascended to the upper realms in haste. Following this was a cultivation method, the Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic, comprising 9 levels. The first 2 levels corresponded to Qi refinement and foundation establishment, the 3rd to 5th levels pertained to golden core, the 6th to 8th levels related to nascent soul, while the final 9th level was associated with divine transformation. It also encompassed numerous sword techniques, sword crafting, and methods of control, all of which Chen Chongqing would need to ponder in detail later. Next, Chen Chongqing turned his attention to the other 2 treasures within him. The magical sword seemed to possess sentience, as it flew out of his body and floated before him. Chen Chongqing attempted to connect with the sword through his spiritual sense. A chill emanated from the sword. Yet he managed to endure it. The sword possessed a modicum of consciousness, allowing for a rudimentary communication. After this interaction, Chen Chongqing learned the origins of the sword and the gourd. Technically, it should not be called a magical sword but rather a spiritual sword. In the cultivation world, the customary terminology labels 1st and 2nd tier items as magical tools, 3rd and 4th tier as magical treasures, and 5th tier items as spiritual treasures. The spiritual sword before Chen Chongqing was a 5th tier spiritual treasure. Known as the Moonlight Profound Yin Sword, one of many spiritual swords belonging to the celestial beings of the upper realms, now left in the lower realms as a protective sword for future inheritors. The other gourd was a sword-nurturing gourd, which, in terms of rank, surpassed the Moonlight Profound Yin Sword. For many years, these 2 treasures had sustained the secret realm, preventing it from dissipating. However, the sword-nurturing gourd held disdain for Chen Chongqing's cultivation level and refused to engage with him. At present, both the Moonlight Sword and the sword-nurturing gourd were severely weakened, on the brink of collapse. Had Chen Chongqing arrived 2 years later, the secret realm would have truly succumbed to oblivion, and all 3 treasures would have been lost. Shall I take you back for nurturing? Chen Chongqing mused. The Moonlight Sword nodded its tip, as if in agreement, and then transformed into a stream of spiritual light that surged into Chen Chongqing's dantian. The Moonlight Sword was surprisingly agreeable, but the sword-nurturing gourd was another matter. One step at a time, he thought. With an unexpected bounty in hand, Chen Chongqing felt a surge of joy as he exited the stone passage. He came upon the lifeless body of the black-robed leader lying on the ground and smiled. Who would have thought that in letting you escape, I would gain such unexpected rewards? He stored the black-robed corpse in his storage bag, intending to inspect it thoroughly upon his return. He then employed the magical sword to thoroughly destroy the cave before clapping his storage bag to release Ling Yun. Stepping onto the cloud, he floated away. At the Yi family's location, chaos reigned. In the final moments, the Black Robe leader had unleashed 2 second-tier talismans, one aimed at Chen Chongqing, the other at the Yi family members. Despite their array's protection, the Yi family suffered further injuries. Once the black-robed individuals departed, they collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Zhu Yuetian approached and inquired, "Do you know who those people were?" The eldest of the Yi family gritted his teeth. That must have been the Liu family. The Liu family's 5 prodigies are notorious, all being 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners. From their mutual address as brothers and their grievances with our Yi family, they must indeed be Liu family cultivators. Zhu Yuetian nodded, then turned to the side, noticing Yi Yun's somewhat dazed expression. Dressed in the attire of a Yunshui Gorge disciple, she had been the one to send out the distress signal. "Sister, how are you faring?" Tears welled in Yi Yun's eyes, her nose reddened. "Brother Yifeng is dead." Following her gaze, Zhu Yuetian spotted the corpse of a young male cultivator, also garbed in Yunshui Gorge disciple's attire. "May you find peace," Zhu Yuetian offered a word of comfort, continuing, "You are all gravely injured. Tend to your wounds here, my senior brother will pursue the remaining black-robed individuals and should return shortly." The eldest of the Yi family bowed deeply to Zhu Yuetian. "Your kindness shall not go unrecognized. Our Yi family will repay you generously." Zhu Yuetian waved her hand. "It is a matter of sect rules. I had no choice but to intervene upon witnessing this situation." She then sat cross-legged, clutching a spirit stone to begin restoring her own energy, for the recent battle had taken its toll on her as well. An hour later, Chen Chongqing descended before the group. Zhu Yuetian inquired, "How did it fare?" Chen Chongqing tossed out 3 corpses. All dealt with. Chapter 45. Chen Chongqing, nurture magical tools, not your ancestors' good, very good. The eldest of the Yi family was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing the 3 corpses. Tears of joy brimming in his eyes. "May I ask for your names? Our Yi family will surely repay you." Chen Chongqing pointed to Zhu Yuetian. "Her name is Zhu Yuetian. You may seek her out later." "Understood." After exchanging words, seeing that the Yi family cultivators had mostly recovered, Chen Chongqing chose not to linger and departed with Zhu Yuetian, riding on Ling Yun. Along the way, the two examined the fruits of their recent endeavors. A dozen or so black-robed cultivators were all elites, yet the items within their storage bags were pitifully scarce. They possessed only a few spirit stones, some healing and mana-replenishing elixirs, along with a handful of magical artifacts. There were no other sundries to speak of. It seemed they were aware that their outing was not for noble purposes and had prudently left their treasures at home. It was indeed a pity. Sighed Zhu Yulian. Chen Chongqing remarked, "However, their magical artifacts are quite remarkable." Before them lay over a dozen first-tier superior artifacts, among which were 2 exceptional ones, the Binding Immortal Rope and the Greenwood Shield. The Binding Immortal Rope boasted incredible restraining power. A mere brush with an ordinary cultivator would render them incapacitated within mere breaths. As for the Greenwood Shield, its formidable strength was evident to both of them. It could not only defend against lightning spells but also withstand Chen Chongqing's primordial heavy water. Although it was somewhat challenging to block, during just a brief skirmish, it had nearly sustained damage. Nonetheless, with some repairs, it would still serve as a rare defensive artifact. Zhu Yulian was acutely aware that her contribution in this contest of spells had been minimal, so she proactively offered, "Senior brother, you should take both of these artifacts. They will certainly enhance your capabilities." "Very well," Chen Chongqing replied without hesitation, accepting the 2 exceptional artifacts. The remaining magical artifacts and spirit stones were divided between them, resulting in each having an income of over 1,000 spirit stones. In the days that followed, they encountered no further incidents. It was not until they arrived at the entrance of the Yunshui Gorge sect that they finally felt at ease. Chen Chongqing, reflecting on the unexpectedly acquired 3 treasures, did not linger. After bidding farewell to Zhu Yulian, he promptly returned to his cave dwelling. Lowering his gaze, he looked upon his dantian, where the moonlight sword and the sword-nurturing gourd lay. Receiving nourishment from his dantian without any sign of activity. Well then, let's take a look at the Tai Xin Ling Su Sword Classic. The 2 5th-tier spirit treasures were still far beyond Chen Chongqing's reach. However, the cultivation method was different. He could practice it now. Closing his eyes, he began to comprehend this divine transformation technique. Although Chen Chongqing had already made some progress in his cultivation, the profundity of the divine transformation technique surpassed that of the water elemental art. It took him a full half-month to fully grasp the chi refinement section of this technique. The Tai Xianling Su Sword Classic was an attribute-less cultivation method, which brought Chen Changsheng considerable joy. Had it been a method of another attribute, it might have conflicted with the water-based techniques he had practiced previously, such as the visualization method of the supreme goodness water deity. Had he encountered a fire attribute sword technique, it would have truly left him at a loss. Furthermore, this technique, aside from its mana cultivation, also included body refining methods for the sword body, visualization techniques to enhance spiritual awareness, and a series of sword-related supernatural abilities. However, during the chi refinement stage, the wonders of the divine transformation technique had yet to be fully revealed. Compared to the water elemental art, it merely had characteristics such as more refined mana, greater lethality, and a more robust quality. Additionally, when controlling flying swords, their power would double compared to ordinary practitioners, with reduced consumption. These factors combined led Chen Changsheng to decisively choose to switch to the Tai Xianling Su Sword Classic. His previous practice of the water elemental art had been a choice made out of necessity, and he had not encountered a more suitable method later on. Chen Changsheng had intended to practice it for a while, planning to switch techniques after establishing his foundation. However, with the divine transformation level method now falling into his lap, he no longer hesitated. Given the ample resources at his disposal, he believed he could successfully transition within a year and return to the 8th layer of chi refinement without significant delay. Had he waited until after establishing his foundation to switch, it might have taken several years. "Hey, kid, have you not yet comprehended the sword classic?" A voice, ancient and resonant, suddenly echoed in Chen Changsheng's mind. He opened his eyes to find the moonlight sword and the sword-nurturing gourd hovering before him. Chen Changsheng quickly said, "Elders, I am but a dullard, only now barely grasping the concepts." "Humph, indeed dull," the ancient voice replied, laced with evident dissatisfaction. The moonlight sword, sensing the harshness of the rebuke, gently tapped the sword-nurturing gourd with its body, as if to soften the blow. The sword-nurturing gourd swayed, causing the moonlight sword to be knocked away. "How dare you? Do you even think to advise me?" With that, the sword-nurturing gourd leaned upon the moonlight sword, drawing forth a portion of its essence. The essence, akin to glimmers of moonlight, surged into the gourd's opening, further diminishing the moonlight sword's vitality. In contrast, the sword-nurturing gourd's essence became more vibrant. "Humph, consider this a lesson. Let's see if you dare to be so disrespectful again." The sword-nurturing gourd continued, addressing Chen Changsheng, "You fortunate junior, since you have encountered this secret realm, as per our agreement, both of us spirit treasures should acknowledge you as our master. However, I am a 5th-tier spirit treasure, merely a thread away from ascending to 6th tier. How can I recognize a mere chi refinement cultivator as my master? As for the moonlight sword, it is timid and cowardly, the weakest among us spirit treasures. Its willingness to acknowledge you does not imply my consent, and my essence is currently damaged, yet my foundation remains. To mend my injuries, you must regularly provide me with spirit materials and additionally, offer sacrifices on the 1st and 15th of each month. If you are sincere, perhaps I will consider recognizing you as my master once you reach the late Yuaning stage." The sword-nurturing gourd rattled off a slew of demands, the harshness of which left Chen Changsheng at a loss for words. He glanced at the moonlight sword, which appeared to be suffering in silence, and shook his head. Chen Changsheng then inquired, "May I ask, esteemed one, what abilities do you possess?" "Abilities?" The sword-nurturing gourd replied with a hint of arrogance. "The spirit swords nurtured by me can reduce mana consumption to 1/20th of the original. Even a 7th-tier spirit sword's consumption can be reduced by 70%. Is that not sufficient?" Chen Changsheng nodded and continued to ask, "Pray tell, esteemed one, do you possess any offensive capabilities?" "Naturally," the sword-nurturing gourd asserted. "I can unleash the spirit swords I nurture. Even a divine transformation cultivator can be beheaded by a single stroke. It is a pity that I currently have no spirit swords to nurture, that I understand." Chen Changsheng said, "I heard from the moonlight sword that your essence is gravely damaged and nearly shattered. Is that true?" "Indeed," the sword-nurturing gourd replied, somewhat impatiently. "My injuries are severe, and I lack the mood to continue this conversation. Remember to bring me spirit materials for nourishment in 3 days." Before the sword-nurturing gourd could finish speaking, Chen Changsheng grasped it firmly. "What are you doing? Release me, you rascal. You don't intend to let me become your master, do you? Hurry and let go. Chen Changsheng chuckled. You possess no offensive capabilities and your essence is greatly injured. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You even dare to admonish the Moonlight Sword. It is far more considerate than you. I cultivate magical artifacts, not some ancestral relic like you. The sword-nurturing gourd, thinking Chen Changsheng intended to destroy it, quickly exclaimed, I possess remarkable abilities. Even divine transformation cultivators covet me. Do you not wish to reduce the consumption of your spirit sword? Chen Changsheng did not allow the sword-nurturing gourd to speak further. He tightened his grip on it. Consume. In an instant, strands of spiritual light surged from the sword-nurturing gourd into Chen Changsheng's body. The Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic, which he had just comprehended, began to operate in tandem. The sword-nurturing gourd, feeling its essence rapidly deplete, cried out in panic, Kid, stop, stop. Chapter 46. The ability to seize spirit treasures. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Sword was utterly bewildered. It had not yet had time to process the situation when it saw the esteemed sword-nurturing gourd being throttled by Chen Changsheng. What horrified the Moonlight Sword even more was that this human was actually siphoning the essence of a magical artifact. The aura of the sword-nurturing gourd gradually weakened, yet within Chen Changsheng's body, a wondrous power was slowly being cultivated. Ignoring the sword-nurturing gourd's pleas for mercy, Chen Changsheng addressed the Moonlight Sword. It has been far too arrogant. Looking down on others, I can only imagine it has bullied you frequently. Such a spirit treasure is no longer necessary to exist. Rest assured, as long as you behave, I shall not trouble you. The Moonlight Sword promptly nodded its tip in understanding. Seeing the Moonlight Sword's willingness to cooperate, Chen Changsheng did not press it further. He retrieved several spirit materials related to the Moonlight Sword from his storage bag and tossed them to it, allowing it to absorb the materials and restore its essence. 3 months later, crack, crack, the fissures on the sword-nurturing gourd multiplied, culminating in a resounding explosion that shattered it into countless fragments. These fragments transformed into mundane objects, devoid of any lingering spirituality. Consequently, an ethereal and transcendent aura radiated from Chen Changsheng. In merely 3 months, the sword-nurturing gourd had assisted him in transitioning his cultivation method, enabling him to master the first layer of the Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic and restore his cultivation to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Though his cultivation level had not changed, the quality of his mana was now more than double what it had been before. In terms of mana quantity, it had tripled compared to his previous state. It is essential to note that although Chen Changsheng had practiced the water elemental art, a standard cultivation method, he had benefited from elixirs and visualization techniques that refined his mana, resulting in it being several times greater in both quantity and quality than that of ordinary individuals. Now, with yet another doubling, Chen Changsheng felt the surging mana within him and mused. Once I break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, perhaps I can contend with those at the foundation establishment stage. However, he quickly cast this dangerous thought aside. What does it matter if he could contend with those at the foundation establishment stage? Instead of recklessly wandering around now, risking an encounter with a foundation establishment practitioner and revealing all his trump cards in a difficult battle, it would be far more prudent to wait until he himself had established his foundation. Allowing him to effortlessly deal with cultivators of equal rank, however, the advancement in magical prowess was not the foremost concern. Chen Changsheng clenched his fist, summoning a flying sword and skillfully manipulating it within the confines of the cave dwelling. Indeed, I have succeeded in seizing it. A joyful expression graced Chen Changsheng's face. Previously, while experimenting with the consumption of divine powers, he discovered that if he ingested magical artifacts, he could gain a portion of their potency. Although this gained power was a mere shadow of the original, far inferior to wielding the artifact itself, this time he had encountered the sword-nurturing gourd, an uncooperative spirit treasure that could still prove useful if ingested. No matter how precious the sword-nurturing gourd may be, if it cannot be utilized by Chen Changsheng, it essentially holds no value. It would be better to directly seize a portion of its power for his immediate benefit. The gourd's inherent ability was to reduce the consumption of controlling flying swords to 1/20th. Yet, what Chen Changsheng acquired was a diminished version, capable of reducing consumption to 1/10th. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. With Chen Changsheng's current formidable magical energy, combined with the reductions provided by the Tai Xian Lingshu Sword Classic, He could now wield a first-tier flying sword in combat with virtually no expenditure. I wonder when my purple thunder sword will be forged? On his way back to the sect, Chen Chongqing busied himself with the management of 3 treasures, lacking the inclination to deal with various magical artifacts and spiritual objects. Thus, he entrusted the entirety of his haul to Zhu Yulian, requesting her assistance in handling them. After all, Zhu Yulian had extensive connections, making it easier for her to manage these spoils. Just as he was pondering this, the formation outside the cave was activated. With a flick of his hand, a water curtain appeared before him, revealing the scene outside the cave. 2 women stood at the entrance. One was Zhu Yulian, and the other was Yi Yun. They arrived just as he was thinking of them, splendid. Chen Chongqing the cave's restrictions and welcomed the 2 inside. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing, Zhu Yulian handed him a storage bag. Senior brother, the spoils of this journey, along with the refined and repaired magical artifacts, are all contained within. Good. Chen Chongqing accepted it, setting it aside. Soon after, Yi Yun approached and presented him with another storage bag. Junior brother Chen, you saved our Yi family, and this is your reward. Our Yi family has just acquired a foundation-building spiritual object, but our reserves of spirit stones are limited. We can only offer you 4,000 spirit stones. Chen Chongqing accepted it with a smile. 4,000 spirit stones is no trivial sum. I had no intention of demanding much in return. Even if the Yi family had not offered a reward, Chen Chongqing would not have objected, as he had already received his due recompense during the rescue. Had it not been for his concern for the sect, he would not have responded to the distress signal and saved the Yi family. Every action, no matter how small, is governed by fate. However, Yi Yun seemed to feel quite embarrassed. The Yi family had been rescued by Chen Chongqing and his companions, yet they were only offering a mere 4,000 spirit stones as compensation. A flush of crimson spread across her face as she stammered, Junior brother Chen, rest assured, our Yi family will forever owe you a favor. In the future, once we recover, we shall repay you handsomely. If our Yi family fails to repay this kindness, I, Yi Yun, am willing to follow you to repay your great kindness. As she spoke, Yi Yun made as if to kneel. Chen Chongqing hastily assisted her to her feet. Her actions and words left him quite flustered. Has this girl read too many Xinxia novels? Chen Chongqing shook his head. Sister Yi, there is no need for such formality. We are both disciples of Yunshui stream. It is only natural that we assist one another. Should I find myself in trouble in the future, I will still require your assistance. After a round of comforting, he finally managed to send Yi Yun away, leaving only Zhu Yulian by his side. Yulian, since we rescued the Yi family together, you should take a share of the spirit stones. Chen Chongqing opened the storage bag that Yi Yun had given him. No need. Zhu Yulian quickly interjected, I did not exert much effort in the battle with the black-robed cultivator, and I have received ample care from you during this outing. I shall not take any of the spirit stones. It seemed that Zhu Yulian had come primarily to deliver spirit stones and magical artifacts to Chen Chongqing. After exchanging a few words, she hurriedly departed, leaving Chen Chongqing alone in the cave. He retrieved the 2 storage bags, one from Yi Yun containing 4,000 spirit stones, which he confirmed with his spiritual sense, finding every single one intact. The other, from Zhu Yulian, held over 1,400 spirit stones, along with a first-tier magical sword, the Purple Thunder Sword, a second-tier magical sword, the Purple Thunder Sound Sword, and a first-tier premium magical artifact, the Greenwood Shield, which had been successfully repaired. The binding immortal rope remained in Chen Chongqing's possession, undamaged. Thus, Chen Chongqing's arsenal had been thoroughly enriched. Offense, defense, binding, preservation of life, enhancement, and flight. If he could nurture a few diverse spirit beasts, he would no longer need to avoid toxins, as he could simply ingest them. Neutralizing even poison, he had acquired illusionary techniques, yet lacked an artifact for spiritual sense. Although his spiritual sense was considerably stronger than that of his peers, it was still necessary to seek out an artifact attuned to it. And he still needed an artifact for breaking restrictions. He would take his time to search. Chapter 47. The arrival of the spiritual sense artifact with such a substantial amount of spirit stones at his disposal. Chen Chongqing found himself quite affluent. He ventured to Qinghe Feng Market once more, purchasing a considerable quantity of medicinal pills and spiritual objects, sufficient to support his cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. With plenty left over, Chen Chongqing planned to reserve the surplus medicinal pills and spiritual objects, thanks to the divine consumption technique. These would serve as excellent resources for restoring his magical energy and healing his wounds. With the remaining spirit stones, he procured several first-tier magical swords of various types. A gunmetal sword, exceedingly sharp and designed to break through protective techniques. A flying shadow sword, small and difficult to detect. And a thick earth sword, primarily for defense. The total expenditure for these 3 swords amounted to 1,000 spirit stones. As for the artifact for breaking restrictions and the one attuned to spiritual sense. They remained exceedingly rare. To this day, Chen Chongqing had yet to acquire anything. Time slipped by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The arrival of midsummer marked the 10th anniversary of Chen Chongqing's presence at Yunshui Stream. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Chongqing awoke from his meditation and, upon opening the water curtain, discovered it was Yin Anin seeking him. He stepped outside. Long time no see, junior sister Yin. Now 19, Yin Anin was in the prime of her youth. Tall and slender, a few strands of green hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her almond-shaped eyes stared intently at Chen Chongqing. Senior brother, it has been 10 years since we entered the sect. Indeed, soon it will be time for a new batch of disciples to join. I have been assigned the task of welcoming new disciples, and the location is our Qingshui town. Senior brother, would you accompany me back for a visit? Qingshui town was indeed a distant memory. Chen Chongqing had only spent 3 days there when he first crossed over before entering Yunshui Stream, where he had been cultivating ever since. However, it was time to return and take a look. Chen Chongqing thought of his uncle and aunt, Uncle Zhang from next door, and the local gentry, Wang. Now that he had achieved a modicum of success in his cultivation, it was only fitting to pay them a visit. Repay grievances with grievances, and kindness with kindness. Very well, I shall accompany you. When do we depart? Chen Chongqing inquired. 10 days hence, Zhu Yulian replied. Early the next morning, Chen Chongqing received a message from Pang Ming, summoning him to Danxia Hall. He held a fondness for this mentor of his, who, while not frequently calling upon Chen Chongqing, also refrained from meddling in his affairs. Compared to those mentors who constantly exploited their disciples, Pang Ming was truly a breath of fresh air. Not to mention, every time they met, Pang Ming would gift him some medicinal pills. Thus, Chen Chongqing arrived at Danxia Hall and, upon entering, saw Pang Ming enjoying tea. Master, what can I do for you? Pang Ming smiled. That I have heard you have been seeking a spiritual sense artifact. During a previous summons, Pang Ming had asked Chen Chongqing what he lacked, and Chen Chongqing had mentioned the need for a spiritual sense artifact. Unfortunately, Pang Ming had none suitable at that time. However, the fact that he had specifically summoned Chen Chongqing to discuss this matter today warmed Chen Chongqing's heart, indicating that Pang Ming still cared about his affairs. Yes, Master, is there news? Are you familiar with the Samurai Society? I have heard of it. The Samurai Society is one of the 5 major sects of our Liang Kingdom. Indeed, the Samurai Society accepts wandering cultivators from all over the world. Almost anyone with a particular skill can join. While this has expanded the size of the Samurai Society, it has also rendered it exceedingly fragmented, rife with factional strife. Among them is the Qin family, a renowned family of artifact refiners, who have been targeted by various factions within the Samurai Society, putting their situation in jeopardy. The family wishes to send a direct descendant into our Yunshui stream to preserve a remnant of their bloodline in times of crisis. Listening to Pang Ming's account, Chen Chongqing felt a stir in his heart. Was this not the father and daughter of the Qin family he had encountered over half a year ago? Master, what do you imply? The Qin family has reached an agreement with Yunshui stream. However, there remains one issue. Who will escort the Qin family descendant? According to the Qin family's wishes, they hope to have their direct descendant follow the leading figure of the new generation of Yunshui stream disciples. I recommended you, and the higher-ups have agreed. After all, compared to those two, your background is the cleanest. Accompanying a Qin family descendant is quite fitting. They possess a spiritual sense artifact, and should you be willing to have their direct descendant follow you, they are willing to present you with this artifact as a gift. What are your thoughts? I am willing. In Chen Chongqing's heart, he felt a certain inclination towards the matter. His impression of the Qin family, father and daughter, was quite favorable, and he was willing to assist mortals, which proved him to be a benevolent individual. However, he still harbored some reservations. But, Master, if I were to accept this disciple from the Qin family, would I not become embroiled in the factional struggles of the Samurai Society? Upon hearing this, Pang Ming let out a hearty laugh. You need not worry about that. The Qin family has already reached an accord with the sect. The affairs concerning the Samurai Society will be managed by the sect, so there is no need for concern. Given that, I shall have no further hesitations. Thank you, master. Such a trivial matter, Peng Ming replied. Stroking his beard with a faint smile, I shall take you to meet them. Peng Ming led Chen Changsheng to a secluded hall and pushed the door open. Qin Shu, Qin Qing, Wang Zhong? Peng Ming looked at Chen Changsheng with a puzzled expression. Who is Wang Zhong? Do you know him? In response to master, I have met this Qin family duo once. As for Wang Zhong, that is a pseudonym I adopted while traversing the world. At these words, the corner of Peng Ming's eye twitched slightly. A pseudonym is good. At least it won't bring about trouble. Qin Qing, unable to remain composed, interjected, Hey, if you are not called Wang Zhong, then who are you? I am Qin Changsheng, he replied, bowing respectfully to the Qin family. While I was out in the world, I used a pseudonym. I hope you will not take offense. It is of no consequence. Qin Gang waved his hand. His mood lightened upon seeing a familiar face. I did not expect the legendary Chen Changsheng to be you. Now that I entrust Xiao Qing to you, I can rest easy, as he spoke. Qin Gang patted Chen Changsheng on the shoulder. Your reputation is quite significant. Qin Changsheng humbly replied, It is merely an overstatement. Qin Gang produced a black hairband and handed it to Chen Changsheng. This is a second-tier low-grade magical artifact I personally crafted, the Luyan Belt, which serves to calm the spirit and protect the wearer. With this, you need not worry about attacks on your spiritual consciousness during the Qi refinement stage. Chen Changsheng accepted it, a look of joy illuminating his face. After a long search, he finally secured a spiritual artifact. Thank you, Qin Shu. No need for excessive gratitude. This is merely a reward for looking after my daughter. If you truly wish to thank me, then please pay more attention to Xiao Qing, as I am quite concerned for her. Qin Changsheng replied earnestly, I will, very well. Qin Gang summoned Qin Qing, tears glistening in his eyes, and admonished her gently. Xiao Qing, I must depart shortly, leaving you here in Yunshui Gorge. You must heed your senior brother Qin's words and refrain from engaging in any inappropriate actions. Should the Qin family perish, you may remain in Yunshui Gorge. If you encounter someone you fancy, you may also consider that. You must diligently pursue your cultivation. The Yunshui Gorge will reserve a foundational elixir for you. As long as you succeed in your foundation establishment, the Qin family will not be entirely lost. Additionally, eat well, take care of your health, and look after yourself. Farewell. Chapter 48. Returning in wealth and honor, Qin Gang departed. As a foundational cultivator, he was considered a person of significance within the Saran society. The Qin family was in a precarious situation, yet not entirely lost. Entrusting Qin Qing to Yunshui Gorge was also a strategic move for the family's future. If possible, the Qin family still hoped to navigate through this crisis independently. After Qin Gang's departure, Chen Changsheng brought Qin Qing back to his cave dwelling. Finding an empty room, he said, the spiritual energy here is quite abundant. You may cultivate here in the future. The sect's resources and stipends will not be lacking for you. Of course, you may also undertake tasks to exchange for resources. Qin Qing's eyes were still slightly red, her face bearing traces of uncertainty regarding the future. Yes, senior brother Chen. What is your current cultivation level? I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement, stuck at the bottleneck of the late Qi refinement stage. Qin Changsheng pondered for a moment before retrieving a pill from his storage pouch. This barrier-breaking pill is for you. I hope it aids you in breaking through soon. This was a pill Chen Changsheng exchanged from the sect's treasury when he was still at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Originally intended for his use, however, he was fortunate not to encounter a bottleneck, so he kept the pill. Qin Qing was taken aback for a moment, then said softly, Thank you, senior brother. Chen Changsheng smiled. Having received the second-tier spiritual artifact, he felt it necessary to extend his care towards Qin Qing. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out. After giving her this instruction, Chen Changsheng left, allowing Qin Qing some time to settle her emotions. 9 days later, aboard a spiritual vessel, Anan navigated the craft while Chen Changsheng sat beside her, feeling a wave of nostalgia. I have taken this wooden spiritual vessel many times, yet today, my heart bears a different sentiment. Suddenly, he recalled his senior brother Zhao Yuanan. Anan smiled and replied, After all, this is where we began our journey into cultivation. Indeed. Chen Changsheng gazed at the distant, undulating mountains, seemingly catching a glimpse of the peaks where Zhao Yuanan once illustrated the relationship between immortals and cultivators. Zhao Yuanan's words of caution echoed vividly in his mind. Here was the beginning of all stories. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Changsheng's gaze burned brightly. At the very least, he had not forgotten his aspiration for longevity. His eyes shimmered with reminiscence, and suddenly, he asked, "Do you have any news about senior brother Zhao Yuanan?" Senior brother Zhao broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement a few days ago and is now vying for a foundational elixir. Chen Changxing nodded, feeling elated at the prospect of his guide nearing foundation establishment. What about Wang Zhong and the others? The group from the EZ courtyard remains united after entering Yunshui Peak. Wang Zhong seems to have recognized the difficulty of establishing a foundation with 5 spirit roots. Thus, he no longer pursues rapid advancement in cultivation, opting instead to compete for foundational elixirs in the coming years, and is currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chen Changxing remarked, "I always thought Wang Zhong was adept at socializing, able to converse with anyone. Now, to enter the inner sect with 5 spirit roots is indeed an extraordinary feat. He can also discern his own circumstances and know when to advance and retreat. Perhaps in the future, he truly may succeed in establishing a foundation. What if Huang Yunfei?" Inanan chuckled. Senior brother Huang has been diligently progressing in his cultivation. He lacks for nothing in resources and has now reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. And Tang Xiaoro, what of her and Su Yang? Tang Xiaoro has grown increasingly lackadaisical in her cultivation after entering the inner sect, and her progress is now comparable to Wang Zhong's. Su Yang accepted an external mission last year and has yet to return. Chen Changxing turned his head in surprise. Did he take on a long-term mission? Or has something happened? He undertook a task to slay a beast. Chen Changxing found himself momentarily speechless. When they first entered Yunshui Gorge, all 8 of them were mere mortals. Now, a decade later, each had encountered their own fortunes, and some had even met with misfortune. The road to immortality is long. If Chen Changxing truly manages to attain longevity, the number of companions on this journey will inevitably dwindle. The atmosphere aboard the spiritual vessel grew somewhat tense. Soon, as dusk fell, the vessel docked beside a clear stream. Nearby was a town with hundreds of thousands of residents in the town and surrounding villages. Under the protection of Yunshui Gorge, this place enjoyed favorable weather year-round, and the people lived relatively prosperous lives. The spiritual vessel glided through the sky, leaving a long trail of light behind. Many townsfolk witnessing this spectacle knelt in reverence, their faces filled with envy and admiration. They calculated the date and realized it was time for the decennial spirit root assessment. An immortal has come. An immortal has come. Such news spread rapidly throughout the town. Shortly thereafter, several local gentry hurriedly arrived. "We humble folk pay our respects to the esteemed immortal." Chen Changxing observed the leading gentleman, who appeared somewhat portly, looking to be in his 40s or 50s, yet with a ruddy complexion suggesting he still had many years ahead. Chen Changxing stepped forward, extending a hand to assist the gentleman to his feet. Esteemed immortal, please, no need for such formality. I can rise myself." Chen Changxing smiled and replied, "Wang Yuanwei, it has been a decade since we last met. There is no need for such courtesy. You are?" Wang Yuanwei gazed at Chen Changxing's face, gradually recognizing the resemblance to a child from his memories. "Are you the Chen Changxing from 10 years ago?" "Indeed, my immortal Chen. You have embarked on the path of cultivation." Chen Changxing interjected, "Let us halt that line of discussion. There is no need for further pleasantries. Arrange for the spirit root assessment to take place 3 days hence, at the same location as last time." He then handed over a vial of pills, eliciting expressions of envy from the surrounding gentry. "These are some Peiyuan pills. Consuming them will strengthen the body and ensure a peaceful old age free from illness or disaster." The common folk understood and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed immortal." As Wang Yuanwei attempted to bow again, Chen Changxing quickly interjected, "No need for bowing. It is unnecessary." Wang Yuanwei finally ceased his bowing and smiled. "Immortal Chen, I have instructed my people to prepare a banquet. Would you care to join us?" "Very well, Immortal Chen. Is there anything in particular you wish to eat?" "I shall have someone prepare it immediately." After contemplating for a moment, Chen Changxing smiled and said, "Then let us have a roast duck." At these words, Wang Yuanwei appeared momentarily puzzled, but after a brief pause, vague memories resurfaced in his mind, and he beamed with delight. "Very well." Chen Changxing nodded slightly, then gestured for Inanan to follow. Thus, a large group proceeded through the town. Along the way, Inanan excused herself to visit her parents, leaving Chen Changxing to attend the banquet alone. The banquet. It seemed that Inanan's absence had led to an assembly of wealthy gentlemen accompanying him. Wang Yuanwei summoned numerous dancers to perform before the gathered crowd. Undoubtedly, the focal point of the event was Chen Chongqing, as many individuals sought to introduce their female relatives to him, hoping that their daughters and granddaughters might serve him for a night. After declining the advances of a multitude of women eager to bear his offspring, Chen Chongqing finally found a moment of tranquility to engage in his cultivation. At dawn the following day, Chen Chongqing set off alone towards the mountain village of his past. Chapter 49. Gratitude and Revenge. It is never too late after 10 years. The news of the arrival of an immortal spread swiftly throughout Qingshui town. As dusk fell, Uncle Zhang was trudging home with a hoe slung over his shoulder when an exuberant villager spotted him and shouted, "Old Zhang, he has come." "What has come?" Zhang asked. "The immortal you've been dreaming of has arrived." "Ah," Uncle Zhang exclaimed, astonished. "It must be the day for testing one's fate with the immortals." The villager chuckled, "Old Zhang, you always said that 10 years ago, that boy from the Chen family could become an immortal thanks to your assistance. Do you think this immortal will offer you some benefits?" Uncle Zhang, feeling flustered, hurriedly replied a few words before making his way home. 10 years prior, Chen Chongqing had discovered his spiritual roots and was taken away by an immortal. This revelation had filled Uncle Zhang with astonishment, soon followed by overwhelming joy. He had boasted casually about his role in Chen Chongqing's ascent, never imagining that his words would actually bear fruit. However, after some time, Uncle Zhang began to feel a twinge of regret. He lamented his short-sightedness in not sending Chen Chongqing to the town to test his spiritual roots. Had he done so, their bond would have been much stronger, and perhaps a descendant of the Zhang family could have also emerged as an immortal. As more time passed, Uncle Zhang's anxiety grew. He recalled that he had initially refused Chen Chongqing's request for assistance. If Chen Chongqing held a grudge, it could spell trouble for him. Thus, Uncle Zhang found himself in a state of perpetual unease, oscillating between hope and fear. Unable to find peace, he refrained from discussing these thoughts with his wife and children. His two sons had, over the years, secured favorable positions due to their association with the immortal, and Uncle Zhang himself lived a relatively untroubled life. Yet, as he lay in bed, his restless mind kept him awake. "Are you going to sleep or not?" Zhang Yang scolded. "If you can't sleep, get up." Reluctantly, Uncle Zhang complied, tossing and turning until dawn. As he stepped outside, weary and fatigued, he noticed a dark figure floating in the sky. As it approached, he discerned that it was a white cloud, upon which stood a young man of ethereal grace, an immortal. Uncle Zhang immediately knelt in reverence. The other villagers, witnessing this spectacle, also prostrated themselves. Chen Chongqing, accustomed to such reactions, descended gracefully before Uncle Zhang and helped him to his feet. Seeing the complex emotions on Uncle Zhang's face, Chen Chongqing smiled and said, "Uncle, Chongqing has returned." Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang's anxious heart finally found solace. "Chongqing, you." Perhaps overwhelmed by the presence of the immortal, Uncle Zhang stumbled over his words. Chen Chongqing presented him with 2 vials of elixirs, stating, "Here are 20 pills. Taking one will banish calamities and grant you a long, healthy life. You may keep them for yourself, share them with friends, or sell them in town. These pills could ensure prosperity for 3 generations of the Zhang family." Then, Chen Chongqing revealed a token. "Keep this token. Should any of your descendants possess spiritual roots, they may come to Yunshuijian with it, and I shall provide assistance." Uncle Zhang accepted the items, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "Thank you, Chongqing, thank you." In that moment, he felt that his casual words of pity a decade ago had been the wisest decision of his life. Chen Chongqing nodded, believing that ensuring the Zhang family's prosperity and their descendants' potential for immortality was sufficient repayment for Uncle Zhang's past kindness. After all, it had merely required a few words from him. Following this act of gratitude, Chen Chongqing turned his gaze toward the neighboring courtyard. "Uncle, how is my uncle and aunt's family?" Uncle Zhang hesitated, unsure of Chen Chongqing's thoughts, and dared not speak freely. Logically, Chen Chongqing should harbor resentment towards his uncle's family. Yet, who could truly comprehend the thoughts of an immortal? The villagers shared this sentiment, and thus, while they generally avoided the family, they still held a degree of trepidation towards them. Noticing Uncle Zhang's hesitation, Chen Chongqing did not press further. "Very well, I shall go see for myself." With that, his figure vanished before Uncle Zhang's eyes. In his spiritual awareness, he perceived that the neighboring courtyard was already desolate. It had once belonged to his family, but his uncle's family had taken it over. After discovering his spiritual roots, his uncle's family had naturally fled, unwilling to remain. Have they returned to our family's courtyard? Chen Chongqing mused. He was well aware of his uncle and aunt's whereabouts. Riding upon a wisp of spiritual cloud, he arrived at a modest, dilapidated courtyard in no time. In stark contrast to Chen Chongqing's home, this place was far smaller. Within the yard sat an elderly man, frail and withered, trembling as he did. Beside him was a bald old woman and two emaciated men, all clad in tattered clothing. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing, they immediately knelt down. For a moment, Chen Chongqing failed to recognize them. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. They had wronged him, and he had ascended to immortality. Naturally, they lived in constant fear, uncertain of when he might return to exact retribution, even fearing that, by the means of an immortal, they might not even be able to reincarnate, under the weight of their terror and the exclusion from their peers. They had aged prematurely as Chen Chongqing descended from the cloud. His ornate shoes adorned with golden edges came into view. They all kept their heads bowed, too terrified to meet his gaze. Uncle, aunt, my two elder brothers. It has been a long time. Chongqing? Uncle raised his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Chongqing, I realize my mistakes now. Your uncle and aunt only thought that with you left alone, our family would be taken over by others. And it would be better for us, the Chen family. Uncle continued, I was truly foolish back then. Although your aunt and I treated you poorly, we never wished for your demise. If another family had taken over, the outcome would have been dire. The aunt, while prostrating, wept. Chongqing, it was all my fault. I alone was harsh towards you during those days. If you wish to take my life, do so. For the sake of our shared bloodline. Spare your uncle and my two brothers. As they continued to plead, all four of them bowed and wept profusely. Chen Chongqing remained silent, and they dared not cease their supplications, even as blood flowed from their heads and their vision blurred, staining the ground red. Finally, Chen Chongqing spoke. Enough. If one attains mastery in their cultivation, perhaps through fortuitous circumstances, they might manage to preserve their spirit for an extended duration. However, the four souls before him are mere mortals. Once their physical bodies perish, they become lost and disoriented, at any moment liable to dissipate into nothingness. Should they fall into the hands of demonic cultivators, there exists the possibility of refining them into certain magical artifacts, such as the soul-devouring banner or the Emperor's banner. Yet, Chen Chongqing, adhering to the righteous path, would never resort to such nefarious practices as those of demonic cultivators. He had captured the souls of the four, solely to ensure their complete obliteration, both in form and spirit. With a casual gesture, he shattered the four souls, and a wisp of spiritual flame ascended, reducing the four corpses to ashes. Thus, dust returned to dust, and earth returned to earth. The mundane entanglements of his path to immortality had now been entirely resolved. With a sigh, he stepped upon the ethereal clouds, soaring into the distance. 2 days later, at the edge of Qingshui town, a temporary platform had been erected, bustling with life and excitement. Countless children, accompanied by their anxious parents, formed a long queue. Is this truly the esteemed immortal master? They whispered. It is said that the immortal master also hails from our village. Having passed the test a decade prior, I too wish to succeed in the test and bask in such glory. Many children, having grasped the simple truths of life, understood that passing the test would grant them the opportunity to become immortal masters, allowing themselves and their families to revel in wealth and honor. Chen Chongqing and Enan stood on either side, each holding a spiritual measuring device to assess the children's spiritual roots. The line divided into two, advancing in turn. Just as Zhao Yuanan had done in the past, Chen Chongqing placed the device upon a child's forehead. The child, trembling with anxiety, closed their eyes. After a few breaths, the device showed no response. No spiritual root. Next, the child descended from the platform with a quivering voice. A succession of hundreds of children yielded no reaction from the measuring device. Compared to the disappointment of the onlookers, Chen Chongqing appeared somewhat indifferent. The probability of a mortal possessing a spiritual root was exceedingly low, nearly 1 in 10,000. Unless their ancestors were cultivators, the likelihood of their descendants having spiritual roots would increase. But even then, it would only be 1 in 100. Only the descendants of foundational-level cultivators were guaranteed to possess a spiritual root. However, the chances of foundational cultivators bearing offspring were also quite rare. The land occupied by Yunshui Stream in Liang Kingdom stretched over tens of thousands of miles, in such a vast expanse, coupled with the offspring of various cultivation families. The number of disciples each term seldom exceeded 1,000. For a town like Qingshui, producing 2 or 3 children with spiritual roots every decade was already quite remarkable. It seemed that the last assessment had exhausted the town's luck. By noon, with the majority of children having been tested, not a single spiritual root had been found. Many of the townsfolk had already dispersed, and the expressions of the local gentry standing aside were less than favorable, until a tall young boy approached Qian Chongqing with quick strides. He appeared gaunt, clad in faded coarse cloth. Qian Chongqing placed the measuring device on the boy's head. Moments later, it emitted a radiant glow, displaying red, blue, and green colors. Qian Chongqing could not help but exclaim in delight. 3 spiritual roots, splendid. What is your name? Replying to the immortal master, I am called by Shu. Excellent. Since you possess spiritual roots, please step aside. In that moment, he understood why Zhao Yuanan had displayed such joy upon discovering that he and Yin Anan had spiritual roots. As the assessments continued until the last child tested, no further spiritual roots were revealed. However, Yin Anan discovered another child with 4 spiritual roots, a girl. Following the customary protocol, the 2 children were granted an hour to reunite with their families. Qian Chongqing and Yin Anan engaged in light conversation. This time, there are only 2 children. It's half of what we had in our cohort. Yin Anan counted on her fingers. Last year we performed exceptionally well. Typically, there are only 2 or 3 in the town. One with 3 spiritual roots earns 50 contribution points, while one with 4 earns 10, adding this to the base contribution points of 300 for this task. Brother, we have accumulated 360 contribution points on this outing. Qian Chongqing had never undertaken a sect task and was unaware of the challenges in earning contribution points, so he inquired, is this amount considered much or little? Oh, it is certainly a lot. Yin Anan replied, brother, you lack for nothing, and with ample foundational pills, you naturally do not concern yourself with these matters. Tasks that can yield several hundred contribution points in just 5 or 6 days, without any danger and without wasting cultivation time, are highly sought after. Without some backing, one would hardly be able to claim them. Qian Chongqing nodded, then curiously asked, do you need connections to accept tasks in your daily life? Yin Anan exclaimed, of course. The sect's task hall is managed by the Xian family, descendants of Master Xianhui. If we wish to take on easier tasks with higher rewards, we must offer them spiritual stones as bribes. If you are stingy, you can only take on arduous, time-consuming tasks with little reward. However, brother, individuals like you, who are recognized as foundational seeds at the higher echelons of the sect, will encounter no difficulties in securing resources. Hearing this, Qian Chongqing could only smile. To be honest, this was indeed the case. Although, at present, the sect had not assigned him any particularly lucrative tasks, it was because he had already accumulated 1,000 contribution points. With foundational pills already secured, 1,000 contribution points were more than sufficient to cultivate a practitioner to foundational level. Moreover, whenever Qian Chongqing found himself in need, the sect would certainly consider him. As evidenced by the opportunities provided to him by Qin Qing, time passed swiftly, and 2 families approached Qian Chongqing during the interim. Upon speaking, he learned they were the relatives of Yun Yinan and Wang Zhong. Qian Chongqing could only respond that they were still diligently cultivating within the sect and would naturally return home to visit when the time was right. After distributing 2 bottles of ordinary pills, the matter was settled. With 2 children possessing spiritual roots, Qian Chongqing and Yin Anan returned to Yunshui Stream aboard a spiritual vessel. Yin Anan initially intended to share the contribution points from this task with Qian Chongqing. But after his repeated refusals, she finally relented. From now on, I fear I shall not return voluntarily. The ties of the mundane have been severed. Henceforth, it shall be only the path of longevity. Chapter 51. The Path of Union. Upon returning to Yunshui Stream, Qian Chongqing resumed his daily routine of cultivation. A month later, Zhu Yuetian sought him out once more. As she entered the cave dwelling, she fortuitously encountered Qin Qing, who was admiring the flowers and plants within the cave during her cultivation breaks. Within Qian Chongqing's cave, there were several acres of spiritual land, flourishing with numerous spiritual herbs. Upon seeing Zhu Yuetian, Qin Qing exclaimed, Sister Yin, you have come. Zhu Yuetian turned to Qin Qing, her expression filled with confusion. Qin Qing, what brings you here? My father has entrusted me to follow senior brother Chen in my cultivation. Chen Changxing explained. She encountered some issues at home. Uncle Qin Gang is returning to the Wanderers Association, and it would be unsafe for Qin Qing to accompany him, so he entrusted her to me. Oh, Zhu Yuetian nodded. Qin Qing pressed on. Sisterine, senior brother Chen has already admitted that he was using an alias. Do you also go by an alias? Upon hearing Qin Qing's inquiry, Zhu Yuetian could only smile awkwardly. Little Qing, my name is actually Zhu Yuetian. As for Inanan, she is another junior sister of your senior brother Chen. Oh, I knew it. You tricked me too. Qin Qing seized Zhu Yuetian's hand, throwing a playful tantrum. Moments later, under Chen Changxing's admonition, the little girl retreated to her own quarters to continue her cultivation, leaving only Chen Changxing and Zhu Yuetian together. Yuetian, what brings you here this time? Zhu Yuetian's beautiful eyes rolled playfully. Nearing 20, she could no longer be called a girl, but rather a graceful young woman. Zhu Yuetian's figure and appearance had blossomed further, earning her the admiration of many disciples in recent years. She grasped Chen Changxing's hand, shaking it gently while pouting. Senior brother, surely I came to find you because I missed you? Chen Changxing smiled. You typically come around every 3 months. Now, prior to that time, you arrive. There must be another reason. All right, you have me there, Zhu Yuetian admitted, sticking out her tongue. My master has a friend in the spirit beast sect. She is about to embark on her path of union and has invited my master to attend the ceremony. The path of union is akin to marriage in the mortal realm. However, cultivators refer to their life partners as Tao companions. Thus, it is termed the path of union. Generally, individuals of status and standing invite numerous friends to celebrate this event, known as the ceremony of union. So, will you accompany your master? No, Zhu Yuetian shook her head. My master will not attend. He wants me to go in his stead. He hopes that I might find a favored spirit beast while I am there. We are a group of 9, and my master has granted me 2 slots. Senior brother, would you like to join? Upon hearing this, Chen Changxing contemplated. He had been considering that he lacked a spirit beast, and he had previously mentioned this to Zhu Yuetian. Now that she had specifically come to find him, it was undoubtedly related to spirit beasts. The spirit beast sect, known for its spirit beasts, had an abundance of creatures that were otherwise scarce in the market. As for safety concerns, there was no need for worry. Yunshui Stream had always maintained a good relationship with the spirit beast sect, and the group was invited to attend the ceremony. Should any mishap occur at the spirit beast sect, the Golden Core practitioners from Yunshui Stream would undoubtedly intervene to protect their own. Who is the one uniting in the spirit beast sect? One is named Zhu Qingyao, and the other is Xing Mu Yang. Both are foundational level cultivators and influential figures within the spirit beast sect. My master's friend is Zhu Qingyao. Zhu Qingyao, Chen Changxing thought, sensing the name might hint at a female cultivator. Noticing Li Mingdao's reaction, he pondered whether there were any past entanglements between him and Zhu Qingyao. How are you, senior brother? Are you going? I will go. Chen Changxing nodded. He had never ventured beyond the territory of Yunshui Stream, and with no urgency in his cultivation, he had no idea how long it would be until he reached the secret realm. A business trip to the spirit beast sect was undoubtedly far safer than setting out on his own later. Furthermore, it afforded him the opportunity to find a spirit beast and meet several fellow disciples from other sects, which would be advantageous for future travels. Chen Changxing inquired, when do we depart? Zhu Yulian replied, the ceremony will be held in a month, but we must allocate 10 days for our journey. So we will set off in 10 days. Very well, I shall certainly attend. Chen Changxing responded after a brief pause. Thank you, Yulian. Zhu Yulian smiled radiantly. It's my pleasure. After Zhu Yulian left, Chen Changxing returned to his chamber and retrieved the moonlight sword. After more than a year of nurturing, receiving the cleansing of moonlight each night, and with the benefits of Chen Changxing's care, the effects of the sword nurturing gourd, the essence of the moonlight sword had been restored to a degree, enabling it to exert the power of a 3rd-tier magic sword. A 3rd-tier magic sword is equivalent to a high-grade or even an exceptional magic treasure, an object that even Golden Core cultivators would covet. With Chen Changxing's current magical power, he could likely unleash 3 strikes at full strength, having reduced the mana consumption by 90%. The might of these strikes would be tenfold that of the 2nd-tier purple thunder sword he wielded. One sword strike could easily obliterate an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. This was also Chen Changxing's greatest trump card at present. Gripping the spirit sword in his hand, Chen Changxing felt a profound sense of reassurance. With the moonlight sword, He would not feel so flustered even if faced with a Foundation establishment cultivator. He hoped he would not have to use it during his visit to the Spirit Beast sect. Quietly pondering, Chen Chongsheng sat cross-legged, placing the moonlight sword across his knees, and continued with his cultivation for the day. 10 days later, Chen Chongsheng departed from his cave abode, heading straight to Lingyun Peak, where Zhu Yulian awaited. However, halfway there, he spotted a spirit vessel speeding towards him in the distance. Upon recognizing the face of the person aboard, he called out, "Senior Brother Zhao, long time no see." The spirit vessel halted, and the man examined Chen Chongsheng from head to toe. "Who are you?" "Senior Brother Zhao, you do not remember me? I am Chen Chongsheng. 10 years ago, you brought me to the sect." "Oh." Zhao Yuanan suddenly recognized him. "Chen Chongsheng, your reputation has grown immensely. You are one of the 3 from your cohort who are almost guaranteed to establish their foundations in due time. I may even have to address you as senior brother or even uncle master." Chen Chongsheng chuckled. "I must thank you, Senior Brother Zhao, for your assistance back then. Otherwise, had I been led away by my aunt, I would not be here today. It was my duty as a sect disciple." "There is no need for thanks." Zhao Yuanan, noticing Chen Chongsheng's hurried demeanor, inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon mentioning this, Zhao Yuanan appeared quite animated. "I was fortunate enough to acquire a Foundation establishment pill and am now on my way to prepare for my breakthrough." Hearing this, Chen Chongsheng rejoiced. "Is that so? Then I extend my early congratulations on your forthcoming success in Foundation establishment. May your words bring good fortune." They did not linger in conversation and hastily parted ways. Watching Zhao Yuanan's retreating figure, Chen Chongsheng couldn't help but reflect on how some of his acquaintances were already taking steps towards Foundation establishment. He wondered when it would be his turn. Chapter 52. On the flying vessel, the Lingyun Peak flying vessel came to a halt at the foot of the mountain. This time, 6 or 7 individuals were already waiting. Leading them was a stout man clad in a purple robe, whose cultivation level was indiscernible, but judging by his appearance, he was likely a Foundation establishment cultivator. Beside him stood Zhu Yulian, dressed in a blue inner sect disciple robe, her striking purple hair making her stand out. Senior Brother Chongsheng. Upon spotting Chen Chongsheng, Zhu Yulian immediately waved him over, guiding him to the front of the leading Foundation establishment cultivator. Zhu Yulian introduced, "Master Brother, this is Chen Chongsheng, whom I invited to join us for Master Zhu's ceremony." She then introduced the purple-robed cultivator. "This is my Master Brother, Hizuda." Unlike Zhu Yulian's ease, Chen Chongsheng felt compelled to show utmost respect in front of the Foundation establishment cultivator, bowing low. Disciple Chen Chongsheng greets Master Uncle He. Hizuda appeared quite amiable, greeting Chen Chongsheng warmly. "No need for such formalities, Chen disciple. In the future, we shall all be fellow sect members." In Hizuda's eyes, Chen Chongsheng and his junior sister Zhu Yulian were nearly equal, both promising candidates for Foundation establishment. Even if they did not refer to each other as fellow friends at present, there was no need for hostility. "Senior Brother Chongsheng, let us discuss elsewhere," Zhu Yulian suggested, taking Chen Chongsheng away. Hizuda watched them with a smile, saying nothing further. Once they moved aside, Zhu Yulian introduced Chen Chongsheng to the representatives of the delegation visiting the Spirit Beast sect. "At the forefront is my Master Brother, Hizuda, who has been at Foundation establishment for over 20 years and is nearing the middle stage of Foundation establishment." Next, Zhu Yulian pointed to 3 disciples standing to the right. 2 males and 1 female, all at the 9th level of Qi refinement but slightly older. These 3 are descendants of the Sun family, whose ancestor was a disciple of Master Xinhui. She continued. And those 2 are descendants of other Foundation establishment uncles from Lingyun Peak. All of these individuals were from noble families, supported by high-ranking cultivators, which caused Chen Chongsheng to harbor doubts. Why are they all second-generation immortals? In this delegation, is there not a single commoner? Of course there are. Zhu Yulian pointed to herself and Chen Chongsheng. "We are examples." Just then, another white jade spirit vessel descended, from which emerged a young man with red hair. "Yi Tianlang Dado," and him, Zhu Yulian pointed out. "The purpose of attending Master Zhu's ceremony is twofold: to seek good fortune from the Spirit Beast sect and to earn a substantial amount of sect contribution points, all while ensuring safety. Such a favorable opportunity, of course, was reserved for the right individuals. As for what constitutes the right person, Zhu Yulian smiled. You must at least possess either a strong background or exceptional talent. Chen Chongsheng recalled that when he went to test his spiritual route, Yinan had mentioned something similar. Good tasks must be facilitated through connections. Qin Changxing sighed inwardly at the thought of the sect's collaboration with noble families. At that moment, Hizuda produced a massive flying vessel, approximately 10 zhang long, and set it down. Everyone, now that we are all here, we should set off. Yes, Master Uncle He. The group ceased their idle chatter and followed Hizuda onto the flying vessel. The flying vessel of a Foundation establishment cultivator was indeed different, luxurious in material and far superior in speed compared to other spirit vessels. Even though it was large, Qin Changxing estimated its speed to be no less than 50 zhang per breath. Once aboard, the group began to chat among themselves. However, apart from Zhu Yulian, Qin Changxing did not know anyone and chose to sit cross-legged, delving into his meditation and cultivation. Yet, he held a quiet anticipation within. Attending the Spirit Beast Sect's ceremony was an extremely sought-after task, and correspondingly, the benefits it could yield were undoubtedly substantial. Qin Changxing felt eager to see what rewards he might obtain, at the very least. He hoped to find a second-tier spirit beast, or perhaps some spirit beast that he could use for an extended period. He currently had over 2,000 spirit stones. He wondered if that would be sufficient to acquire a spirit beast cub. Beside him, Zhu Yulian observed Qin Changxing enter his meditation and fell into silence herself, also sitting beside him to cultivate. Meanwhile, the new disciple Yi Tianlang, having boarded the vessel, discreetly focused his attention on Zhu Yulian. Seeing her diligently cultivating without wasting a moment aboard the vessel, he thought to himself, no wonder I can never surpass her. It is no surprise that someone as dedicated to their cultivation as junior sister Zhu would excel. I cannot afford to waste any more time, he resolved, recognizing his own shortcomings. With such inferior skills, I must work even harder. With that, Yi Tianlang sat cross-legged, consumed a pill, and began his cultivation. After a moment, Hizuda gathered everyone together to explain how they should conduct themselves upon arrival at the Spirit Beast sect. He then noticed the 3 new disciples still immersed in their cultivation. Others around them observed this scene, and someone remarked, truly worthy of the new generation of talents from Yunshui stream, seizing every moment to cultivate. Had I been as diligent as them back then, perhaps I would have had a chance at Foundation establishment. As soon as this was said, another cultivator quickly retorted, Sun Yongyang, don't be so full of yourself. Did you not claim you weren't diligent back then? The truth is you simply lack talent. Junior sister Zhu and junior brother Yi are both single spiritual root geniuses. Your failure to establish your foundation is solely due to your own inadequacies. Sun Yongyang, feeling provoked, turned red and pointed at the speaker, Jiang Yu, and cursed, you can stop pretending. What about you? Just because you have a dual spiritual root, where are you now? Why haven't you broken through to Foundation establishment? Jiang Yu shot back, you may have met the requirements for cultivation back then, but what does that matter? With the help of a Foundation establishment pill, you still failed to establish your foundation? Rendering you a waste of sect resources. Jiang Yu was about to retort further when Hizuda interjected, that is enough. Disciples of equal cultivation are all on the same level. There is no need to compare who is better or worse. If we speak of excellence, there is but one standard. Only those who can break through to the next realm are truly exemplary disciples. If you can break through, the sect will support you. If you lack the capability, there is no need for further discussion. Hizuda reprimanded the 2 individuals, and the foundation-building cultivator spoke up, leaving no room for dissent. Indeed, since the 3 foundation-building candidates are still in their training, we shall not disturb them. Some matters can wait until the appropriate time. With a brief directive, Hizuda retreated into the soul chamber of the flying vessel. The cultivators from the Sun and Jiang clans, though still brimming with anger, dared not utter a word. As for Qin Changxing and his companions, they wisely refrained from intruding. Hizuda's stance was unmistakably clear. All 3 were capable of foundation building. In Hizuda's eyes, their worth surpassed that of the others present. The 5 individuals divided themselves into 2 factions, seated on either side of the vessel. The sun hung low in the sky. A strikingly attractive female cultivator from the Sun family, without greeting anyone, stood up and entered Hizuda's chamber. Jiang Yu noticed this scene and inwardly cursed, what a flirtatious woman. Chapter 53. Spirit Beast Sect days passed swiftly, and after traveling for nearly a week, Qin Changxing and his party had long since exited the territory of Yunshui Gorge. They were now mere steps away from the gates of the Spirit Beast Sect. Less than a day's journey remaining. Several esteemed disciples, I have some announcements to make, Hizuda called, gathering everyone in the open space before the flying vessel. What insights do you have, Uncle He? Sun Yongyang inquired with a smile. He Zudao cleared his throat twice and spoke in a somber tone. Everyone, our visit to the Spirit Beast sect is twofold. Firstly, to attend the Dao ceremony. Secondly, for another matter. Another matter? Chen Chongqing felt a stir in his heart. Sure enough, anything involving him was rarely simple. Although the Dao ceremony of Elder Zhu Yuyao was genuine, it served primarily as a pretext to convene the various sects of Liang Kingdom for discussions on an important issue. To the north of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, an ancient secret realm had been discovered. This secret realm borders the Ghost Spirit sect, which wields significant power. Consequently, the Thousand Mechanisms sect took advantage of the recent Golden Core ceremony to inform all sects of this matter, intending to forge an alliance. This secret realm is a chi refining realm, inaccessible to those above the foundation building stage. Its opening is set for 3 years from now. Currently, we need to deliberate on the allocation of entry slots to this secret realm. The alluring female cultivator from the Sun family gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Master, does this allocation of entry slots pertain to us? Indeed, He Zudao replied, his demeanor softening upon seeing the Sun family cultivator's inquiry. Your presence here, while supported by your family, also signifies that you are among the strongest chi refining cultivators within the sect. It is widely known that the critical age for foundation building is 60. Beyond this age, vitality wanes, and the probability of foundation building diminishes significantly. Similarly, cultivators over 60 find their magical power and vitality have declined from their peak. Thus, the most formidable chi refining cultivators naturally belong to the 2 generations following Chen Chongqing. Their cultivation is at its zenith, and being from prominent families, they are backed by foundation-building cultivators, ensuring their combat strength is not to be underestimated. While there may be others stronger among the ranks, the key to the secret realm lies in its secrecy. If publicized widely, it would lose its value. There are a total of 100 slots for the secret realm. Our 5 sects aim to seize 70 slots, leaving 30 for the Ghost Spirit sect. The Thousand Mechanisms sect, as the leading party, will claim 20 slots. The remaining 4 sects will each receive 10 slots. The final 10 slots will be determined through a contest of skills. As he spoke, He Zudao turned his gaze towards Chen Chongqing and his companions. Out of the 10 slots, 5 will be allocated for you new disciples to compete for, and the remaining 5 for the older disciples. What? Chen Chongqing's heart brimmed with confusion. Uncle He, why do we have a designated share in the competition for the secret realm slots? If disciples are to be selected, wouldn't the older senior brothers and sisters be stronger? He Zudao turned to Zhu Yuelian and Yi Tianlang, noting their puzzled expressions as well, and chuckled in response. That is because the older senior brothers and sisters you speak of have already been eliminated. If they were truly formidable, they would have already established their foundations. Only your cohort, with exceptional talent yet to establish their foundations, will yield greater benefits upon entering the secret realm. Once the slots are allocated, it will be primarily your generation that gains entry. Of course, this is contingent upon your cultivation reaching the 9th level of chi refining. After this explanation, Chen Chongqing and the others nodded in agreement. Master, we will prepare earnestly. Very well. Upon reaching the Spirit Beast sect, simply follow the arrangements. As for the Dao ceremony, although it is merely a pretext, Elder Zhu Yuyao and my master do share a bond. So do not neglect your manners. Understood. After addressing these matters, the group continued their journey towards the Spirit Beast sect. The Spirit Beast sect, one of the 5 major sects of Liang Kingdom, is also the most powerful among them. Within its ranks are 3 Golden Core true immortals. Although this seems few, the cultivation techniques practiced by the Spirit Beast sect are closely tied to their accompanying Spirit Beasts. The advancement of a Spirit Beast sect cultivator hinges upon the prior enhancement of their Spirit Beast cultivation. The presence of 3 Golden Core true immortals indicates that the Spirit Beast sect harbors at least 3 third-tier Spirit Beasts. This is merely what is visible, given the long lifespans of Spirit Beasts. It is likely that several third-tier Spirit Beasts are concealed within the sect, their existence unknown to all. Behind the Spirit Beast sect lies a vast mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, home to countless members of the sect and a multitude of Spirit Beasts. Here, as long as one can pay the price, even second-tier Spirit Beasts are not unattainable. At the entrance of the mountain gate stands a colossal stone door, flanked by 2 massive stone pillars, each as thick as 10 zhang. The pillars and the door are adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, depicting an array of magnificent Spirit Beast images. The lintel bears 3 large characters inscribed in ancient Phoenix script, Spirit Beast Sect, from Yunshui Gorge. I, He Zhudao, the eldest disciple of Masterly Ming Dao, have come to attend Elder Zhu Yuyao's Dao ceremony. He Zhudao proclaimed loudly, his voice imbued with magical power, resonating powerfully across the distance. Even from miles away, He Zhudao's voice could be heard. The 2 guards stationed at the mountain gate, who had been drowsily standing watch, were jolted awake by the announcement. Who is it? It seems to be Yunshui Gorge, that sect renowned for its alchemy prowess. Quickly summon the inner sect elders. A representative from Yunshui Gorge has arrived. We must not lose our decorum. Before long, an elderly man with 2 small horns protruding from his forehead emerged. Chen Chongqing cast a glance at him. While unable to discern his cultivation level, he could tell he was at least a foundation-building cultivator. Following the elder were 2 young individuals, 1 male and 1 female, both appearing quite youthful, around Chen Chongqing's age. However, their cultivation levels left Chen Chongqing secretly alarmed. The female was at the 8th level of qi refining, while the male was at the 9th. It had long been said that the cultivation techniques of the Spirit Beast sect were closely intertwined with their innate spirit beasts. If the spirit beasts possessed high cultivation, the practitioner's training would accelerate dramatically. This 9th level qi refining youth before him was likely the rumored genius disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, who had contracted a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Witnessing a peer advance faster in cultivation did not unsettle Chen Chongqing. His own path of cultivation was just beginning to gain momentum. The early stages of cultivation heavily relied on innate talent, and his 3 spiritual roots had indeed hindered his progress. However, as he advanced further, such limitations would become less significant. With the aid of divine abilities, his cultivation speed would not lag. In contrast, the Spirit Beast sect disciples' progress was dependent on the spirit beasts, which, while long-lived, would inevitably result in slower personal cultivation. When it came time for foundation building, Chen Chongqing would gradually surpass him. Spirit Beast sect welcomes the esteemed guests from Yunshui Gorge. It is an immense honor to have you here from afar. The white-haired elder greeted warmly, clasping his fists in respect. I am Long Qianqiu. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. We greet our esteemed friends from the Spirit Beast sect. Chen Chongqing and his companions reciprocated the gesture, bowing respectfully. Upon entering the Spirit Beast sect, He Zhudao went to visit an old friend while the others, under the sect's arrangements, settled into an opulent cave residence. Chen Chongqing learned the names of the 2 young disciples from the Spirit Beast sect. The male was named Long Yu, the grandson of Long Qianqiu, and the female was named Zuofan, another talented disciple of this generation. That evening, Chen Chongqing paused his training, wishing to take a stroll under the moonlight. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a furtive figure sneaking into Jiang Yu's room. Chen Chongqing was taken aback. Sun Shiji, Sun Wanwan, the only female disciple among the 3 from the Sun family, had indeed come to the Spirit Beast sect. Chapter 54. Moonlit Night. Wasn't there a fierce rivalry between the Sun and Jiang families? How had these 2 ended up entangled? Could there be more to their relationship than meets the eye? Observing this strange scene, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but wonder. He felt an urge to extend his spiritual sense to investigate. His spiritual perception, honed through methods of contemplation and the sword cannon, had now reached a range of 30 zhang. This level of spiritual awareness was akin to foundation-building caliber. If Chen Chongqing truly wished to eavesdrop, a qi-refining cultivator would be none the wiser. However, he dismissed the thought. Invading the privacy of others was not the behavior of a gentleman. The affair between Jiang Yu and Sun Wanwan was their own business, unrelated to him. Inside the room, Jiang Yu leaned against the bedside while Sun Wanwan sat in his lap, her clothing partially undone, revealing a generous expanse of pristine skin. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, unable to suppress his reaction. Sun Wanwan turned her head, her fingernails tracing along Jiang Yu's jawline. I've been spending the nights in Uncle He's quarters these past few days. You wouldn't be jealous, would you? Sun Wanwan posed a question, yet her tone was decidedly affirmative. Jiang Yu hastily replied, Sister Sun, how could that be? You are sacrificing for our grand plan. Really? Sun Wanwan blinked her watery peach blossom eyes and smiled. You truly haven't been cursing me behind my back, have you, you lewd creature? Jiang Yu inwardly cursed at the term but outwardly insisted. No, not at all, Sister Sun. What if others see you coming into my room? It matters not, Sun Wanwan replied nonchalantly. Aside from He Zhudao, a foundation-building cultivator, No one can evade my spiritual sense. She then produced a fragrant pouch from her bosom. I may not have another chance to remind you. So I shall say it all at once. Within the 2 days before leaving the Spirit Beast sect, find a way to dust others with the powder inside this pouch, especially those 3 children of Zhu Yuetian. Do you understand? I understand, but such a silence, Sun Wanwan interjected, pressing her index finger against Jiang Yu's lips. After the deed is done, I assure you, the foundational elixir you desire shall be yours. Furthermore, as she spoke, Sun Wanwan leaped onto Jiang Yu, whispering in his ear, Do you not wish to escape with me, to live together forever? Enveloped by the fragrance of Sun Wanwan and her alluring voice, the flicker of struggle in Jiang Yu's eyes vanished in an instant. Of course I would. The moon shone brightly that night, casting shimmering light upon the ground, resembling a glistening puddle. Chun Chongqing walked onto a bridge, facing a meandering river with a surface as smooth as a mirror. The full moon hung inverted in the water, appearing exceptionally vivid. Suddenly, a wolf demon's howl echoed as a white figure dashed out from the woods. The white shadow was nearly 10 feet long. Leaping into the stream with a splash that shattered the reflection of the moon, it turned out to be a white wolf, attempting to catch the water moon. Observing the wolf's baring of teeth, Chun Chongqing couldn't help but chuckle. Dabai, stop making a fuss, a voice called out, and a tall young man clad in white emerged from the forest. The white wolf bounded to the young man's side with a howl. The young man patted the wolf's head and turned to Chen Chongqing. That disciple, it is late. Why are you not asleep? Chen Chongqing replied with a smile. The moon is particularly bright tonight. I wish to take a look. Very well. The young man approached Chen Chongqing, leaning against the railing as they gazed at the winding stream. I have lived here for many years, and indeed, the moonlit scenery tonight is beautiful. You are quite the connoisseur. The young man remarked. Chen Chongqing inquired, Then why are you not asleep, fellow cultivator? The young man sighed and shook his head. Worries. At that moment, the white wolf had shrunk in size, resembling an ordinary puppy. The young man stroked the puppy's head and asked Chen Chongqing, Fellow cultivator, must we cultivators seek partners? What leads you to such a question? Chen Chongqing replied. Alas, I have a friend who is to become a partner with another. The world praises them as a match made in heaven, yet I know they share no feelings. What do you think I should do? Chen Chongqing responded. If there is no mutual affection, why enter into such a union? The sect has expectations, thus, I dare not refuse. Do they truly not share any affection? Indeed. Would you dare defy the sect's orders? Chen Chongqing asked suddenly. The young man fell silent for a moment. I would not. Can you defy the sect? Chen Chongqing pressed further. After a long pause, the young man finally replied, I can. Chen Chongqing patted the young man's shoulder. Your cultivation is your own, and so is your future. If your friend truly does not wish to enter into such a union, why not take them along on a journey for a while? You may find new opportunities. Moments later, the young man wandered off in a daze. Before leaving, he handed Chen Chongqing a token. If you encounter a spirit beast that you desire at my spirit beast sect, present this token, and you shall receive 1 spirit beast of tier 3 or below free of charge. As for the deadline, it shall be within 7 days. Thus, Chen Chongqing left in high spirits. Enjoying the moonlight, listening to events, and discussing principles, he found joy in it all. Just as he returned to the residence where the group from Yunshui Gorge was staying, he unexpectedly bumped into Sun Wanwan, emerging from Jiang Yu's room. A few moments earlier, inside Jiang Yu's room, Sun Wanwan gathered the garments scattered on the floor, covering the delightful springtime view. Just as she was about to open the door to leave, Jiang Yu reminded her, Be cautious outside. Do not let anyone catch you. Sun Wanwan confidently replied, With my spiritual sense, no one beneath the foundation building stage can escape. With that, she strode boldly out of the room, only to encounter Chen Chongqing upon exiting. The two exchanged glances. Chapter 55. Purple Cloud Lion Sun. Before Chen Chongqing could utter a word, Sun Wanwan rushed over, signaling him with her hands. Shu, do not make a sound. Let us discuss this inside. Internally, Sun Wanwan lamented her misfortune. Moments ago, her spiritual sense detected no one, yet upon stepping out, she stumbled across Qin Changzheng. Eye in her eyes, this young man, who had only practiced for a decade, could not have eluded her spiritual awareness. The only possibility was that she was simply unlucky, encountering him just as she stepped out. Contemplating this, Sun Wanwan grasped Chen Chongqing's arm, attempting to pull him inside. However, despite her efforts, Chen Changsheng remained unmoved. She noticed Chen Changsheng pulling his arm back, slipping free from her grasp. Sun Wanwan found his skin surprisingly smooth and difficult to hold on to. Sister Sun, I assure you, I will not speak of this outside, Chen Changsheng whispered before turning back to his own room. Alone, Sun Wanwan stared at Chen Changsheng's door. She furrowed her brow. This fellow is quite difficult to handle. Inside his room, Chen Changsheng was still pondering the earlier events. A faint glow emanated from him as some powder fell from the fabric he had just been tugged at by Sun Wanwan. Utilizing his magical power, he lifted the powder to his nose and inhaled. A delicate fragrance wafted forth. If it were to adhere to someone, an ordinary person would hardly notice. This scent was subtle and distant. Unlike the usual cosmetics used by female cultivators, more akin to tracking powder. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the powder in his hand, feeling a sense of unease. It seems this journey to the spirit beast sect may not be so tranquil after all. Nevertheless, he utilized the method of refining. The powder was assimilated into his being. If this powder truly served as a tracking agent, he would be able to discern its scent nearby. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, just after Chen Changsheng rose, a knock echoed from outside his door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Senior brother Changsheng? It's me, Yuetian. Coming. Chen Changsheng opened the door to find Zhu Yuetian, already adorned and standing cheerfully at the entrance. Senior brother, let us roam the spirit beast sect and see if we can acquire some spirit beasts. Very well, just a moment. After a brief freshening up, Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yuetian departed the courtyard. He Zudao had not returned all night, and his room remained empty. The others were still inside, engaged in their own pursuits. Tianlang had left early but stood in a corner of the courtyard, fixated on something before him. However, through Chen Changsheng's spiritual sense, he could see Tianlang occasionally glancing over at him and Zhu Yuetian. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Tianlang's demeanor was that of a typical tsundere youth. He approached and addressed the unwavering Yi Tianlang. Junior brother Yi, we are heading to the spirit beast sect. Would you care to join us? Yi Tianlang turned his expressionless face towards Chen Changsheng, meeting his gaze. After a moment, he replied gruffly, all right. Thus, the three most distinguished disciples of the new generation from Yunshui Gorge ventured together through the spirit beast sect. The spirit beast sect was quite similar to Yunshui Gorge. If one were to draw a comparison, it was simply more lively, with larger buildings likely constructed with consideration for the size of spirit beasts. As they walked through the spirit beast sect, what struck Chen Changsheng most was the atmosphere of competition. Unlike Yunshui Gorge, which valued quiet cultivation, the disciples of the spirit beast sect, who spent their days in the company of spirit beasts, were particularly fond of contests. The trio encountered several fighting arenas along the way, each hosting battles between two individuals and their respective beasts. Suddenly, they halted. Zhu Yuetian pointed towards a high platform not far away, where a massive wooden cage stood. Inside was a small lion, entirely purple, its fur curling like flying clouds. So adorable. Senior brother, I want it. Let us take a closer look. Zhu Yuetian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the purple lion. Very well, with nothing pressing to do, Chen Changsheng saw no reason to decline. Excuse me, how much for this purple lion? He inquired of a middle-aged steward by the wooden cage. The steward glanced at the three of them. You are not from my spirit beast sect? Indeed, we are disciples of Yunshui Gorge, here to attend the Taoist union ceremony of Master Zhu Yuangde. In a wonder, the steward chuckled. This lion is known as the purple cloud lion, a second-tier spirit beast, and its quality ranks among the best in our spirit beast sect. The fact that it is kept in this cage signifies that it is the prize for our arena competition. This competition is held once every 10 years, and all previous disciples are eligible to participate. If one wins the championship, this purple cloud lion will belong to them. Ahem, as the steward spoke. The nearby Ziyun lion let out a charming growl, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Can we participate in the competition? Zhu Yuetian inquired. Upon hearing this, the steward furrowed his brow. If participation were permitted, it would not bode well for the disciples within his sect. After all, the Ziyun lion was essentially a benefit granted to the disciples by the sect. Should it be seized by outsiders, it would indeed be a significant loss. However, if he were to deny their participation, it would suggest a certain fear of Chen Changsheng and his companions. It was known that in the spirit beast sect, disciples from external sects were prohibited from competing, which hinted at an underlying anxiety about outsiders claiming victory. Just as the steward was caught in this dilemma, a voice echoed in his mind. Agree to their request. Upon receiving the message, the steward discreetly glanced towards the distant hall. You three may certainly participate. Our Spirit Beast sect does not shy away from any challenge. Excellent, Zhu Yuetian responded with enthusiasm. If we claim the Xion Lion, we shall compensate you with spirit stones. There is no need for that. The prize is a prize, and anyone is welcome to compete. The steward replied with a warm smile. When shall the competition commence? The steward calculated briefly and replied with a grin. Right now. As his words fell, a Foundation establishment cultivator soared from the distant hall and landed on the arena. There is no need to elaborate on the rules of the arena match. You are all familiar with them. Step forward, and the victor shall reign supreme. As he spoke, the Foundation establishment cultivator cast a glance towards Chun Chongqing and his companions. I must reiterate, this arena match involves participants from external sections. Do not bring shame upon our Spirit Beast sect with that. The cultivator settled onto a nearby seat, folding his arms and closing his eyes to rest. I shall take the first turn. Watch me. With a swift motion, two young cultivators leaped onto the arena with their spirit beasts, and a fierce battle ensued. Zhu Yuetian asked, What are the rules of this arena match? The steward replied, It is simply a matter of attacking and defending the arena. The victor becomes the arena master, and the defeated must leave. Each participant has one chance to challenge, and the arena master who achieves 10 consecutive victories shall be declared the ultimate victor. The rules are straightforward. It is all about fighting. Beside them, Yi Tianlang was eager to try his hand. Senior Zhu, Senior Chun, I shall go first. Very well. Just then, one of the competitors was knocked off the stage. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tianlang stepped onto the arena. Disciple of Yunshui Stream, Yi Tianlang, seeking guidance from the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Yunshui Stream disciple. Such arrogance. Who will go up and humble him? Senior brother, the junior disciple's cultivation is relatively low. You should go first. If you lose, I will take good care of you. The junior disciple's words immediately drew the attention of those around them, particularly the senior brother, who regarded the speaker with caution. Junior brother, enough with your rambling. A burly man donned in a large red robe, exposing his chest, interrupted the conversation. What an unruly commotion! He crossed his arms. Observing Yi Tianlang, who was confronting the Spirit Beast sect disciple on the arena. This Yunshui Stream disciple is no weakling. Junior brother Huang cannot match him. However, he added with confidence, he is certainly no match for me. His assertion drew the attention of onlookers. Soon, some recognized the burly man.its Xiong Jiutian. Is he really the one? Although he possesses dual spiritual roots, his physical training talent is remarkable, and he has summoned a second-tier spirit beast. His combat prowess is unrivaled among his peers, with only senior brother Long and senior sisters was surpassing him. Hearing the praises from his peers, Xiong Jiutian smiled, clearly pleased, on the arena. Although Yi Tianlang was locked in combat with the Spirit Beast sect disciple, his peripheral vision remained on Xiong Jiutian. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Yi Tianlang felt a surge of irritation. You dare to be distracted while battling me? The Spirit Beast sect disciple, incensed by Yi Tianlang's apparent disrespect, transformed into a gust of wind, launching a fierce attack towards him. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Yi Tianlang regained his focus, observing the incoming assault with a light chuckle, a mere breeze. Hardly worth noting, he raised his right hand, palm directed at the disciple, and softly uttered a single word, swift, boom. In an instant, a colossal fire dragon roared forth from his palm. The nine-yang fire dragon technique. The dragon's visage was fierce, its scales and whiskers exquisitely detailed, radiating authority. The fire dragon opened its maw wide, crashing directly into the Spirit Beast sect disciple. In a heartbeat, the disciple's magical energy was shattered, and the whirlwind surrounding him dissipated entirely. The fire dragon clamped down upon him, sending him plummeting from the arena. Yi Tianlang withdrew his hand. The fire dragon immediately returned to his side, spiraling around him. The disciples of your Spirit Beast sect are not so impressive after all. Yi Tianlang lifted his chin. A smug expression plastered on his face, addressing Xiong Jiutian below. Didn't you just claim you could surpass me? Come, let me see if you truly can. With that, Yi Tianlang beckoned with his fingers towards the crowd below. Arrogant! Xiong Jiutian roared. leaping onto the arena alongside his spirit beast. His spirit beast was a crimson fire bear, capable of evolving into a second-tier demon beast upon maturity. Currently in its growth phase, it remained a top-tier first-tier demon beast, possessing tough skin and an unyielding nature. Do not think that defeating a single disciple makes you invincible. Junior brother Huang may have decent potential, but he is merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. You, at the late stage of Qi refinement, fighting against someone in the mid-stage, have no reason to be proud. Yi Tianlang retorted, yet I am at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, battling you at the 7th layer. This should be an effortless victory. Do not make excuses for yourself. We have all trained for the same duration. Why is my cultivation superior to yours? He pointed a finger at Xiong Jiutian. Having a lower cultivation does not excuse your defeat. Only weakness does. Very well, Xiong Jiutian replied with a mocking smile. I said it before. Winning against a lower cultivator due to a higher cultivation is not something to boast about. Defeating a higher cultivator with a lower cultivation is what a true stronghold should achieve. Today, you shall fall at my hands. Before he could finish, Xiong Jiutian and the Crimson Fire Bear charged at Yi Tianlang like cannonballs, their massive forms causing tremors with each step. Prepare yourself. Xiong Jiutian's fist, wreathed in crimson light, struck towards Yi Tianlang. Faced with the dual assault of man and beast, Yi Tianlang remained composed, commanding the Fire Dragon to engage the Crimson Fire Bear. The Fire Dragon coiled around it, occasionally unleashing fireballs that struck the bear. Fortunately, the Crimson Fire Bear, being a fire attribute spirit beast, possessed some resistance to flames, thus sustaining minimal damage. However, it was still hindered by the Fire Dragon. As Xiong Jiutian's fist approached, Yi Tianlang simply sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Too slow, Yi Tianlang remarked. Compared to lightning, your speed is sluggish and easily dodged. Why opponents are not of your caliber. Unperturbed by Xiong Jiutian's onslaught, Yi Tianlang ignited with ferocious flames, boldly charging forward to engage in close combat. You seek death, Xiong Jiutian fumed. Below, witnessing Yi Tianlang's audacity, Chen Changsheng chuckled. It seems you've left quite an impression on Yi Tianlang. Zhu Yuetian shook her head. I haven't done much. He is simply too competitive, always eager to challenge me. Yet, he consistently fails to surpass me, and I break his defenses each time. Observing the unfolding battle, Chen Changsheng noted that although Xiong Jiutian possessed physical cultivation comparable to the late stage of Qi refinement, Yi Tianlang held his ground in close combat without faltering. With his discerning eye, Chen Changsheng could see that Xiong Jiutian was exerting his utmost effort, while Yi Tianlang still retained his reserves. Not to mention the Fire Dragon. Even in the late stage of Qi refinement, Yi Tianlang could summon at least 3. Currently, he was only using one against the Crimson Fire Bear, which clearly indicated his intent to toy with his opponent. If Long Yu and Zuofan did not arrive soon, Yi Tianlang would undoubtedly secure victory. Chen Changsheng concluded. However, Zhu Yuetian's gaze shifted to another direction. Look, aren't they arriving now? Following her gaze, Chen Changsheng spotted Long Yu and Zuofan making their way toward the arena. They surveyed the scene briefly before striding directly towards Chen Changsheng. Daoist Jin, Daoist Ju, how have you found your stay in our Spirit Beast sect? Thank you for your concern. It has been quite agreeable. That is good to hear, Long Yu smiled. Xiong Jiutian is a fine young man, with commendable cultivation talent, yet he is overly arrogant, of course. I do not imply that arrogance is inherently negative, but rather that his arrogance does not match his abilities. Daoist Jin, do you agree? Chen Changsheng did not respond, his focus remaining on the battle unfolding in the arena, ultimately stating, both he and Yi Tianlang are formidable cultivators. Long Yu shook his head. Xiong Jiutian is on the verge of losing. Among our Spirit Beast sect, he ranks within the top 3. Once he falls, only I and junior sisters will be able to step in. Nonetheless, I must admit, I feel a bit apprehensive. Long Yu remarked nonchalantly. Considering the current situation, junior sisters Hua and I must match our prowess against you and Daoist Ju. Brother Chen, shall we take the stage and engage in a contest shortly? Upon speaking, he displayed an intense fighting spirit. Gazing at Chen Changsheng, he had assumed that Chen Changsheng, being the prodigy of Yunshui Gorge, would surely not decline his challenge. However, he was gravely mistaken. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. I apologize, but I am not adept at combat. Chapter 57. The 5 Sects Exchange Conference. Chen Changsheng's purpose in cultivation is the pursuit of longevity, not to be invincible in the world. Combat, unless it contributes to his cultivation or aids in his quest for longevity, He truly prefers not to engage. If he must articulate his current thoughts, it would be to conceal 3/10 of his abilities and allow others to underestimate him by a similar margin. This strategy would render his true strength elusive to others, thus ensuring his safety. Of course, if revealing his cultivation level could procure resources, he would be more inclined to oblige. However, engaging in meaningless combat with Long Yu was something Chen Chongqing firmly rejected. Simultaneously, he could further cultivate the image of being inexperienced in combat. Long Yu's smile faltered. He had not anticipated such a response from Chen Chongqing, just as he was at a loss for how to proceed. Zhu Yulian interjected, "Brother Chongqing is an alchemist. Combat is not his forte. If you truly wish to engage in battle, I would be more than willing to oblige." Long Yu regarded Zhu Yulian. Feeling somewhat conflicted, he was a traditional man, always considering himself a gentleman. He believed it inappropriate for a man to duel a female cultivator. "Very well, let us speak of combat later. There would surely be opportunities." The group exchanged glances, and the air crackled with an intense fighting spirit. They all understood what the so-called opportunity entailed. This was a secret realm, one that involved immense fortune. With that, Long Yu departed with Zuofan. Zhu Yulian watched their retreating figures and remarked, "What a peculiar individual." Chen Chongqing smiled gently, yet he appears to be a person of integrity. The departure of Long Yu and his companion drew the attention of numerous disciples nearby. "Look, Brother Long is leaving. Is he not going to assist Brother Xiong? It seems Brother Xiong is on the verge of defeat." Brother Long spoke with those unfamiliar faces for a moment and then left. "Perhaps he thinks it would be beneath him to intervene, huh? Who can possibly vanquish that fire dragon?" The crowd murmured, and the battle on the stage had already reached its conclusion. Yi Tianlang was engaged in a fierce struggle with Xiong Jotian when suddenly, he waved his hand, conjuring another fire dragon. Caught off guard, Xiong Jotian took a direct hit to his chest and was propelled off the stage, blood spilling from his mouth. "Is there anyone else?" "Ha ha ha!" Yi Tianlang stood victorious on the stage, surveying the surroundings with immense arrogance. "Your spirit beast sect, even in a 2-on-1 scenario, is quite unimpressive. Just a bunch of boastful fools, with Long Yu and Zuofan absent." And Xiong Jotian defeated. There was indeed no disciple from the spirit beast sect capable of stepping forward to silence Yi Tianlang. What a bunch of lowly creatures! Yi Tianlang's brazen declarations were intolerable even for the elders of the spirit beast sect. An elder of the spirit beast sect leaped onto the stage, addressing Yi Tianlang. "Enough. Consider it a victory for you. Now, please step down." Faced with a foundation establishment cultivator, Yi Tianlang could not maintain his arrogance. Nevertheless, he held his head high as he descended from the stage, approaching the cage containing the purple cloud lion. "Hey, caretaker, release this purple cloud lion. It now belongs to us." Though the caretaker was visibly reluctant, he ultimately relented, handing over the purple cloud lion to Yi Tianlang, along with a jade slip. "This is the care guide for the purple cloud lion. Ensure you nurture it well and do not let it perish." With the purple cloud lion in hand, Yi Tianlang eagerly ran to Zhu Yulian's side. "Sister Zhu, here is the purple cloud lion you desired." Zhu Yulian accepted it with a sense of entitlement. This hardly constituted her taking something from Yi Tianlang. He would not have bested her in any case, and had she wished to seize it, she undoubtedly could have. She merely refrained from doing so to allow Yi Tianlang a moment of glory. Zhu Yulian playfully poked the lion's nose. "Achoo!" The purple cloud lion sneezed adorably. Chen Chongqing glanced at the sky, remarking, "All right, we have lingered long enough. It is time to return." The three then made their way back. In the evening, another spirit vessel docked at the entrance of the spirit beast sect. A melodious female voice echoed across half the mountain gate. "Suo Miao Miao from Hawan Valley has arrived to attend the Taoist ceremony of Taoist Zhuyuyan." Among the sects, without special ties, disciples are ranked by their cultivation levels. Qi refinement with Qi refinement, foundation establishment with foundation establishment. However, due to the relationship between Zhu Yuyun and Li Mingdao, the leader of Yunshui Gorge, Zuda, although also a foundation establishment cultivator, referred to Zhu Yuyun as martial ant. The arrival of the Haihuan sect caused quite a stir within the spirit beast sect. After about half an hour, the commotion subsided. Subsequently, the members of the Haihuan sect settled in beside the residence of the Yunshui Gorge disciples. On the following day, disciples from the Qinji sect and the Sanren Society also arrived. The four major sects of Liang Kingdom were now gathered, and the Spirit Beast sect was not idle either. They distributed invitations to the disciples of the four sects, each receiving one. The exchange conference was essentially a venue for disciples of various sects to share resources. The five major sects of Liang Kingdom each possessed their strengths and weaknesses, making the exchange of resources a common practice. Now that the elite disciples of the five sects were gathered at the Spirit Beast sect, the host would not miss this business opportunity. After all, if resources were to be sold at the exchange conference, the Spirit Beast sect certainly had the most to offer. Another day dawned. Chen Changsheng, equipped with the token he unexpectedly acquired a few nights prior, joined the disciples of Yunshui Gorge in attending the conference. He had been eagerly anticipating using this token at the exchange. Typically, when he sought spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast workshop, it was time-consuming, and he might not even secure the best options. However, at this elite gathering, the spirit beasts offered by the Spirit Beast sect would undoubtedly be the finest. The venue for the exchange conference resembled a grand event akin to the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Upon entering, a platform stood before them, adorned with 50 to 60 exquisite mats of fine materials. A faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, creating a serene ambience. Chen Changsheng and the disciples of Yunshui Gorge took their seats together. After a brief moment, the hall filled to capacity. Zhuo Fun, donned in a pale yellow gown, gracefully ascended the high platform and bowed to the assembly below. Esteemed friends, I am Zhuo Fun. Welcome to the conference. I believe you are all aware of our purpose here, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Allow me to briefly outline the rules and procedures of the exchange conference. Each participant will take turns presenting their items for exchange, and you may also voice your request to see if any fellow cultivators are willing to assist. After this round, we will enter a free exchange phase, allowing everyone to consult with others regarding their desired trades. Additionally, our Spirit Beast sect will present 10 exquisite second-tier Spirit Beast cups. Should any friends be interested, you are welcome to come up during the free exchange phase to take a look. Chapter 58. The Breaking Band Shuttle. Once Zhuo Fun concluded the rules, she began to arrange for the disciples to take the stage. The first row was occupied by disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, serving as a demonstration for the others. The first to take the stage was a burly man in a red robe. None other than Xiong Jiutian, who had recently battled Yi Tianlang. He strode forward with purpose and bowed to the crowd. I am Xiong Jiutian, and I currently possess a vial of second-tier fire attribute beast blood. Suitable for alchemy, body refining, and talisman crafting. I seek to exchange it for some refining materials or fire attribute artifacts. Should anyone find my beast blood appealing, feel free to offer those items in exchange. No sooner had he finished speaking than a disciple from the Sanren Society stood up. Brother Xiong, I have a vial of second-tier earth spirit milk and would like to trade for your beast blood. Agreed. Xiong Jiutian and the disciple swiftly reached an agreement, and he stepped down as another disciple took the stage. The exchange continued in this manner. During the process, Chen Changsheng traded 2 bottles of first-tier high-quality cultivation pills he had crafted for a spirit item imbued with lunar attributes, intending to nourish his moonlight sword. Eventually, a disciple from the Qinji sect took the stage, presenting a crafted artifact. Esteemed friends, I am Yun Zhanghe. This is a disposable first-tier high-quality artifact I have created. The Breaking Band Shuttle. With this shuttle, one can forcibly break through first-tier restrictions. Of course, I cannot guarantee it will breach every first-tier restriction. I have conducted experiments and found that over 90% of first-tier restrictions can be overcome. As he spoke, Yun Zhanghe displayed a palm-sized, cone-shaped object emitting a faint green glow for all to see. This Breaking Band Shuttle is the result of my painstaking research, a unique creation, and this marks its first public appearance. I have invested considerable resources into its development, and my current supply of spirit stones is running low. Therefore, I have a total of 10 of these shuttles, all of which I wish to exchange for spirit stones. Yun, how many spirit stones for each shuttle? A cultivator could not contain his curiosity and inquired. How many spirit stones? Yun Zhanghe chuckled. This Breaking Band Shuttle has not been sold before, so its exact value is uncertain. You may propose a price. How about 200 spirit stones? A cultivator cautiously suggested. 200 spirit stones is rather low for a first-tier high-quality artifact. This broken prohibition shuttle is disposable, hence its price is inherently lower. Other disposable magical artifacts are generally valued around 100 spirit stones. However, due to the uniqueness of this broken prohibition shuttle, and the fact that it is making its debut, the cultivator has set a price of 200 spirit stones. Yun Zhanghe pursed his lips, deep in thought. 200 spirit stones is not a trivial sum. But given the novelty of this broken prohibition shuttle and its considerable wear and tear at that price, I would hardly make any profit, let alone recover the losses incurred during its development. Yet, if I were to raise the price, I fear they might reject my offer. Noticing Yun Zhanghe's prolonged silence, the crowd understood he found the price too low and began pondering their own bidding strategies. Chen Changsheng, who had searched for a long time for a magical artifact to break prohibitions, was naturally elated to finally see one. How about 300 spirit stones? 300 out. Upon hearing this price, Yun Zhanghe turned to Chen Changsheng. All right, 300 spirit stones each. How many would you like, my friend? Chen Changsheng retrieved a storage bag containing 900 spirit stones. I'll take 3. Very well. The two exchanged their storage bags, during which Chen Changsheng heard a voice whispering in his ear. My friend, your price increase has been quite helpful. I will give you one more for free. Telepathic communication? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Although he too could use telepathy, he had only mastered it upon breaking through to a spiritual sense extending 20 zhang. This indicated that Yun Zhanghe, despite being in the late stage of qi refinement, possessed a spiritual sense comparable to that of a foundational stage cultivator. Initially, upon hearing that disciples from the Thousand Machines sect were easily defeated by Yi Tianlang, he thought them lacking. However, witnessing Yun Zhanghe now, he realized that each major sect still nurtured exceptional talents. Chen Changsheng discreetly assessed Yun Zhanghe, who was a year ahead of him and had been cultivating for 20 years. Now having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, it was precisely this level of cultivation that allowed him the leisure to study formations and qi refinement, prohibitions being a part of the formation domain. Recollecting his earlier disdain for other sects, Chen Changsheng returned to his seat. Since beginning his cultivation journey, he had enjoyed a smooth and fortuitous path, his combat prowess far exceeding that of his peers. Even when facing opponents of a higher tier, he felt confident. Thus, he had grown somewhat arrogant regarding other cultivators, whether of his own cohort or even several cohorts above, as mere weaklings. Yet, Yun Zhanghe had proven to him that there were indeed capable individuals among them. Someone had managed to combine formations and artifact crafting to create the broken prohibition shuttle. Was there no one else with unique talents in combat who could pose a threat to him? It is easy to understand, yet difficult to act upon. The path is fraught with challenges, and one must always maintain humility. After Chen Changsheng purchased 3 broken prohibition shuttles, the remaining ones were swiftly snatched up. Although 300 spirit stones was a steep price, acquiring a rare magical artifact was still worthwhile. In many situations, it could serve as a trump card. Following Yun Zhanghe, the subsequent disciples who took the stage failed to present anything that caught Chen Changsheng's eye. After the Thousand Machines sect, it was the turn of the Loose Cultivators Association, which showcased a variety of goods. Then came the Hahuan Valley. Though the name Hahuan Valley might not evoke an image of righteousness, in reality, the orthodox dual cultivation methods practice their focus on the complementary balance of yin and yang. The Hahuan sect has made significant research strides in breaking through bottlenecks. The disciples from Hahuan Valley are all strikingly handsome or beautiful, exuding a captivating charm. However, what piqued Chen Changsheng's interest was a particular disciple, who wore a white gauze hat that obscured her entire head, leaving no skin visible, which was quite peculiar. Yet, judging by her figure, she appeared to be a female cultivator. Could she be the one with the spiritual body that the Hahuan sect was known for? After Hahuan Valley, it was time for Yunshui Gorge. When Chen Changsheng took the stage, he first promoted a batch of pills he had refined. Having received a 4th-tier high-quality alchemy inheritance, his alchemical skills were quite refined. In his spare time, he often crafted various qi refinement pills, accumulating quite a stock over time. Next, Chen Changsheng expressed his needs to in search of techniques and artifacts related to spiritual sense, as well as other rare and unusual items. The items Chen Changsheng sought were indeed uncommon, and no one in the audience responded. Thus, he reluctantly stepped down. After a brief interval, all the disciples had taken their turns. Suofun stepped forward to announce the commencement of free exchanges. Several disciples from the Spirit Beast sect brought 10 cages onto the stage, each containing 2nd-tier spirit stone cubs. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to approach to inspect them, intending to utilize the token he had unexpectedly acquired, a figure in white blocked his path. Chen Changsheng, the white-clad figure, veiled by the gauze hat, spoke in a light, ethereal voice. I possess what you seek, but we hope our transaction remains confidential. With that, she gestured toward a nearby private room. Naturally, Chen Chongqing was eager for whatever she had to offer. He nodded vigorously. Very well, that I in the private room. The woman asked, Are you an alchemist? I am. What of it? She responded. I possess a secret technique related to spiritual sense, called the spirit stabbing strike, which can be used to attack another's soul. Chen Chongqing's interest was piqued. What do you wish to exchange for it? I wish for you to refine a batch of pills for me. What kind of pills? That is confidential, but it won't be for you to refine at this moment. She raised her head slightly. Even though her hat obscured her face, Chen Chongqing could sense her gaze. Within 50 years, I will request you to refine a batch of pills. I will provide the materials and the recipe. How does that sound? Chen Chongqing was somewhat puzzled. Though the Hahuan sect may not excel in alchemy, there must be second-tier alchemists among you. If you need someone to refine pills, why not choose someone from your own sect instead of an outsider like me? After a moment of silence, the woman slowly replied, I have my reasons, but the question remains. Will you proceed with this transaction? Absolutely, Chen Chongqing answered without hesitation. Refining a batch of pills is no trouble at all. Her choice to seek him out instead of her sect implies a lack of trust in her own people. However, he had no interest in the internal conflicts of the Hahuan sect. The woman produced a soul-binding contract for Chen Chongqing to sign. The soul-binding contract is a common form of assurance in the cultivation world. Those who sign it are bound by their word. For if they break their promise, they will be plagued by inner demons, hindering their cultivation progress. However, the soul-binding contract is not without solutions. Should someone be born with a demonic seed or possess a strong will, the emergence of inner demons might be inconsequential. Alternatively, other secret techniques or artifacts could dispel them. Nevertheless, generally speaking, dispelling inner demons often comes at a high cost, making the soul-binding contract an excellent means of agreement. Through the contract, Chen Chongqing learned the woman's name, Xie Xingning, Chen Chongqing mused, ISNT, she the one with the spiritual body from Hahuan Valley. He had heard that this generation had a disciple with a natural spiritual body named Xie Xingning. So it was her. Having exchanged a jade slip with the spirit stabbing strike technique, the two parted ways. Chen Chongqing then made his way back to the stage, where only a few disciples remained. Perhaps because apart from the spirit beast sect, disciples from other sects were less interested in spirit beasts. Cultivation itself consumes significant resources, let alone raising spirit beasts. The onlookers were mostly older disciples who had reached their cultivation limits and had some spare funds. Chen Chongqing joined the crowd and found them gathered around a white tiger with emerald eyes. The tiger lay in its cage, growling softly at the onlookers, exuding a wild aura. Seeing that everyone was interested in the white tiger, the spirit beast sect representatives eagerly explained, this white tiger's mother is a second-tier demon beast. An elder from our sect encountered the tiger demon, and after slaying it, discovered this little white tiger in its lair. If anyone is interested, raising it with care might yield a genuine second-tier spirit beast. Spirit beasts and demon beasts are essentially the same. Born in the wild, they are demon beasts. Tamed by humans, they become spirit beasts. This white tiger looks truly magnificent. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000? That essence sufficient. I bid 2005, 2006, before the representatives from the spirit beast sect could respond. The disciples were already competing to place their bids. Chen Chongqing quietly observed without participating. The price was too steep, and the cost-effectiveness was lacking. He possessed ample combat power and rarely encountered formidable opponents within the same tier. Purchasing the white tiger would often only serve as a decorative piece. What he truly needed was a functional spirit beast, one that could allow him to focus on his battles without worry. Thus, Chen Chongqing resolutely left to explore other spirit beasts. There were avian spirit beasts, as well as fiery bear cubs akin to Jiutianxiong, and even a miraculous longevity turtle. This longevity turtle is distinguished by its extended lifespan, reaching its peak at the golden core stage. However, its growth rate is exceedingly slow. Under substantial resource expenditure, it can grow to the second tier in 500 years and achieve golden core status in 3,000 years. With such resources, it would be possible to cultivate 3 or 4 human golden core cultivators, if not even a nascent soul. Ultimately, however, one particular little spirit beast captured Chen Chongqing's attention. It was a creature with golden fur, resembling a squirrel in both form and appearance. The disciple from the spirit beast sect beside it explained, this is the golden mouse, known for its acute sense of smell and exceptional escape speed. With a natural ability to sense treasures and its shortcomings, Chen Chongqing inquired, his skepticism evident. He found it hard to believe that such a treasure-seeking spirit beast would be put up for sale by the spirit beast sect. The disciple of the sect hesitantly replied, "It is somewhat timid and dares not venture into dangerous places, hence it seldom uncovers any precious treasures." Chen Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement. To him, the treasure-seeking mouse seemed highly useful. Yet to those from the spirit beast sect, its ability to seek treasures was deemed the only valuable trait. Its keen sense of smell, after all, was surpassed by many other spirit beasts. Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing had a particular fondness for this unique treasure-seeking ability. "How much is it?" he asked. 2,000 spirit stones, or an equivalent in spiritual items, came the response. Chen Chongqing handed over a token. "The person who gave me this token mentioned I could exchange it for a spirit beast here?" The disciple inspected the token, his expression shifting slightly. "This is the token of Master Xing Muyang. Please wait a moment. I will consult an elder with that." He hurried behind the high platform, holding the token tightly. Xing Muyang, one of the protagonists of the Ascension ceremony? Chen Chongqing felt a flicker of confusion. He had initially thought that the individual who bestowed the token upon him was merely an admirer of Zhu Yuyao. Not realizing that it was actually Xing Muyang himself, could the Ascension ceremony still proceed? Doubts crept into Chen Chongqing's mind. After a brief moment, the disciple returned. "This treasure-seeking mouse can be exchanged for you." "Thank you," Chen Chongqing replied as he cradled the mouse in his arms. The creature seemed to sense that Chen Chongqing meant it no harm and, unafraid, nestled comfortably against him, with the desired spirit beast in his possession. Chen Chongqing intended to take his leave when the disciple of the spirit beast sect suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist, do you know Master Xing Muyang?" Chen Chongqing shook his head. "Not well, really?" The disciple looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Truly unfamiliar," Chen Chongqing replied with a smile, and without regard for the disappointment etched on the disciple's face, he turned and departed. Perhaps the disciple had some matter requiring Xing Muyang's assistance. But that was of no concern to Chen Chongqing. Regardless, even if he were well acquainted with Xing Muyang, he would not extend his help. The sufferings of others were too numerous for him to assist each one individually. There was no need to trouble himself over those unrelated to him, at least. That was how Chen Chongqing perceived it at this moment. Chapter 60. A terrifying conspiracy days passed, and with only 3 days remaining until the Ascension ceremony, astonishing news spread. One of the 2 participants from the Spirit Beast sect, Xing Muyang, had fled. Of course, it was not a treasonous escape. Allegedly, the higher-ups of the Spirit Beast sect had received a letter from Xing Muyang, stating his intention to pursue opportunities for forming a golden core. This revelation left the other 4 sects astonished and brought shame to the Spirit Beast sect. Fortunately, the Ascension ceremony was merely a fade, and attendees did not leave empty-handed in a secluded courtyard. Chen Chongqing sat cross-legged on his bed. Upon hearing the news, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. "This isn't my fault," he muttered to himself. Yet, the spirit-piercing technique is truly difficult to master. Chen Chongqing massaged his temples. Practicing the spirit-piercing technique over the past few days had left him feeling dazed. However, he was relieved to have finally succeeded in his training, with his spirit sense now comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. The use of the spirit-piercing technique rendered him nearly invincible. With this newfound method of attacking at the soul level, his spirits lifted considerably. He then retrieved a forbidden-breaking shuttle from his storage bag and began to study it meticulously. He had purchased 3 of these shuttles for 900 spirit stones, gifting one away. Chen Chongqing hoped to glean some insights from them. If he could extract the forbidden-breaking power through consumption, that would be splendid. If not, he would not press the issued in the Taishan Lingshu Sword Classic. There exists a specialized forbidden-breaking divine ability for cultivation during the Golden Core stage. The next day, with the Ascension ceremony cancelled, there was no reason for attendees to linger at the Spirit Beast sect. The 5 sects convened and decided to swiftly allocate the quotas for the Secret Realm and return to their respective sections. As the members of Yunshui Gorge assembled, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but furrow his brow. A few days prior, he had encountered Sun Wanwan on his way back to his quarters, and she had left a trace of fragrant powder on him. This powder was exceedingly subtle, nearly undetectable by ordinary individuals. However, relying on his radiance and the divine ability of consumption, he had discerned something amiss. Upon meeting with the others from Yunshui Gorge today, he noticed that, aside from himself, all 8 others bore traces of the same fragrant powder. How could such a change occur in just a few days? He discreetly glanced at He Zudao. He too was marked with the same powder. Yet it appeared he was entirely oblivious to it. Was Sun Wanwan the instigator, or was she merely another victim? Chun Chongqing pondered silently as he followed the group out of the courtyard. Disciples from the 5 sects gathered at the foot of a mountain, where 10 arenas were set up, symbolizing 10 quotas. 5 would be contested by new disciples, while the other 5 by senior disciples. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The moment Chun Chongqing laid eyes on the disciples from the other sects, he confirmed his suspicion. The fragrant powder was directed at Yunshui Gorge, as none of the disciples from the other sects bore any trace of it. There was likely a traitor within the sect. Sun Wanwan was one, but were there others? Chun Chongqing speculated quietly. Perhaps it was best to send a message back to the sect. Chun Chongqing possessed a communication talisman capable of transmitting messages from the spirit beast sect back to Yunshui Gorge. However, the distance was considerable. Even foundational cultivators piloting flying vessels would require a journey of 10 days. The communication talisman might be slightly faster, but it would still take 4 to 5 days. If a Golden Core Master were to take action, they might reach in a day, but the talisman could also be intercepted. Moreover, Chun Chongqing considered a terrifying possibility. Who was the enemy? Was there truly no foe within the sect? Even if I send a message back to the sect, it would take 6 to 7 days for a Golden Core Master to arrive if they deemed the matter significant. Should I seek help from the Spirit Beast sect? After all, if an incident were to occur on their territory, they too would bear responsibility. Yet, what if it was the Spirit Beast sect targeting us? The existence of a fragrant powder solely present on the disciples of Yunshui Gorge led Chun Chongqing to contemplate many possibilities. Several solutions presented themselves. One was to seek assistance from the Spirit Beast sect or Yunshui Gorge. The downside was that help might not arrive in time or might not exist at all. Another option was to capture Sun Wanwan and interrogate her about her schemes. If he could extract information, that would be beneficial. If not, upon returning to the sect, Chun Chongqing would face dire consequences. A third option was to escape, to flee from the Yunshui Gorge group. However, if the entire group encountered mishaps and only Chun Chongqing returned, it would be difficult to explain. After much contemplation, Chun Chongqing made a resolute decision. Seeking aid was a certainty. He would signal for assistance from the sect. Escaping was also necessary, but he would take along 2 individuals he trusted most and who were least likely to be traitors, Yi Tianlang and Zhu Yuetian. This way, regardless of the journey or upon returning to the sect, the 3 of them would have each other to rely on. They would depart a day early, leaving a note for He Zudao explaining the fragrant powder and Sun Wanwan's involvement. As for how the others in the group would react, that was beyond Chun Chongqing's control. Brother Chongqing? Chun Chongqing was lost in thought when Zhu Yuetian's voice brought him back to reality. The competition is about to begin. What were you just thinking about? Nothing much. What did you just discuss? Zhu Yuetian replied, we talked about the rules of the competition, which are quite simple. There are no restrictions. Anyone can step onto the arena. Each participant can only compete once, and if a contestant remains on the arena for a full hour, they are deemed the victor, with combat time excluded. Chun Chongqing nodded. I understand. He gazed at the 5 arenas designated for their side. The competition here was relatively less intense. Among the 5 major sects, some like Yunshui Gorge and the Wanderers Association had 3 participants, while others such as the Thousand Machine sect and the Harmony sect had only 2. A total of 13 individuals would vie for 5 spots. Yi Tianlang suggested. How about each of us targets a different opponent and assesses the situation before stepping up? Agreed. Even someone as combative as he was not foolish enough to be the first to step onto the platform. The same sentiment resonated with the others, who shared the inclination to avoid becoming the first target. After a considerable wait, no one dared to take the stage. Eventually, the elder from the Spirit Beast sect had no choice but to introduce a new rule. Each sect must send forth a representative to serve as the defender. The defending participant would have the opportunity to challenge again if they were knocked off the platform. Once the new rule was announced, all sects were compelled to nominate a representative. The Spirit Beast sect selected Longyu, while the Thousand Machines sect sent forth a young man clad in a white high-collared robe, known as Imo Shan, as per Yi Tianlong's account, a former subordinate of his. The Harmony sect chose Xie Xingning, while the Wanderers Association had a lively debate before ultimately dispatching a striking young man wielding a sword. As for Yunshui Gorge, they opted for Zhu Yuetian to take the stage. With the defenders established, the atmosphere shifted significantly. All sects began to scrutinize the arenas of their competitors. For instance, Yi Tianlang approached Imo Shan, wearing a sinister grin, inching closer to his former conqueror. Upon seeing Yi Tianlang, Imo Shan's expression shifted drastically. Chen Chongqing did not rush onto the arena. Instead, he observed the unfolding situation from the sidelines. He intended to seize this moment to step out and send a message for help to the sect. Suddenly, a girl clad in green attire leaped onto the arena where Zhu Yuetian stood. Xiao Xiao from the Wanderers Association. Chapter 61. Quotas for the Secret Realm. The clash of sword energy reverberated. Thunder rumbling in the background. Although Xiao Xiao was also a disciple from a prestigious lineage, her talent was limited, and her cultivation was only at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Under Zhu Yuetian's thunderous techniques, she could not withstand more than a few exchanges. Chen Chongqing cast a sweeping glance at his disciples still gathered below the stage. The only one capable of posing a genuine threat to Zhu Yuetian and Yi Tianlang was Zhuo Fan from the Spirit Beast sect. The rest of the disciples were, at best, on par with Imo Shan from the Thousand Machines sect. Noticing this, Chen Chongqing was not in a hurry to ascend the stage. Instead, he took advantage of the crowd's attention being fixated on the arena to discreetly slip away. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Spirit Beast sect, he swiftly unleashed 7 or 8 spiritual talismans, each flying towards Yunshui Gorge along different trajectories. I hope the sect receives the message and sends someone over. Chen Chongqing mused to himself as he gazed at the talismans. At that moment, a sharp voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Chen Chongqing found a guarding disciple from the Spirit Beast sect, who, having spotted him sending out the communication talismans, approached to inquire. It's nothing much. I am from Yunshui Gorge, merely sending a message to the sect. The disciple scrutinized Chen Chongqing from head to toe. In response, Chen Chongqing retrieved a vial of pills from his storage bag and tossed it to him. The disciple caught the vial and, upon uncorking it, was greeted by a rich aroma. Gathering Spirit Pill. The Gathering Spirit Pill was a top-tier first-grade elixir, suitable for late-stage qi refinement practitioners. With this vial in hand, it could save him an entire year of arduous cultivation. Instantly, the disciple's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "You are too kind, friend. It is entirely understandable to send messages for the sect while out and about." Indeed, Chen Chongqing replied with a slight nod. Returning to the arena, he noticed a change in the challengers. First, Imo Shan from the Thousand Machines sect had been defeated by Yi Tianlang. As Imo Shan recuperated his spiritual energy on the sidelines, Zhuo Fan from the Spirit Beast sect took to the stage. Now engaged in combat with Yi Tianlang, Zhuo Fan's Spirit Beast, a 10-meter-long Xian Shui black snake, excelled in water-based techniques and possessed tough, resilient skin. Yi Tianlang was compelled to dispatch 2 fire dragons to entangle it. The Xian Shui black snake flicked its tongue, its body remarkably agile, evading the fire dragons with ease. When it opened its mouth, a water arrow shot forth, striking one of the fire dragons and causing it to shrink significantly. Yi Tianlang had no choice but to infuse more spiritual power to restore the dragon to its original form. Meanwhile, he himself was surrounded by a fire dragon as he battled Zhuo Fan. Both Zhuo Fan and Yi Tianlang were at the 8th layer of qi refinement, yet Zhuo Fan opted for a defensive strategy, enveloping herself in water techniques. Although she faced perilous moments under Yi Tianlang's relentless assault, her ability to conserve spiritual energy was proving advantageous. The current situation was a contest of endurance. Who would deplete their spiritual energy first, Yi Tianlang or Zhuo Fan? Yi Tianlang is bound to lose. Chen Chongqing assessed internally. Zhuo Fan still had about 50% of her spiritual energy remaining, while Yi Tianlang was down to approximately 30%. Is Zhuo Fan truly stronger than Yi Tianlang? Not necessarily. She merely holds the advantage of elemental affinity. The difficulty between summoning fire and extinguishing it with water is inherently different, a principle of nature. Zhuo Fan's water against Yi Tianlang's fire is akin to demolishing a building rather than constructing one. It is only natural that Yi Tianlang's spiritual energy is waning. On another front, Zhu Yuetian had already dispatched a disciple from a rival sect, while Long Yu had also eliminated one. Xiexingning from the Harmony Valley, perhaps appearing unskilled in combat, had 2 challengers take the stage, only to falter and fall at the very start. This peculiar method instilled a profound sense of caution among the onlookers. Chen Chongqing recognized this as Xiexingning's shock needle. Thus, the only remaining contenders were Chen Chongqing himself and the recently defeated Imo Shan. It is time for me to take action, Chen Chongqing resolved. His gaze fell upon the last arena. where a young swordsman from the Wanderers Association stood. He had just bested Xiong Jiutian from the Spirit Beast sect, maintaining his position on the stage, albeit in a somewhat fatigued state. As Mo Shan continued to recuperate, Chen Chongqing approached the Wanderers Association arena and leaped onto the stage. Yunshui Gorge, Chen Chongqing. The young man furrowed his brow but responded, Wanderers Association, Su Xingyu. Do you require some time to rest? Su Xingyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Chen Chongqing's gentlemanly demeanor, refraining from taking advantage of his weakened state. If necessary, I appreciate it. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly, gesturing for him to recuperate. After consuming a pill, roughly the time of a stick of incense passed, during which Su Xingyu's spiritual energy was nearly restored. Prompting him to rise, I am ready. Then let us begin. Be cautious, and no sooner had Chen Chongqing's words fallen than he extended his hand, and a delicate mist of water enveloped the surroundings. Su Xingyu suddenly lost all sense of his environment. Water mist technique, water illusion technique. Su Xingyu realized that the water mist was incredibly dense, obstructing not only his spiritual perception but also neutralizing any spiritual energy he attempted to project outside his body. Damn it, this won't do, gritting his teeth. He charged towards the direction where he sensed Chen Chongqing, relying on memory. Through the mist, he caught a glimpse of a figure. Chen Chongqing, look out! Su Xingyu expended 30% of his spiritual energy, striking out with his sword at Chen Chongqing. With a crashing sound, Chen Chongqing instantly fractured into a puddle of water. A water clone. Cursed be this mist for clouding my judgment. Su Xingyu realized he had been deceived. Within the water mist, not only was his spiritual energy unable to extend outward, but even his thoughts were becoming sluggish. Where exactly am I? As Su Xingyu pondered this, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force assail him. Akin to being struck by a colossal 10-foot-high boulder, he was sent flying off the stage, landing on the ground, as the mist dissipated. Su Xingyu discovered he had inadvertently charged towards the opposite edge of the arena. While Chen Chongqing remained unmoved, standing right where he had been, Chen Chongqing clasped his hands in salute. Thank you for the match. Despite his defeat, Su Xingyu accepted it wholeheartedly. The opponent's illusions were indeed beyond his defenses. Should they face off again, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Thank you for your leniency. Meanwhile, Mo Shan had approached the arena, preparing to challenge, but upon witnessing the entire exchange between Chen Chongqing and Su Xingyu, he wilted like a withered eggplant, silently retreating. Why do I feel like I cannot match a single person from Yunshui Gorge? Mo Shan felt somewhat speechless. However, he did not despair. As a puppet master, direct combat was not his forte. On the other side, the battle between Yi Tianlang and Zhua Fan unfolded without any surprises, as Chen Chongqing had anticipated. Yi Tianlang was ultimately defeated due to his depleted spiritual energy. Following this, no one else stepped forward to challenge Dai in the end. The 5 spots for the secret realm were distributed, with the Spirit Beast sect and Yunshui Gorge each claiming 2, while Harmony Valley secured 1. Leaving the Wanderers Association and Thousand Machines sect without any it could only be said that the latter 2 sects had unfortunate luck, as none of their disciples possessed the talent of a heavenly spiritual root. Regarding the 5 spots allocated to the elder disciples, Yunshui Gorge had a standard outcome with just 1 spot, while the Thousand Machines sect secured 1, the Wanderers Association 2, and the Spirit Beast sect and Harmony Valley neither received any. With the secret realm slot settled, the disciples of the 5 sects had a chance to meet in advance. All that remained was the opening of the secret realm 3 years hence. The disciples from the 4 sects returned to their dwellings to rest, planning to depart in a couple of days. The members of Yunshui Gorge convened and decided to leave early the next morning. In the evening, Chen Chongqing sought out Zhu Yuetian and Yi Tianlang. You two come with me. There is something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 62. The first escape since cultivating as the sun set in the west. Casting the moon upon the southern branches, 3 young cultivators stood together amidst the shadows of the trees at the foot of the mountain. Chen Chongqing, what do you need us for? Yi Tianlang inquired impatiently. Chen Chongqing offered no explanation, instead pulling the 2 closer, having been filled with questions for quite some time. Although Zhu Yuetian said nothing, her eyes mirrored the same curiosity. Chen Chongqing surveyed the area, confirming no one was in sight before lowering his voice. Extend your hands. Huh? What for? Yi Tianlang, though puzzled, obediently extended his hand. Chen Chongqing grasped both of theirs. Illuminate. A faint glow enveloped the two for an instant, followed by a sprinkling of powder that drifted down. Zhu Yuetian furrowed her brow, asking, "What is this substance?" Chun Chongqing lifted the fragrant powder with his spiritual energy and placed it in their hands. "I am uncertain, but I suspect it is for tracking purposes. Who placed it on us?" Qin Chongqing replied, "It should be Sun Wanwan. A few days ago, I met with her, and I must have gotten some of this powder on me." "Have you two had any contact with her?" Zhu Yuetian and Yi Tianling both shook their heads. "Sun Wanwan has no connection with either of you." Qin Chongqing then recalled that Sun Wanwan had entered Jiang Yu's room and promptly asked, "Did Jiang Yu deliberately approach you?" At the mention of Jiang Yu, both were taken aback, exchanging glances before responding, "Indeed, just yesterday, Jiang Yu suddenly came to speak with me." "Me too." Qin Chongqing recounted the events involving Sun Wanwan and Jiang Yu. So, Zhu Yuetian deduced, Sun Wanwan and Jiang Yu are in cahoots, leaving tracking powder on us. What could they be plotting? Who knows? Qin Chongqing shook his head. Yunshui Gorge has numerous enemies outside. No one can ascertain who harbors ill intentions. The enemy could be anyone, Sun Wanwan, Jiang Yu, or even those lurking in the shadows. It is even possible that it is someone from within our own sect. Zhu Yuetian asked, "So what is your decision?" Qin Chongqing replied promptly, "I trust that you two are not traitors, but I cannot be certain about others, especially not the people from the Spirit Beast sect. Thus, I have resolved that the three of us shall escape this place tonight, taking a detour through the Sanren Society and Hahuan Valley before returning to our sect. The 5 great sects of Liang Kingdom are situated in a rough pentagonal formation, each occupying a side. Qinji sect lies to the north, while Ling Beast sect and Yunshui stream are centrally located, with the former to the west and the latter to the east. The Sanren Society is positioned in the southwest, and Hahuan Valley in the southeast." Zhu Yuelian and Yi Tianlang exchanged glances. Zhu Yuelian was the first to speak. "I will follow my senior brother's lead." Subsequently, both turned their eyes toward Yi Tianlang. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Yi Tianlang awkwardly turned his head away. "If you all decide, then so be it. I have never traveled before, so I shall consider this an adventure through Liang Kingdom alongside you." Upon hearing Yi Tianlang's agreement, Qin Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Dio, you have any belongings left in your rooms?" The two shook their heads. After all, this was the territory of Ling Beast sect, and their possessions were safely stored in their spatial bags. "That is well. There is no time to waste. Let us set off immediately." Qin Chongqing, eager to flee, intended to lead the two towards the mountain gate. "Wait!" Yi Tianlang grasped Qin Chongqing's arm again. "What about Master He and the others? Are we not concerned for them?" Qin Chongqing replied, "I have left a letter for Master He detailing the entire situation. I informed them that we would take a detour to Qinji sect. However, in truth, we shall travel south, passing through the Sanren Society and Hahuan Valley." "Understood." With that, Yi Tianlang had no further doubts. The trio hastily approached the mountain gate of Ling Beast sect, where the gatekeeper was the same man they had encountered earlier that day. "Hold on, what are you all up to at this hour?" Qin Chongqing tossed out a vial of spirit-gathering pills. "Rest assured, we mean no harm to Ling Beast sect. We simply wish to depart early." The disciple, receiving the spirit-gathering pills, beamed with joy. "Very well, take care on your journey. Oh, by the way, if we are headed to Qinji sect, what is the best route?" The disciple of Ling Beast sect pointed in a direction. "There lies a main road." After expressing his gratitude, Qin Chongqing led the two in that direction. Riding on the Ling Yun, the three traveled for about an hour before taking another detour, making a wide circle towards the south. They flew for an additional 4 hours until the dawn just began to break. Qin Chongqing's maneuvering earned him continuous praise from Yi Tianlang. "Senior brother Qin, you truly are my senior brother. Your caution makes us fear no danger." Qin Chongqing chuckled. "It is merely a matter of prudence, a necessary measure due to our insufficient cultivation. If I possessed golden core cultivation, I would return boldly, unafraid of anyone." Yi Tianlang's face was filled with yearning. "That day will surely come. The three of us will definitely achieve the golden core." Zhu Yuelian added with a smile, "Are you content with merely reaching golden core? Do you not aspire to attain nascent soul?" "Nascent soul?" Yi Tianlang forced a smile. "That is far too distant. In Liang Kingdom, with so many cultivators, not a single nascent soul cultivator has emerged in centuries. I have some confidence in achieving golden core, but nascent soul is a desire I dare not indulge. Yet you?" "Daring to hope for nascent soul," Zhu Yuelian said, lifting her head with confidence, A nascent soul true monarch originates from mortals like us. Since the beginning of my cultivation, I have set my sights on the nascent soul. No wonder Ye Tianlang had initially intended to jest at Zhu Yuelian, but found himself unable to laugh upon hearing her words. A bittersweet feeling welled up within him, and a wonder, with my heavenly spiritual root. I still cannot compete with your extraordinary spiritual root. And you, senior brother Chen? Yi Tianlang turned the conversation to Chen Changsheng. Me? Chen Changsheng pointed to himself. I am here to cultivate immortality. Cultivate immortality? Indeed, he replied. Meanwhile, at Ling Bi's sect, early in the morning, several individuals from Yunshui stream gathered together. Hizuda glanced at the sky. Where are Zhu Yuelian and the others? Why have they not emerged yet? Sun Yang replied. I do not know. I have not seen them all day. Hizuda frowned. Looking toward the courtyard, I shall go investigate. With that, he first opened Yi Tianlong's room, only to find it empty. He then proceeded to Chen Changsheng's room and instructed Sun Wanwan to check Zhu Yuelian's quarters. Hizuda opened the door, and with his spiritual sense, scanned the interior, finding it devoid of anyone. However, on the table directly facing the door lay an unmistakable jade slip. Hizuda approached and picked up the slip. Suddenly, Sun Wanwan's voice rang out. Master He, Zhu Yuelian is not in her room. She rushed inside. Looking at Hizuda's junior brother Chun, not here either? Hizuda waved his hand helplessly. Where could Chen Changsheng have gone? There is only this jade slip, seemingly left for us. Upon hearing this, Sun Wanwan's heart jolted. She suddenly recalled Chen Changsheng's peculiar behavior earlier. Thus, she stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Hizuda's, pressing close. Master He, what does this jade slip say? Allow me to read it for you. You wish to see? Yes, just let me take a look. Sun Wanwan clung tightly to Hizuda's arm, her lips gently brushing against his ear as she sweetly coaxed. Tonight, I will serve you well. Hizuda, not thinking much of it, handed the jade slip to Sun Wanwan. After all, she was a female cultivator he favored, and there was no need for excessive caution. Sun Wanwan used her spiritual sense to read the words left by Chen Changsheng. The disciple has left suddenly. It is believed that this matter is closely related to Sun Wanwan. Crack! It seemed the jade slip was of poor quality, shattering into two pieces after being handled by Sun Wanwan. Oh dear, master, this jade slip is broken. Sun Wanwan feigned surprise, then wound herself around Hizuda like an octopus. Hoo-hoo, she exhaled gently against his neck. Hizuda felt his face redden at her antics, embracing her slender waist as he said, It is no matter. It was merely a jade slip. If it is broken, then so be it. What did you discern from it? Sun Wanwan replied, Nothing much. Chen Changsheng mentioned that they had urgent matters and left early. Hizuda frowned. Absurd. 3 cultivators who have only trained for a decade, traversing 100,000 miles on their own. This is sheer folly. Indeed, but master need not worry. Their cultivations are nearing the peak of chi refinement, and each possesses their own trump cards. As long as they remain cautious, even encountering Foundation establishment cultivators would not pose a grave threat to their lives. Let us hope so, Hizuda replied casually, and under Sun Wanwan's incessant coaxing, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Just as he was about to make his next move, Sun Wanwan suddenly halted. Wait! Everyone is waiting outside. With this reminder from Sun Wanwan, Hizuda finally regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his anger. I will deal with you tonight. Sun Wanwan replied flirtatiously, I will serve you well. Master. With that, Hizuda, suppressing his urge to glance back at Sun Wanwan, strode out of the room. Sun Wanwan followed closely behind, casually crushing the jade slip left by Chen Changsheng. That was close, too close to revealing the truth. She muttered to herself, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gazed at Hizuda's retreating figure. Fortunately, this head disciple of the sect is a fool. With a little coaxing, I can manipulate him as I please. However, I can no longer return to Yunshui stream. I must swiftly eliminate them and make my way to Ghost Spirit sect. Lost in thought, a flicker of guilt crossed Sun Wanwan's eyes, quickly overshadowed by anticipation. The anticipation of achieving Foundation establishment. Do not blame me. I merely desire to reach Foundation establishment. After departing from Ling Bi's sect, the trio of Chen Changsheng, Zhu Yuelian, and Yi Tianlang traveled day and night. They initially rode on the Lingyun, then switched to Zhu Yuelian's light silk, and finally to Yi Tianlong's spirit vessel. Along the way, they sent several messaging talismans to their sect from various locations. The speed of the messaging talismans far surpassed their own, and should the sect receive them, they might even send help to Hizuda and his group at Ling Beast sect. However, they were uncertain how Master He and the others would choose to proceed. On the spirit vessel, Chen Changsheng could not help but voice his concerns. Why? Tianling laughed. Do not worry. Master Yi is a foundation establishment cultivator. He will certainly make the right decision. Our current concern should be how to return to the sect safely. Little did they know that Hizuda, a foundation establishment cultivator, had been bewitched by Sun Wanwan's charmed. Till this day, Hizuda remained unaware of what had transpired. The trio fell silent. Chen Changsheng, having learned water attribute illusion techniques, utilized his formidable spiritual sense to cast an illusion over Yi Tianlong's spirit vessel, causing other cultivators to overlook its presence. Zhu Yuelian also produced several concealment talismans, affixing them to the vessel. This ensured their stealth while maximizing their speed. The journey from Yunshui Stream to Ling Beast Sect typically took about 20 days on the White Jade vessel. Be cautious. Chen Changsheng opted for a detour, adding an additional 10 days to their journey. Nonetheless, this was deemed worthwhile. After more than a month, the three traveled discreetly, ultimately fortunate enough to encounter no unforeseen incidents, safely returning to Yunshui Stream. Upon entering the mountain gate, a foundation establishment elder flew out, halting before the trio. You three have the audacity to return. The elder reprimanded them upon their first meeting. Chen Changsheng hurriedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and explained, Elder, I am unaware of what wrongdoing I have committed. The elder snorted coldly. You have clearly uncovered the enemy's sinister plot, yet you do not seek a remedy, instead only concerned with preserving your own life, disregarding the lives of your fellow disciples. Tio put it bluntly, you are the very sinner responsible for the deaths of sect members. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's heart sank in alarm. Could it be that Hizudao and the others had encountered misfortune? He urgently inquired, Elder, may I be informed of what has transpired? Hizudao's party had been ambushed by the ghost spirit sect on their way back to the sect, and the ancestor arrived too late. All 6 members faced calamity. Chen Changsheng, you were well aware of the dangers on the journey back to the sect, yet you chose to flee alone. The sect does not require cowardly individuals like you. The elder's final words were nearly a roar. Seeing the elder's fierce demeanor and knowing the situation was dire, Chen Changsheng's mind raced. He reflected on the fact that, as a mere qi refining cultivator, he had discerned the enemy's plot against the foundation establishment disciples, especially when the enemy was an insider within the sect. In such circumstances, he had also sent word to the sect and to Hizudao, alerting them to Sun Wanwan's predicament. This was by no means an act devoid of responsibility. Furthermore, although the elder was irate, he was alone in this confrontation. If the sect truly sought to punish him, they would not have sent merely one person. With this in mind, Chen Changsheng felt somewhat reassured and spoke in a measured tone. Elder, while it is true that Shirshu and his party have suffered misfortune, my 2 companions and I have returned safely. If one were to say I have been negligent, I cannot deny it. However, to label me as timid and fearful would be a distortion of the truth. I sensed something amiss with Sun Wanwan and suspected that the traitor intended to harm us. My companions and I possess merely the cultivation of qi refining, which is insufficient to contend with the traitor's strength. Yet, Shirshu, a foundation establishment cultivator, was also among those targeted. Thus, the traitor's might is beyond my capacity to thwart. Don't know the strengths of the enemy and the weaknesses of oneself, and to refrain from pitting qi refining against foundation establishment is indeed a wise course of action. This is one point. Sun Wanwan is a disciple of our sect and my senior sister, a paragon among the Sun family disciples. If she harbors treacherous intentions, how can we be certain there are no traitors within the sect or doubts about the Sun family's loyalty? The enemy operates in secrecy while we are exposed, hence we dared not make our concerns public. Our escape was a means of concealing our intentions, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. This is the second point. I was acutely aware of the danger facing Shirshu and thus sent a message to the sect, leaving a note for him. If Shirshu is cautious, he will surely be able to evade this misfortune. If he cannot, then even if the 3 of us had not fled, it would have merely added 3 more corpses to the tally. Rather than perishing to no avail, it is wiser to preserve our lives and hope for a better future, ensuring we do not disappoint the sect's nurturing. This is the third point. Therefore, my actions were aimed at safeguarding my life from harm. A course of action typical of any ordinary person. I implore the elder to reconsider his words, which do not serve the interests of the sect. Bold? Hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the elder was infuriated. Pointing at him, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to repeat, impudent, impudent. Enough, junior brother's son. Do not speak further. At that moment, a voice resounded as two figures emerged from the distant clouds. It was Li Mingdao, the leader of Yunshui Gorge, and Peng Ming, the peak master of Danxiao Peak. Li Mingdao continued. Qin Chongqing, Zhu Yulian, Yi Tianlang, you three come with me. Chapter 64. The Outbreak of War in the Lingyun Hall. Li Mingdao gazed at the trio and spoke slowly. We have come to understand the general situation. When the ancestor arrived, the villains had just finished their slaughter and had not yet had time to destroy the evidence. From He Zudao's corpse, it appears he succumbed to poison during an intimate encounter. Sun Wanwan's body was not among them. Overall, it aligns with what you described, yet the pertinent question remains. Why did my disciple insist on leaving despite knowing the perilous circumstances? As he spoke, Li Mingdao shook his head. Qin Chongqing, I heard everything you said to Elder Sun just now, and you are correct. Your cultivation is still shallow, and in the face of such events, self-preservation is paramount. There may be some rumors circulating within the sect, but there is no need to heed them. Qin Chongqing bowed in acknowledgement. Disciple understands. Li Mingdao then addressed Zhu Yulian and Yi Tianlang. Your safe return owes much to the assistance of Qin Changzeng. In the future, as you venture out, be cautious and do not let pride lead you astray, lest you end up like He Zudao. At this moment, Zhu Yulian suddenly asked, Master, I just heard Elder Sun say that the attackers were cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect. Indeed, Li Mingdao confirmed. Zhu Yulian continued, why would they bypass the Thousand Mechanisms sect to assault us? Could it be for the sake of the secret realm? Li Mingdao nodded, precisely for the secret realm. Their intention was to attack us, creating a diversion to prevent the five sects from uniting. After Qin Chongqing uncovered their scheme. Li Mingdao paused briefly before continuing. Half a month ago, the Ghost Spirit sect brazenly mobilized troops to invade the Thousand Mechanisms sect. Our other four sects are currently deliberating on how to assist the Thousand Mechanisms sect. Zhu Yulian gasped, Ah? How dare the Ghost Spirit sect? Li Mingdao sneered, it is merely the allure of profit. They have allied with the Corpse sect, and the two demonic sects combined are not inferior to our five sects in Liang Kingdom. The Ghost Spirit sect has already occupied a territory where the secret realm is located. Thus, he sighed. I had originally hoped to negotiate with the Ghost Spirit sect, allowing you to gain opportunities within the secret realm. Now that war has erupted, it is uncertain how long it will last or when the secret realm will be safely opened. Why? Yi Tianlang's eyes widened. Then we cannot enter the secret realm? Correct, Li Mingdao affirmed. The situation is chaotic, and your cultivation in the qi refining stage is indeed somewhat lacking. You should establish your foundation as soon as possible. As for the secret realm, it can only be said that the opportunity has not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, Qin Chongqing and the others felt a profound sense of emptiness. For years, they had prepared with single-minded determination for their journey to the secret realm. Even Qin Chongqing, who had initially planned to toil until reaching foundation establishment, had ventured out several times. Now, Li Mingdao informed them that the secret realm was beyond their reach, and they should focus on cultivating and establishing their foundations. How could the three not feel disheartened? Peng Ming seemed to sense their emotions and offered a gentle smile. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with unpredictability. If everything unfolded as you wished, wouldn't everyone be able to establish their foundations and attain golden core status? This incident regarding the secret realm serves as a reminder for you in your future cultivation. Aside from what is already within your grasp, everything else is uncertain. Anyone may change their mind. What you can do is to elevate your cultivation to the utmost, becoming stronger than all others, so that everything may unfold according to your desires. Just like this time, if our Yunshui Gorge had a true nascent soul cultivator, and the secret realm permitted your entry, you could have entered. Without sufficient cultivation and strength, one must inevitably suffer losses. Do you understand? Qin Chongqing and the others nodded and bowed. Disciple is enlightened. Very well, return and cultivate diligently. The chaos is about to begin. Until you establish your foundations, you will not be able to seize your own fate. Even if you wish to contribute to the sect, you must first reach foundation establishment to gain that qualification. Disciple understands. The three bowed and withdrew, leaving only Li Mingdao and Peng Ming in the hall. With no outsiders present, Li Mingdao finally let out a sigh. Peng Ming inquired, "What is the situation on the front lines?" Li Mingdao replied, "The Ghost Spirit sect has dispatched 6 Golden Core True Beings. The 2 Golden Core True Beings from the Thousand Mechanisms sect are no match for them. One has sustained severe injuries and is rendered powerless for the time being. The disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect have also suffered heavy casualties and can only rely on the protective mountain formation to barely hold on. Ancestor Xianhui, along with the true beings from the other 3 sects, have rushed over to provide support, but the Golden Core True Beings from the Yin Corps sect have also arrived, creating a precarious balance on the front lines, as for the lower-tier cultivators. We need to provide them with more assistance." Peng Ming's face bore a frown. After accumulating resources for so many years, it seems they may all be lost in this war, Li Mingdao remarked. The secret realm was merely a catalyst. The Ghost Spirit sect is powerful, and a conflict between them and our Liang Kingdom is inevitable. How is the mobilization of disciples going? We have summoned over 3,000 Qi refining disciples, along with 30 Foundation establishment cultivators, to first test the waters on the front lines, and the immortal families. Each family is contributing 10 late-stage Qi refining cultivators, 20 mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, and if there are any Foundation establishment cultivators, they must also send one. That amounts to roughly over 1,000 people. As they spoke, both fell silent. Let us proceed with this for now. We will continue to dispatch personnel as the situation develops. Agreed. Peng Ming added, let Qin Changxing, Zhu Yulian, and Yi Tianlang focus on their cultivation for the time being. They are all golden core seeds. If they are to be sent to the battlefield, it must be after they establish their foundations. Li Mingdao nodded. That is certainly the case. Qin Changxing returned to his cave abode. At this moment, he was unaware that his master and the sect leader had already decided to allow them to focus on their cultivation until they reached Foundation establishment. In the backdrop of the war initiated by the Ghost Spirit sect, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within. I am currently at the 8th level of Qi refining. However, in a month or two, I shall reach the 9th level. Within 2 years, I will surely attain perfection in Qi refining. The Taihuang body refining technique and the visualization method will also provide ample time for me to achieve completion within these 2 years. While I establish my foundation, the golden core shall remain untouched, and thus my safety is assured. Qin Changxing exuded confidence. His skills and abilities were of the highest caliber, with the only deficiency being his cultivation level. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, both the quality and quantity of his mana would undoubtedly rival that of those in the later stages of foundation establishment. His consciousness would similarly experience a significant surge. Even in the Qi refinement stage, his awareness already spanned over 30 zhong, and after establishing his foundation, it would experience a remarkable increase. Coupled with the protective spell of Shengguang, within the foundation establishment period, no one could threaten his life. Thus, he set a goal. Within 3 years, he must establish his foundation. Until that day, he would remain in seclusion. Chapter 65. Preparations for foundation establishment. The sword that opens the heavens. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years had elapsed. The front lines against the Ghost Spirit sect were tense, and the sect had dispatched another batch of cultivators. Naturally, many cultivators had seized opportunities during the war over the past 2 years, resulting in rapid progress in their cultivation. To motivate the sect's disciples to fight valiantly, the 5 major sects introduced a merit system. With sufficient merit, even foundation establishment pills could be exchanged in an instant. Numerous Qi refinement cultivators fought valiantly like they had been invigorated by elixirs. However, despite the exhilarating prospects of soaring to great heights, the majority of cultivators still feared the battlefield. Approximately half of the sect's disciples remained, their hearts filled with trepidation. Soon, the list of the 3rd batch of cultivators heading to the front lines was released. Over 2,000 cultivators. This was not particularly noteworthy, but soon another rumor circulated among the disciples. Although countless disciples had been sent to the front lines, those favored by the sect's higher-ups, such as Qin Changxing, Zhu Yuetian, and Yi Tianlang, continued their cultivation in comfort at the rear. Even the foundation establishment pills, which others had to toil for, had long been prepared for them. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with indignation. Why was it that they received special treatment merely due to their superior talents? They had good teachers. The war against the Ghost Spirit sect was clearly the result of the higher-ups' machinations. Why should the burden fall upon them? Whether they won or lost, would it affect their monthly income of a few spirit stones? Initially, the privileged disciples were known for their advantages, and people were indifferent. After all, given the same resources, they could break through to higher realms, resources rightfully allocated to them. Yet now, under the pressure of war, many cultivators felt extreme dissatisfaction. Once this matter came to light, it ignited the emotions of the disciples. In his cave, Chen Chongqing opened his eyes. His mana, physical body, and consciousness had all reached a pinnacle. He hadn't anticipated that reaching perfection would occur months sooner than he had expected. Just as he emerged from seclusion, he encountered several servant disciples tidying the cave. Zhang Jihong, Chen Chongqing called out. Chen Shixiang, how may I assist you? Zhang Jihong maintained a humble demeanor, fully aware that the person before him was no longer the new disciple from his cohort. Chen Chongqing was now a seed of the Golden Core on the verge of foundation establishment, while Zhang Jihong had only reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Chen Chongqing inquired, "What is the current situation outside?" Zhang Jihong replied, "The battle against the Ghost Spirit sect is manageable. Our 5 major sects have allied, and we have been exchanging blows with the Ghost Spirit sect. Our losses are considerable, but as the attacking party, they have suffered even more. The battlefield has now entered a state of equilibrium. It could last for some time, but there won't be any immediate issues." Chen Chongqing nodded. "I understand." He then scrutinized Zhang Jihong's cultivation level. "Your cultivation seems rather low. Have you not consumed the elixirs I gave you?" Zhang Jihong laughed. "Shixiang, I cannot compare to you. It is unlikely I will ever establish my foundation in this lifetime, so taking the elixirs would be futile. Moreover, with the chaos outside, if my cultivation were to increase, I would only be sent to the battlefield. I simply hope to serve you diligently for several decades and then return to a mundane life as a wealthy man." Chen Chongqing sighed inwardly. Zhang Jihong was a shrewd individual but lacked ambition. Both Wang Zhong and Zhang Jihong possessed 5 spiritual roots, yet Wang Zhong might have a chance at foundation establishment in a few decades. Whereas Zhang Jihong had abandoned that notion entirely, Chen Chongqing suddenly recalled what Tang Xiao had mentioned. Zhang Jihong had once been a wealthy man, yet he had fallen to the status of a servant in his pursuit of cultivation. Truly, one cannot help but feel helpless. Chen Chongqing shook his head and tossed Zhang Jihong a bottle of elixirs. "Thank you, Shixiang." Finding the situation dull, Chen Chongqing intended to leave and seek out Li Mingdao for foundation establishment pills in preparation for his own foundation establishment. "Shixiang, wait a moment." Zhang Jihong suddenly called out to him. "What is it?" "Shixiang, the disciples outside are under pressure to go to the front lines and face death. Their emotions are strained. They may speak rather harshly. So please do not take it to heart, lest it affects your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing turned his head. Whoosh! Chen Chongqing stood upon a cloud of spirit energy, resembling a streak of white light racing across the sky. "Which of the brothers is that?" "It appears to be Chen Chongqing. He truly has not gone to the front lines. Why has he not shown his face during this time? He is likely engrossed in his cultivation. Perhaps he is even on his way to obtain foundation establishment pills. Ah, how unfair this is. What contributions has he made to the sect that grants him the privilege of foundation establishment?" On the path, the disciples who encountered Chen Chongqing exchanged words. Many of their comments reached his ears. Chen Chongqing raised an eyebrow. "Why has the sect's disciples' hostility grown so much after 2 years of my absence?" He finally understood why Zhang Jihong had uttered those words before his departure. Yet, so what? Chen Chongqing chuckled and entered the Lingyun Hall. "Just because they laughed, does that mean I cannot establish my foundation? These are merely a few rumors. What significance do they hold?" Inside the Lingyun Hall, Li Mingdao was attending to various affairs. With so many cultivators present, he bore the responsibility for their magical artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, and other supplies. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing enter, he spoke warmly. "Chongqing, you have arrived." Your cultivation level?" Returning to the sect leader, "My cultivation has reached the peak of qi refinement." "Excellent," Li Mingdao beamed. "Your mana density far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. You must not falter at the threshold of foundation establishment. You have come for the foundation establishment pills, correct?" "Indeed." Li Mingdao produced a jade vial and handed it to Chen Chongqing with his mana. "Here, I have kept the foundation establishment pills for you and your companions safe." Chen Chongqing accepted the pills. "Thank you, sect leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Go ahead. Yes. Chen Chongqing turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Li Mingdao suddenly spoke again. There are some rumors within the sect. You need not pay them any mind. They are merely the machinations of a few spies stirring up trouble. Once things escalate, we shall take care of those spies. Focus on your foundation establishment. Only by establishing your foundation can you contribute to the sect, I understand. Chen Changxing would not allow mere words to disturb his state of mind. There is nothing in this world that warrants disturbance. It is the foolish who create their own turmoil. With the foundation establishment pills in hand, Chen Changxing soared back towards his cave. His master, Peng Ming, had already gone to the front lines, so there was no need for a special visit before his foundation establishment. As he rode upon the clouds, Chen Changxing had just flown halfway when he was intercepted. A few disciples on spirit boats blocked his path, with 5 or 6 cultivators standing atop them. Hold on. Are you Chen Changxing? Chen Changxing frowned. I am. And you are? Humph. We can't stand your kind of privileged second-generation cultivators. While we toil on the front lines, you enjoy the fruits of our labor in the rear. All the resources for cultivation are prepared for you by the sect. Chen Changxing explained. Several brothers have misunderstood. I am not a privileged second-generation cultivator. I am merely an ordinary cultivator who has been fortunate to receive the sect's attention and training. If given the chance, I will surely repay the sect. Repay the sect? That cultivator sounded quite unconvinced, loudly declaring. Where are you off to? Back to continue your cultivation. From what I see, you should be at the peak of chi refinement. You are going to get foundation establishment pills? Preparing to go back and establish your foundation, right? Do you know where we disciples are headed? We are going to the front lines to slay enemies. Your peaceful cultivation environment is earned through our sacrifices. It is hardly your place to speak of repaying the sect. Chen Changxing shook his head and then patted his storage bag, summoning the Zillion sword. With a swift motion, he slashed towards the sky. In an instant, that sword seemed to connect heaven and earth, capturing the attention of all the disciples present. In the next moment, the sword light dissipated, leaving a profound silence. The disciples stood dumbfounded as they witnessed a few clouds in the sky being cleaved in two by Chen Changxing's sword. Repay the sect? I dare to utter those 4 words, solely because of this sword. Chen Changxing's gaze fixed upon the group, stating calmly, once I establish my foundation, I, Chen, shall personally go to the front lines to slay demons and quell evil. Tomorrow, Chen Changxing shall establish his foundation. Chapter 66. Foundation Establishment. Chen Changxing departed, ignoring the crowd. The disciples on the spirit boat gazed blankly at the sky. The might of Chen Changxing's sword could have easily slain 10 of them. Someone murmured, perhaps someone of such caliber deserves to establish their foundation. The leader of the disciples shot a fierce glare at him, pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing as the crowd dissipated and news of the events spread. The collective ire within the Yunshui Gorge subsided considerably. Chen Changxing returned to his cave dwelling, where the concentration of spiritual energy had reached the upper tier of the 2nd level, sufficient for him to establish his foundational cultivation without the need to seek another blessed location. He summoned 4 servant disciples and instructed, from this day forth, I shall enter seclusion. The duration is uncertain. You are to tend to the cave diligently and permit no unauthorized individuals to enter. Understood. The disciples were profoundly shaken, particularly Zhang Jihong and Yun Yan'an. They recognized that Chen Changxing was on the verge of foundation establishment. As former fellow disciples, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy, envy, and perhaps even jealousy. Chen Changxing wasted little time. After conveying his instructions, he dismissed them and activated the cave's protective barriers. He laid out 1,000 spirit stones on the ground and arranged dozens of bottles of elixirs before him, all designed to enhance and replenish his magical energy. Everything was now in place. With his eyes closed, Chen Changxing began to regulate his breath, aiming to bring his body into optimal condition. 2 years prior, he had already reached the 9th level of chi refinement, and during the intervening time, he had been honing his magical energy, refining his physique, and sharpening his spiritual awareness. Just days ago, he had reached a point of saturation in both his magical energy and physical prowess. While others who had acquired foundation establishment pills had also attained the 9th level of chi refinement, few had achieved true perfection. Consequently, they often required additional time, perhaps 1 to 2 years, to continue refining their abilities. The actual time required for foundation establishment, however, was merely 100 days. I have now reached the limits of my capabilities. Even among my peers, none can surpass me. be it in the depth or refinement of my magical energy. If I wish to break through, I must establish my foundation. The time has come. With this thought, Chun Changsheng resolutely consumed the foundation establishment pill. As it entered his abdomen, it was refined by his innate powers, releasing a pure essence that would aid him in overcoming the challenges of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment comprises three formidable trials: the trial of magical energy, the trial of the physical body, and the trial of spiritual awareness. The first trial concerns magical energy. The magical energy of the Qi refinement stage manifests as swirling currents within the lower dantian. Now, the currents filled his dantian to capacity, leaving no room for further influx. Foundation establishment requires compressing this magical energy into a liquid state, achieving a qualitative leap while simultaneously creating space for further cultivation. Chun Changsheng's gaseous magical energy was already quite condensed, rivaling that of ordinary liquid magical energy. Under his command, the spirals of energy within his dantian began to whirl violently, slowly compressing. This process was immensely taxing on his magical energy. Should it be depleted before achieving liquid form, he would inevitably fail the trial. The more refined the magical energy, the easier this trial would be. If the energy were loose, however, one could rely on the potency of the foundation establishment pill to forcibly condense it into liquid form. The power of the foundation establishment pill within Chun Changsheng sensed the difficulties he faced and was eager to assist. With a gentle drop, the first bead of liquid magical energy fell from the dantian. As if a long-awaited rain had finally arrived, Chun Changsheng encountered little difficulty in surpassing the first trial of foundation establishment. Soon, droplets of liquid magical energy began to fall into the dantian like raindrops. Moments later, the energy spirals had nearly vanished, leaving behind 108 droplets of magical energy suspended in his dantian. Chun Changsheng felt a surge of joy but did not allow himself to relax. While the transformation of magical energy was complete, two trials still awaited him. The lower dantian governs the Qi Sea, and at the moment the liquid magical energy coalesced, a force surged upward, striking Chun Changsheng's chest. The middle dantian governs the blood sea, and thus the trial of the physical body commenced. A mortal's physique struggles to contain the magical energy of foundation establishment. Thus, the liquid energy will catalyze a significant transformation of the cultivator's body. This process would also consume the newly condensed magical energy. Should the energy be exhausted before the body completes its metamorphosis, this trial would likewise be deemed a failure. Just as the power of the foundation establishment pill was about to be called upon to assist in the physical trial, a surge of pure refining power emanated from Chun Changsheng's very marrow. The Taihuang body refining technique. Chun Changsheng's physique, having been nurtured by his condensed magical energy, was already formidable in the blink of an eye. His body underwent a transformation. Every inch of flesh and skin transmuted into a new life form. For cultivators who successfully navigated the trial of the physical body, their physical forms would move toward perfection, manifesting externally as enhanced beauty in female cultivators and greater handsomeness in male cultivators. The trial of the physical body was complete. Following this metamorphosis, the upper dantian also underwent a transformation as the spiritual awareness began to evolve. A robust physique and magical energy necessitate the control of spiritual awareness. Otherwise, it would be akin to an ant attempting to command a giant, rendering normal movement impossible. The foundation establishment pill sensed that its moment had arrived. Yet this time, there was no gradual process. Chun Changsheng's spiritual awareness immediately took command of his body. His spiritual awareness extended 30 zhong, comparable to that of an ordinary foundational cultivator, making mastery of a foundation establishment body a simple task. Under Chun Changsheng's deliberate control, the upper dantian was rapidly developed, resulting in a dramatic increase in the strength of his spiritual awareness. 30 zhong, 40 zhong, 50 zhong, 70 zhong, until it finally ceased at 100 zhong. With that, foundation establishment was achieved. Merely 10 days had elapsed since Chun Changsheng commenced his foundation establishment. The potency of the foundation establishment pill surged into his lower dantian, further augmenting his magical energy. At this moment, Chun Changsheng's foundation establishment was deemed successful, yet the process had yet to conclude. The 100 days of foundation establishment was not an empty phrase. Following successful foundation establishment, a cultivator's body would experience a rapid growth phase due to its newfound vitality. During this period, both physical strength and magical energy would surge dramatically. These increases would ultimately determine the upper limits of the foundational cultivator. After foundation establishment, the greater the initial magical energy and the stronger the initial physique. The more formidable the cultivator would become upon achieving complete foundation establishment. This encapsulates the essence of foundation establishment. This growth phase begins the moment one attempts foundation establishment and lasts a total of 100 days. Chun Chongqing had 90 days remaining to complete his foundation. With a faint smile, Chun Chongqing observed the influx of the foundation establishment pill's potency into his dantian, transforming into pure magical energy. The materials of the foundation establishment pill were indeed rare treasures of heaven and earth, and during this process, Chun Chongqing's physique experienced substantial enhancement. He then gently opened his mouth and consumed the prepared spirit stones and elixirs, which instantly transformed into rich spiritual energy, flowing into Chun Chongqing's body. The entire seclusion space became shrouded in mist. If a chi refinement cultivator were to enter, a single breath would equate to a year of arduous practice. This immense energy, guided by the power of the consumption technique, became the nourishment for Chun Chongqing's cultivation, laying a solid foundation for him. Thus, after 90 days, Chapter 67, exiting seclusion and ascending north on sword, Chun Chongqing had thoroughly refined all the power of the foundation establishment pills within him and had consumed every last one of the over 1,000 spirit stones and dozens of elixirs in his cultivation chamber. His body was as smooth as jade, with nearly no visible pores. Should his skin be cut, the blood that flowed forth would emit a faint fragrance, rendering it a top-grade spiritual elixir if consumed by mortals. The essence of his bones and flesh now bore an aromatic quality. Foundation establishment, laying the foundation for immortality. From this moment forth, Chun Chongqing had completely transcended the mundane and embarked on the first step of his path to immortality. As he examined his body, he mused, "I never anticipated that foundation establishment would be so effortless for me. From start to finish, I scarcely utilized any of the pill's potency." Chun Chongqing found himself both amused and exasperated. What others perceived as insurmountable trials, he had breezed through with ease, yet, considering the profound depth of his chi refinement foundation, if he were unable to succeed, who could? Nevertheless, the power of the foundation establishment pill was not squandered. At that moment, within his dantian, 1,256 droplets of magical energy floated. Of these, at least 600 droplets were contributed by the foundation establishment pill. From the moment foundation establishment commenced, a cultivator's foundation was solidified. Thereafter, unless faced with extraordinary fortune, it would be challenging to alter. Typically, when ordinary foundational cultivators succeed in their foundation establishment, they possess around 100 droplets of magical energy. A tripling of this amount would yield approximately 300 droplets, indicative of the mid-foundation stage. Further tripling to around 900 droplets would represent the late stage. The specifics of the magical energy would ultimately depend on the quantity present in the dantian after the 100 days of foundation establishment. Those with ample initial magical energy would naturally surpass their peers of equal rank, while those with lesser amounts would find their potential somewhat limited. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the quantity of magical energy would significantly influence the success rate of forming the golden core. Chun Chongqing now possessed 1,256 droplets of magical energy. Whether this was a great or modest amount, he held no definitive standard in his mind. However, he had previously heard of a rough reference. When the golden core realman of Yunshui Gorge, the venerable Xian Hui, achieved foundation establishment, he possessed over 300 droplets of magical energy. This allowed Xian Hui to dominate 2 golden core realmen of the same level, earning him the title of the foremost golden core cultivator in the Liang Kingdom. As for the refinement of magical energy, the strength of the body, and the potency of spiritual awareness, those aspects scarcely required mention. With my radiant light technique, I shall venture to the battlefield, as long as no shameless golden core realman dares to confront me. I should have little to worry about. Nevertheless, for prudence's sake, I should first practice a few secret techniques. The Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic had gradually expanded its repertoire of techniques upon entering the foundation establishment stage, now encompassing sword formations, body refining techniques, sword control methods, as well as various secret arts for seeking and vanquishing foes. All of these required Chun Chongqing's diligent practice. Regarding the Shangshan Water Virtue True Lord Visualization Method, there are indeed many forms of spiritual water in the second layer of visualization. However, Achieving success in this endeavor is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. Chen Chongqing decided to set it aside for now, intending to visualize it only when he encounters suitable spiritual water or spiritual objects, as that would yield far greater results with less effort. Chen Chongqing devoted himself to his practice, and before he knew it, 9 months had passed. The sect was quite desolate. The war had been ongoing for 3 years, and many cultivators had gone to the front lines to fight, seeking a glimmer of opportunity. Those remaining in the sect were merely some rare seeds and lower-tier cultivators who lacked combat skills. A few months prior, a group of severely injured cultivators had retreated, and they were now recuperating within the sect. Several newly returned cultivators were dining in the spiritual meal room while engaging in conversation. Have those from the Ghost Spirit sect gone mad? Their losses are even greater than ours, yet they continue to attack relentlessly, one cultivator lamented, his body wrapped in bandages. Indeed, what kind of sect loses half of its disciples in battle and still presses on? I heard it's all for the sake of vying for a secret realm. The cost of competing for this secret realm seems exorbitant, doesn't it? Those demonic cultivators thrive on the battlefield. The more who perish, the more exhilarated they become. It's true. I've heard that within the territory governed by the Qinji sect, numerous demons and monsters have begun to wreak havoc. Fortunately, our Yunshui stream remains relatively stable. They should consider who is fighting at the front lines to maintain this semblance of stability. The first cultivator continued his complaints. A year ago, I confronted a high-ranking disciple, questioning why he remained sheltering in the rear while we risk our lives on the front lines. What did he say? Someone inquired. He displayed the ability to cleave the heavens with a single sword, claiming he was waiting to establish his foundation to better protect the sect. And what of him now? Has he gone to the front lines? The first cultivator scoffed. Not at all. He took the sect's foundation elixir and retreated to seclusion. I specifically inquired, and he has yet to emerge. Isn't that merely an excuse to avoid the front lines under the guise of establishing his foundation? A bunch of opportunists. I am ashamed to be associated with them. Enough of this. Let us eat. Having returned from the front lines, they were all gravely injured, and while their paths were not completely severed, they could only converse in this manner to express their dissatisfaction. As they drank, a sudden, intense wave of magical energy surged forth. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the energy. It was from a certain location behind Danxia Peak. Someone has successfully established their foundation. Could it be that individual? The first cultivator looked towards Danxia Peak. It was said that this person was a disciple of the peak's master. It seemed likely that he had succeeded in establishing his foundation. I never expected him to emerge from seclusion. While he has succeeded in establishing his foundation, whether he is willing to fight on the front lines remains uncertain. Let us go take a look. With that, several of them decided to head over to join the excitement. They possessed a spiritual vessel and arrived at the foot of Danxia Peak in no time. Then, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Under the hopeful gazes of many qi refining cultivators, a remarkably handsome young man stepped forward. Although Chen Chongqing was now 22 years old, a foundation-building cultivator has a lifespan of 300 years. Thus, he still appeared as a youthful and striking young man. We have seen Master Qin. The crowd collectively bowed, a gesture of the utmost respect for a cultivator who had successfully established their foundation. Chen Chongqing slightly raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone back up. These cultivators gazed at Chen Chongqing with eager eyes, having heard of his words prior to his seclusion a year ago. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing did not hesitate. He proclaimed, I, Chen Chongqing, entered the sect at the age of 9 and have cultivated for 13 years. I am fortunate to have received the sect's grace, allowing me to establish my immortal foundation. Now, with the sect in peril and my fellow disciples suffering, I cannot bear to preserve my own life while ignoring the dangers that threaten us. I shall head northward to slay demons and quell evil. With that, Chen Chongqing transformed into a streak of radiant light, accompanied by the sound of thunder, soaring towards the chaotic realm of demons in the north. Within the sect, the cheers resounded for a long time, unable to be quelled. Chapter 68. Ambush. The gray clouds gathered overhead, obscuring the sun. The vast wasteland lay lifeless, with dried bloodstains intermittently appearing among the wild grass, filling the world with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Looking up, the sky was dark, and only a spiritual vessel, 100 feet in size, cut through the clouds. On board, dozens of cultivators wore serious expressions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. A few foundation-building cultivators donned in purple robes stood on the deck of the vessel. Are those rabble from the ghost spirit sect intent on destroying our Liang kingdom? Gazing at the desolate scene below, a plump female cultivator couldn't help but curse. Unable to gain the upper hand on the front lines, they resort to underhanded tactics from the rear. Ghostly apparitions and zombies emerge incessantly, threatening to annihilate the mundane world. I heard that in the territories of the Ghost Spirit sect and the Incorp sect, the common folk are nearly all perishing. What? The demonic sects can't possibly operate like this. After this war, won't they still need to live? A young male cultivator exclaimed. Who knows what they intend to do? The plump female cultivator gritted her teeth in frustration, but there's no need to worry. The demonic cultivators won't be able to breach our defenses anytime soon. They can only harass the disciples of the Qinji sect at most. Our Yunshui stream is still safe? Sister Yi, why are you so silent? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's drifting thoughts were interrupted, and she quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing. I was merely pondering whether the supplies we're escorting to the front lines might be ambushed by those from the Ghost Spirit sect. The cultivators exchanged glances, chuckling. Sister Yi has just established her foundation, so it's understandable to be a bit anxious. However, do not underestimate the Ghost Spirit sect. They are merely a golden core sect. While they engage with our 5 sects at the front lines, how could they possibly find our small spiritual vessel amidst a vast expanse of land? Unless there's a traitor among us. Exactly. Besides, the ones who should be worried are the Ghost Spirit sect. We have already dispatched someone to the central domain to seek aid from the righteous sections. The Ghost Spirit sect and the Incorp sect have slaughtered the common folk, violating the rules set by the major sects of the central domain. If we delay a bit longer, help will surely come to deal with them. Listening to her seniors, Yun forced a smile. Are they really that optimistic? She turned her gaze to the vast sky, only to suddenly spot several black dots emerging in the emptiness. Wei Yun abruptly raised her hand, pointing at the dots. What are those? Upon hearing her, the others looked over. The distant black dots became increasingly distinct, emitting waves of dark smoke, and a sinister aura of magical energy stirred the hearts of the cultivators. It's the Ghost Spirit sect? Enemy attack, enemy attack. After a moment of shock, the plump female cultivator immediately commanded, Do not halt the spiritual vessel's movement. Activate the defensive formation and send a distress signal. All cultivators prepare for battle. Though taken by surprise by the ambush from the Ghost Spirit sect, the cultivators here had all fought valiantly on the front lines, possessing a high level of combat readiness. In an instant, 6 foundation-building cultivators and over 30 Qi refining cultivators were prepared for the confrontation as per the plump female cultivator's orders. 7 cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect approached from afar. Observing their magical energy fluctuations, the leader was evidently a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. Additionally, there were 3 mid-stage and 3 early-stage foundation-building cultivators. In contrast, among the 6 foundation-building cultivators on the Yunshui stream vessel, only the plump female cultivator was mid-stage. The other 5 were merely early-stage foundation-building cultivators. The enemy was strong while they were weak, and they were within their own territory. Naturally, the cultivators of Yunshui stream had no intention of fighting the enemy to the death. They could only rely on the spiritual vessel for defense and advancement. The cultivators of Yunshui stream will not simply surrender. Otherwise, we shall extract your souls and refine your spirits. A voice from a Ghost Spirit sect cultivator echoed. He produced a pitch-black banner from which billowing black smoke emerged. With a flash of dark light, over 10,000 vengeful spirits surged forth from the banner, their forms nearly devoid of humanity. Merely twisted shapes with grotesque faces, their mouths agape as if screaming. This is bad. It's the 10,000 souls banner. He.S. a golden core seed from the Ghost Spirit sect, the plump female cultivator gasped. The 10,000 souls banner is notoriously difficult to craft. Even within the Ghost Spirit sect, only a select few disciples could succeed in its creation. Anyone who could produce such a banner is a core disciple of the Ghost Spirit sect. A golden core seed. Bang, bang, bang. The vengeful spirits clawed at the protective barrier of the spiritual vessel, creating a chilling cacophony. The protective barrier of the spiritual vessel won't hold much longer. It can last at most another 30 breaths. One cultivator shouted, If these vengeful spirits were merely ordinary souls, it would suffice. However, among these 10,000 vengeful spirits, There were hundreds of former chi refining cultivators, and even a few vengeful spirits that were once foundation-building cultivators. "Kill the enemies," the plump cultivator commanded. Then with a flick of her wrist, a peach blossom gradually expanded to a size of 10 feet, soaring out of the spiritual vessel. The delicate pink petals scattered, obliterating the vengeful spirits in their wake. Other cultivators joined in. Some unleashed fireballs, while others brandished bells, shaking them to suppress the vengeful spirits. Yun wielded a, and wherever the sword light illuminated, frost trailed behind. The ghost spirit sect cultivators were equally unyielding. One cultivator reached out, summoning a massive skeletal claw that materialized out of thin air, striking the protective barrier. With a resounding crash, cracks appeared on the shield. Another ghost spirit cultivator screamed as a terrifying spirit emerged from his throat, charging toward the spiritual vessel. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. The attack formation aboard the spiritual vessel activated, unleashing a colossal beam of light that pierced through the ghostly apparition of the recently vanquished cultivator. In an instant, the ghostly figure was obliterated, and the cultivator let out a harrowing scream, retreating to the side with a pallid complexion. Relying on the formation of the spiritual vessel, the members of Yunshui Gorge barely held their ground. In mere moments, the ship surged forward, covering several miles in swift flight. Such spiritual vessels are remarkably fast, far beyond the reach of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. As they witnessed the proverbial duck slipping from their grasp, the cultivator wielding the 10,000 souls banner let out a cold chuckle, extending his hand with a black talisman pinched between his fingers, raised before him. "Oh, you think you can escape?" He sneered, and with a command, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Subsequently, a sinister wave of magical energy abruptly manifested beneath the vessel, startling the senses of the cultivators aboard. A black talisman materialized seemingly out of nowhere on the hull, perilously close to the vessel's core. When did he affix that? The thought barely registered before. Boom! The talisman detonated with immense force, obliterating a significant portion of the vessel's structure. The vessel lurched violently, losing all propulsion and crashing down onto the ground. The remaining cultivators reacted just in time, channeling their magical energies to shield themselves, thus avoiding severe injury. However, the vessel sustained considerable damage. 7 figures, exuding a chilling aura of magical energy, materialized around the vessel. Countless vengeful spirits, a dark mass, surged towards the members of Yunshui Gorge. A single thought resonated in their minds. "We're doomed. Steady yourselves," the plump female cultivator commanded. "Fight with all your might and await rescue. We are merely playing with our lives against these ghostly fiends. Kill." In an instant, spells flew and blood splattered. Countless cultivators perished on the spot, while a few Foundation establishment ghosts from the ghostly sect were shattered in the fray. Talismans were flung about as if they were worthless. Yun found herself surrounded by an uncountable number of vengeful spirits, watching her companions fall one by one, while the other cultivators of Yunshui Gorge were too preoccupied to assist her. With her right hand forming a sword gesture, she wielded her flying sword to protect herself, while her other hand was hidden within her sleeve, gripping a black talisman. Gritting her teeth, she was about to reveal the talisman when suddenly, a rumbling thunderclap echoed, accompanied by an overly youthful yet familiar voice. "Ghostly sect fiend, prepare to meet your end." Chapter 69. 1 against 6. A radiant beam descended, targeting a ghostly sect cultivator who happened to be the one whose ghost had been dispersed by the spiritual vessel's formation. Having suffered severe injuries from the destruction of his ghost, he stood at the outermost edge of the encirclement, now becoming the target of the radiant beam. "Senior brother Ian, save me," he cried, trembling in fear at the approaching beam. Daring not to test its might, and directly flew towards the master of the 10,000 souls banner. Upon witnessing this, senior brother Ian shouted at the radiant beam, "How audacious!" with a flourish of his banner. Thousands of vengeful spirits surged forth, converging upon the radiant beam. Instantly, the pressure on the cultivators of Yunshui Gorge lightened. The sky was shrouded by the dark mass of spirits, obscuring the view of the radiant beam's path. "Who is that? I don't recognize such a cultivator in our sect," a cultivator from Yunshui Gorge inquired. The plump female cultivator gazed at the mass of spirits with a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Perhaps it is a disciple from another sect, but alas, he is rather reckless. If he had remained at a distance, Using his flying sword to maneuver, it would have been fine, but charging in like this. Encircled by the 10,000 souls banner, he is bound to suffer a great loss. Before her words could fully settle, another thunderous clap resonated through the sky. The purple beam, now entwined with lightning, surged forward, disintegrating spirits in its wake. In an instant, it reached the ghostly sect cultivator. Let's start with you. With a single slash, the sword radiated an overwhelming aura, causing the ghostly sect cultivator to appear diminished before its might. The cultivator expended every ounce of his strength to erect a defense, yet before the sword light, it shattered like tofu, cleaving him in two. A ghostly figure erupted from his body, racing towards senior brother Ian at astonishing speed. A ghost? Humph! Spirit-piercing strike. An invisible mental assault surged forth, unprotected by a corporeal form. The spirit was inherently fragile. The ghost shrieked mid-flight, dissipating into smoke. At that moment, the onlookers finally glimpsed the figure of the radiant beam. Yi Yun gasped in astonishment. Chen Changsheng. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind Chen Changsheng, wielding a sharp spike aimed at his back. Watch out! Yi Yun shouted urgently. Chen Changsheng seemed to have anticipated this, beginning to turn as the shadow appeared. With one hand grasping his sword and the other seizing the shadow's wrist, he twisted with great force. The shadow felt an overwhelming strength constricting their wrist, rendering them immobile. What a joke! I'm a body cultivator. The shadow thought, unable to comprehend why this swordsman possessed a physique even more powerful than his own. Chen Changsheng yanked the shadow's wrist downward with tremendous force. Boom! The ground caved in, creating a massive pit. The shadow felt every vein within him being ravaged by the destructive magical energy. In his agony, two streaks of light approached. 2 mid-foundation cultivators from the ghostly sect, one male and one female, radiated with dense black energy as they charged at him. Chen Changsheng swung his sword. The clash of sword light against the sinister magical energy resulted in a momentary stalemate. The female ghostly sect cultivator scoffed. I wondered who this divine being might be, only to find it is merely a fledgling in the early stages of Foundation establishment. I acknowledge your unparalleled combat prowess, but how dare a mere early-stage Foundation cultivator compete with us too in terms of magical energy? Her words were designed to rattle Chen Changsheng's resolve, yet he remained unfazed. How dare I? That is a question I wish to pose to you. How can a firefly dare to contend with the brilliance of the moon? With that, a torrent of magical energy erupted from Chen Changsheng, colliding with the two ghostly sect cultivators. It was as if mercury met ordinary water, his power overwhelming them, driving them back. The backlash of magical energy forced both to spit blood. Chen Changsheng surged forward, aiming a sword strike at the female cultivator who had spoken. Just as she attempted to flee, a sudden pain shot through her head, robbing her of control over her body. Swish! Blood splattered. In the final moment, she was pulled back by someone, suffering a grievous wound that claimed her right chest and arm but spared her life. Thank you, senior brother Inhao, she gasped, enduring the sword energy's corrosive effect on her wound. Inhao, the sole late-stage Foundation cultivator, had been preoccupied with the 6 cultivators from Yunshui Gorge and had not intervened until now. With the 10,000 souls banner ensnaring the members of Yunshui Gorge, he had intended to eliminate them thoroughly. However, noticing that his subordinates were on the verge of being wiped out by Chen Changsheng, he had no choice but to intervene and subdue Chen Changsheng first. With a gesture, Inhao summoned another magical seal, transforming it into a mountain-sized object aimed at crushing Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng would not simply acquiesce. Transforming into a beam of light, he darted aside. Freeze! The mid-foundation cultivator, who had not yet attacked Chen Changsheng, brandished a pearl, commanding him to halt. Chen Changsheng hesitated for a brief moment, then continued his flight. The cultivator's eyes widened. Freeze! This time, Chen Changsheng did not pause at all. Charging directly towards the severely injured body cultivator. I'll take you down first. Chen Changsheng rushed forth with his sword drawn, and the body cultivator, still reeling from his injuries, bit down, determined not to let Chen Changsheng have an easy victory. Before Chen Changsheng could strike, the body cultivator surged with his blood and magical energy, inflating like a balloon. In a breath, boom. He self-destructed. Massive plumes of black smoke erupted, engulfing Chen Changsheng. Did we solve it? A ghostly sect cultivator questioned anxiously. having been psychologically scarred by Chen Chongqing's unstoppable attacks. Yin Hao shook his head. While the power of a Foundation cultivator's self-detonation is formidable, it is still unlikely to eliminate such a figure. As the dust settled, Chen Chongqing's figure emerged, emitting a faint glow, his attire unscathed. Now, at Yin Hao's command, the mountainous magical seal descended, and Chen Chongqing either could not evade or chose not to. He extended his left hand to bear the weight of the magical seal. A skeletal claw lunged at him, but Chen Chongqing cleaved it with his sword. The only surviving early-stage Foundation cultivator, who had been avoiding Chen Chongqing, unleashed a ghostly figure towards him. Another bone needle followed. The ghost and bone needle were repelled by the faint glow surrounding Chen Chongqing. Finally, the injured female cultivator, burning her essence, shot forth a blood arrow. Unperturbed, Chen Chongqing sent forth his sword, dividing the blood arrow and blocking the skeletal claw. Yin Hao leaped forward, striking at Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing's free right hand met his assault. Boom! In that moment, Chen Chongqing held the magical seal aloft, the glow and sword warding off numerous attacks, while his other hand clashed with the late-stage Foundation cultivator. How much magical energy can you possibly have? With 1 against 5, how long can you endure? Yin Hao bellowed ominously. A faint smile appeared on Chen Chongqing's face. Do you truly believe that I willingly accepted your magical seal to engage in a stalemate with you? Upon hearing this, Yin Hao's expression drastically shifted. Yet, it was already too late. The 5 practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect felt an overwhelming force surging towards them. Their magical energy, artifacts, and spells were being unraveled, transforming into pure energy that surged into Chen Chongqing's body, devouring. Chapter 70. Total Annihilation. The streams of magical energy and spells that enveloped Chen Chongqing rapidly disintegrated under the might of the devouring divine ability. Following this, the artifacts, including the massive magical seal above Chen Chongqing's head and the skeletal claws beside him, began to crack, as if they might shatter at any moment. Even the 5 assailants felt their internal magical energy slipping from their control, flowing towards Chen Chongqing. What kind of sorcery is this? He is siphoning our magical energy. Who is the true demon here? The practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect exclaimed in disbelief as they attempted to flee. They found their bodies momentarily paralyzed by Chen Chongqing's pulling force. An immense energy converged, forming a colossal current that surged into Chen Chongqing's being. He was filled with this overwhelming power, his face flushed, and his meridians expanded painfully, as if being sliced by blades. Ha! Chen Chongqing roared, unleashing an unmatched force. The 5 practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect were instantly thrown off balance. He then concentrated the newly absorbed power into his hand and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, creating waves of impact that swept over the Ghost Spirit sect practitioners. In an instant, their bodies collapsed from within, their organs nearly shattered. The 2 mid-Foundation establishment practitioners who attacked first, along with the only early Foundation establishment practitioner, perished on the spot. Yin Hao and the practitioner wielding the Spirit Pearl fell to the ground, their skin marred with blood. With a sigh of relief, Chen Chongqing realized that throughout this confrontation, the only harm he sustained was from his own devouring divine ability. This left him both amused and exasperated. This was the first time he had employed the transformed capabilities of the devouring divine ability, and he felt somewhat inexperienced. After successfully establishing his foundation, Chen Chongqing discovered subtle changes in his 2 divine abilities. The light manifestation divine ability remained largely unchanged, merely growing in potency alongside his cultivation level. However, the devouring divine ability, aside from its original function of aiding cultivation, bestowed upon him an ability akin to the star-sucking technique, enabling him to instantaneously consume an enemy's magical artifacts and spells during combat. Combined with the light manifestation divine ability, it became nearly impossible for practitioners of the same level to harm him. Yet, the sole drawback was that this instantaneous devouring, unlike normal cultivation, could not immediately absorb and enhance his own cultivation level. It could only temporarily contain the energy within his body. However, Chen Chongqing's meridian strength had its limits. Absorbing too much energy at once could lead to swelling of his meridians. Nonetheless, this was not an insurmountable issue. Firstly, possessing such a capability was better than lacking it. Secondly, while meridian swelling was not a grave concern, it might initially feel tight, but over time, it would naturally expand. This would ultimately benefit Chen Chongqing's regular cultivation and combat endeavors. Among the remaining practitioners, the mid-foundation establishment practitioner had completely lost the ability to move, lying on the ground. Even if he were to survive temporarily, without assistance, death was imminent. Yin Hao, being a late foundation establishment practitioner, still possessed a modicum of resistance after the recent shockwave. After a brief pause, he immediately rose, disregarding his surviving companions, and fled without a second thought. He only wished to distance himself from this practitioner, who was more demonic than their own. Nowhere to escape. Seeing this, Chen Chongqing immediately fused with his sword, transforming into a beam of rainbow light, accompanied by thunderous sounds. As he pursued Yin Hao along the way, he unleashed a first-tier magical sword that struck down the mid-foundation establishment practitioner awaiting death. As a late foundation establishment practitioner, Yin Hao should have been able to reach a fleeing speed of 300 zhong in a breath's time. Yet, upon turning to glance back, he was astounded to find that Chen Chongqing's swordsmanship was even swifter, reaching approximately 350 zhong. Yin Hao's soul nearly fled in terror, leaving no time to lament the disparity in their cultivation levels. He waved at the Wan Hun banner embedded in the ground, summoning thousands of vengeful spirits that had been surrounding the practitioners of Yunshui Jian, hoping to momentarily hinder Chen Chongqing and allow him to escape. At this moment, the practitioners of Yunshui Jian had suffered heavy casualties and were utterly exhausted. The surviving members numbered less than 10, and even a foundation establishment practitioner had fallen, just moments ago. They had been shrouded by the vengeful spirits. Now, they suddenly beheld a clear sky. Are we saved? What is happening outside? Is that sword practitioner dead? Suddenly, one person pointed towards the depths of the vengeful spirits. The vengeful spirits that had just enveloped them had not vanished. Instead, they had coalesced into a massive orb in midair. However, the state of this orb was dire, akin to a fireball dropped into a pile of paper, reducing the paper to mere ash in its wake. The vengeful spirits were in a similar plight. Chen Chongqing was surrounded by a faint glow. Any vengeful spirit that dared approach him was obliterated before even touching him. He was pursuing the remnants of the ghost spirit sect. Heavens, only one member of the ghost spirit sect remained. What just transpired? The shock among the practitioners of Yunshui Jian was palpable. Meanwhile, Yin Hao was on the brink of madness. What in the world? Why can't the vengeful spirits hinder him? Desperately attempting to flee, he found that the vengeful spirits had no effect on Chen Chongqing whatsoever. He could only watch helplessly as Chen Chongqing closed in on him. "Spare me!" Yin Hao cried out. In response, there was only the merciless brilliance of Chen Chongqing's sword. "Please, spare me. I can be your servant." Slash, slash, slash. Regardless of how Yin Hao pleaded for mercy, Chen Chongqing's actions remained unceasing. Ultimately, Yin Hao could no longer withstand the onslaught of Chen Chongqing's sword light and was decapitated in a single strike. The ghostly spirit within him instantly fled. Yet, it barely managed to escape a few zhong before being shattered by the divine spirit-piercing technique. With that, all 7 foundation establishment practitioners from the ghost spirit sect who had launched a surprise attack were annihilated by Chen Chongqing. After claiming Yin Hao's storage bag and thoroughly destroying his corpse, Chen Chongqing returned to the battlefield, gathering the storage bags of the other practitioners and disposing of their remains. He then approached the surviving members of Yunshui Jian. In the aftermath of the ambush, only 9 practitioners of Yunshui Jian remained, 5 foundation establishment practitioners and 4 late-stage Qi practitioners. Before Chen Chongqing could speak, the plump female practitioner immediately bowed to him. "I am Su Ningxue from Yunshui Jian. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator. May I inquire as to your sect?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun awkwardly interrupted Su Ningxue. "Sister Su, this is Chen Chongqing, a junior disciple of our Yunshui Jian." "What?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's introduction, Su Ningxue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "You are the talented disciple, Chen Chongqing, who garnered quite a reputation within the sect a few years ago? You have only been in the sect for 13 years since your initiation." Su Ningxue's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Chen Shidi, you have cultivated for merely 13 years, and yet..." She gazed around the ravaged battlefield, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 71. To the front lines. "Oh, this..." Chen Chongqing merely smiled faintly. "The sect has favored me. It is nothing remarkable." He then continued to inquire, "Are we still within the borders of the Liang Kingdom?" How did you come to be ambushed? Su Ningxue shook her head. We were escorting supplies to the front lines. Ordinarily, our route should be classified, and even if practitioners of the ghost spirit sect infiltrated, it should be nearly impossible for them to locate us. Yet, by some unfortunate coincidence, they found us, Yun added. In other words, there must be a traitor within the sect. A traitor. Chen Chongqing recalled Li Mingdao's words when he had gone to exchange for Foundation establishment pills. There are some rumors within the sect that you need not heed. They are merely the machinations of some traitors stirring up trouble. After some time, when the matter escalates, we will apprehend the traitor. Chen Chongqing nodded. There is indeed a traitor within the sect. Given the scale of this operation, they are bound to leave some clues. However, he suddenly inquired, what about Sun Wanwan and the Sun family? Yi Yun replied, Sun Wanwan has fled to the ghost spirit sect and is said to have established her foundation. The sect's golden core true person is currently searching for her whereabouts. And should she be found, she will undoubtedly be exterminated. As for the Sun family, after the sect's thorough investigation, no connections between them and the ghost spirit sect were discovered. Their betrayal appears to be solely the doing of Sun Wanwan. However, the Sun family has neglected their duties, and now all practitioners above the mid-chi stage have been dispatched to the front lines. Once the war concludes, the Sun family will not only be devastated but will also suffer significant losses. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing nodded, choosing not to linger on the topic. Just then, a practitioner who had gone to inspect the status of the spirit vessel returned to report to Su Ningxue. Sister, the power source of the spirit vessel has been destroyed, but the good news is that over 90% of the supplies inside are intact. That is fortunate, Su Ningxue nodded, continuing to give orders. Everyone, for the time being, rest in place and await support from the sect. The supplies being transported to the front lines via the spirit vessel are primarily large-scale defensive and siege artifacts. The ordinary storage bags could not accommodate the items, necessitating their transport via a large spirit vessel. Generally speaking, the risks associated with transporting supplies from one's own backyard are minimal. After 3 years of conflict, this marked the first time a spirit vessel was attacked during transport. Several cultivators took the opportunity to rest, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Chongqing engaged in conversation with Yi Yun. She recounted her experience of establishing a foundation. After returning to the sect, Yi Yun successfully broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement and received a foundation establishment pill. Subsequently, as war erupted, her grandfather, the sole foundation establishment cultivator of the Yi family, was summoned to the front lines and perished in battle that same year. The loss of a foundation establishment cultivator placed the Yi family's situation in jeopardy. Yi Yun's uncle, having been injured, lost his chance at establishing a foundation. Although Yi Yun attempted to establish her foundation using the pill, in her haste, she ultimately failed. Fortunately, the protection of the foundation establishment pill ensured that she sustained minimal harm, and her cultivation level improved significantly. Thereafter, she utilized the family's foundation establishment spiritual artifacts and made a second attempt, which, by sheer luck, proved successful. Having emerged from her seclusion just prior to March, this was her first time outside the sect, engaging in logistical duties. Listening to Yi Yun's narrative, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but reflect on the arduous journey ordinary cultivators face in establishing their foundations. Yi Yun's success represented the collective effort of her entire family. Otherwise, whether gathering the requisite 10,000 contribution points or acquiring the foundation establishment artifacts would have been impossible for someone of her ordinary status. Enough about me. You have already established your foundation. What about junior sister? Yi Yun inquired. Chen Chongqing recalled, Yu Lian has entered seclusion to begin her foundation establishment, as has Yi Tianlang.ic, Yi Yun responded, her face revealing a hint of envy. I truly envy those of you with such exceptional talent. For you, the challenge of foundation establishment is nearly guaranteed, and you need not compete for foundation establishment pills. Chen Chongqing smiled without replying. While Yi Yun admired them, she herself was an object of envy for many ordinary disciples. Consider Wang Zhong, Zhang Jihong, and Yun Yinan. How many could be afforded the opportunity to establish a foundation? Time passed swiftly. After approximately 2 hours, another colossal spirit vessel broke through the sky. At the bow stood a white-clad cultivator, accompanied by a magnificent purple lion, akin to the purple cloud lion possessed by Zhu Yuelian. Judging by its imposing presence, the purple cloud lion had reached the upper tier of second rank. The white-clad cultivator, too, exuded a powerful aura, clearly indicating that he was a consummate foundation establishment cultivator. As the spirit vessel came to a halt, a throng of cultivators disembarked in sequence. The white-clad cultivator inquired, "Where are the assailants from the ghost spirit sect?" Su Ningxue stepped forward to explain the situation. The white-clad cultivator was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Qin Changsheng, a newly established foundation cultivator who single-handedly vanquished 7 opponents of the same rank. "I did not expect to find such talent in Yunshui Gorge. Truly, the younger generations are formidable," he exclaimed, then commanded, "This spirit vessel cannot be repaired immediately. You should transfer the supplies to our vessel while leaving a few behind to effect repairs." He then approached Chen Changxing and introduced himself. "Chen Daoyu, I am Gu He from the Spirit Beast sect." Chen Changxing hastily returned the greeting. A cultivator of Gu He's caliber, a consummate foundation establishment practitioner, was a rarity throughout the entire Liang Kingdom, each one a potential candidate for core formation. Even accounting for those who were aging and without hope of core formation, no sect possessed more than 10 consummate foundation establishment cultivators. Given Gu He's age, the prospect of his future core formation was likely, and his status within the Spirit Beast sect was undoubtedly significant. With Gu He taking the initiative to befriend him, Qin Changsheng was keen to reciprocate. Their conversation primarily revolved around the matters at the front lines. Currently, over 15 Golden Core true cultivators were gathered at the forefront, with 8 hailing from the Liang Kingdom and 10 from the Ghost Spirit sect and the Incorp sect. Nonetheless, the Liang Kingdom's cultivation community was also teeming with talent, resulting in a roughly equal combat strength at the Golden Core level. With the support of the other 4 sects, the Thousand Mechanisms sect situation was no longer as dire as when they were initially besieged at their mountain gate. The two sides broadly established a front line along the Liang Kingdom's border, standing in opposition to one another. The countries of the Ghost Spirit sect and the Incorp sect were known as the Song Kingdom. The boundary between the Song and Liang Kingdoms was defined by a valley, a mountain, and a river. To the west lay the Xiantian Valley, a gorge plunging thousands of fathoms deep. In the center stood the Yin Mountain Range, while to the east flowed the Lusha River, spanning a width of 100 miles. The Liang and Song kingdoms clashed along this demarcation. Yunshui Gorge was primarily tasked with defensive operations near the Lusha River, and upon arrival, Chen Changxing might be assigned to a specific area for garrison duty. Jiu He then elaborated on the system of military merit. Smiling, he remarked, "For a cultivator of the demon sect, 5,000 merit points are required for the early stage of foundation establishment, 10,000 for the mid-stage, and 30,000 for the late stage. Chun Daoyu, although you have yet to step onto the battlefield, you have already amassed 75,000 merit points, securing substantial resources for Yunshui Gorge." Chen Changxing chuckled. The merit points were akin to the contribution points of the sect, with each merit point equivalent to a spirit stone. However, this merit point system was jointly established by the 5 sects, allowing for treasures to be exchanged with merit points, the costs of which were shared among the 5 sects. In other words, if a sect's cultivators accrued a significant amount of merit points, that sect effectively profited indirectly. Chen Changxing's performance in battle had indeed brought substantial gains to Yunshui Gorge. The spirit vessel had traveled for approximately half a day when, at last, Chen Changxing beheld a grand city. The towering city walls reached hundreds of feet high, stretching out of sight. Within, countless cultivators gathered, the air thick with the scent of blood and an atmosphere of hostility. Chen Changxing took a deep breath. The front lines had arrived. Chapter 72. Progress in cultivation. This city was known as Beihuang City, a defensive stronghold constructed by the Thousand Mechanisms sect at the northernmost edge of the Liang Kingdom. Following the Song Kingdom's invasion, the 4 sects came to aid, leading to the expansion of Beihuang City. Presently, this city housed tens of thousands of cultivators and over 1 million mortal laborers. The mortal laborers were engaged in basic logistical work while also serving as a means of protection for the multitude of commoners. Life within the Thousand Mechanisms sect had become exceedingly harsh, and those who ventured beyond the city faced considerable difficulties. Several Golden Core true cultivators had long been stationed in Beihuang City. After bidding farewell to Gu He, Chen Changxing followed the others from Yunshui Gorge to their designated encampment. As a Foundation Establishment Cultivator, he was assigned a residence with a low-grade second-tier concentration of spiritual energy. While the environment could not compare to that of the sect, it adequately met his basic cultivation needs. Su Ningxue advised, "Junior Brother Chen, you should rest here for a while. We will report the incident of the attack to Master Xianhui. What you will do next will depend on his arrangements." Chen Changxing nodded, understood. After parting ways with the others, Chen Chongqing had little of urgency to attend to, so he retrieved the storage bags of the 7 members of the Ghost Spirit sect and began to tally his gains. The 7 Foundation establishment cultivators had amassed over 30,000 spirit stones, with Yin Hao alone contributing half of that total. Various elixirs were scattered throughout, among which several vials of cultivation auxiliary pills stood out. He discovered 11 vials of Huangyin pills, 8 vials of Huanglong pills, and 2 vials of Huangling pills, 10 pills per vial, corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of Foundation establishment, respectively. Chen Chongqing, having received a 4th-tier alchemy inheritance, often refined pills during his qi refinement period. After inspecting the pills and confirming their integrity, he poured out a Huangyin pill, swallowed it, and activated his pill refinement ability. 2 hours later, Chen Chongqing slowly opened his eyes. He had gauged the potency of the Huangyin pill. With the assistance of his pill refinement ability, 1 Huangyin pill could sustain its effects for a day, allowing him to refine a drop of magical power. Calculating, approximately 2,000 or more Huangyin pills would enable him to break through to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment within 7 years. Without the aid of pills, this time frame would extend 5-fold. In the mid to late stages of Foundation establishment, each breakthrough would result in a 3-fold increase in the magical power within the Dantian. The specific increase in magical power varied from person to person. For instance, Chen Chongqing, upon establishing his foundation, possessed over 1,000 drops of magical power and would need to cultivate an additional 2,000 drops to advance to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Based on the rate of 1 drop of magical power per day, this would require approximately 7 years. If aided by Huanglong pills, and assuming his cultivation speed remained akin to that of the early Foundation establishment stage, he would require over 6,000 drops of magical power to transition from mid to late Foundation establishment, extending the duration to 21 years. As for the transition from late Foundation establishment to perfection, the specific threshold remained variable, for the time being. Setting aside the particulars of his cultivation timeline, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing the drawbacks of his exceptionally deep foundation. An ordinary person in the early stage of Foundation establishment would have only 100 drops of magical power, needing merely 200 drops to break through to the mid-stage. Typically, a dual spiritual root cultivator could sustain the effects of a Huangyin pill for 3 days, yet even under continuous use of the pill, it would take nearly 10 days to condense a single drop of magical power. Those with fewer than dual spiritual roots were even less fortunate. Upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage, Chen Chongqing's pill refinement ability exhibited marked improvement, allowing his cultivation speed to reach 10 times that of an ordinary dual spiritual root cultivator, 5 times that of a heavenly spiritual root cultivator. Nonetheless, regrettably, Chen Chongqing's foundation was also 10-fold that of an ordinary cultivator. This disparity necessitated the consumption of vast resources and time for him to achieve breakthroughs. Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing bore no resentment. Although his cultivation resources were considerable, his formidable combat strength compensated for this. After all, who among ordinary early Foundation cultivators could effortlessly defeat 7 cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect, including those in the late Foundation establishment stage? In summary, while the cultivation process proved somewhat arduous, Chen Chongqing approached it with a smile. A single Huangyin pill was valued at approximately 50 spirit stones, making a vial of Huangyin pills worth 500 spirit stones. In total, he would require 252 vials of Huangyin pills, amounting to a staggering 126,000 spirit stones. He contemplated the costs of Huanglong pills at 4 times that of Huangyun pills in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Chen Chongqing couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Fortunately, I possessed the ability to concoct elixirs. If I were to rely solely on my own creations, factoring in the waste, I would need merely 30% of the usual cost. While crafting elixirs myself may consume considerable time, it is indeed less expensive. Conversely, purchasing elixirs directly incurs greater expenses but offers convenience. The precise balance of these choices hinges on how financially strained Chen Chongqing feels. Should he possess an abundance of spiritual stones, it would be prudent to invest them entirely in acquiring elixirs to expedite his cultivation. At present, Chen Chongqing is 22 years old and enjoys a lifespan of 300 years during the Foundation establishment period. The golden window for forming a core is within the first 150 years of life. Beyond that age, one's vitality and magical power begin to wane, making core formation increasingly difficult. According to Chen Chongqing's calculations, under optimal circumstances, free from bottlenecks and with ample resources. He could reach the late foundation establishment stage in 30 years. As for achieving a complete foundation establishment, it is merely a concept of ultimate refinement, essentially an enhancement of the late stage, and no matter how one measures it, it would not exceed the transition from mid to late stage. In 50 years, Chen Chongqing would meet the conditions for core formation. Thankfully, with the divine ability to consume elixirs, otherwise, given my circumstances and plentiful resources, it would still take 500 years to attain complete foundation establishment. In summary, Chen Chongqing's cultivation speed cannot be deemed swift. It merely aligns with that of an average cultivator. If one were to compare him to single spiritual root cultivators like Zhu Yulian and Yi Tianlang, whose magical power condenses to less than 240 drops during foundation establishment, their cultivation speed would surpass his. Nevertheless, it is best to proceed and observe. In relation to the conflict with the demonic sect, it does not seem to pose a significant disadvantage for me. Although possessing over 120,000 spiritual stones may seem substantial, Chen Chongqing has already slain 7 disciples of the Ghost Spirit sect, accumulating nearly 100,000 spiritual stones from their rewards. Should he eliminate another late foundation establishment cultivator, he would have sufficient resources to procure Huangyan Dan.as for the transition from mid to late foundation establishment. It merely necessitates 48 late foundation establishment cultivators. As Chen Chongqing pondered, he fell into silence. It is no wonder that, theoretically, all dual spiritual root cultivators with adequate resources could achieve complete foundation establishment within 50 years. Yet, in reality, many remain stuck in the early to mid-foundation establishment stages. It turns out their resources are not sufficient. Chen Chongqing ceased his thoughts, closed his eyes, and continued to refine the elixir's potency. Matters concerning resources could be addressed later. The following afternoon, Chen Chongqing finally received the talisman from Master Xianhui. With little to prepare, he made his way directly to Master Xuanhui's cave dwelling. Upon entering, he observed Master Xianhui seated on a platform, flanked by several foundation establishment cultivators who were attentively listening to his instructions. After a brief moment, the cultivators departed, allowing Master Xianhui to raise his gaze and regard Chen Chongqing. "Chongqing, come in," he beckoned. Chapter 73. Mobile cultivators. The courtyard was enveloped in silence. As Chen Chongqing stepped forward. He hadn't yet spoken when Master Xianhui began. "Chen Chongqing, this is not our first encounter. However, I am astonished that a mere novice cultivator from back then has grown to such heights in just a few years." Chen Chongqing respectfully bowed. "Master, your praise is unwarranted." Master Xianhui smiled gently. "There is no need for formality. You possess the potential of a golden core cultivator. There is no need to address me as master like others do. You may simply call me Uncle Master, Master, Uncle Master. The distinctions and titles among golden core cultivators within the sect signify vastly different statuses." Chen Chongqing hesitated momentarily before responding, "Yes, Uncle Master. I have heard that you dispatched 7 foundation establishment cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect on your way here, including one in the late stage." "Indeed." Master Xianhui scrutinized Chen Chongqing closely. "It seems you possess considerable fortune." Chen Chongqing's heart tightened at this remark. As a golden core cultivator, Master Xianhui surely would not covet the fortunes of his own sect's junior disciples. Master Xianhui chuckled. "There is no need to be anxious. It is understandable for sect disciples to have their fortunes. To slay a late foundation establishment cultivator right after your own foundation establishment is undoubtedly challenging. Yet I was able to achieve it back in my day. You all possess your own fateful paths, which is splendid. Yunshui Gorge requires disciples like you." Chen Chongqing silently exhaled. The openness of the sect was reassuring. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter," Master Xianhui stated seriously, handing Chen Chongqing a token. "This is a merit token, which records your achievements in battle. Should you wish to exchange for resources in the future, present this token. As for exchanging merits, simply bring the corpses of the demonic cultivators you have slain to the merit office for redemption." Chen Chongqing accepted it with enthusiasm. "Understood." Master Xianhui continued, "Since you have arrived at the front lines, it is only fitting that I arrange a position for you. Originally, as a disciple of Dan Xiaopik who has obtained the inheritance of alchemy, you should be assigned to alchemical pursuits. However, considering you are evidently a swordsman with exceptional combat capabilities, I ask you, would you prefer to work alongside your master Peng Ming in the rear as an alchemist, or would you rather join the front lines and slay enemies? Alchemy and combat present a dilemma. One offers safety while the other promises immense rewards. Chun Chongqing hesitated before inquiring, Uncle Master, as I possess a unique spiritual constitution, my foundation during foundation establishment is rather profound. Consequently, my rate of refining elixirs is also swift. If I wish to break through early, I will require considerable resources. May I ask, what are the benefits of alchemy? Master Xianhui pondered briefly before replying, here on the front lines, everything revolves around warfare. It is not a place for alchemists to amass spiritual stones. Alchemists are exempt from battle, which is in itself a hidden privilege. Though he did not state it outright, the implication was clear. Chun Chongqing responded, Uncle Master, I wish to fight on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Master Xianhui smiled with satisfaction. A disciple of your caliber, with such extraordinary combat prowess, should indeed pursue this path. As a swordsman, your speed in flight far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. It would be a disservice to confine you to one location. Thus, I grant you the status of a mobile cultivator. You will primarily remain in Beihuang City and its surrounding defenses, ready to provide support should demonic cultivators invade. As for your monthly salary, I can offer you 1,000 merits per month while stationed in Beihuang City. How does that sound? 1,000 merits per month? Chun Chongqing had heard from Gu He about the earnings of various sect cultivators at the front lines. Besides the merits gained from slaying demonic cultivators, sect disciples could also undertake tasks across different defensive lines to accumulate basic merits. This merit allocation was predetermined before the battle, with each sect allotted a certain amount to distribute. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators stationed on the front lines typically earned only 300 merits per month. Thus, Master Xuanhui's offer of 1,000 merits was equivalent to that of a late-stage or complete foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Chongqing exclaimed gratefully, Thank you, Uncle Master. With Huang Yundan costing 50 merits each, 1,000 merits would suffice for 20 days' worth of sustenance. This was under the premise that Chun Chongqing possessed the divine ability to consume elixirs. For an average cultivator, 20 Huang Yundan would last a mere 2 months. This clearly demonstrated that Master Xianhui was exceptionally considerate of him. Go now, and cultivate diligently, Master Xianhui encouraged. Additionally, he paused, continuing his admonition. Do not speak of this matter lightly. Your safety is paramount. If the situation becomes dire, remember that the first line of defense is the Qianji sect. With the protective formation of the Qianji sect, the demonic sect cannot breach the territory of Yunshui Gorge, not risk your life for the Qianji sect. Yes, Chun Chongqing felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that the Master Xianhui before him was not a rigid individual. After departing from Master Xianhui, Chun Chongqing did not return to his residence, but instead headed straight to the merit office. He presented the corpses of Yin Hao and his 6 companions, redeeming them for 75,000 merits. Subsequently, he approached the resource exchange area and obtained a list of items for exchange. The list was divided into 2 sections, one for qi refining stage items, which were numerous, with the most valuable being the Foundation Establishment Pill, priced at 10,000 merits. 10,000 merits is indeed a considerable sum. A Foundation Establishment cultivator only requires 5,000 merits. Yunshui Gorge has over 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators in total, with approximately 70 or 80 present at the front lines. Combined, the 5 sects would have less than 500 cultivators. The demonic sect possessed a similar number, with 3,000 to 4,000 demonic cultivators, yet only 400 to 500 at the Foundation Establishment stage. The 7 Foundation Establishment cultivators Chun Chongqing casually dispatched may have accounted for several ancestral figures from the Ghost Spirit sect. In contrast, Qi refining cultivators only require 100 spiritual stones. To acquire a Foundation Establishment Pill, one would need to slay over 100 Qi refining cultivators at the late stage. The second section of the exchange list catered to Foundation Establishment cultivators, featuring fewer items but of superior quality. Chun Chongqing first redeemed 200 Huang Yundan, totaling 20 vials, expending 10,000 merits. He then exchanged for 6 second-tier magic swords, all crafted by the Qianji sect, each valued at 4,000 merits, costing him another 24,000 merits. Finally, he exchanged for a portion of Taiyin essence, another item of Foundation Establishment significance, priced at 4,000 merits, which could enhance the chances of Foundation establishment by 10%. However, Chun Chongqing did not intend to use it for anyone else's Foundation establishment. Rather, he reserved it for the Moonlight Sword. The Moonlight Sword had been nurturing within Chun Chongqing's body for some time, slowly recovering its essence, yet the process was painstakingly slow and required supplementary materials of the Moonlight attribute. Although the Moonlight Sword had yet to find an opportunity to manifest, it must remain intact. Should he encounter a golden core cultivator, the moonlight sword would be his sole reliance. Upon returning to his residence, there was no immediate sign of conflict. Chen Chongqing began to refine the 6 metal swords. According to the Tai Xianling Su sword canon, there exists a secret technique for sword formations. 7 second-tier flying swords would be sufficient to form a small Big Dipper sword formation. In the future, should resources permit, he could amass 49 flying swords to assemble a grand Big Dipper sword formation. Without delving into distant aspirations, once the small Big Dipper sword formation is established, with the ability to reduce the consumption of sword control, Chen Chongqing was confident he could ensnare a complete foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the days swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. In the northern expanse of Beihuang City, dark clouds loomed ominously. As Chen Chongqing opened his eyes, 7 levitated around him, their tips pointing downward, radiating a profound spiritual light. The demonic cultivators had finally arrived. Chen Chongqing declared, just in time. It is the perfect opportunity to test my newly perfected Beidou sword array. Chapter 74. Silver Corpse. The thunderous echoes of battle reverberated, shaking the very spirits of the malevolent. Chen Chongqing made no effort to conceal his presence as he soared towards the banks of the Lusha River. In this realm, water turned into land. The Lusha River spanned 100 miles, dotted with countless islands of varying sizes. The cultivators of Yunshuijian had established a large-scale second-tier formation upon these islands, defending their position against the encroaching threat. The heart of their formation lay upon the 6 largest sandbars within the river, which were also the focal points of the demonic onslaught. High above, several figures engaged in a fierce struggle. With every gesture, they summoned fierce winds and an aura of dread that chilled the bones. This was the battleground of the Golden Core True Person. Below them, a chaotic melee unfolded among the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment cultivators, numbering in the thousands at a cursory glance. On the 5th sandbar stood 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Among them was an elder with advanced skills in the late Foundation Establishment stage, alongside a resplendently attired female cultivator in the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. The remaining 2 were newly established in their foundation. Utilizing the formation, they engaged in a magical duel with 5 cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect, exchanging spells in a relentless back and forth. Occasionally, they seized an opportunity to unleash second-tier spells towards the Qi Refinement disciples nearby, successfully dispatching several if their attacks went unblocked by the opposing Foundation Establishment cultivators. Mo Yang was one of the 2 early Foundation Establishment cultivators from Yunshuijian. Bearing the hopes of 3 generations of his family, he had fortuitously established his foundation, believing he could revitalize his clan, only to be thrust into the fray of the demonic incursion, compelled to defend the front lines. Yet, with a feather fan in hand, he waved forward, unleashing a fireball that collided with the spell of a Ghost Spirit sect cultivator, resulting in a neutralization of forces. This war is indeed tedious, he remarked to the elegant female cultivator beside him. Qingxia Fairy, how about we share a drink after our shift concludes? Qingxia Fairy glanced at him from the corner of her eye, her hands deftly weaving spells as she replied, Mo Yang, focus more on protecting the Qi Refinement disciples or inflicting casualties upon the demonic cultivators. It would be beneficial, not dwell on such trivial matters. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Mo Yang rolled his eyes and ceased to pursue his own amusement. However, his own movements remained rather nonchalant, always retaining a reserve of energy. The conflict between the Song and Liang nations had raged for 3 years. The intensity of the war had significantly diminished. In its early stages, many Foundation Establishment cultivators had perished, but after the establishment of the formation, the ferocity of the battle had considerably abated, as long as they remained within the formation and did not fall into encirclement. The Foundation Establishment cultivators faced little threat to their lives. Unlike the nearby Yinshan mountain range, where the main forces of the demonic sect were entrenched, the terrain was convoluted, leading to ambushes for disciples of the Qinji sect and Spirit Beast sect. Occasionally, news of fallen Foundation Establishment cultivators would reach them. Mo Yang was well acquainted with the demonic cultivator opposite him. They were both idlers. In every great battle, they would face off, symbolically exchanging blows, occasionally seizing the opportunity to eliminate lower-tier cultivators, yet neither had ever unleashed their full wrath upon the other. Mo Yang was quite content with this arrangement, merely accumulating merit for himself. He thought that once the war concluded, With a few more years of experience, he might advance to the mid-foundation establishment stage. At that moment, he cast a sidelong glance at Qingxia Fairy, secretly contemplating her ethereal grace and the prestigious background of Yan Shuijian. If he could forge a partnership with Qingxia Fairy, life would indeed be fulfilled. Just as Mo Yang entertained such thoughts of idling indefinitely, suddenly, the demonic cultivator across from him, who had been idly biding his time, hurled an enigmatic humanoid object from his storage pouch. What is that? Mo Yang had no time to react as the object whizzed past him, disregarding the formation's barriers, and approached his side. Attempting to flee, he found himself ensnared by the dark mist emitted by the demonic cultivator. Friend, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted in alarm. The demonic cultivator chuckled darkly. I intend to kill you. In an instant, the humanoid object reached Mo Yang's back, seizing his arm. Only then did Mo Yang realize what he faced. A silver corpse, towering nearly 10 feet tall, with a maw full of jagged teeth. It was the silver corpse of the Yin Corpse sect. The combat prowess of a silver corpse rivaled that of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, and a chill ran down Mo Yang's spine. Friend, have we not merely been passing the days? Who is your friend? The demonic cultivator sneered. The righteous and the wicked cannot coexist. I am merely toying with you. Did you truly believe otherwise? Before he could finish speaking, the silver corpse exerted force, tearing Mo Yang's arm from its socket. Witnessing this, Qingxia Fairy could not remain idle. She waved her hand, sending forth 2 silken threads that ensnared the silver corpse's arms. Run! Mo Yang gritted his teeth, desperate to escape. Yet, the silver corpse pulled with such strength that Qingxia could not maintain control over the silks. As she felt herself being drawn closer to the silver corpse, she gritted her teeth, and with a rip, the silks were severed. Qingxia's face reflected her distress as she retreated, unwilling to advance. The late Foundation establishment cultivator from Yan Shuijian arrived, summoning a copper ring that expanded and sought to bind the silver corpse. The silver corpse, however, would not yield easily. It bolted like a wild beast. Evading capture, several Foundation establishment cultivators joined forces, but for the moment, they could not subdue it. Outside the formation, 5 cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect assaulted the barriers. The array upon the sandbar trembled precariously, yet it held firm. One exclaimed, "What is the silver corpse doing? Why is it not attacking the formation's heart? What purpose does circling around those cultivators serve?" Another sighed, "They are, after all, creations of the Yin Corpse sect. They lack intelligence." The one who had unleashed the silver corpse retrieved 2 more talismans, stating, "There are 2 second-tier talismans captured from the Qianji sect. We can send 2 people inside. Brother Zhou, Brother Ji, your cultivation is profound. Do you wish to enter the formation to strike down the enemy?" One was in the late Foundation establishment stage, the other in the mid-stage. They exchanged glances and agreed. Very well. With that, the 2 were sent onto the sandbar. "The talismans of the Qianji sect are truly effective," remarked the cultivators outside as they conversed, then turned their gazes towards the distance. There, a streak of rainbow light accompanied by thunderous sounds approached. "Delay them. Wait until our brothers inside can break the formation. Kill." Within the formation, the cultivators of Yan Shuijian felt a wave of dread wash over them. "Not good. Protect the formation's heart." Roar. Several cultivators immediately surged towards the heart of the formation. But at that moment, the silver corpse began its rampage. With a furious roar, it lunged towards Mo Yang, heedless of the spells that struck it, and ultimately pounced upon him, sinking its teeth into him. "Help me!" Ah! The silver corpse, like a beast, ended Mo Yang's life, then turned its gaze towards Qingxia. The 3 of them had retreated to the formation's heart, bracing themselves against the 2 approaching demonic cultivators. The silver corpse, undeterred, charged towards Qingxia. The 2 demonic cultivators followed closely, their hands poised to unleash spells. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared, interposing itself before the silver corpse. Who is this cultivator? From outside. Surely those useless fools won't be able to hold them off? The formation is on the verge of the slashed forward, leaving behind merely a bloodstain of less than an inch. Is this truly the utmost limit of this power? Observing this scene, Chen Chongqing formed a rough estimate of his own lethality in the realm of swordsmanship. At present, he was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, yet the destructive force he wielded was slightly superior to that of a late-stage Foundation-building sword cultivator. And with the enhancement from the sword formation, it barely approached that of a perfected foundation-building sword cultivator. To amplify his power further, he would have to wait for his cultivation to advance. Upon reaching the mid-foundation stage, he would naturally possess the lethality of a perfected level. However, at this moment, Chen Changxing gazed towards the small Big Dipper sword formation, where the silver corpse was valiantly defending the two senior brothers, shielding them from the onslaught of sword light. Its body was already a bloody mess, with many areas revealing white bone beneath the shredded flesh, while a sword strike against the silver corpse caused some scraping. I possess 7 swords. I can strike swiftly. Standing not far away, Chen Changxing remained vigilant against any potential counterattacks from the enemy, intending to ensnare them within the small Big Dipper sword formation. Compared to when he had just broken through to foundation establishment, he no longer needed to employ the 2 great divine abilities. He already possessed sufficient strength to contend with multiple perfected foundation cultivators. This was the allure of spending money on magical artifacts, as for the 2 senior brothers, Ji and Zhou. Along with the mindless silver corpse, they immediately sought a way to break free upon being trapped. However, the sword formation's attack was all-encompassing. Whether they could successfully escape was uncertain, but the silver corpse's defenses would inevitably reveal weaknesses. Unlike the silver corpse, which was tough and resilient, a few strikes would suffice to bring them to their demise. Furthermore, within the sword formation, there was little room for evasion or maneuvering. Thus, Zhou came up with a rather poor idea. He said, "Gee brother, look at this sword cultivator wielding 7 swords. He appears quite imposing. However, the consumption of his magical power must be tremendous. With 7 swords, plus the energy expended in controlling multiple, his consumption is at least 10-fold that of the ordinary and less than half a cup of tea. His magical power will surely be depleted. The silver corpse should still retain some combat capability against that group of frail opponents. We will certainly prevail." Upon hearing this, Ji carefully contemplated and found the strategy quite feasible. The sword cultivator before them could not possibly endure for long. Thus, the 2 adopted a defensive tactic, hiding beneath the silver corpse, waiting for Chen Changxing's magical power to exhaust. Half a cup of tea passed. "Gee brother, his magical power must be running out. After a cup of tea, he would surely be holding on by a thread. After 2 cups, he, roar, roar." Zhou's words had yet to leave his lips when the silver corpse let out a mournful wail. Its body nearly cleaved in 2. Subsequently, the silver corpse collapsed weakly. Without the silver corpse's protection, the sword light surged towards the 2, who hurriedly employed various spells and magical artifacts to defend themselves. With a flurry of clashes, the 7 launched one after another, rendering them nearly incapable of resistance. In mere moments, they were stripped of all defensive capabilities. Then, 2 swords pierced through their dantians. Once the dantian was breached, regardless of how profound their previous magical power had been, they became mere lambs awaiting slaughter. As they fell, Chen Changxing finally ceased the sword formation, the 7 radiating spiritual light, hovering beside the 2. Chen Changxing approached, producing a recording pearl, and addressed the 2. "Answer my questions truthfully, and I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall extract your souls and refine your spirits." Ji's face was filled with despair as he replied, "I can answer some of your questions, but before I die, I wish to understand clearly. Why are you able to maintain this sword formation for so long? Your magical power is truly formidable." Chen Changxing smiled lightly. "There is nothing remarkable about it. It is merely substantial magical power." He then stated earnestly, "Now, may I expect you to answer my questions? Please, go ahead. How did you enter the formation?" As he spoke, 2 flew out, poised at their throats. "You shall answer together. Should your answers differ, I shall find someone to search your souls." The 2 responded in unison. "It was the—" "What is that?" Ji explained. "The is a newly created second-tier talisman by a disciple of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, capable of directly penetrating the formation's defenses, allowing entry. As for how we obtained it, we are unaware." Chen Changxing continued to inquire. "Who among the 5 sects are your spies? Speak quickly. We do not know. Had we known such secrets, we would not have come to the front lines to fight for our lives." Their words bore some truth. Nonetheless, Chen Changxing turned to Zhou, who had been relatively silent, and asked, "Is he speaking truthfully?" Zhou hurriedly nodded. "What he says is the truth." "Really? Indeed." Chen Changxing paused momentarily, I find it hard to trust you. Thus, since he has spoken the most, I shall grant him a swift END.AS for you. Since you support his claims for insurance, I shall take your soul and return to the sect to search your soul. Is that acceptable? Searching souls and extracting spirits are essentially indistinguishable. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately pleaded for mercy. No, Great One, please don't. Chen Chongqing said, if you correct his errors, he will be the one to face the consequences. Chapter 76. Forced battle. Zhou was momentarily stunned by Chen Chongqing's intimidation, but eventually relented. That was not given to us by the Thousand Mechanisms sect. Rather, we obtained it after killing a disciple of theirs. Chen Chongqing turned to Ji. What do you say, fellow Taoist? Ji's face turned pale as he shot Zhou a fierce glare. This fool is unworthy of scheming. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chongqing seized his head, and with a surge of magical power, Ji's soul was effortlessly extracted. The soul of a foundation cultivator was considered powerful. With its features quite distinct in the demonic sect, this would serve as excellent cultivation material, worth at least several thousand spirit stones. Chen Chongqing produced a jade box to store Ji's soul and continued addressing Zhou. Since you have been relatively honest, I shall grant you a swift end. With a single strike of his soul was obliterated. Only then did Chen Chongqing turn to the three cultivators beside him. Are you all well? The elder in the late foundation stage replied, Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. We are unharmed. The fairy Qingxiao lamented, It is a pity for Taoist Imo Yang. Upon hearing this familiar name, Chen Chongqing recalled encountering this foundation cultivator a few years prior at an auction in the Mongshan market, alongside Zhu Yulian.at that time. The latter had just established his foundation, brimming with vitality. Chen Chongqing and Zhu Yulian were but two insignificant chi-refining cultivators, ultimately relying on the reputation of Yunshui stream to intimidate Imo Yang. Years later, hearing Imo Yang's name again was only in the context of his demise. Chen Chongqing chuckled lightly, feeling no particular sentiment. Life and death were the natural order of things. The deceased were not those close to him. Unless it were Zhu Yulian, Yinan, Yi Tianlang, or others with whom he shared a closer bond, even hearing of the deaths of Zhang Zhihong, Wang Zhong, or Huang Yunfei would not evoke deep sorrow in him. Continue to guard here. I shall go out and slay other demonic sect cultivators. Very well. Having said this, Chen Chongqing slipped beyond the formation. The chi-refining demonic cultivators that had previously surrounded this sandbar had fled to an unknown location while Chen Chongqing dealt with the three foundation demonic cultivators outside. Preoccupied with confronting the demonic cultivators within the formation, he had not paid them much attention. However, no matter how far these chi-refining demonic cultivators ran, they could not escape far. Surrounding several other sandbars were countless chi-refining demonic cultivators. Their spiritual light dim, permeated with a stench of blood. Chen Chongqing killed indiscriminately. Surely, among the demonic cultivators, there could be no innocence. Killing chi-refining demonic cultivators did not necessitate the use of second tier, which Chen Chongqing deemed a waste. Thus, he waved his hand, releasing several first tier from his storage bag, numbering 6 or 7 in total, all previously refined. Under Chen Chongqing's control, each sword possessed the lethality of a foundation cultivator, with minimal magical power consumed, almost matching his own self-replenishing magical power. Such a method might fall short against foundation demonic cultivators, but it was perfectly suited for dealing with these chi-refining minions. The second tier circled around him, while the first tier scattered outward. Wherever Chen Chongqing passed, within 100 feet, chi-refining demonic cultivators fell one after another in no time. He had slain dozens of chi-refining demonic cultivators. Demons possessed their means of communication. Soon, they all learned of a killing god at the Yunshui stream, brandishing a multitude of, choosing not to intercept the foundation demonic cultivators, but rather targeting their low-tier counterparts. What is this? Has he become addicted to slaughter? He simply bullies the weak with his strength. He is indeed a disgrace to the righteous path. Does he not fear exhausting his magical power and being slain by my ghostly sect's foundation elder? As the demonic cultivators fled, they cursed him. They could not comprehend it on the battlefield. Although foundation and chi-refining cultivators mingled, it was rare for a foundation cultivator to specifically hunt down chi-refining cultivators. Usually, they merely killed a few at their convenience. After all, both sides possess foundation-building cultivators. If one were to waste too much mana on the chi-refining cultivators, they might be struck down by the other foundation builders. That would be a tremendous loss, oh be frank. Slaughtering a couple of hundred chi refining cultivators is far less valuable than taking down a single foundation-building cultivator. Chen Chongqing's massacre of the chi refining demon cultivators finally caught the attention of the other foundation-building demon practitioners. A mid-stage foundation-building demon cultivator observed from a distance and thought, "Ah, a mere early-stage foundation cultivator. He is outside the formation, with no one around him, and is wasting mana to slay a multitude of chi refining demon cultivators. In a word, he is practically delivering himself." With this thought, the mid-stage foundation cultivator felt a surge of excitement and instantly devised a plan for how to deal with Chen Chongqing's soul and body. A righteous foundation cultivator is a great boon for demon cultivators. Fearing that others might snatch away their prey, the mid-stage foundation cultivator did not hesitate and immediately charged towards Chen Chongqing. Emanating waves of dark smoke and wielding a massive beheading sword, intent on slaying him within 10 breaths. Chen Chongqing was momentarily stunned to see a demon cultivator approaching him. He quickly directed 2 of his second-tier magic swords to slice towards the demon cultivator. The first beam of sword light collided directly with the demon's great sword, shattering it in an instant. The demon cultivator felt an immense force surge towards him, and before he could react, his sword was sent flying from his grip. Just as he was about to recover, the second beam of sword light struck, severing his head in an instant. Within a mere breath, the demon was dispatched by Chen Chongqing's sword. As Chen Chongqing passed by the demon's corpse, he casually stored it in his storage pouch as a token of merit for future use. Although the entire incident felt rather surreal, Chen Chongqing happily accepted this gift from the heavens. Not dwelling on the matter, he continued his slaughter of the chi refining demon cultivators within 100 feet of him. Chen Chongqing moved with incredible speed on his sword, resembling a mowing machine, leaving no demon cultivators in his wake. After witnessing the swift execution of the mid-stage foundation demon cultivator, the other demon cultivators realized that this seemingly naive sword practitioner was, in fact, a formidable opponent. Half a tea's time passed, and no other foundation demon cultivators dared to interfere, allowing Chen Chongqing to enjoy a moment of peace. Rather than seeking out foundation cultivators to kill, it was far more efficient to eliminate the chi refining demon cultivators here, forcing the foundation cultivators to confront him. After all, even the demon sect could not stand idly by while their chi refining cultivators were being slaughtered indiscriminately. Such losses would severely damage their morale and deplete their manpower. Indeed, it was not long before Chen Chongqing spotted 3 late-stage foundation practitioners flying towards him. Chen Chongqing steadied himself, gripping his sword and awaiting their arrival. Chapter 77. The collapse of the Ghost Spirit sect faced with 3 opponents. Chen Chongqing felt no fear. Naturally, the 3 adversaries were equally unafraid. 3 against 1, or 1 against 3, the advantage was theirs. Both sides thought simultaneously. Subsequently, a water serpent was the first to strike at Chen Chongqing. He sliced out with his sword, cleaving the serpent in half. The momentum carried forth, hurtling towards the 3 cultivators. The trio was momentarily stunned and quickly dodged, but after only a few steps, they were pursued by other magic swords that encircled them. Unleashing terrifying beams of sword light, they were forced to evade, and soon found themselves cornered together. Little Big Dipper sword formation. The sword formation was swiftly formed, intensifying the power of the sword light. The 3 cultivators barely managed to defend themselves but were soon left battered and bruised. What in the world is this? A foundation completion cultivator isn't even this strong, they thought. His combat prowess was undoubtedly on par with a solidly established foundation completion cultivator. Regret filled their hearts, but they had little recourse. 1 cultivator, seeing no hope of breaking the formation, gritted his teeth and painfully drew a talisman from his storage pouch. Junior brothers, fend for yourselves. I can't hold on any longer. I must take my leave first. With that, he activated the talisman with his mana. Brother Chow, the 2 shouted, but Brother Chow vanished without a trace in a flash of light. Outside the sword formation, Chen Chongqing observed this scene, a minor teleportation talisman, a life-saving talisman that can transport a cultivator 50 miles away. Each one is worth 50,000 spirit stones, a genuine rarity. However, it is indeed a life-saving item. The minor teleportation talisman involves spatial power, and apart from nascent soul cultivators who possess innate spatial abilities, ordinary golden core cultivators would struggle to thwart its effects. With 7 or 8 of these talismans, Even a golden core cultivator would have little recourse. Nevertheless, Chen Changxing shrugged it off. After all, he was merely dealing with a late-stage foundation cultivator. He could easily kill him later on. Using his first-tier magic sword, he casually dispatched a few cheer-refining demon cultivators who came to join the fray. At that moment, he heard a voice from afar, "Friend, hold on, we're coming to support you." Chen Changxing looked over to see two late-stage foundation cultivators from the Yunshui Gorge rushing to his aid. This was a rare sight, as the cultivators from Yunshui Gorge were generally weaker than those from the Ghost Spirit sect. However, after Chen Changxing's display of power and his entrapment of 3 late-stage foundation cultivators, the Yunshui Gorge was able to spare 2 to assist. However, by the time they reached Chen Changxing, they found him with his magic swords returned to him, hovering above 2 corpses. Chen Changxing clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brothers, for your assistance." One person fought 3 and killed 2. The arriving cultivators exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Observing Chen Changxing's early-stage foundation cultivation, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Chen Changxing smiled and said, "This is not the time for idle chatter. Brothers, let us swiftly return to slaying our enemies." Agreed. The two then separated from Chen Changxing. Given Chen Changxing's high efficiency in combat, they felt they would only waste their strength by following him. After slaying another couple of hundred chi-refining demon cultivators, the chi-refining demons had learned their lesson. Upon seeing others flee, they too followed suit. This caused Chen Changxing's efficiency in killing to swiftly decline. While fighting, he also utilized his divine ability to absorb pills to restore his mana. With just his own strength, Chen Changxing was causing the Ghost Spirit sect to suffer a complete rout. High above, Xianhui was single-handedly battling 2 golden core practitioners from the Ghost Spirit sect. In the midst of the skirmish, he glanced down at the battlefield and exclaimed with joy, "Old Ghost Mo, your chi-refining foundation cultivators are on the verge of annihilation." Haha. The golden core cultivators had long taken note of Chen Changxing's relentless slaughter. He had personally dispatched 400 to 500 chi-refining demon cultivators and 8 foundation demon cultivators, most of whom were mid to late stage. Chen Changxing had effectively decimated 1/5 of the Ghost Spirit sect strength along the banks of the Shifting Sands River. Now, only 3 foundation completion and 6 late-stage cultivators remained for the Ghost Spirit sect on that side. The kid is practically on par with a pseudo-Dan cultivator. The golden core practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect thought grimly. The foundation completion cultivator could attempt to form a golden core. But should the attempt fail, 3 outcomes were possible. 1. Instant death. 2. Significant foundational damage leading to regression. Or 3. A half-formed golden core, resulting in what is known as a pseudo-Dan. Pseudo-Dan cultivators have no further chance to attempt forming a core. But due to their semi-formed golden core, their mana quality far exceeds that of ordinary foundation cultivators. Though they still fell short of true golden core cultivators, they held a decisive advantage over foundation completion cultivators. Such pseudo-Dan cultivators were few and far between within the Ghost Spirit sect. The 2 golden core practitioners began to feel apprehensive. They were never a match for Xianhui and were merely being chased down. As they saw Chen Changxing flying towards their foundation cultivators, their desire to retreat grew stronger. However, Xianhui would not let them have their way. His onslaught intensified, and with a swift motion, it was as if he had summoned the winds of the heavens. The 2 golden core cultivators could only sustain injuries as they fled the battlefield. Retreat. Once the order was issued, the practitioners of the Ghost Spirit sect scattered in all directions. This marked the first time the Yunshui Gorge had taken the initiative on the battlefield, prompting them to dispatch cultivators to pursue. Chen Changxing followed closely behind, slaying 2 unfortunate early-stage foundation cultivators. Just as he sought to continue accumulating merit and exchanging resources, he spotted 2 ominous-looking golden core cultivators overhead. Radiating a terrifying presence, he prudently ceased his pursuits. However, Xianhui had already reached a position above Chen Changxing. After a brief standoff, the Ghost Spirit sect retreated entirely. Xianhui left Chen Changxing with the remark, "Well done. For the chi-refining demon cultivators you've slain, you will be credited with 50,000 merit points." With that, he departed. Chen Changxing had slain fewer than 500 chi-refining demon cultivators, which, even if counted as late-stage chi-refining, still amounted to less than 50,000. Thus, it was indeed an overestimation. Yet, no one raised any objections. The Ghost Spirit sect had suffered significant losses this time, with nearly a third of their cultivators wiped out, and they would not be launching any attacks for the time being.
Upon returning to Beihuang City, Chen Changxing first went to exchange his earned merit points. He had taken down 5 early-stage foundation cultivators, 2 mid-stage, and 3 late-stage, totaling 145,000 points. Adding to this the 50,000 points promised by Xianhui, along with the remaining 41,000, Chen Changxing now possessed a total of 236,000 merit points. Although this seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the 6,000 or so drops of mana required for mid-stage foundation cultivation, each drop costing 200 spirit stones, totaling 144 million. Chen Changxing had only managed to save up 1/12 of that amount. I still need to keep slaying enemies, he muttered to himself, before receiving a new talisman order. Xianhui summoned Chen Changxing, seemingly regarding matters related to assisting him in acquiring resources. It has just come to my attention that in Chapter 72, it was stated that to obtain the resources necessary for the mid-stage of foundation establishment, one must slay 96 late-stage foundation establishment practitioners. This was an error. The correct number should only be 48. The revision has been made in Chapter 78. Regarding the cause of war, the disciple Chen Changxing respectfully greeted his master. Uncle Master, come in, Xianhui replied. Chen Changxing stepped into the room, where Xianhui was standing before an incense burner, observing 3 sticks of spiritual incense that were burning. Upon noticing Chen Changxing's arrival, he turned around. Your foundation is quite robust. Isn't it? Xianhui gazed at Chen Changxing, bringing up a previously mentioned topic once more, though this time, there was an added concern in his eyes. How much cultivation resource do you require? Xianhui inquired suddenly. While a strong foundation aids in foundation establishment, it also corresponds to greater challenges during breakthroughs to the next minor realm. If resources are insufficient, you might miss the optimal time for forming the golden core. Therefore, how many resources do you still lack? Chen Changxing felt a stir in his heart and replied, my physique is unique, allowing me to absorb elixirs more efficiently and effectively. However, this also means I require more resources. After the recent battle, if I were to engage in another 7 or 8 skirmishes, I would nearly have sufficient resources for advancing to the late stage of foundation establishment. That's acceptable? Xianhui remarked, not overly surprised by Chen Changxing's words. Chen Changxing's elixir absorption was notably effective. 1 elixir yielded 1 drop of spiritual power for him, whereas other cultivators required 3 elixirs for the same amount. In essence, the quantity of elixirs Chen Changxing needed was approximately 4 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Xianhui himself had a foundation 3 times that of a typical cultivator, making his resource requirements equivalent to that of 3 ordinary practitioners. By this calculation, Chen Changxing was not significantly higher. Yet, Xianhui was quite satisfied. With such a foundation, as long as you do not rush your cultivation, a breakthrough to the golden core is nearly certain. If I remain stagnant before reaching the nascent soul stage, perhaps the next to form a nascent soul will be you. Xianhui openly displayed his regard for Chen Changxing and continued to advise. While relying on elixirs may expedite cultivation, remember that elixirs can be toxic. The impurities they contain are issues we cultivators must consider. An accumulation of such impurities can destabilize your foundation, ultimately hindering your progress. You are still young, with ample time ahead. Do not be in haste. The disciple understood. Chen Changxing nodded, not wanting to dampen Xianhui's enthusiasm. The issue of elixir toxicity and impurities was indeed a source of concern for most cultivators and posed a significant challenge for those with abundant resources striving for further breakthroughs. Fortunately, Chen Changxing had consumed divine substances rather than directly relying on elixirs, rendering such concerns irrelevant for him. After a lengthy discourse, Xianhui returned to the main topic. How much longer do you think this war will last? This question momentarily stumped Chen Changxing. He had not considered this aspect. If it were up to him, he would wish for the war to prolong, as it would be challenging to find such a comfortable avenue for acquiring resources again. Xianhui then rephrased his inquiry. What do you believe this war is for? Chen Changxing tentatively suggested. Is it for that secret realm? For a mere chi refinement level secret realm, countless cultivators risk their lives. And even golden core masters plunge into danger. Do you think that is worthwhile? Xianhui responded with a sardonic smile. Chen Changxing, observing Xuanhui's demeanor, sensed that there were deeper secrets regarding the war, yet he was too uninformed to grasp them and could only shake his head. The disciple is dim-witted. Please enlighten me, Uncle Master. Xianhui chuckled. There is a golden core master within the ghost spirit sect named Jiuyin. He is the only perfected golden core in both the Song and Liang kingdoms. And he is now over 400 years old. 50 years ago, He reached golden core perfection and has been preparing ever since. Even now, he is still uncertain about forming a nascent soul. Chen Chongqing inhaled sharply, an understanding dawning upon him. So, he instigated this war, hoping to use it as an opportunity to break through to the nascent soul. Precisely, Xianhui replied with a subtle smile before his expression turned cold. The mutual killings among cultivators breed malevolence. This malice can be vast or trivial. If the war continues incessantly, this malevolence will naturally persist. However, if the war halts for 30 to 50 years, such malevolence will dissipate entirely. That old demon, Jiuyin, has acquired some secret method to utilize this malevolence to form a nascent soul. Although it is an unorthodox path, it remains a viable method for soul formation. Chun Chongqing hesitated. Then, if I were to slay a significant number of ghost spirit sect cultivators, would that not be counterproductive? No need to worry. Xianhui gently shook his head. Killing 1,000 or 800 Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners does not compare to a single golden core. This war has lasted 3 years, resulting in nearly 10,000 Qi refinement and over 100 foundation establishment deaths. Yet the accumulated malevolence, he paused, a mocking tone creeping into his voice, is still less than 30% of what he needs to form a nascent soul. Even if you were to eradicate all foundation establishment practitioners, it would not suffice for him. Suddenly, Chun Chongqing looked at Xianhui. So, Uncle Master, if Jiuyin wishes to form a nascent soul, he must set his sights on the golden core masters among you? Xianhui smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, but Jiuyin himself dares not act personally, fearing injury that could thwart his nascent soul ambitions. However, the one forming the nascent soul is he, not other masters of the demonic sect. How could the golden core masters of the demonic sect fight us to the death? Qin Chongqing nodded thoughtfully. So, we are merely stalling. We are not in a hurry, nor are the golden core masters of the demonic sect. The one who should be anxious is the old demon Jiuyin. Exactly, Xianhui continued. Moreover, once we discovered Jiuyin's intention to use unorthodox methods for nascent soul formation, we dispatched someone to the central domain for aid. Calculating the days, they shall return shortly. Chun Chongqing felt perplexed. Why do we seek assistance from the central domain? Would it not suffice to ask for help from the nascent soul sects in our eastern domain? There are 9 nascent soul powers in the eastern domain. How shall I put this? They straddle the line between righteousness and unrighteousness and are not fond of meddling in others' affairs. Xianhui smiled bitterly. It is possible that behind the ghost spirit sect lurks a nascent soul backing them. However, the central domain is the stronghold of righteous paths, vastly superior in overall strength compared to our eastern domain. To put it favorably, the righteous sects in the central domain regard slaying demons and exterminating evil as their duty. The world has established rules against slaughtering mortals and large-scale blood sacrifices, which they have set forth. The actions of the ghost spirit sect have already violated these rules. Coming here to slay demons and exterminate evil is surely what they desire. Xuanhui's discourse provided Qian Chongqing with a wealth of information. Although there were tomes within the Yunshui Gorge, they contained scant information regarding regions beyond the Liang Kingdom, let alone outside the eastern domain. Now, with Xianhui elucidating matters of the central domain, Chun Chongqing's long-standing curiosity was unraveled. Why in this world could cultivators freely extract souls while mortals could still lead relatively normal lives? He had not anticipated that there existed a faction of cultivators dedicated to ensuring the stability of common people's lives. Listening to Chen Chongqing, Xianhui smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, perhaps in Chapter 79. Titled Sacrificial Offerings, Chen Chongqing hastily asked, Uncle Master, do you mean nothing of significance? Very well, let us return to the main topic. Xianhui seemed disinclined to further discuss matters of the righteous path with Chun Chongqing. The reason I shared so much with you was to ensure you are aware that in this war, you need not rush. Take your time. Prioritize your own safety. Once the righteous cultivators from the central domain arrive, the ghost spirit sect will naturally meet its demise. Understood. Moreover, you still require a considerable amount of resources, Xianhui added. Chun Chongqing's eyes widened. The crux of the matter was at hand. If Xianhui were to directly provide him with hundreds of thousands of war merits, it would be most fortuitous. However, such thoughts were mere daydreams. Xianhui continued, if you can severely weaken the ghost spirit sect cultivators on this side of the Lusha River, they will not act against you in the short term until they find a means to contend with you. However, The pressure on the front lines near the Luxia River and the Xiantian Valley is significant. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to go there and earn some war merits while alleviating their pressure. What do you think? Xin Hui placed great importance on Chen Chongqing's talent and was confident in his abilities. With no Golden Core Masters intervening, Chen Chongqing would face minimal danger. Thus, he granted Chen Chongqing the autonomy to choose. It was clear from Xuan Hui's earlier statements that this war would not conclude in the short term. There would be neither victory nor defeat, for the Ghost Spirit sect would not risk everything for Jiuyin alone. Yet, it would not drag on for too long. Within a few years, the nascent soul cultivators from the central domain would arrive, and the Ghost Spirit sect would meet its demise. Naturally, the Ghost Spirit sect and Jiuyin were not foolish and would make their preparations. However, the specifics remained uncertain. The Ghost Spirit sect cultivators on this side of the Luxia River were few. Even if Chen Chongqing were to eliminate them all, the war merits would still be insufficient. To cultivate at the fastest pace, Chen Chongqing needed to slay more enemies. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Chongqing responded, "The disciple is willing." "Very well, return and rest point 10 days hence. I shall take you to meet the Golden Core Masters of the Spirit Beast sect and the Qinji sect." Understood. Chen Chongqing departed from the cave dwelling and returned to his residence, yet his mind lingered on the recent dialogue with Xin Hui. With the heart of a single individual, he managed to sway tens of thousands of cultivators into battle, leading those who had toiled for decades, or even centuries, in their cultivation to meet their end on the battlefield in mere moments. Many families saw their sole foundational cultivators perish right there, causing their vast lineages to collapse in an instant. Moreover, despite the staggering loss of cultivators, not a single Golden Core practitioner had fallen. The lower-tier cultivators fought for the benefit of their higher-tier counterparts, only to find the latter unscathed while they themselves faced annihilation. Contemplating this, Chen Chongqing shook his head in resignation. Such is the nature of every world. Those in power seldom regard the lives of the lower echelons. Caring only for their own interests, he decided to cease pondering this profound yet futile issue and turned his thoughts towards how he might continue his cultivation. He needed to go to the Spirit Beast sect, or perhaps to the Thousand Mechanisms sect. He retrieved a shuttle from his storage pouch, a forbidden-breaking shuttle. This disposable magical artifact had been exchanged with Yun Zhonghe, a disciple of the Thousand Mechanisms sect. During his time at the Spirit Beast sect, originally intended for a secret realm, fate had other plans. From what he observed that day, that individual possessed substantial array mastery and had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If all goes well, a breakthrough to Foundation establishment should be within reach. Perhaps that array-breaking talisman was crafted by him. When Chen Chongqing first inquired about the talisman from a practitioner of the demon sect, the thought of the forbidden-breaking shuttle immediately sprang to mind. If it truly was him, he might be able to procure additional supplies. The Ghost Spirit sect, with its 9 peaks, was originally surrounded by a mighty river, a picturesque realm of third-tier spiritual land. The founder of the Ghost Spirit sect had taken a liking to this place and reopened the mountain gates to recruit disciples. First, they stained the river between the peaks with blood, transforming it into a blood river. Then, countless corpses were buried at the mountain's base, refined using demonic techniques, and ultimately, the spiritual veins were altered, infusing the 9 peaks with a chilling aura. Since its establishment, the Ghost Spirit sect has boasted a 1,000-year legacy, during which 2 prodigious disciples attained Golden Core perfection and attempted to form their infant. However, forming the infant differs from prior cultivation, requiring one to endure the first heavenly tribulation on the path of cultivation. Demonic practitioners are inherently restrained by heavenly lightning. Both Golden Core Masters fell beneath the tribulation's wrath. Jiuyin, the 3rd Golden Core perfection of the Ghost Spirit sect, has refrained from attempting a breakthrough for 50 years. Fearing the consequences in a bid to enhance his chances of success, he brazenly ignited a battlefield between 2 nations, resulting in the demise of countless cultivators. Yet, this instigator, Jiuyin, has not shown himself since the war began. None know his whereabouts. Inside a certain cave of the Ghost Spirit sect, an empty stone chamber housed a simple spiritual platform. Before the platform lay a pitch-black coffin, its wooden exterior unremarkable, akin to something hastily crafted by a village carpenter. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that this coffin was made from 3rd-tier spirit wood, its worth reaching hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Suddenly, A loud bang echoed as the coffin lid was flung open, and a chorus of wails filled the stone chamber as a wisp of black smoke drifted from within. Then, a withered hand grasped the coffin's edge. "Another failure," rasped a voice, grating like iron scraping against stone. A series of coughs followed, and a frail figure with unkempt hair sat up. He glanced to the side as a small ghost floated towards him, presenting a jade talisman. "Oh? What business does Master Mo have with me?" He picked up the jade talisman and examined its contents with his spiritual sense. After a moment, he placed it aside. A potential fake Dan disciple from Yun Shui stream? Quite a commendable offering. If I can capture him, perhaps I might truly have a chance at forming a Dan again. Speaking softly, he casually donned a loose robe and exited the stone chamber, arriving at a prison holding several female cultivators, the strongest of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were late-stage chi refiners. "The quality of the blood food sent this time is quite satisfactory," he remarked with a smile. Ignoring the struggles of the female cultivators, he approached, opening his mouth to drain their blood. As he consumed their essence, his skin gradually regained its luster, transforming from withered to smooth and radiant, resembling a graceful young master. Leaving behind a floor of lifeless corpses, he strode out of the cave. Time to procure a sacrificial offering. It seemed the individual was named Chen Changsheng. Chapter 80. Entering the mountains 10 days later, Chen Changsheng left his residence and followed Xianhui towards the Thousand Mechanism sect, specifically the Yin Mountain range overseen by the Spirit Beast sect. Due to Yin Mountain's remote location from North Huang City, the two sects had established a small gathering spot before the mountains. Xianhui did not conceal his imposing presence, which drew the attention of numerous cultivators. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Golden Core cultivator left many lower-tier practitioners gasping for breath. "Xianhui, do you still not come down? What are you flaunting up there?" At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a beard emerged, calling out to Xianhui. Xianhui led Chen Changsheng into a room where only the two of them remained. "This white-haired fellow is Master Mo of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, while the younger one is Master Su." Chen Changsheng respectfully greeted, "Greetings, esteemed masters." Master Mo gave Chen Changsheng a cursory glance, choosing not to engage him further and instead inquiring of Xianhui, "What brings you here so suddenly? Have you abandoned the Shifting Sands River?" He then furrowed his brows, casting a disapproving look at Chen Changsheng, seemingly displeased that Xianhui had brought a junior to meet them. "And who is this junior?" Xianhui chuckled. "You often lament that the demon sect cultivators are too formidable and that you require assistance. Well, here he is today. Are you not pleased? Just him?" Master Amo scrutinized Chen Changsheng from head to toe. "A mere early-stage foundational cultivator? Xianhui, are you jesting?" The disdain in Master Mo's words irked Chen Changsheng, who felt a twinge of displeasure. News of his rampage along the Shifting Sands River should have circulated within the demon sect. Yet the Thousand Mechanisms sect remained oblivious. It was no wonder they faced defeat after defeat against the demon sect. Xianhui, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "This is Chen Changsheng, my most outstanding disciple from Yun Shui stream in recent years. His combat prowess is extraordinary, believe it or not. I brought him here to inform you that he will assist you in slaying the demon sect practitioners in the Yin Mountain range." He was too lazy to elaborate further, hoping to let Chen Changsheng demonstrate his might and earn a good reputation. Master Amo was about to retort when he was interrupted by Master Su. "Old Amo, perhaps you should say less." He glanced at Xianhui and then at Chen Changsheng. "Since he has come to aid us, we welcome him. I shall give you a token. Should you encounter any disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect in Yin Mountain, present this token, and they will not trouble you." Saying this, he handed a jade token to Chen Changsheng. "Thank you, esteemed master." With his objective achieved, Xianhui prepared to take his leave. "I cannot remain away for too long. I must guard the Shifting Sands River. I shall return now." "Very well." After a few parting words to Chen Changsheng, Xianhui departed. Once Xianhui was gone, Master Su continued, "The Yin Mountain range is fraught with numerous demonic cultivators. You are a precious gem of Yun Shui stream, still young. It is best to remain at the outskirts or outside, rather than delve too deeply." He paused momentarily. "That, of course, if you truly wish to venture deeper and engage the demonic cultivators, I shall not stop you. The consequences are yours to bear." "Understood." Chen Changsheng recognized the condescension directed at him as an early-stage foundational cultivator. In the presence of Golden Core masters, he was indeed insignificant and could hardly argue. Nonetheless, this mattered little. as he had obtained permission to enter Yin Mountain. The interior of Yin Mountain garnered over half of the demonic cultivator's strength, several times that of the shifting sands river, by mingling here for a while. He could gather most of the resources needed for his cultivation. Chun Chongqing bid farewell and left. As he walked through the gathering place, the disciples of the Thousand Mechanisms sect and the Spirit Beast sect buzzed with discussions about Chun Chongqing, the disciple of Yun Shui Stream who had just been seen beside a golden core master. He's an early-stage foundational uncle, right? With the golden core practitioners of Yun Shui Stream gone, what is he still doing here? Is he planning to enter the mountains? How bold! The gathering spot was mostly filled with lower-tier chi refiners, as the majority of cultivators were already within the mountains. The terrain of the mountains differed vastly from the shifting sands river. The river's surface was broad, with few sandbanks, leaving little room for refuge or concealment. However, within the mountains, every hill, every grove, every rock face, and beneath the ground could harbor hidden figures. Battles in the mountains were the true meat grinders. Those who entered were left uncertain of their return. Yet, Chun Chongqing did not dwell on these thoughts. After a brief stroll through the gathering area, not encountering anyone or anything worthy of his attention, he pressed onward towards the mountains. Just as he reached the mountain's edge, a group of cultivators caught up to him. "Friend from Yun Shui Stream, please hold." Chun Chongqing turned to see 3 men and a woman, all foundational cultivators of varying early to mid-level stages. "What business do you have?" A strikingly handsome young man with a pale complexion stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "I am Wu Lu, and these are my fellow disciples, Zhang Xiong, Chen Su, and Lin Wan. We have just completed our rotation and are heading to the front lines for joint defense. Our master has just sent us a message, instructing us to bring you along." Chun Chongqing glanced at the 4 individuals, recognizing that they were arranged by the golden core realms of the Qinji sect. Although he did not voice his thoughts, both Su Zhenren and Mo Zhenren harbored doubts about Chun Chongqing's reliability, fearing that he might perish alone in the Yinshan Mountains. Their concern was not so much for Chun Chongqing's life, but rather that he was specifically brought by Xianhui. Should he die, Xianhui could use that as an excuse to refuse reinforcements to the Yinshan Mountains. Thus, they called upon the 4 disciples to take Chun Chongqing into the mountains, providing him with some degree of protection. With this thought in mind, Chun Chongqing smiled gently, having no intention of refusing. In unfamiliar territory, it was indeed better to have companions, and once he became more accustomed, he could pursue the eradication of demon cultivators. Wu Lu summoned a spirit boat, and together with Chen Chongqing and the others, they soared through the Yinshan Mountains. Along the way, the group engaged in conversation with Chun Chongqing. "Brother Chen, what is your status at Yunshui Gorge? I noticed you arrived with a golden core reel." Zhang Xiong inquired. Chun Chongqing responded, "It is nothing significant, merely the favor of our master." Zhang Xiong pressed, "Are you not perhaps a descendant of a true immortal?" "Of course not," Chun Chongqing replied. Before he could elaborate, Chen Su interjected, "If Brother Chen were a descendant of a golden core reel, how could he come to the front lines to risk his life? Isn't that so, Brother Chen?" they asked. Chen Chongqing found himself at a loss for words and could only manage a wry smile. Lin Wan continued, "Then why have you come here? Would it not be better to remain at Yunshui Gorge?" Chen Chongqing, feeling playful, shook his head and said, "Isn't it because your esteemed reel has urged us to provide assistance to you? However, there are also numerous demon cultivators on our side, and we cannot spare any forces. Thus, I was sent, a mere fledgling cultivator in the foundational stage, to handle the situation." Alas! Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. As fellow foundational stage cultivators, they understood the implications of his statement. Lin Wan reassured him, saying, "Brother Chen, do not worry. This place is not too perilous. Just stay put in the designated area. Follow orders and avoid encounters with demon cultivators. Your safety should be assured." Chun Chongqing expressed his gratitude, saying, "I understand." Chapter 81. Secrets. The spirit boat flew for about half an hour before halting before a canyon. This was one of the more perilous locations, and beyond the narrow canyon lay the territory of the demon sect. The canyon was a natural fortress, where the disciples of the Qinji sect had set up formations to impede the advance of demon cultivators. As the spirit boat came to a stop, the surroundings appeared desolate. However, Chun Chongqing's formidable spiritual awareness discerned a strong fluctuation in the formation nearby. Sure enough, shortly after, a foundational stage cultivator materialized out of thin air. Addressing Wu Lu and the others, he said, "Wu Shidi, You have finally returned. Without the four of you here, we have been on edge. Wu Lu chuckled. You foundational stage seniors are worried about our absence? You could handle it without us. The man did not respond directly but turned to Chen Changsheng. You are a new face? Who might you be? Wu Lu introduced. This is Chen Changsheng, a friend from Yunshui Gorge. Here to assist our Qinji sect. Welcome, welcome, the man replied, his wariness easing slightly, though he still hesitated to allow them into the formation. Chen Changsheng, feeling somewhat helpless, retrieved a token from his storage bag and tossed it to the man. This was given to me by your master. Indeed, it is. The man's face broke into a broad smile. I am Su Yuda. It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Chun. The demon cultivators are cunning, and we have been on high alert, so please forgive our precautions. Of course, Chen Changsheng replied, not one to hold grudges. In fact, Su Yuda's meticulousness endeared him to Chen Changsheng. Please, come in. With a wave of his hand, Su Yuda enveloped Chen Changsheng and the others within the formation. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing before the entrance of a cave. This is where we usually station ourselves to repel the demon cultivators attempting to infiltrate through the canyon. Each month, we earn between 500 to 1,000 merit points. Although the rewards are modest, the security here is quite assured. If you seek a stable place for cultivation, this is a commendable choice. Chen Changsheng followed Su Yuda into the cave, feeling the surrounding spiritual energy, which was roughly of the second-tier high quality, comparable to his own cave at Yunshui Gorge. It truly was an excellent place for cultivation. Chen Changsheng marveled as they walked to the end of the cave. They reached a considerable chamber, its walls carved with numerous niches. Su Yuda pointed to one of the niches and said, currently, there are 9 foundational stage cultivators stationed here along with Wu Lu and the others. But they are in seclusion at the moment. Once they complete their retreat, I will introduce you. This residence was established by a cultivator who perished during a previous demon invasion, leaving this stone chamber vacant. You should rest here for a while. All right. Chen Changsheng nodded and entered the stone chamber. The furnishings were simple, consisting of a stone bed, a stone table, and a few chairs. However, Chen Changsheng was not one to seek luxury and thus had no complaints. He set up a barrier at the entrance to prevent prying eyes, then sat on the stone bed and summoned the Yuehua sword. The sword floated before him, vibrating with life as it communicated with Chen Changsheng. Are you saying that there exists an exceedingly rare spiritual object beneath this mountain? Buzz. The Yuehua sword nodded vigorously. Outside, after escorting Chen Changsheng into the stone chamber and witnessing him set up a barrier, Su Yuda's previously warm demeanor suddenly darkened. He turned to Wu Lu and said, we need to talk. Wu Lu and the others did not dare to refute and followed Su Yuda into another stone chamber. Su Yuda then pressed a seal against the wall, causing a section of the stone wall to open, revealing a long passageway behind it. The corridor was illuminated by luminous pearls placed strategically along the way. As they entered the passage, Su Yuda spoke with barely concealed anger. How could you bring an outsider here? Wu Lu explained helplessly, we did not wish for this, but it was the master's order. Su Yuda insisted, you must tell me everything that transpired. Wu Lu recounted the events truthfully. Lin Wan, feeling apprehensive, remarked, could it be that the master has suspicions and has sent someone to monitor us? That is impossible. Su Yuda shook his head. Our master is no fool. He would not allow outsiders to interfere. Even if we concealed matters from the sect and obtained opportunities, they would still be cultivators of the sect. However, if we let outsiders intervene, it would be a loss for the sect, Wu Lu asked. So you mean this is merely a coincidence? Su Yuda paused. It is a coincidence, but we must remain vigilant. Zhang Xiong directly inquired, should we? He made a gesture across his throat. Su Yuda shook his head, do not be hasty. He does have a background with a true immortal. If possible, it is best not to let any harm come to him. Besides, he is merely a foundational stage cultivator. He cannot stir up much trouble. We just need to be cautious and avoid raising his suspicions. With that, the group continued down the passage until they reached its end. The temperature dropped steadily, and soon the corridor was filled with frost. Even with their foundational stage physiques, they could still feel the chill. To the end of the passage lay a massive ice cavern. In front of the cavern, several cultivators sat cross-legged in meditation. We cannot let him discover this place. If it comes to dire straits, we must eliminate him, one of them whispered. After all, this place contains a fourth-tier spiritual object that could entice even a nascent soul true monarch. In a secluded corner of the Lusha River, far removed from the Yunshui Gorge's territory, an enigmatic figure cloaked in black appeared. The features of the figure were obscured, but their graceful silhouette suggested they were a female cultivator. The black-clad figure extended a delicate hand, retrieving a bottle from the sand. From within, she extracted a letter. The letter contained but 5 words. "Where's Chun Changsheng?" "Chen Changsheng," she murmured. Moments later, she inscribed a few words on the letter, "Yinshan Mountain Range." She then sealed the letter within the bottle, secured the cork, and tossed it into the river. She watched the water carry the bottle away. She slowly removed her hood. "Chun Changsheng, you must not come to harm." But alas, I am truly powerless in this matter. If not, my entire Yi family will face annihilation. Beneath the hood, the face revealed was none other than Yi Yun, the very person whom Chun Changsheng had saved twice. Chapter 82. True Water of the Sun and Moon. Is this the place? Why haven't we arrived yet? Should we dig a little deeper? In the corner of Chun Changsheng's stone chamber, a dark opening descended straight down. Although the surroundings were devoid of light, Chen Changsheng, being a foundational stage cultivator, could see in the darkness without issue. Under the guidance of the Yuehua sword, Chun Changsheng excavated downwards for dozens of zhang but still felt no response. All treasures nurtured by heaven and earth are undoubtedly located in places of exceptional spiritual essence. If they are man-made, they too will influence their surroundings, transforming the mundane into a land of fortune. Yet, despite my extensive excavations, I have felt not the slightest peculiarity. In fact, the concentration of spiritual energy seems to have diminished. Moreover, the golden-seeking mouse has shown no reaction whatsoever. In the midst of Chun Changsheng's perplexity, the moonlight sword vibrated with a low hum, as if to assure him, "I am well acquainted with this spiritual object, and it resonates with my attributes. There can be no mistake." With the moonlight sword's repeated assurances, Chen Changsheng, albeit with skepticism, continued to dig deeper. He excavated for several dozen zhang more, and with a sharp crack, he discovered an opening behind the stone wall. Upon breaking through, a chilling gust rushed forth. Chen Changsheng focused his gaze and beheld a thick layer of profound ice blocking his path. Upon realizing he had unearthed something significant, the moonlight sword eagerly floated before him, swaying as if presenting a treasure. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. I misjudged you earlier," Chun Changsheng said, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation as he soothed the sword. "If there truly is a spiritual object here that aligns with your attributes, you shall certainly have your share." The sword buzzed in delight, nodding vigorously. Continuing forward, the profound ice merely constituted a mundane material, of average hardness, making it easier to excavate than the stone wall. However, as Chen Changsheng delved deeper, the surrounding temperature gradually plummeted, and the hardness of the profound ice increased accordingly. Should a Qi refinement practitioner attempt to excavate here, they might find themselves challenged. Yet, for Chen Changsheng, the task remained relatively effortless. Suddenly, the profound ice before him gave way once more, and faintly, he discerned the sound of flowing water behind the ice. What sort of water could possibly exist within the profound ice? Upon inspection, he discovered it to be an underground dark river, the sound of rushing water emanating from within. Simultaneously, even with Chen Changsheng's robust physique, he felt a bone-chilling cold that compelled him to channel his magical power around himself for warmth. Approaching the dark river, he produced a jade spoon and scooped up a measure of water, scrutinizing it closely. How icy this water is! This chilling essence is so profound that if a foundation establishment practitioner were to be submerged in it, they might very well perish from the cold. Chun Changsheng pondered, constantly comparing it to similar spiritual waters he had encountered. With the inheritance of the supreme water virtue true monarch visualization method, he was indeed exceptional at identifying spiritual water. Soon enough, he recognized it as akin to the Taiyin true water, an extreme cold substance, which, in terms of rank, is also a spiritual item from the upper realms. The water before him appeared to be a diluted, weakened version of Taiyin true water, mingled with ordinary river water from the mundane world. Nevertheless, even in this diluted state, the water of the dark river could still be classified as a second-tier spiritual object. Should he locate the source of the dark river, pure Taiyin true water, or perhaps extract Taiyin true water from within, it would surely be at least fourth-tier spiritual water. With a smile, Chen Changsheng remarked to the moonlight sword, "You are in for a treat." After a brief pause, he added to himself, "And I am fortunate as well." The Taiyin True Water is precisely one of the spiritual waters that can be visualized during the Foundation establishment period, while practicing the supreme water virtue True Monarch visualization method. As an extreme yin and extreme cold substance, should Chun Changxing succeed in visualizing it and integrating it into his magical power, his abilities in future confrontations would be utterly formidable. Once imbued, it could freeze and obstruct the meridians and magical power of his adversaries. Previously, visualizing the One Yuan heavy water had granted Chun Changxing a formidable and overwhelming magical characteristic, his sword light. With each strike, wielded immense power, rendering it nearly impossible for practitioners of the same tier to resist. Only those two minor realms above him could barely impede it. This was aside from the enhancement he gained from practicing the Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic on sword-type magical artifacts. And the One Yuan Heavy Water's contribution was significant as well. If he could additionally harness the properties of Taiyin True Water, his swords would possess both direct damage and supplementary effects, impairing the states of his enemies. Spiritual water resources are already rare. Chun Changxing mused, now that I have stumbled upon this Taiyin True Water, it is hard to dismiss the possibility of divine providence at play. If divine will is indeed at work, then I am destined to visualize this type of spiritual water. Chun Changxing raised his head, his gaze seemingly transcending the thick stone wall. The encounter with Taiyin True Water made it difficult for him not to suspect that some unseen force was at play. Nonetheless, if heaven offers a chance, yet one does not seize it, they may suffer the consequences. Even if there are ulterior motives behind this, Chun Changxing currently lacks the strength to resist. It would be wiser to enhance his power swiftly. The stronger he becomes, the sooner he can uncover the truth. Thus, he resolved that the spiritual water he would visualize during the Foundation establishment phase would be this Taiyin True Water. As Chun Changxing pondered, the moonlight sword beside him began to vibrate impatiently. You wish to take a bath? It hummed. Indeed. The moonlight sword affirmed eagerly. Chun Changxing naturally acquiesced. After receiving his consent, the moonlight sword swiftly glided through the air, tracing a perfect semicircle before plunging straight into the water. The moon, also known as Taiyin, and the moonlight sword, formerly named the Moonlight Xianin sword, found this diluted version of Taiyin True Water to be a significant boon. It joyfully absorbed the essence. Perhaps, in a few years or even a decade, it would regain its fourth-tier sword status. As the moonlight sword reveled, Chun Changxing followed the current upstream, eager to discover the source of the Taiyin True Water. The surroundings of the dark river were encrusted with thick, profound ice, producing crackling sounds as he walked upon it. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the cold became. Initially a mere chill. At greater depths, the cold seemed to possess a consciousness, penetrating through Chun Changxing's protective magical power and invading his body. He had no choice but to activate the life-light divine ability. The divine light temporarily warded off the cold, but the further he pressed on, the more magical power it consumed. After a while, gazing at the seemingly endless dark river, Chun Changxing could no longer endure. He had to sit down and utilize the consumption divine ability to draw water from the dark river to restore his state. The Taiyin True Water was indeed extraordinary. Even I cannot proceed more than 100 zhang without difficulty. This was with the assistance of the life-light divine ability and my inherent magical power possessing the characteristics of spiritual water. Were it anyone else, reaching this point would require at least golden core cultivation. Chun Changxing remained unperturbed, deciding to stay here for an extended period. Initially, he only intended to take a look and depart. But now that he had discovered such a spiritual object, it would be foolish to leave. He pondered how much of this spiritual water he could absorb with the consumption divine ability, and how it might compare to Huang Yun Dan or Huang Long Dan. Having thought this through, Chun Changxing wasted no time. He turned to leave, intending to inform Wu Lu and Su Yuda. After all, he was on their territory. If they noticed Chun Changxing's absence and ventured in to find the dark river, it could lead to complications. This was ultimately the domain of the Thousand Mechanisms sect, and if disputes arose, Chun Changxing could not predict how much spiritual water he would ultimately acquire. Upon exiting, Chun Changxing arrived in the cave. Wu Lu and Su Yuda were nowhere to be found. He wondered where they had all disappeared to. However, being in someone else's territory, he refrained from knocking indiscriminately and patiently returned to the stone chamber to await their return. Along the way, he set up some minor restrictions at the passage leading to the underground dark river. While they served little purpose, they could deter casual intruders. After consuming a Huang Yun Dan, Chun Changxing engaged in patient cultivation. Several hours later, he finally heard some commotion from outside. Chen Changsheng rose and stepped out of the stone chamber, finding Su Yuda sitting in the cave, Su Daoyu. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng emerge, Su Yuda greeted him with a beaming smile. Chen Daoyu, how do you find this place? Chen Changsheng nodded in affirmation. It is quite pleasant. However, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. Please, go ahead. Su Yuda responded with an air of magnanimity. Chen Changsheng confessed, to speak candidly, my cultivation is rather shallow. As you may have observed, I am still at the initial stage of foundation establishment, having only recently succeeded, and was thrust onto the battlefield as mere cannon fodder. Throughout the journey, I have been quite anxious, but upon arriving here and witnessing such a stable environment for cultivation, I finally feel at ease. Therefore, he feigned an expression of embarrassment. If there is a chance of demonic practitioners attacking, I would like to enter seclusion for a time to enhance my cultivation, thus improving my chances of survival when they launch their assault. Should the demonic practitioners come, please send me a message through this communication talisman, and I will immediately emerge to assist. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng handed over a communication talisman. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Su Yuda felt a surge of joy within. He thought, I was worried you might wander around and stumble upon our unusual activities. Your intense cultivation is just perfect. Let us proceed as if you are not here. Thus, he replied warmly, Chen Daoyu's commitment to diligent cultivation is indeed commendable. This location is at the mouth of the one-line sky. Easy to defend and hard to attack. Demonic practitioners seldom come here. Even if they do, the few of us are all at the later stage of foundation establishment, easily capable of repelling them. So, rest assured in your seclusion. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will do my best to provide clarity. Thank you, Daoyu. Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude. As fellow cultivators from Liang Kingdom, it is only right. In the depths of the icy cavern, a group of practitioners gathered around the dark river, exuding an aura of chill. Each individual possesses profound cultivation, among whom one stands out with nearly perfected foundational cultivation. At this moment, they are attentively listening to Su Yuda recount his conversation with Chen Changsheng. One person, astonished, inquires. Su Yuda responds with a smile. Of course, I initially thought Wu Lu had brought back a troublesome character, but unexpectedly he's quite the convenient fellow. Zhang Xiong, chuckling nearby, adds, he's a sensible chap who has managed to save his own skin. Lin Wan retorts, why do you have such a murderous intent? Zhang Xiong, wide-eyed, responds, am I not concerned about leaks? Why are you defending that brat? Are you perhaps smitten by that pretty boy? Lin Wan, fuming with anger, exclaims, who are you talking about? Speak plainly. Zhang Xiong refuses to relent as the two begin to bicker. The most accomplished cultivator, nearly at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, interjects, enough, stop arguing. Zhang Xiong, Lin Wan, you have been cultivating here for 2 years, yet remain at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It's time for some self-reflection. Devote your efforts to cultivation and strive for a breakthrough sooner rather than later. That is far more beneficial. Do you understand? Understood, they reply obediently, not daring to argue. I should be able to break through in about 2 months. Lin Wan declares, I'll manage it in 3 months. Zhang Xiong chimes in, good. The man nods. This source of the Dark River undoubtedly harbors 4th-tier spiritual materials. Our cultivation is still shallow, and we cannot acquire them for now. However, this spiritual water is inexhaustible and will suffice. It is not much slower than consuming medicinal pills in due time. I, along with old Su and the others, should reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. If we are fortunate enough to successfully condense our core, we will surely investigate further. However, do not fall behind too much. If your cultivation remains too low when that time comes, do not blame us for turning our backs. Upon hearing this, several of the less accomplished cultivators hurriedly chuckle awkwardly. Yes, Senior Brotherly. Senior Brotherly gazes at the dark river, sighing, this spiritual water is indeed excellent, but it is exceedingly cold. The chilling aura constricts our mana, rendering it immobile. After a period of practice, one must take a break. Indeed, this spiritual water is truly remarkable. Above the dark river, wisps of spiritual water float gracefully in midair, refined by Chen Changsheng's devouring technique, transforming into the purest of energies, surging into Chen Changsheng's body. Although the so-called cold aura is present, its effects are mitigated through the transformation of the devouring technique, preventing any harm to the meridians. Instead, It subtly imbues Chen Chongqing's mana with a hint of chilling properties. However, the essence of refining mana still heavily relies on the visualization technique. After a full day of cultivation, Chen Chongqing finally paused to introspect his own cultivation. With the assistance of this spiritual water, his progress at the initial stage of foundation establishment was surprisingly faster than consuming medicinal pills, achieving a remarkable rate of 3 drops every 2 days. This delighted Chen Chongqing. He then recalled the methodology of visualization. In his sea of consciousness, a blank scroll materialized. Next to it floated another scroll bearing intricate designs. The scroll emanated the essence of 1 yuan heavy water, as if a true drop of 1 yuan heavy water rested upon it. The process of practicing the visualization technique involves imprinting the form and spirit of the spiritual water onto the blank scroll. Throughout this process, the practitioner's mana adopts the inherent characteristics of the water, and they also acquire corresponding techniques. For example, during his qi refining period, Chen Chongqing frequently utilized 1 yuan heavy water, where only top-tier defensive artifacts could withstand its assault. Thus, he began his practice. Armed with the experience of visualizing 1 yuan heavy water, Chen Chongqing commenced the visualization of the true water of the moon. Day by day, he practiced, visualized, exhausted his spiritual awareness, rested, cultivated, and visualized again. And so, a month passed. Chapter 84. You are a demon cultivator, tasked with a foolish mission from the higher-ups, leaving you battered and bruised. Before the narrow canyon, Chen Chongqing cautiously engaged in combat with a demon cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. After several life-threatening encounters, he finally managed to slay him, thanks to the advantage of formations. The remaining demons were all thwarted by Su Yuda and his group. Surprisingly, the combat prowess of Su Yuda's team was remarkably high, each of them nearly reaching the pinnacle of their respective realms. If placed in Yunshui Gorge, these 9 foundation cultivators could easily match 1/10 of the entire combat strength of Yunshui Gorge. How could the Qinji sect deploy such a formidable force here? Seeing the futility of the situation, the opposing demon cultivators hastily retreated, enveloped in thick smoke. Observing Chen Chongqing's spoils, Wu Lu grinned. "Qian Dao friend. Quite impressive, you've slain a foundational demon cultivator." Chen Chongqing wiped the sweat he had feigned from his forehead, expressing his lingering trepidation. Indeed, battling with this demon cultivator was exhausting. I feared a single misstep could lead to my demise. Hee, your experience is still lacking. Relying on the formation, as long as you do not charge in recklessly, you should be fine, Wu Lu remarked. Chen Chongqing pondered. I am more worried about accidentally killing him. Yet, he maintained a facade of sincerity that of course, Wu Lu and the others were quite satisfied with Chen Chongqing's presence. Though it would have been better if he had not come, they appreciated having a companion like him. Modest, obedient, and inclined to seclusion, who would not cause trouble. Especially for people like them, who harbored great secrets. As for Chen Chongqing, his thoughts were focused on appearing as harmless as possible, so they would not be wary of him, allowing him to reside here for an extended period. After all, this was the territory of the Qinji sect. He could not simply wipe them all out, could he? Thus, both parties, each with their own motives, coexisted peacefully. Chen Chongqing had ample resources for cultivation, negating the need to venture out in search of demon cultivators to slay. He could swiftly cultivate and break through. All he needed to do was temporarily halt his practice when demons invaded. Emerge to perform a charade, and if conditions permitted, slay a few demons. If not, he would let them go. It was both safe and pleasant. After the demons retreated, Chen Chongqing exchanged a few pleasantries with Wu Lu and the others before they each departed to their respective places of retreat. They must not discover that I have found spiritual materials here. On the other side of the Yinshan Mountains, within the demon cultivators' camp, countless demons gathered listlessly, their spirits low. If there were any who least desired war, it would be them. The cultivators from Liang Kingdom could rely on formations to huddle together. As long as they did not overextend, they were unlikely to perish. The demon cultivators, however, were in a different predicament. As the attacking side, their casualties were far greater than those of Liang Kingdom. Having practiced the demonic path, they thrived on killing, seeking longevity and power, faced with battles that seemed tantamount to suicide. They were not foolish and naturally found it unappealing. 3 years had passed since the war began, and their losses had already exceeded half. Yet the higher-ranking demon cultivators, those golden core demons, continued to urge them to return to the battlefield. Either kill the righteous cultivators or be slain by them. In any case, it was about fighting, about ensuring there were casualties. The chi refining and foundational demon cultivators were utterly outraged, yet to no avail. The demons had no regard for morality. High-ranking cultivators were akin to deities, and they were compelled to follow orders, lest they face death. Moreover, lower-ranking demon cultivators only needed to focus on how to kill the enemy. Meanwhile, the high-ranking golden core demon cultivators had to consider much more, such as how to engage in battle while maximizing mutual destruction without jeopardizing their own safety. Aside from the sheer pressure of facing death, they occasionally faced oppression from other cultivators. For instance, on this particular day, at the entrance of the demon camp, a young man with disheveled hair and a white robe, the Jade Young Master, sat arrogantly upon a wooden chair. His foot resting upon the head of a foundational demon cultivator. He obstructed the camp's entrance, holding aloft a large white cloth adorned with a portrait. Those who had encountered Qian Chongqing would undoubtedly recognize the figure depicted. All demon cultivators returning from the mountains were compelled to come forward to identify the portrait. Have you seen him? You haven't seen him either? Wasn't I instructing you to find him? Did you search for him? Do you think you can disregard my words and live to tell the tale? Despite his refined appearance, the Jade Young Master's temperament was notoriously volatile, prone to bloodlust at the slightest provocation. The demon cultivators surrounding him trembled in fear. Even when subjected to his tirades, they dared not utter a word in rebuttal. In the realm of demons, strength dictated leadership. This Jade Young Master was the offspring of a certain golden core cultivator, possessing commendable qualifications and having attempted to condense his core. However, perhaps due to bad luck or a lack of capability, he ultimately failed to condense his core and became a false core cultivator. Within the Ghost Spirit sect, he was regarded as the most formidable figure beneath the golden core cultivators, and no one dared to provoke him. A group of demon cultivators, injured and weary, hurriedly emerged from the Yanshan Mountains. They had just been compelled to undertake a mandatory mission from their sect, attacking a gathering point of Qianji sect cultivators in the narrow canyon. Although the cultivators assigned to this offensive task deemed the higher-ups who devised it foolish, who would assault such a defensible position, they had no choice but to comply with the situation. Unsurprisingly, they were defeated. Many perished, and numerous others were injured, returning to the camp with exhausted bodies, yearning for rest and a reward for their efforts. However, they were met with the wrath of a furious false core cultivator, who swiftly overpowered them with his imposing aura. Before them stood the Jade Gentleman, his anger palpable as he approached, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered them incapable of raising their heads. The renown of the Jade Gentleman was widely acknowledged within the Ghost Spirit sect. "Have you encountered this individual?" he inquired ominously, his patience waning after a month of searching in the Yanshan Mountains. "You would do well to answer affirmatively. Otherwise, in my wrath, I cannot predict what I might do." Despite the terror invoked by the Jade Gentleman's threats, they dared not deceive him. Should they truthfully admit to never having seen the person, he might spare them. Yet, if they lied, he would have just cause to consume them. As a few of them prepared to deny any recognition, they were struck dumb upon seeing the likeness in the image before them. Was this not the fledgling cultivator they had encountered when they first attacked the One-Line Heaven? Though they had felled a fellow cultivator of the same rank, it was solely due to the advantage of their formation, and not indicative of any real prowess. Memories of Qian Chongqing surfaced in their minds, yet they resolved to speak the truth. "Esteemed sir, we have seen the individual in the portrait. He bears a resemblance to him, but we cannot ascertain if he is the one you seek." Chapter 85. Zhu Yulian, Yi Tianlang, Foundation Establishment O? The Jade Gentleman's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing this. His name is Qian Chongqing. A formidable warrior, suspected to have achieved complete Foundation establishment, perhaps even a false alchemist. If you have encountered him, I trust the impression would be vivid. Initially, the Jade Gentleman stood there, conversing as he paced. Then, without warning, he lowered himself abruptly, his face mere inches from a prostrate cultivator. His recent feats included effortlessly dispatching 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators, and another who escaped only through a minor teleportation talisman. Lest they face immediate demise, considering your paltry skills, encountering him should have spelled your doom. How is it that you returned alive? You know as well as we that for ordinary cultivators like us, encountering Qian Chongqing is tantamount to death. Why do you ask if we have seen him? Those who have are surely dead. while those of us who live have not laid eyes on him. One of them thought bitterly, reflecting on the jade gentleman's questionable reasoning. The trembling figure on the ground replied, "My lord, the person we encountered was merely a fledgling cultivator, his abilities rather average if isolated. Any one of us would not fear him." "What did you say?" The jade gentleman unleashed a swift kick to the man's head. "You dare to deceive me with tales of a worthless early foundation cultivator?" As he spoke, it seemed he might strike the prostrate figure down, yet another kneeling cultivator interjected quickly, "My lord, while he appeared unremarkable, he did manage to kill a cultivator seemingly of his own rank. We surmise that he may be concealing his true strength." Only then did the jade gentleman cease his aggression. "It is best to hope so," he replied. "If he truly conceals his prowess, he may be the one I seek. Once I confirm this, there shall be rewards, but should you be deceiving me," he chuckled ominously, "we would not dare mislead you, my lord. Our limited insight prevented us from recognizing his true identity. We beseech your forgiveness." "Enough of this nonsense. Where is he?" "In the canyon of One-Line Heaven, within a cave. Qindaoyu, we must return to replenish our supplies. Will you accompany us?" Wu Lu called out to Chen Chongsheng. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Chongsheng nodded. Returning to the camp not only meant resupplying but also assuring those in the rear that all was well. Generally, outposts would send reports every half-month to a month. Having been in the Yinshan for a month, it was time to communicate, lest those at Yunshui Gorge grow anxious. "Then let us return together." "Very well." This return was not for rotation, thus only Chen Chongsheng and Wu Lu journeyed together. Having just repelled a wave of demonic cultivators, they would not face immediate defensive pressures. The two boarded a spirit vessel and set sail, their journey relatively safe. Before long, they reached the encampment outside Yinshan. Wu Lu said, "Let us part ways for now. We shall regroup at the entrance in a day's time." Agreed. With that, Wu Lu hurried off. Chen Chongsheng first exchanged the corpse of an early Foundation demonic cultivator for 5,000 battle merits, not a large sum. But even the smallest of gains is still gain. Subsequently, he spent 20,000 battle merits to procure 5 Gengjin swords, storing them in his spatial pouch as reserves, to avoid the embarrassment of lacking a weapon should he need to form the Big Dipper sword formation. After some contemplation, Chen Chongsheng clenched his jaw and purchased a minor teleportation talisman capable of covering 50 miles, at the cost of 50,000 battle merits. Having discovered the hidden river, his resources were no longer a pressing concern. As a means of self-preservation, spending 50,000 battle merits on a teleportation talisman was indeed worthwhile. He tucked the talisman within the lining of his robe, ensuring it could be activated at any moment. Subsequently, Chen Chongsheng exited the encampment and soared towards Beihuang City on the light of his sword. Within Beihuang City, upon entering, Chen Chongsheng made his way to visit Peng Ming, the only person he knew well on the front lines. He had visited him several times upon his initial arrival at the front. Now, having been away for a month, it was time to pay a visit and assure him of his safety. "Master, Chongsheng, you've returned," Peng Ming exclaimed, surprised to see him. "How fared you in Yinshan? Did you encounter any dangers? If it was too perilous, you need not fight on the battlefield. You could stay here to refine pills instead. As alchemists, we possess the skills to procure our cultivation resources without fear." Chen Chongsheng felt compelled to explain, on the path of cultivation, one cannot solely consider personal gain. The sect has treated me well. Now that we face the invasion of demonic cultivators, how can I, having the strength to fight, cower in the rear? Furthermore, my alchemical skills pale in comparison to yours, master. Your alchemy is the greatest contribution to the sect. While for me, the best way to assist is naturally to engage in battle. Peng Ming laughed, scolding, "Oh, you rascal. Your words are so eloquent. When you, Zhu Yulian, and Yi Tianlang returned from your escapade, you had the same effect on Elder Sunday." Chen Chongsheng replied, "This is both a just statement and a heartfelt one." "Enough of this idle talk." Peng Ming shook his head. "Since taking you on as a disciple, I have scarcely managed you that I wished to teach you alchemy, yet you either secluded yourself in cultivation or engaged in duels. You have not even practiced alchemy properly at Danxia Peak. I scarcely know what to say about you." "Urgency drives one a foundation establishment," Chen Chongsheng remarked. "Indeed," Peng Ming nodded. "Oh, by the way, you might not have heard, but Zhu Yulian and Yi Tianlang have both successfully established their foundations." "They have also established their foundations?" Chen Chongqing was taken aback by this news. It was only to be expected. Both of them possess single spiritual roots, allowing them to cultivate at a pace thrice that of Chen Chongqing's 3 spiritual roots. With the assistance of divine pills, their cultivation speed was scarcely slower than his. In 10 years, a single spiritual root genius could progress from 0 to the 9th layer of qi refining. Given the current turmoil, their foundation establishment was understandable. Have they come to the front lines? Chen Chongqing inquired. Not yet, Peng Ming shook his head. They have just established their foundations and remain in the sect to refine their techniques. The battlefield is fraught with peril. It is not a place for fledgling cultivators like them to venture. Even you, if not for your bold proclamation to come to the front lines, the sect leader would likely prefer you continue cultivating in the sect for a while longer. It is not that those newly established foundations should avoid the battlefield. For instance, Yi Yun also came to the front shortly after her establishment. However, Zhu Yulian and Yi Tianlang are both expected to reach the stage of Dan formation. It would be too great a loss for them to perish on the battlefield, of course. While Chen Chongqing had recklessly arrived at the front, his extraordinary combat prowess had left others astounded. Xian Hui had nearly begun to groom him as a successor. Chapter 86. The Jade Gentleman strikes. I am well in Yinshan, and my cultivation has not stagnated. I will remain there for quite some time. You need not worry, understood. You have your own plans for cultivation, we all understand. After chatting a bit longer, Peng Ming bestowed upon Chen Chongqing more than 10 bottles of Huangyan Dan before sending him on his way. With Chen Chongqing's speed in flying on his sword, it took over 2 hours for a round trip between Beihuang City and Yinshan. Exchanging battle merits, acquiring swords, and reminiscing with Peng Ming consumed a considerable amount of time. Chen Chongqing then sent letters to Zhu Yulian, Yi Tianlang, Yin Anan, and others within the sect, assuring them of his well-being and inquiring after their recent circumstances. These individuals were among the few friends Chen Chongqing had. Along the path of life, the departure of old friends is perhaps inevitable, but if possible, Chen Chongqing hoped such events would transpire as late as possible. Before the departure of his friends, he wished to create more memories with them. Yin Anan, Peng Ming, Zhu Yulian, Yi Tianlang, and even Li Daoming, Xian Hui, Zhang Jihong, and Wang Zhong. With a deep sigh, Chen Chongqing shook his head. Day by day, why dwell on such thoughts? Everyone is living well. Why entertain fantasies of their demise? Chen Chongqing ceased his self-pity, gazing up at the sky. Realizing the time was late, he transformed into a radiant light and departed on his sword. Half a day later, at the entrance of the Yinshan gathering place, Wu Lu emerged and immediately spotted Chen Chongqing waiting at the gate. Daoist Chen, I apologize for the long wait. Not at all, I just arrived shortly before. Then let us set off. Very well, Wu Lu summoned a spirit vessel, and the two resumed their journey back to Yixianshan. Along the way, Wu Lu, unable to contain his chatter, leaned closer to converse with Chen Chongqing. Daoist Chen, how long do you think this war will last? Chen Chongqing had initially intended to focus on his cultivation, but with Wu Lu approaching, he found it difficult to ignore him. Certainly, we do not wish for conflict. It will cease when the demonic sect's cultivators no longer desire to fight. Chen Chongqing understood that this war had been instigated by Zhu Yin in pursuit of birthing a new entity, requiring a sufficient number of cultivators to perish and accumulate sufficient resentment for the conflict to naturally conclude. Wu Lu sighed. Yet, it appears the demonic cultivators are reluctant to engage. During our skirmishes, I sensed their unwillingness. Chen Chongqing replied, the high-ranking demonic cultivators compel them to fight. They have no choice. What do those high-ranking demonic cultivators seek? Wu Lu lamented. The ongoing battles have led to devastating losses for both nations, causing a rift between low-ranking and high-ranking cultivators and resulting in the death of all mortals within Song's borders. This has drawn the attention of the righteous true monarchs from the central domain, who will undoubtedly eradicate these demonic cultivators. Are the golden core demonic cultivators truly so foolish? Wu Lu's seemingly mundane complaint stirred numerous doubts within Chen Chongqing. Initially, he had found it incomprehensible that two nations would wage war over a mere qi-refining secret realm. However, after hearing Xian Hui's explanation, he understood it was a war incited by the demonic cultivators in pursuit of birthing a new entity. Yet, Wu Lu's remarks now revealed a significant issue. If the war was intended to accumulate resentment to assist Zhu Yin in birthing, why did the demonic sect engage in indiscriminate slaughter within their own territory? How could Zhu Yin, utilizing resentment for such a taboo purpose, dare to let Liang Guo know? if it were merely a battle between righteous and demonic forces. The central domain's righteous sects might not intervene. However, once innocent bloodshed and the use of malevolent methods for birthing were involved, the righteous would surely take action. Birthing is no trivial matter. Chen Chongqing had spent a year solidifying his foundation and had retreated in advance for 2 years. Thus, the notion of using malevolent methods for birthing, if leaked, would almost guarantee failure. This was something anyone could deduce. Unless, this malevolent method was intentionally leaked. Chen Chongqing initially did not ponder deeply, merely assuming the war was to accumulate resentment. However, Jiu Yin, as a fully realized golden core demonic cultivator, could not possibly be a fool. Chen Chongqing silently mused. Unless he had ulterior motives, whether it be the slaughter of innocents or the leaking of the malevolent birthing method, each would serve its own purpose. Drawing the true monarchs from the central domain might be one of his objectives. What, then, was the purpose of the massacre of countless innocent lives? In that instant, a chill ran down Chen Chongqing's spine. The machinations of the demonic sect and Jiu Yin were far more profound than he had previously imagined. If I can conceive of such matters, surely Xin Hui and the other Golden Core true ones would not be oblivious. Yet, upon reflection, Chen Chongqing arrived at an answer. They were not unaware. Rather, the true monarchs from the central domain were already en route. They believed that regardless of Jiu Yin's schemes, as long as a nascent soul true monarch was present, any issue could be resolved. Daoish Qin, are you listening to me? Wu Lu's voice broke through. Chen Chongqing halted his contemplation. Oh, I was just musing on the demonic cultivator's intentions and got a bit lost in thought. Sai, you, too, find it perplexing, do you? The motives of demonic cultivators are truly difficult to fathom. Chen Chongqing resumed his conversation with Wu Liu.as for his earlier thoughts. They were merely conjectures. What he could deduce, those at the higher echelons would undoubtedly grasp. He felt no urgency to inquire. Chen Chongqing never underestimated the intellect of others, nor did he presume that the world was filled with fools, leaving him as the sole sage. Since the demonic cultivators were so plainly problematic, his own golden core would surely possess countermeasures. He was merely a nascent foundation establishment cultivator, far removed from the schemes related to nascent soul true monarchs. Before long, the spirit vessel arrived deep within Yanshan. Yixianshan was now distinctly within sight, situated closer to the Liang Kingdom's side, further south than the location guarded by Su Yuda and others. Young Master Yu stood by a tree, gazing up at the flying spirit vessel. Among the 2 cultivators aboard, he instantly recognized Chen Chongqing as one of them. Indeed, he looks just the same, young Master Yu muttered, revealing a sinister smile. Suspected false golden core? I shall see your true worth. With a false golden core cultivator as my offering, it will surely continue my path of cultivation. I must achieve the golden core. With a smile, young Master Yu extended his hand, summoning a massive handprint of magical energy, which suddenly lunged towards Chen Chongqing's spirit vessel. Crack! In an instant, the handprint exerted tremendous pressure on the vessel, bending it. 2 streams of spiritual light leaped from the vessel, soaring towards Yixianshan. Where do you think you're going? Young Master Yu's smile remained unfazed as he tugged from afar. 2 immense forces suddenly bore down upon Chen Chongqing and Wu Lu. This was pure magical power. A flash of brilliance enveloped Chen Chongqing, allowing him to break free from the handprint. However, Wu Lu, on the other hand, was not as fortunate. As a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he found himself utterly powerless against the magical might of a false golden core cultivator. Torn to shreds, boom, blood mist filled the air. Chapter 87. Strange affairs. Such magical power bore the weight of a golden core true cultivator. Could it be that a golden core true one had come to attack? Feeling the pressure of the magical force upon him, Chen Chongqing's heart tightened. Yet, after a moment's assessment, he was relieved. Despite the brief encounter, he sensed the pressure far exceeded that of a typical foundation establishment cultivator. This magical force was magnitudes greater. However, the assailant lacked the oppressive aura of a golden core. Furthermore, under Chen Chongqing's lifelike divine ability, that person's magical handprint was effortlessly deflected. All signs indicated that the opponent was not the legendary golden core true cultivator. Better that they are not a golden core true one, Chen Chongqing thought. A false golden core cultivator may surpass me, yet I shall not be easily vanquished. At present, Chen Chongqing's magical power rivaled that of a perfected foundation establishment. And with his various divine abilities, he was not without the means to contend against a false golden core cultivator. Chen Chongqing turned slightly, eyeing the bloodlight still a mile away. It was not prudent to allow this pursuer to follow him. He sought a secluded spot to deal with him quietly. Feeling the moonlight sword hidden within his dantian, Chen Chongqing resolved himself. Young master, you had been trailing Chen Chongqing closely, sensing that his speed was just a fraction slower. Rather than feeling anger, he felt a surge of delight. Indeed, not an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Ha ha ha, my offering is at hand. Do not flee. I shall extract your soul, refine your essence, and feast upon your flesh. Young master, you, seemingly deranged, let out a laugh that echoed far and wide. Chen Chongqing, hearing those words, felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this fellow perhaps a madman? One pursued while the other fled. As Chen Chongqing darted away, he suddenly turned, unleashing several beams of sword light towards young master Yu. The sword light whistled through the air. Even as a false golden core cultivator, young master Yu could not entirely disregard Chen Chongqing's attack. However, it would not inflict harm upon him. Young master Yu, enveloped in a river of blood, watched as the sword light approached, causing the blood river to split into several tributaries that countered the attack. Then, the blood river divided further, extending forward, exuding a sinister aura. Chen Chongqing remained focused on controlling his magic sword, deftly weaving through the blood river to evade. Mouse, do you only know how to run? Young master Yu taunted. Fool, you, a false golden core cultivator, dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Who is the true waste here? If you were of equal realm, you wouldn't even qualify for my attention. Chen Chongqing retorted, if you are so formidable, why are you not a golden core? Have you never attempted to achieve it? Oh, I forgot. You are already a false golden core. You have tried but failed. Truly pathetic. A dignified golden core cultivator unable to capture a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder you failed to achieve your golden core. Ha 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 ha. Your life shall remain like this, in the art of insult. 10 young masters, you could not match Chen Chongqing. For Chen Chongqing was no rodent. Yet young master, you was indeed a failed golden core, a true pretender. Lies do not wound. The truth is the sharp blade. You seek death. Chen Chongqing's words struck deep within young master Yu's heart, igniting a furious response. In an instant, he disregarded the consumption of magical energy, his blood surging wildly as his speed of flight increased threefold. Before long, young master Yu caught up to Chen Chongqing. Prepare to die. Young master Yu brandished a blood-red hammer, aiming directly at Chen Chongqing. Boom! Chen Chongqing raised his sword in defense. Under the force of young master Yu's strike, Chen Chongqing was instantly sent flying. Yet, what was this sensation? Young master Yu sensed something amiss and soon discovered that Chen Chongqing had not been struck down to the ground as he had anticipated. Instead, he had absorbed the impact of the blow and soared away once more, swiftly creating distance between them. Vitality. With the presence of the divine power of vitality, young master Yu's assault had failed to inflict any harm upon Chen Chongqing. That should suffice, Chen Chongqing mused internally. This place should be sufficiently secluded. He flew between the mountains, yet soon felt another unsettling sensation. In a grand mountain range, such as the Yanshan, the inner sanctum was naturally abundant with spiritual energy. With the passages between the peaks serving as conduits for its flow, as Chen Chongqing fled, he continuously absorbed the earthly spiritual essence through his divine power, restoring his own magical energy. However, the tastes of different spiritual energies varied significantly. Common spiritual energy was refreshing and invigorating, but the spiritual essence in this mountainous region carried an unpleasant stench, as if tainted by some unknown corruption. This contamination posed no hindrance to normal cultivation, and the foul odor was exceedingly faint. Unless one was like Chen Chongqing, who persistently consumed spiritual energy amidst the mountains, it would be difficult to discern any anomaly. What could have tainted the spiritual energy of Yanshan? Was it malevolent energy, or something else entirely? Nevertheless, Chen Chongqing had no time to ponder further. Young master Yu quickly closed the gap. Evading the attack with ease, Chen Chongqing spotted a valley not far ahead. That will do. It is narrow, making it difficult for him to escape or evade. With this thought, Chen Chongqing darted into the valley. The valley was enclosed on 3 sides, leaving only a single opening through which a gentle stream flowed. Chen Chongqing entered and paused, quietly awaiting young master Yu's arrival. Why have you stopped running? Young Master Yu asked with a smirk. Have you become unable to flee, little mouse? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I detest being insulted. With that, 10 magical swords flew forth, 7 forming a small Big Dipper sword formation, while the remaining 2 circled nearby, ever watchful of young Master Yu. Chen Changsheng himself wielded the purple thunder sound sword. Taking advantage of the moment when young Master Yu was encircled by the sword formation to position himself behind him, blocking his only avenue of retreat, I may be the one fleeing, but you shall pay the price. Chen Changsheng brandished his sword, pointing it at young Master Yu. With a command, the 7 flying swords flashed with brilliant light, slicing towards young Master Yu. Each strike possessed the formidable power of a near-perfect foundation establishment cultivator. An ant attempting to shake a tree, young Master Yu scoffed, blood radiated from his body, and as the magical sword struck, they merely splattered a few droplets of blood, which then merged back into young Master Yu's form. My blood demon body is not so easily harmed. Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, continuing his assault to deplete young Master Yu's magical energy. He then formed seals with his hands, conjuring dozens of fist-sized droplets of water. Primordial heavy water. After entering the foundation establishment stage, each droplet of primordial heavy water he summoned weighed 10,000 pounds. The strength of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator was around that same weight. Dozens of droplets of primordial heavy water hovered around Chen Changsheng as he gazed at young Master Yu. You fear sharp weapons, but how will you defend against this heavy water? Fall. Chapter 88. Nascent Soul? Plop. The sound of pebbles dropping into water resounded. The primordial heavy water descended, failing to produce the effect Chen Changsheng had anticipated. Young Master Yu's form transformed into a vast lake of blood, losing all semblance of human shape. The instant the primordial heavy water fell, it was engulfed by the blood lake, seemingly triggering no disturbance. Yet in reality, Chen Changsheng was engaged in a clandestine struggle with young Master Yu. The outer small Big Dipper sword formation constrained young Master Yu's movements. Despite being a false nascent soul cultivator, he found it difficult to escape the encirclement of 7 near-perfect foundation establishment sword cultivators. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng's primordial heavy water was being absorbed into young Master Yu's body. He was consuming the heavy water with his magical energy, while Chen Changsheng maintained his own. Although the magical energy of a false nascent soul was formidable, young Master Yu had initially underestimated Chen Changsheng, allowing him to seize the advantage and remain in a passive state. The two battled fiercely with their magical energies, neither gaining ground for a time. You, a mere early foundation establishment cultivator, how much magical energy could you possibly possess? 200 drops, 300, 500. Allow me to inform you, as a false nascent soul cultivator, my magical energy rivals 3,000 drops of yours. What do you have to contest with me? Even ensnared, young Master Yu harbored no intention of remaining quiet. A gaping maw of blood opened above the blood lake, mocking Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly and retrieved a vial of elixir, consuming it on the spot. This situation is rather troublesome, he murmured. Although he consumed the elixir to recover his magical energy, so could young Master Yu. If this stalemate continued, who knew how long it would last? The two exchanged blows for a brief moment, showcasing their abilities. Chen Changsheng unleashed his divine powers, vitality, sword formations, and primordial heavy water, while young Master Yu countered with his superior magical energy and formidable blood demon body. Enduring Chen Changsheng's relentless assaults, he even seemed to gain the upper hand. Was it merely a disadvantage in cultivation? Indeed, cultivation was of paramount importance. Chen Changsheng sighed. Had he been in the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessing over 3,000 drops of magical energy, he could have easily suppressed young Master Yu through sheer magical force. However, he subtly reached behind him, grasping the Moonlight Sword, a 5th-tier spirit sword. Even with its current diminished quality, it surpassed the vast majority of 3rd-tier magical swords. Even 4th-tier magical treasures might not withstand its might. Ultimately, young Master Yu was merely a 2nd-tier cultivator. Furthermore, the Moonlight Sword was of extreme nature, exuding an inherent chill that perfectly countered young Master Yu's blood demon body, which relied on soft power to overcome rigidity. Just as Chen Changsheng intended to draw his sword, suddenly, whoosh, a surge of foul, purulent blood erupted forth. 3 magical swords were caught unawares, splattered by the putrid blood, and in an instant, The spiritual light upon them was sullied, losing their sentience as they fell to the ground. With 3 of the 7 swords compromised, a gap appeared in the sword formation. Young Master Yu seized the opportunity to slip out, causing the blood lake to expand once more, enveloping the 4 remaining swords. The magical swords clashed against the confines of the blood lake, striving to escape, yet to no avail. Soon after, a humanoid figure emerged from the blood lake. Young Master Yu stepped forth, dragging a sphere of blood that encompassed the magical swords and primordial heavy water within. He turned his back to Chen Chongqing, letting out a series of light laughs. A vial of 3rd-tier foul blood in exchange for 3 of your 2nd-tier magical swords. What a bargain. However, having breached your sword formation, do you still possess any means? With that, he turned to face Chen Chongqing. A blade of sword light, 3 zhang long, filled his vision, now positioned right before him, with no avenue for evasion. What is this? Young Master Yu had no time to dodge, transforming himself once again into blood to avoid the impending strike. Yet at the moment the sword light passed, a bone-chilling cold invaded the blood lake, instantly freezing the blood sea wherever the sword light traversed. Moreover, the cold spread outward, significantly slowing the circulation of young Master Yu's magical energy. What is happening? Chen Chongqing wasted no time, lunging forward with his sword. Young Master Yu hastily retreated, hindered by the frozen wounds, and was forced to abandon a portion of the blood lake. Simultaneously, the blood mass ensnaring the primordial heavy water and magical swords dispersed. He swiftly darted to the side, his aura considerably weakened. Behold the sword. Chen Chongqing pursued relentlessly. Young Master Yu had suffered a significant setback and no longer underestimated his opponent. He hefted a blood hammer with one hand and swung it towards the moonlight sword. The clash between the blood hammer and the magical sword resonated with a sharp clang, clearly indicating that the quality of the blood hammer fell short of that of the magical sword. A hint of cold permeated through the blood hammer, infiltrating young Master Yu's meridians, causing his magical energy to operate sluggishly. You possess quite the remarkable treasure. Even his father, as a golden core true person, might not possess a 3rd-tier high-grade magical treasure, let alone the moonlight sword. However, he was not one to yield easily. As a false nascent soul cultivator, he had many tricks up his sleeve. A significant amount of blood from his waist fell away, transforming into arrows of blood that shot towards Chen Chongqing. While Chen Chongqing's magical sword froze his meridians, young Master Yu sought to disrupt Chen Chongqing's actions with his blood techniques. Yet Chen Chongqing stood firm. Undeterred. Vitality, consumption. The 2 divine powers surged simultaneously. One repelled the blood arrows at bay, while the other continually dismantled the arrows themselves, converting them into pure force that surged into Chen Chongqing, replenishing his magical energy. With the moonlight sword in hand, Chen Chongqing's offensive did not wane. Time and again, he unleashed strikes, overwhelming young Master Yu. With the empowerment of the moonlight sword, Chen Chongqing's combat prowess soared, surpassing even young Master Yu's formidable force. He was hardly far from the might of a golden core. Young Master Yu relied solely on his false nascent soul cultivation to endure, having initially believed that Chen Chongqing's attacks would be unparalleled. Akin to traditional sword cultivators with fragile physiques, easily susceptible to injury from a casual blow. Little did he anticipate that Chen Chongqing possessed 2 divine powers protecting him, rendering him immune to all forms of assault. Damn it! As Chen Chongqing's onslaught intensified, young Master Yu felt his own magical energy becoming increasingly impeded. In this back-and-forth struggle, young Master Yu found himself increasingly beleaguered before Chen Chongqing. You have forced my hand. Young Master Yu's injuries grew more severe. He knew that if he did not fight desperately now, he would have no chance of turning the tide later. He let out a furious roar, channeling all his magical energy, causing his form to swell rapidly, akin to an inflated leather pouch, bulging outward until he reached a height of 2 or 3 zhang. Blood demon emergence true technique. Chen Chongqing remained unfazed, resolutely refusing to allow him to complete his technique. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more strikes landed upon young Master Yu's transformed, colossal form. While a few scratches marred its surface, young Master Yu seemed wholly unaffected, his magical energy still fluctuating vigorously. Subsequently, Chen Chongqing beheld a spectacle. Within the colossal sea of blood, which had expanded from the Jade Youth, there shimmered another orb, roughly the size of an egg at first glance. This orb appeared to contain a semblance of liquid. However, it swiftly began to solidify, gradually morphing into a fully corporeal entity. Was that the golden pill? Chen Chongqing felt a jolt of astonishment. This madman was actually forming a pill? Chapter 89. A scene of utter atrocity. He could not allow this to continue. Though he could not ascertain with certainty that the other party was indeed in the process of pill formation, Chen Chongqing recognized that he had to devise a means to thwart him. Thus, he advanced a step, extending his hand. Consume. He summoned the full force of his divine power, incessantly drawing spiritual energy from the colossal blood entity. Whether in the pursuit of pill formation or any other endeavor, it undoubtedly required a vast amount of spiritual energy. If he could devise a method to siphon it away, it would be akin to cutting off the fuel from a fire. Even if he could not impede his opponent, he could still significantly diminish the final product. Yet, that was not all. Chen Chongqing also wielded the Moonlight Sword, gathering all his might to conjure a secret technique from the sword classic. The Breaking Army 7-Kill Sword. This technique specialized in destruction. All his magical power and spiritual essence coalesced into the tip of the Moonlight Sword, piercing toward the nascent golden pill. The surrounding blood water seemed to sense the impending threat. Surging violently in an attempt to thwart this lethal strike, crack! The blood water coalesced into a form resembling blood crystals, and at the moment of collision with the Moonlight Sword, it fissured slightly. Chen Chongqing poured all the strength he had absorbed from the blood water into the Moonlight Sword. Crack, 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 boom! The blood crystal, unable to bear the burden, ultimately shattered with a sharp sound, pierced through. The Moonlight Sword struck the golden pill. In that instant, an immense force erupted, casting both Chen Chongqing and the Moonlight Sword aside. Even with the luminous aura surrounding him, Chen Chongqing felt a tumultuous surge of qi and blood within him under this force. This was the first time he had sustained an injury in the midst of a magical duel. After being flung several dozen yards, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Summoning the Moonlight Sword back into his grasp, he fixed his gaze intently upon the blood creature. It's the slightest hint of movement, he would immediately activate his minor teleportation talisman and flee. The blood creature writhed incessantly, contorting as if something were about to emerge from its depths, creating an extraordinarily bizarre scene. Suddenly, the blood creature halted its transformation, a faint breeze rustling past, causing Chen Chongqing to feel a twinge of apprehension. I will not yield. A piercing cry erupted, akin to the roar of a wild beast. Then, with a bang, the golden pill suddenly blazed with brilliance before exploding violently. Damn! Though this golden pill had not completed its true metamorphosis, it nonetheless contained the essence of the Jade Youth, a practitioner of false alchemy. Its sudden self-detonation was potent enough to draw the attention of even a true golden pill master. Even from several dozen yards away, its force was formidable. Dense smoke enveloped the valley. Moments later, the clattering sound of metal echoed, revealing Chen Chongqing's visage. Cough, coughed, a trickle of blood tainted the corner of his mouth, and before him lay 5 metal swords of gung gold. Originally, there had been 8. But in the recent explosion, Chen Chongqing had sacrificed 3 of them. The terror of a false alchemy practitioner is indeed formidable, Chen Chongqing mused. In comparison to that madman, I merely benefited from the advantage of magical implements. Without the Moonlight Sword, I would likely have been no match for him. Let alone a true golden pill master. At this moment, Chen Chongqing comprehended his true capabilities. Without the Moonlight Sword, he hovered somewhere between the peak of foundation establishment and the realm of false alchemy. With the Moonlight Sword's enhancement, he would be positioned between false alchemy and true golden pill. As the dust in the valley gradually dispersed, it revealed a scene of desolation. The previously exquisite valley had been utterly transformed. Wait, what is that? Within the valley, many stones had been shattered in the recent explosion, exposing something concealed beneath them. It was a formation, its spiritual energy network having been disrupted, yet its intricate design and grand scale were still discernible. This was undoubtedly a high-level formation, founded upon the might of mountains and rivers. Soon after, a familiar foul odor wafted through the air, identical to the faint stench he had caught while fleeing through the mountains. Chen Chongqing took a moment to steady his breath. Thanks to his consumption technique, he would recover swiftly. He then descended into the valley's depths. At the bottom, in the center, lay a vast pit, the very core of the Jade Youth's self-detonation. Surrounding it were numerous spiritual energy nodes, interlinking with this earth-shattering formation. Utilizing his rudimentary knowledge of formations, Chen Changxing followed the spiritual energy threads to locate the most crucial node. It was not a difficult task. As this formation had not been activated and was entirely exposed in no time, he had pinpointed the source of this formation, still buried beneath the stones. Gazing at a specific spot at the foot of the mountain, Chen Changxing nodded to himself. Time to excavate. This formation, reeking of foulness, instilled a sense of dread within him. He remotely manipulated his sword to dig downward, and soon enough, he unearthed a hollow cavity. Confirming there was no danger, Chen Changxing cautiously extended his reach. The darkness below was impenetrable, and his spiritual sense could not delve deeply. Thus, he leaped into the hole, illuminating it with his techniques, only to be met with a horrifying sight. He immediately scrambled out from the hole, trembling in fear as he gazed back at the entrance. His body still quaked. He had never before witnessed such a terrifying scene in his cultivation journey. Inside that pit hung thousands of individuals, all suspended by some unknown force piercing through their crowns and binding them by their necks. There were men and women, old and young, their abdomens cut open, blood and entrails spilling forth, ultimately cascading to the ground. Absurd, utterly absurd. Chen Changxing's heart quaked. Though he pursued the path of immortality, witnessing this scene of unspeakable atrocity ignited a flame of overwhelming rage within him. The natural cycle of life and death posed no issue, yet the sight before him was evidently the result of deliberate malevolence by practitioners. The news of millions of citizens perishing within the borders of the Song Kingdom resurfaced in his mind. Could it be? A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. The lives of millions could not be concealed here, could they? In a place where thousands, even tens of thousands, were suspended, there might be more than one such sight. If this was the worst-case scenario, what nefarious intentions did the demonic cultivators harbor? The demonic cultivators, the true understanding of blood demon. This is, indeed, a legacy of the demonic path. Chen Changxing slowly sorted through the information in his mind, finally grasping the whole story. The blood demon is a creature from the upper realms, and the true understanding of blood demon serves as a conduit for human cultivators to gradually transform into blood demons. If one diligently practices, upon breaking through to the transformation stage, the cultivator will ascend to the upper realms, also referred to as the ancient immortal realm. However, for those who cultivate the blood demon legacy, their ascension will lead them to the realm of the blood demons. Nevertheless, the legacy that Chen Changxing acquired, or more precisely, that which young Master Yu obtained, only extends to the golden core stage. To attain a more profound legacy, one must eliminate other blood demon inheritors. The blood demon encourages its inheritors to engage in slaughter. When a golden core inheritor kills another golden core inheritor, they naturally unlock the nascent soul legacy. Conversely, when a non-inheritor slays an inheritor, they completely absorb their legacy. After perusing this legacy, Chen Changxing finally understood why young Master Yu, despite being a false golden core with no hope of true attainment, incessantly spoke of forming a core and the path to immortality, charging towards him. This is because the cultivation of blood demons diverges from the traditional human cultivation system. Being a false golden core does not impede the use of blood demon legacy to form a core. Should a blood demon cultivator lack sufficient power, they can also sacrifice high-quality practitioners to assist themselves in forming a core. It is indeed a formidable legacy, Chen Changxing remarked. Although it lacks the legacies above the nascent soul stage, the true understanding of blood demon, prior to the golden core legacy, is by no means inferior to the Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic. That lunatic is truly a waste. This kind of legacy bestowed upon him only yields such meager results. Using a secret technique, he even blew himself up. Chen Changxing now fully understood that the explosion caused by young Master Yu was purely due to his own mishandling, leaving Chen Changxing both amused and exasperated. However, despite the impressive appearance of the true understanding of blood demon, Chen Changxing had no intention of cultivating it. The Tai Xian Ling Su Sword Classic's legacy is equally commendable, and moreover, Chen Changxing is inherently a human cultivator. He harbors no interest in changing his race or ascending to some unknown realm. While I shall not practice the true understanding of blood demon, I can certainly accept this blood essence. Gazing at the blood essence orb within his dantian, Chen Changxing felt that his efforts had not been in vain. It is somewhat regrettable for Wu Lu, though. Without mourning even for a moment for the deceased Wu Daoyu, Chun Chongsheng retrieved young Master Yu's storage bag. A probe of his spiritual sense revealed. Hey! A brilliant smile spread across Chun Chongsheng's face. As expected of a distinguished false golden core cultivator, his wealth is substantial. Inside the storage bag, there were no less than 100,000 spirit stones, along with various scattered pills, spiritual items, and artifacts, as well as a vial of the extremely foul blood that had previously sullied his 3 magic swords. The total value exceeded 200,000 spirit stones. Quite impressive. I hope such lucrative encounters continue to come my way. He suddenly recalled the tying true water beneath the ground, paused for a moment, and continued to speak to himself. Never mind, I should take some time to rest. I need to reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and restore the Moonlight Sword to the 4th tier. This way, even if a golden core appears, I will have some confidence in my ability to cope. Heaven bears witness, although Chun Chongsheng remains at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, he has already begun to contemplate the threat posed by golden cores. After organizing everything, Chun Chongsheng rose and stepped outside. He intended to clarify the situation regarding Wu Lu with Su Yuda and report the horrific events he had discovered to the sect. Su Daoyu, how are you faring? Su Yuda inquired with concern. Chun Chongsheng replied, I am much better now, nothing serious. Do you know why we were attacked by the demonic cultivators yesterday? Su Yuda also wore a puzzled expression. We are equally baffled. The demonic cultivators had just come a few days ago, so why did they strike again yesterday? Alas, it is a pity for Wu Lu. After exchanging a few words, Su Yuda took his leave. It seems they have not blamed me for Wu Lu's death, Chun Chongsheng thought to himself. Although in truth, young Master Yu had come for Chun Chongsheng. However, he was unaware and believed that young Master Yu had targeted those stationed at the one-line sky. Upon stepping outside, Chun Chongsheng dispatched several message talismans in quick succession. When he returned to Beihuang City, he had informed Pang Ming of his whereabouts at One Line Sky and confirmed Pang Ming's location. Thus, sending messages now required no arduous back and forth. A few message talismans would suffice. After completing these tasks, Chun Chongsheng mused, I hope nothing further goes awry with the demonic cultivators. The true monarch of the central domain should be able to quell the ghost spirit sect. Right? Shaking his head, Chun Chongsheng felt uncertain. When faced with indecision, it is best to focus on cultivation. Matters of such high stakes are beyond his reach. All he can do is cultivate and gradually approach an unprecedented realm. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, he remained resolute. Chapter 91. Li Ming Dao forms a core 3 months later. Chun Chongsheng opened his eyes. The blood essence within his dantian had been completely refined. The prowess of a false golden core cultivator is truly remarkable. Just in terms of magical power, Chun Chongsheng had increased by an impressive 1,000 drops. This equates to a typical practitioner progressing from the successful establishment of their foundation to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Of course, Chun Chongsheng achieved this without breaking through any bottlenecks. Others must transition from the initial to mid-stage, and from mid-stage to perfection, facing bottlenecks along the way, and they have yet to consume any divine pills. At most, they would have filled their initial foundation establishment. With this additional 1,000 drops of magical power, alongside his previous scattered cultivation, Chun Chongsheng's current magical power had reached over 2,300 drops. He was merely 1,400 drops away from fully realizing the initial stage of magical power, ATA rate of 1 drop per day. It would take him 4 years. If he were to cultivate within the Tying True Water, this time could be reduced to roughly 2.5 years. I am not doing this intentionally. It just happened to turn out that way upon calculation. With the divine pills to assist me, it would indeed be a shame not to become a demonic cultivator, Chun Chongsheng self-deprecated. To be honest, other cultivators are truly akin to one-tier human pills for Chun Chongsheng. Demonic cultivators consume humans and need to refine them into human pills. But Chun Chongsheng can simply absorb them directly. Even if the effects of other cultivators are not as potent as those of young Master Yu, who underwent specialized refinement through the Blood Demon legacy, the difference is negligible. Should he forsake the so-called principles of morality and employ unscrupulous methods to enhance his cultivation, Chun Chongsheng felt he could break into mid-stage within 6 months, reach late stage within 3 years, and form a core within 5 years without issue. Moreover, with the purification from the divine pills, no one would notice anything unusual about him. Yet, though the pair may lack an owner, my heart has its own master. On the path of cultivation, I maintain my own principles, discerning what I will and will not do.
This is the essence of cultivating immortality. Chen Changxing recalled earlier when the blood demon legacy entered his body, and the birthlight divine ability did not respond. Perhaps, for those truly powerful and divine abilities, the distinction between immortals and demons is inconsequential. Whether I choose the path of immortality or the path of demons, the birthlight divine ability and consumption are fundamentally irrelevant. It is simply a pity that I cannot overcome the barriers in my heart. This may very well be the reason I still consider myself a mortal. Such complexities are beyond my comprehension. Chen Changxing shook his head, dismissing these convoluted thoughts. He rose, his bones cracking audibly like popping chestnuts. The blood essence governs the physical body. Refining the blood essence has indeed enhanced his cultivation. But more significantly, Chen Changxing's physique has seen tremendous improvement. If previously, he could suppress initial stage foundation establishment physical cultivators solely based on his physique. Now his physical prowess could be deemed superior even to that of late-stage foundation establishment. Striding with vigorous steps to the entrance of the stone chamber, it is quite peculiar that during these 3 months, the demonic cultivators have not made a single attempt to invade.